Chapter 1: The Poor Boy. The scorching sun in September in Binhai scorched the earth, and the air was filled with suffocating heat waves. At the gate of Binhai University, freshmen dragged their brand new suitcases, their faces filled with longing and excitement, like horses entering the grassland for the first time, full of anticipation for the upcoming college life. However, among this group of high-spirited young people, a figure seemed particularly out of place. Lin Yang was carrying a shabby backpack with badly worn edges. His clothes were washed white, with a few patches still visible on the fabric, hanging loosely on his thin body. His shoes were even worse, with the front glued off, and he had to use black tape to wrap them several times to barely fix them. His hair was messy, his face was sallow, and his eyes showed fatigue and inferiority that were not in line with his peers, as if his back was bent by the burden of life. He clutched the crumpled banknotes he earned from working, his palms full of sweat, and hurried to the school's cashier's office. Every step felt like stepping on cotton, heavy and powerless. While queuing, the laughter of his classmates and the concerned exhortations of parents were like fine needles, constantly piercing his eardrums. He subconsciously lowered his head, wishing he could hide himself and avoid those curious or pitying eyes. "Student, you haven't paid your tuition yet. You still need 3,700 yuan. The teacher at the cashier's office spoke in a cold and heartless voice, as if the words came out of a machine. She pushed her glasses up, with a hint of impatience in her eyes. "Today is the deadline. If you don't pay, you won't be able to go through the admission procedures." Lin Yang felt his head buzz, and everything went blank in an instant. His throat seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and he could not make any sound. The wrinkled banknotes were clenched tighter in his hands, almost crumpled into a ball of waste paper. These days, he moved bricks at the construction site, and his shoulders were rubbed to a bloody mess. He washed dishes in the restaurant, and his hands were soaked in detergent and turned white and peeled. He handed out flyers on the street, and was dizzy under the scorching sun. But even so, he was still a long way from paying the tuition. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask the teacher for a few more days to give him time to raise the money. However, when the words came to his lips, he was interrupted by the impatient urging voice behind him. "Make way, don't block the road." An arrogant voice came from behind. Lin Yang turned his head and saw a brand new BMW car parked not far away. The door opened and Zhang Hao walked out with his arms around the school beauty Liu. Zhang Hao was wearing a brand name suit, limited edition sneakers, the latest smartphone, and trendy headphones around his neck. He exuded the aura of a rich kid. Liu was wearing a dress worth a lot of money. Her exquisite makeup and sweet smile attracted the attention of the boys around her. "Hey, isn't this our specially needy student?" Zhang Hao deliberately raised his voice, his eyes full of sarcasm, and a malicious smile on his lips. "Why, haven't you collected enough tuition yet? Do you want me to lend you some? But I'm afraid you can't pay it back." His words were like a sharp dagger, piercing Lin Yang's heart. The people around him cast curious glances, and then burst into laughter, drowning Lin Yang like a tide. Liu smiled and took Zhang Hao's arm, her eyes full of disdain for Lin Yang. "Brother Hao, don't bother with this kind of person." The two of them walked past Lin Yang intimately, leaving behind a pungent smell of perfume and arrogant laughter. Lin Yang's face flushed red, from his ears to his neck, as if blood was about to drip out. He clenched his hands into fists, his nails dug deep into his palms. The pain was far less than the humiliation in his heart. He secretly swore in his heart that he must change everything and make those who looked down on him look at him in a new light. Lin Yang walked out of the toll booth in a daze and came to the lake of the school. He sat on a worn bench, looking at the calm lake, tears welling up in his eyes. His embarrassed figure was reflected on the lake, which was out of tune with the beautiful campus environment. He knew the situation at home very well. His father was bedridden and needed expensive medical expenses every day to maintain his life. His mother managed a few acres of thin land by herself, working from dawn to dusk, and was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back. In order to support him to go to college, his family had borrowed money from relatives and friends and owed a lot of debt. "Do I really have to give up?" Lin Yang muttered to himself, his voice full of despair and helplessness. He raised his head and looked at the twinkling stars in the sky, his heart full of confusion. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "The godly rich sign-in system has been successfully activated. Detecting the host's current predicament, a newbie benefit is hereby issued. Complete the first sign-in at the library and you can get 1 million yuan in cash." Lin Yang raised his head suddenly and looked around, but he couldn't see anyone. Who's talking? He thought he was hallucinating, so he pinched his thigh hard and gasped in pain. This was not a dream. "Host, please sign in as soon as possible, otherwise the reward will be invalid." The system's voice sounded again, with a hint of urging in the tone. Lin Yang didn't have time to think about it. He stood up and ran towards the library. A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. This might be the only chance to change his fate. The library was not far from the lake, but in Lin Yang's eyes, the road seemed extremely long. His heart was beating violently in his chest, as if it was about to burst through his chest. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but his steps were getting faster and faster. Finally, he rushed into the door of the library. The library was completely silent, with only the sound of flipping books and the hum of the air conditioner. Lin Yang tried to calm his breathing and followed the system's instructions to a corner on the second floor of the library. There was a row of old bookshelves, and the books on the shelves were covered with dust. It was obvious that few people visited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first sign-in. You have received 1 million yuan in cash, which has been deposited into the host's bank card. The system's prompt sounded in Lin Yang's mind. Almost at the same time, his mobile phone also received a text message notification from the bank. Lin Yang opened his mobile phone with trembling hands. When the string of numbers with 6 zeros came into his eyes, his breathing instantly stopped. He couldn't believe his eyes and refreshed the page repeatedly until he confirmed that this was not a dream. Tears welled up in Lin Yang's eyes again, this time they were tears of joy and excitement. He held the phone tightly, his body trembling slightly. He had waited too long for this moment. He remembered his parents' tired faces and everything they had done for him, and a strong determination surged in his heart. He must let his parents live a good life. After calming down, Lin Yang walked out of the library. It was already late at night, and the campus was silent, with only the street lamps emitting a dim light. He walked aimlessly on the campus, thinking about what to do next. First, he had to pay the tuition and go through the admission procedures smoothly. Then, he had to improve his life and make those who once looked down on him look at him with new eyes. The next morning, Lin Yang came to the school's cashier's office. The same teacher from yesterday saw Lin Yang again and showed a hint of impatience on his face. Didn't I tell you? Today is the deadline, you. Teacher, I'm here to pay the tuition. Lin Yang interrupted the teacher, his tone calm and firm. He took out his bank card and handed it to the teacher. The teacher was stunned for a moment, took the bank card, and operated it on the machine. When she saw the notification that the tuition had arrived, her eyes widened and her face was full of surprise. Student, what are you doing? Nothing, just enough money. Lin Yang said lightly, and turned to leave the cashier. After completing the admission procedures, he came to the school's commercial street. He walked into a clothing store, and the clerk saw his clothes and his originally warm smile instantly turned cold. He just greeted him symbolically and ignored him. Lin Yang didn't care. He walked straight to the most expensive row of clothes in the store, picked out a few sets of clothes that suited him, and chose a pair of brand-name sports shoes. Pack all these for me, he said to the clerk. The clerk's expression froze instantly, with shock and regret written all over his face. After changing into new clothes, Lin Yang stood in front of the mirror. He looked brand new, handsome and tall, and there was no trace of the poor boy he was yesterday. He nodded with satisfaction and walked out of the clothing store. On campus, he met many classmates. Those who had ignored him before now looked at him with surprise and envy. Lin Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, and a confidence he had never felt before surged in his heart. At noon, Lin Yang came to the school cafeteria. There are two types of restaurants here, the ordinary restaurant and the special restaurant. The ordinary restaurant has cheap food but a single variety, while the special restaurant has rich and delicious dishes but is expensive. It is a place frequented by rich kids. In the past, Lin Yang always bought the cheapest meal at the regular window to barely fill his stomach. But today, he went straight to the specialty window, ordered a few signature dishes, and also a glass of freshly squeezed juice. He found a seat by the window and sat down to enjoy the food. At this time, Zhang Hao and Liu also came to the restaurant. They saw Lin Yang sitting at the special window, wearing a brand name, and their eyes widened. Zhang Hao's face became very ugly, and his eyes were full of jealousy and anger. Lin Yang, where did you get the money? You didn't steal it. Lin Yang swallowed the food in his mouth slowly, wiped his mouth, looked up at Zhang Hao, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Zhang, you have to provide evidence when you speak. Whether I have money or not seems to have nothing to do with you, right? But you, besides relying on your family's money to show off, what else can you do? Zhang Hao was so angry at Lin Yang's words that his face turned red. He rushed forward and wanted to fight. But Liu stopped him. Brother Hao, don't bother with him. Maybe he just won the lottery, but he won't be proud for a few days. Then, he pulled Zhang Hao out of the restaurant. Looking at their embarrassed backs, Lin Yang felt extremely happy. He knew that this was just the beginning. In the future, he would make all those who looked down on him regret it. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. The host has successfully counterattacked and received an extra reward, 1-day use of a luxury car. Please choose a car model. Lin Yang's mouth corners rose, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He couldn't wait to see the shocked expressions of those people when he appeared in front of them in a luxury car. Chapter 2, the $1 million luxury car shocked everyone, and the face-slapping counterattack debuted. Lamborghini SVJ, confirm your choice. The moment Lin Yang clicked confirm on the system interface, his phone received a text message with the location of a parking lot. Binhai University. In the night faded away the hustle and bustle of the day, and only the street lights cast a dim halo on the asphalt road. He was holding the phone with a slight sweat in his palm. This was not only a supercar worth tens of millions, but also the first shot he declared against fate. According to the location, Lin Yang came to the underground parking lot outside the school. The sensor light lit up as he walked, illuminating the matte black Lamborghini in the corner. The streamlined body glowed coldly under the light, like a dormant beast. He opened the door and sat in the cockpit. The leather seat automatically fit his body shape. The dashboard flashed blue light. The roar of machinery and technology came from behind, shaking his chest numb. So fucking handsome. Lin Yang couldn't help but swear, and his fingertips stroked the logo on the steering wheel. He never thought that he would be able to drive such a top supercar one day, and his memory suddenly flashed back to 3 hours ago when Zhang Hao passed by him with his arm around Liu. Liu mocked him and said, "You will never be able to ride in a million-level car in your life." The engine roared out of the parking lot, attracting the attention of several students returning home at night. When Lin Yang parked the car in front of the barbecue stall at the side door of the school, Zhang Hao and his followers who were eating skewers froze instantly. This is a Lamborghini SVJ? Zhang Hao's best friend Wang Yang almost dropped his beer bottle on the ground. There are no more than 5 in the city, right? Lin Yang took off his sunglasses and deliberately adjusted his cuffs slowly. Let's have some midnight snack. Mr. Zhang, do you mind if I share the table? His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and there were immediate gasps all around. Zhang Hao's face turned red as liver, and he forced himself to sneer and said, "Why are you pretending to be rich? This car is probably rented?" Having said that, he couldn't help but glance at the car. The unique carbon fiber texture and wheel design were clearly a global limited edition. Rented? Lin Yang took out the car key and spun it around between his fingers. The red taillight flashed in response. How about Mr. Zhang help me check the violation record? And by the way, take a look at the owner's name? He paused, leaned closer and lowered his voice. By the way, is your father's construction company bidding for the city gymnasium project recently? I heard. What do you mean? Zhang Hao stood up suddenly, and the chair made a harsh sound on the ground. He suddenly remembered his father's anxiety at home these days, and the mysterious competitor mentioned at the dinner table. Lin Yang leaned back in his chair and smiled meaningfully. It's nothing special, I just think it's good to leave a way out for us so that we can meet again in the future. He called the boss over. Pay the bill for Mr. Zhang's table as well. Consider it my treat for my old classmates. When paying the bill, the boss stared at the numbers on the bill. Zhang Hao and his friends ordered 3 bottles of foreign wine, and the total consumption was 28,000 yuan. The moment Lin Yang took out the black card, Zhang Hao's followers began to whisper, "Is this card real or fake? I heard that only the top rich can get it." When leaving, Lin Yang deliberately slammed the car keys on the table in front of Zhang Hao. "Can I lend you the keys for a drive?" "But they are broken. I'm afraid Uncle Zhang's company can't afford the compensation." Without waiting for the other party to answer, he started the engine, leaving a group of stunned people in the roar. The next morning, when the Lamborghini stopped in front of the teaching building, the whole campus was in an uproar. Girls held up their phones to take pictures, boys gathered around the car to discuss the parameters, and security guards trotted over to maintain order. When Lin Yang got out of the car, he deliberately adjusted the collar of his Givenchy shirt and walked towards the classroom surrounded by flashes. "Look, it's the poor boy with the worn-out shoes from yesterday." Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, and the discussion instantly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yang, from his shiny Armani leather shoes to the $1 million Patek Philippe on his wrist, and finally on the supercar behind him worth tens of millions. Is this still the same person?" a girl whispered. In the classroom, Zhang Hao sat in the back row with a gloomy face, watching Lin Yang walk towards the empty seat surrounded by people. What made him even more crazy was that the school beauty Su Qing actually took the initiative to move her bag and gave up the seat next to Lin Yang. "Classmate, there is no one here." "Thank you." Lin Yang smiled politely, and he felt happy when he saw Zhang Hao's twisted expression. The faint smell of jasmine perfume on Su Qing mixed with the sweet-scented osmanthus outside the window reminded him of the top business negotiation skills he exchanged in the system mall last night. This was the skill he exchanged for with his first consumption points. At this moment, he suddenly felt that perhaps wealth brought not only material things, but also the confidence to change his life. During the break, the counselor suddenly appeared at the door of the classroom. "Student Lin Yang, the principal wants to see you." In the principal's office, a cup of Longjing tea was steaming on the mahogany coffee table. The principal pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled kindly. "Shaolin, I heard that you are very interested in the school's scientific research projects? We are preparing to build an artificial intelligence laboratory, but unfortunately, we don't have enough funds." "Principal, I am willing to invest 5 million. Lin Yang put down the teacup and said calmly. The system prompt sounded in his mind at the right time. It is detected that the host has made a large amount of public welfare investment, and a business network resource package is awarded. The principal stood up suddenly, not even noticing that the water in his teacup had spilled onto the documents. "Really? Xiaolin, what are you doing? It's considered giving back to my alma mater." Lin Yang recalled the humiliation he suffered at the toll booth yesterday, and his smile did not reach his eyes. "But I have a condition: Zhang Jianguo Construction Company cannot participate in the bidding for the gymnasium project." The principal's smile froze on his face, and he obviously heard the hidden meaning. But Lin Yang had already stood up. "I will ask my assistant to contact the school for specific matters." When he walked out of the office, he opened his mobile phone to check the network package awarded by the system. The personal contact information of the deputy mayor of Binhai City was listed. At the same time, Zhang Hao smashed the third glass in the dormitory. He had just received a call from his father, saying that his company's bidding qualification had been inexplicably cancelled, and the bid offered by the competitor was almost the cost price. "Did you offend someone?" His father's roar made his eardrums hurt. "The mayor's secretary called in person and asked us to withdraw." Zhang Hao slumped on the ground, thinking of what Lin Yang said last night. A chill ran down his neck. Outside the window, the roar of the Lamborghini sounded again. Lin Yang drove Su Qing out of the school. The girl in the passenger seat smiled brightly. The sunlight fell on her flying hair, stinging Zhang Hao's eyes. On that day, the campus forum was flooded with 2 posts. One was surprise. Poor freshman turned into a super rich man, with a picture of Lin Yang getting out of a supercar. The other more popular anonymous post read: Zhang Hao's family business was suppressed by a mysterious person, and the comment section was filled with thousands of floors, and everyone was speculating whether there was a connection between the 2 events. At this time, Lin Yang was taking Su Qing into Binhai's top French restaurant. When the waiter bowed to greet him, he inadvertently saw Liu sitting next to him, who was staring with eyes wide open, and his lips painted with Dior 999 were stretched into an O shape. "Order whatever you want." Lin Yang pushed the menu to Su Qing. His eyes swept over Zhang Hao, whose face was livid not far away. The system prompt sounded at the right time. It is detected that the host has successfully slapped his face twice, and the reward is the right to use the luxury yacht for 7 days. The dusk outside the window deepened and the neon lights came on. Lin Yang raised his red wine glass and clinked it with Su Qing. At this moment, he finally understood that when wealth and dignity are linked, the script of counterattack has just begun to be written. Chapter 3, Capital War, School Beauty Invitation and Rich Family Crisis. The night sky of Binhai City was dyed into brilliant colors by neon lights. Lin Yang drove the Lamborghini into the underground garage, and the low roar of the supercar echoed in the empty space. Su Qing got out of the car gracefully, her skirt brushed across the seat, and the faint jasmine scent intertwined with the smell of leather in the car, making people feel excited. "Thank you for today." Su Qing tucked her long hair behind her ears, the diamond earrings on her ears gleaming in the dim light. "Actually, I've been looking for a chance to talk to you." She pulled out a thick stack of documents from her exquisite handbag, her brows furrowed, her expression full of anxiety. "The charity auction planned by the student union has run into big trouble. The originally agreed sponsor suddenly withdrew its investment, and even the booked venue was temporarily cancelled. Now there is less than a week left before the auction, and we are helpless." Lin Yang's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the steering wheel, and the system prompt sounded in his mind immediately. "Key plot triggers detected. Completing the event will obtain permanent use rights of the top planning team." He recalled the business contacts package he obtained in the principal's office during the day, which contained the contact information of the CEO of the group to which the auction venue belonged. With an idea in mind, Lin Yang looked at Su Qing firmly. I can solve these problems. He gently pushed the file back and looked directly into Su Qing's surprised eyes. But I have a condition: be my female companion for 3 days. There is an important business dinner in the city the day after tomorrow, and a yacht party this weekend. I hope you can accompany me. Su Qing bit her lower lip, a look of hesitation on her face. At this moment, Lin Yang's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Zhang Hao, with a blurry video attached. Clicking on the video, Lin Yang's mother was moving bricks at a construction site. The scorching sun was ruthlessly burning the earth. His mother had a hunched back, and her white hair was soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to her forehead. I heard that your mother is at the construction site of my father's company? Then, Zhang Hao's malicious voice came. If something unexpected happens. Lin Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze instantly. The system's piercing alarm sounded, detected that the host's emotions fluctuated violently, and the crisis warning mechanism was activated. Reward the temporary bodyguard team 24 hours, and the location has been sent to the mobile phone. He suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, quickly started the car, and rushed towards the construction site in the west of the city. 15 minutes later, Lin Yang arrived at the construction site. 6 burly bodyguards in black suits quickly got out of the car that followed. They were well trained and silently dispersed to surround Zhang Hao's father, who was directing the workers. Lin Yang's face was gloomy. He strode forward and pulled the walkie-talkie out of Zhang's father's hand. The display screen of the walkie-talkie showed the real-time monitoring screen. His mother was working at a height, and the scaffolding under her feet had already tilted significantly, looking shaky and in danger of collapse at any time. Have her come down immediately. Lin Yang was furious, and he pushed Zhang's father against the wall, the dial of his watch hurting his ribs. If you dare to touch my family, the Zhang family will never get any projects in Binhai again. As he said that, he pulled up the call record with the deputy mayor on his mobile phone and shook it coldly in front of Zhang's father. Looking at Zhang's father's face that turned pale as paper in an instant, Lin Yang suddenly remembered the business intelligence retrieval function in the system mall and redeemed it immediately. A large amount of information flooded into his mind like a tide. 5 minutes later, Lin Yang received an encrypted file on his phone. It turned out that Zhang's father's company had long been insolvent. In order to fill the huge financial hole, he took the risk of using the workers' accident insurance policy as collateral. Lin Yang forwarded the file to Zhang Hao and attached a short text: let my mother return home safely before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After finishing the work at the construction site, Lin Yang returned to the villa in the early morning. To his surprise, Su Qing was still waiting for him in the living room. On the coffee table, the originally messy auction plan was reorganized in an orderly manner. Su Qing looked up at him with red eyes. I just heard about Zhang Hao's family. Is it because of the auction I proposed that you have so much trouble? Lin Yang walked to the wine cabinet and poured 2 glasses of whiskey. The ice cubes hit the glass wall and made a crisp sound. He handed 1 glass to Su Qing and took the other glass and drank it all. It has nothing to do with you. Then, he handed the video of Zhang Hao's threat to Su Qing. This kind of person should have paid the price for what he did long ago. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. The host successfully resolved the family crisis and was rewarded with listed company acquisition authority 1 time. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yang sat in his study and opened the system mall. The exchange of the acquisition rights of listed companies requires 1 million points, and he currently only has 230,000 points. When he glanced at the loan function, he suddenly remembered a piece of gossip he heard at the charity dinner preparation meeting that day. The land that Zhang's group is mortgaging is likely to have the ruins of the Song dynasty official kiln buried underground. The next morning, Lin Yang showed up at the Zhang group's conference room with his lawyer team. In the conference room, Zhang's father and Zhang Hao were like frightened birds, looking panicked. I want to buy the land in the west of the city that you mortgaged. Lin Yang slammed a stack of cash on the table. The price is 3 times the market price. Father Zhang looked at Lin Yang in shock, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. What on earth do you want to do? This price is totally unreasonable. Save your lives. Lin Yang calmly pulled out a secret exploration report from the archaeological team. If this news leaks out, the land will be unconditionally confiscated by the government. Rather than losing everything in the end, it's better to sell it to me. He paused, his eyes turned cold. Of course, I have an additional condition: Zhang Hao drops out of school and leaves Binhai forever. You're dreaming. Zhang Hao suddenly jumped up, his eyes wide open, and wanted to rush forward. But his father's shaking hands held him down in time. After a fierce ideological struggle, under the pressure of reality, the Zhang family father and son finally had to compromise. When the acquisition agreement was signed and Lin Yang walked out of the building, he received a system prompt: special event completed, reward, antique appraisal master skill, additional hidden task triggered, find the core cultural relics of the official kiln site. At the same time, Su Qing was pleasantly surprised to receive a call in the student union office. The person in charge of the Binhai International Convention and Exhibition Center called in person and not only expressed his willingness to provide the venue for free, but also promised to sponsor all security and equipment. It was arranged by a Mr. Lin, the person in charge said respectfully. He said everything was done according to Miss Su's request. Su Qing held the phone, her heart full of emotion and confusion. She found that she could no longer see through this suddenly rising boy. The luxury yacht party was held as scheduled on the weekend. Lin Yan, wearing a custom suit, walked onto the deck holding Su Qing's hand. The sunset dyed the sea golden, sparkling, and the champagne tower reflected a dazzling light under the light. The once arrogant Zhang Hao was nowhere to be seen. In his place sat the daughter of a real estate tycoon, who was holding a glass of wine and giving Lin Yang an admiring smile. Actually, I've always been curious. Su Qing leaned against the railing, the sea breeze gently lifting her long hair. How did you do all this in just a few days? From solving my problem to getting the Zhang group to compromise, it's all incredible. Lin Yang looked at the lighthouse looming in the distance, and a new task suddenly popped up on the system interface: stop the Zhang group's final counterattack and be rewarded with a black gold account at the world's top bank. He held Su Qing's hand tightly and whispered in her ear, because some people don't deserve to live in the sun. There are some things I have to do. However, the crisis was not resolved. As night fell, Zhang Hao, who had already left Binhai, received a mysterious phone call at the airport. The voice on the other end of the phone was processed by a voice changer, making it impossible to distinguish the identity. Want to turn the tables? I know Lin Yang's secret. At the same time, Lin Yang's mobile phone received an anonymous email with a fuzzy surveillance video attached. In the video, he was captured by a hidden camera in the distance at the moment he activated the system in the library. The music on the deck suddenly stopped, and Lin Yang looked at the countdown on the phone screen: 72 hours. The cold reminder sound of the system sounded in his mind: warning. The host's identity is at risk of being exposed, and the third-level defense mechanism is activated. Su Qing beside him was still making a wish to the starry sky with a beautiful smile on her face. She didn't notice that Lin Yang was standing at the crossroads of fate at this moment. A bigger storm was coming, and he had to be prepared to meet the unknown challenges. Chapter 4: Crushing the Conspiracy. The rich man tore the villain apart in rage. The thick morning fog in Binhai City had not yet dissipated, but Lin Yang's phone was vibrating like a death warrant. The lock screen was densely packed with more than 99 missed calls, and the last anonymous text message was like a poison dagger, piercing his nerves accurately. I have the library surveillance video. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I will be at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. If you dare to call the police, I will broadcast your secret to the entire network. The 3 words insider from the sender glowed coldly, like a pair of prying eyes in the dark. The system's scarlet alarm suddenly exploded, and the dazzling red light flashed wildly on the retina. Core secrets leak detected. It is recommended to immediately launch the obliteration level counterattack plan. Lin Yang suddenly turned over and sat up from the custom leather bed, with a cold aura rising around him. The military-grade satellite monitoring that he had just exchanged for points last night was instantly activated, and the drone images within 300 kilometers flooded into his mind like a tide. When he saw Zhang Hao wearing a peaked cap and getting into a black business car, and a mysterious man in a suit and leather shoes with a crow totem embroidered on his cuffs sitting in the passenger seat, the corner of his lips curled up with a bloodthirsty smile. How dare the other party touch his reverse scale? System, exchange, top mercenary group, and anti-tracking hacker matrix, now. As 1 million points were consumed like water, the world's top dark blade mercenary group had assembled at the military airport, and the engines of 6 armed helicopters roared at the same time. Thousands of botnet servers were frantically invading the other party's communication system around the world. Lin Yang put on a $1 million Armani custom windbreaker, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist glowed coldly in the morning light. Behind him, 6 black-clad bodyguards holding submachine guns lined up in a row, like an emperor arriving. The engine sound of the Lamborghini SVJ tore through the silence, and the tires made a harsh sound when they rubbed against the ground. The moment Lin Yang stepped into the abandoned factory, dozens of projectors lit up with dazzling white light at the same time. The picture he activated in the library was magnified dozens of times and played on the modeled wall in a loop, revealing every subtle change in his expression. Harsh laughter came from all directions, like countless fine needles piercing his eardrums. Zhang Hao walked out of the shadows wearing a skull mask, with a thick gold chain hanging around his neck swinging with his steps. Behind him were more than 30 thugs holding machetes and looking fierce. The man in a suit in the front wore a crow mask, with a sinister look under his gold-rimmed glasses, and a sickening smell of decay all over his body. Lin Yang, didn't expect that? Zhang Hao pulled off the mask, the madness on his face almost overflowed from his eyes, and his nose ring shone coldly under the light. This is the information emperor of the underground world. As long as you pay, I can dig out your ancestral grave wherever it is buried. The man in the crow mask pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a voice as cold as a poisonous snake, 300 million for your secret in that piece of land, or else. Or you will all die. Before Lin Yang finished speaking, the entire factory suddenly fell into pitch-black darkness. A sharp alarm broke the silence, and the roar of helicopters could be heard overhead. Hundreds of infrared laser beams penetrated the rusty roofs and intertwined into a network of death on the ground. The electronic sound of the Dark Blade mercenary group resounded in every corner. Illegal detention detected, killing procedure initiated. Before the gangsters could raise their knives, their knees were accurately broken. Amid screams, blood flowed like a river on the ground. The crow-masked man's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was about to draw his gun with trembling hands, when Lin Yang's bodyguard appeared behind him like a ghost, with the muzzle of the gun against his temple. Lin Yang walked slowly to Zhang Hao, took out a thick stack of documents from his arms, and threw them in his face. Open your eyes and see, your so-called evidence is nothing but Photoshop garbage. The documents were scattered all over the floor, and they were the records of the financial transactions between the crow-masked man and the Zhang group, as well as the entire process of forging evidence. Every transfer and every trace of the operation of the photo editing software were clearly visible. No. Impossible. Zhang Hao collapsed to the ground like a lost dog, clutching his hair tightly with both hands. How could you? Do you think you are worthy enough to fight me? Lin Yang stomped on his mobile phone and the expensive lens splattered on the ground. Do you know why your distress message can't be sent? Because from the moment you stepped into the factory, this place has become an information island. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The roar of dozens of excavators came from outside the factory. It was the engineering team under the name of Zhang Group, which had been acquired by Lin Yang overnight. All executives received demotion notices on their mobile phones. The crow-masked man suddenly jumped up and threw out a poisoned dagger from his sleeve. Even if it means death, I will. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yang pressed the cigar in his hand directly on his face. Amidst the shrill screams, the man's skin was instantly burned with charred marks. Lin Yang spoke lightly into the communicator. Send them to the municipal bureau. Remember to bring all the evidence. By the way, notify the media and say that the Zhang group is suspected of illegal detention and forgery of evidence. And by the way, expose the true identity of the crow-masked man, a fraudster wanted by Interpol for 10 years. As the sirens came closer and closer, and the flashing red and blue lights illuminated the factory, Lin Yang patted the non-existent dust on his body and turned to walk towards the supercar. When Su Qing rushed in with the special police, she only saw the wailing gangsters, the Zhang father and son with pale faces, and the crow-masked man pinned to the ground. Lin Yang met her worried eyes and gently wiped the sweat from her temples. Don't be afraid, they are just a few flies. His voice was gentle, but it made everyone present shudder. That night, Binhai City's headlines were completely blown up. Zhang Group collapsed, the chairman and his son were imprisoned on multiple charges, and the photo of the once arrogant second-generation rich Zhang Hao crying in the detention center became a hot search. The rumor about the mysterious young rich man behind the scenes spread like wildfire, and countless people on the forum speculated about his identity, but they didn't know that Lin Yang was standing in front of the ruins of the Song Dynasty official kiln at this moment. His antique identification skills were running wildly, and the top archaeological team was busy digging behind him. When the 1,000-year-old plum vase broke out of the ground, its warm luster illuminated the entire venue, and the system prompt sounded, hidden mission completed. Reward, control of world-class auction house, mysterious organization intelligence library. New crisis detected, Shadow Parliament has sent out top killers. Lin Yang stroked the ice cracks on the plum vase, and the corners of his mouth raised an arc of determination. On the day of the auction, the world's top billionaires gathered at the Binhai International Convention and Exhibition Center, and the security level was comparable to that of a head of state visiting. When the plum vase was unveiled, bidding sounded like a tsunami. The real identity of the man in the crow mask, a fraudster wanted by Interpol for 10 years, he was handcuffed and stood in the corner of the venue, watching Lin Yang raise the price all the way to $1 billion. 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. The auctioneer's hammer was about to fall, and a man in a black robe suddenly stood up in the corner, speaking in a low and sinister voice, 1.5 billion. The whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were focused on the mysterious man. Lin Yang smiled, with a domineering smile that showed he was in control of everything. The system intelligence database had already known the other party's background clearly. This person was a new assassin of the Shadow Council and was carrying 3 prohibited weapons. He raised his hand to signal, and the big screen behind him suddenly lit up with evidence of the black-robed man's crime, as well as the organizational structure of the Shadow Council, the list of members, and even the satellite photos of their secret base were clearly visible. Want to play with me? You are not qualified yet. Lin Yang's voice resounded throughout the venue through the top speakers, and every word carried an unquestionable pressure. Now, get out. The black-robed man's face changed drastically, and he fled in a panic under the drive of the bodyguards. The whole audience applauded. Su Qing looked at the shining young man on the stage, her eyes full of pride and admiration. Lin Yang looked at the various forces ready to make a move below the stage, and murderous intent surged in his heart since the Shadow Parliament dared to provoke. Let them know who is the real master of this city. In this game, he not only wants to win, but also make all enemies kneel and beg for mercy. Chapter 5: Bloody Dinner. The super rich teases up the top killer. In the Yumning Ballroom on the 88th floor of the Binhai International Hotel, crystal chandeliers hang down like an inverted galaxy, and champagne towers pile up into a dazzling pyramid in the light refracted by Swarovski crystals. Celebrities gathered at the scene, and political and business elites held high-heeled glasses, whispering in anticipation of tonight's top collection at the auction, the Song Dynasty Rue Kiln Celadon wash basin. The moment Lin Yang and Su Qing entered the venue, the whole place suddenly fell silent. He was wearing a pure black hand-embroidered suit, each stitch and thread of which took half a month to make by a top Italian tailor, and the dark pattern was a faint Tinglong pattern. The brooch was a Qing Dynasty Emperor's jadeite dragon exchanged from the system, and the priceless gem was shining green under the light, as if it contained mysterious power. Su Qing was wearing a Dior high-end starry sky dress, and the hem of the skirt was embellished with Swarovski crystals, which flowed like the glow of the Milky Way with her steps. Her exquisite makeup and elegant temperament made many celebrities present pale in comparison. Mr. Lin is really young and promising. Fatty Luo from the Luo group came over with a beer belly. His eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were glued to Su Qing's collarbone. His eyes were full of greed and desire. I heard that Mr. Lin is interested in the land in the west of the city? Why not? Why don't we talk about the arms deal you made in the Golden Triangle last month? Lin Yang suddenly lowered his voice, and the spinning champagne glass reflected Fatty Luo's suddenly pale face. He flicked the glass with his finger, and the sound of the ice cubes hitting the wall was as crisp as bone cracking. I have 3 backup copies of the human trafficking account book in northern Myanmar. Lin Yang's voice was not loud, but every word was like a knife, piercing Fatty Luo's heart. Fatty Luo's crystal glass fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering on the expensive Persian carpet. The venue was filled with whispers, and the eyes of the people around him were all cast in this direction. Some were surprised, some were curious, and most were gloating. Fatty Luo opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but he couldn't say a word. At this moment, the giant chandelier in the dome suddenly made a sharp sound of electricity, and countless glass fragments fell like raindrops. Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, and the system's red alarm flashed wildly on his retina. 3 S-level killers detected. Carrying military-grade electromagnetic pulse guns, nano-level cutting wires, and high-explosive armor-piercing bullets. The dangerous atmosphere instantly filled the whole place. Lin Yang almost instinctively protected Su Qing under his body. The suit worth millions was instantly torn by the fragments of the chandelier, revealing the tactical vest inside that was the defensive equipment he exchanged from the system in advance. 3 electromagnetic pulse bombs emitting black smoke rolled into the venue, and the human wall formed by the bodyguards collapsed, and all the guns in their hands failed. The entire banquet hall fell into chaos, with screams and shouts coming one after another. In the darkness, 3 cold rays broke through the air, nano-cutting steel wires. The steel wires were as thin as hair, but extremely sharp and could easily cut through steel. Lin Yang rolled on the ground, swinging the military dagger he exchanged from the system all accurately. Sparks flew, the cutting wire was cut, but 3 deep grooves were cut on the marble floor. He pulled off the tablecloth and wrapped it around Su Qing's eyes. Don't be afraid, I'll take you out when you count to 60. Although Su Qing was afraid, she nodded obediently and hugged Lin Yang tightly. Before he finished speaking, a high-explosive armor-piercing bullet flew past his ear, blasting a human-shaped deep pit on the wall, and rubble flew everywhere. If it weren't for Lin Yang's quick reaction, he would have died on the spot. The left leg of the killer on the left is a prosthetic leg. Lin Yang locked onto the enemy's weakness through the tactical glasses exchanged by the system, and roared at the bodyguard captain. Tactical glasses can not only accurately locate the enemy, but also analyzed the enemy's physical condition and equipment weaknesses. The next second, he picked up the antique vase worth 1,000,000 yuan beside him and threw it into the dark with all his strength. Amid the crisp sound of the vase exploding, the killer wearing a skull mask was forced to show up. The blue light of the electromagnetic pulse gun was eliminated into starlight by the automatically deployed energy shield the moment it touched Lin Yang. The energy shield rippled, isolating the danger from outside. "Do you think this can kill me?" The killer's voice was distorted like a night owl through the voice changer. "Do you know why the Shadow Council sent us?" He suddenly ripped open his collar, revealing a chest wrapped in explosives. "Let's die together." There was a crazy light in the killer's eyes, and he was obviously ready to perish together. At the critical moment, Lin Yang took out a micro-laser cutter from the system and accurately shot it at the killer's carotid artery. Warm blood splashed on his pale face, but he didn't even blink, and pushed the body towards the explosives, rolling in the blast to protect Su Qing. The violent explosion was deafening, and all the glass in the banquet hall was shattered, and many people were knocked to the ground by the blast. Screams, explosions, and broken glass mixed together, and the scene was like hell on earth. However, Lin Yang locked onto the last killer in the chaos, the silver-haired woman who was hiding in the dark and controlling the overall situation. She was wearing a tight black combat suit, holding a special sniper rifle in her hand, and her eyes were cold and sharp. "Want to run?" Lin Yang's mouth curled up into a sinister smile, and the magnetic storm pistol exchanged from the system mall took shape instantly. The magnetic storm pistol exuded a faint blue light, full of a sense of technology. When the silver-haired woman took out the silencer pistol, the magnetic storm bullet had penetrated her right arm. The woman looked at the twisted and deformed weapon in her hand in horror. It was the killing tool she was proud of, but now it was like scrap metal. And Lin Yang approached step by step, with every step carrying the oppression of death, the Night Owl of the Shadow Council? "It's nothing more than that." The silver-haired woman gritted her teeth and turned around to escape, but found that her retreat had been blocked by Lin Yang's bodyguards. A trace of despair flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly took out a grenade from her waist, trying to make a final struggle. However, Lin Yang was one step faster. He raised his hand and fired a shot, and the bullet accurately hit the fuse of the grenade. The grenade exploded in mid-air, and the silver-haired woman was also blown into a bloody mess. Finally, when the sirens came closer, the banquet hall was left with only a mess on the ground and 3 bodies wearing crow masks. Lin Yang calmly handed the forged self-defense evidence to the police. The perfect rhetoric skill exchanged by the system made his every word impeccable. The police did not doubt it at all, but praised Lin Yang's heroic behavior. In the corner of the venue, Fatty Luo had already been controlled by the bodyguards, and the transaction records with the Shadow Council and his mobile phone were being transmitted to the server of the National Security Bureau in real time via satellite. 3 days later, Lin Yang threw out the hard evidence of Luo Group's crimes at the press conference, including arms trade records, human trafficking account books, and emails with the Shadow Parliament. These evidences were irrefutable, leaving Fatty Luo speechless. Looking at Fatty Luo crying in front of the camera, Lin Yang's eyes were full of mockery. The once arrogant Luo Group collapsed overnight, and Fatty Luo was taken away by the police. What awaits him will be severe punishment by law. The auction, which was stained with blood, was eventually sold at a sky-high price of 2 billion yuan. The buyer of the Song Dynasty plum vase was an anonymous foundation registered by Lin Yang using system funds. Lin Yang decided to donate this precious cultural relic to the National Museum so that more people can appreciate its beauty. Late at night, Lin Yang stood by the infinity pool of the top-floor villa, looking at the neon lights of Binhai City. The night view of the city is dazzling, but it cannot cover up the evil in the dark. The system prompt sounded suddenly. The coordinates of the Southeast Asian headquarters of the Shadow Council have been detected. Complete the elimination mission to obtain Global Intelligence Network control. He stroked the dark pattern on his watch, and the corners of his mouth raised a dangerous arc. Behind him, Su Qing stepped barefoot on the moonlight and draped a blanket over his shoulders. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking." Lin Yang turned around and pressed her against the glass railing, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty desire. "It's time to let the Shadow Parliament know that the price of provoking me is the burial of the entire world." In the distance, a private helicopter was flying through the clouds. Inside the cabin, a man wearing a silver mask pinned Lin Yang's photo to the center of a battle map covered with red lines. His low laughter mixed with the sound of electricity. "Interesting, finally someone is willing to play a big game with me." A bigger storm is quietly brewing in the darkness, and Lin Yang has long been ready to meet the challenge. Chapter 6, Transnational Hunting. Go straight to the Shadow Council's lair. In the streets of Bangkok, which were pouring with heavy rain, the stagnant water reflected the broken neon lights, just like the darkness hidden under the city's prosperity. Lin Yang leaned on the leather seat of the bulletproof Mercedes-Benz, exuding a cold breath. His fingertips stroked the holographic map projected by the system. Deep in the tropical rainforest of Southeast Asia, the headquarters of the Shadow Parliament marked by a red dot was flashing a dazzling red light. Zooming in, 15 bunkers were like ferocious steel beasts squatting around, 300 automatic machine gun towers were hidden in the dense vegetation, and there were also genetically modified biochemical guards patrolling. They were covered with mutated muscles and their eyes flashed with bloodthirsty red light. Mr. Lin, the satellite detected that the target area activated the electromagnetic barrier 3 minutes ago. The voice of the bodyguard captain came from the communicator, with a hint of tension. Lin Yang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. It's just a trick. He quickly slid on the system mall interface and consumed 500,000 points without hesitation, exchanged for the EMP pulse drone formation, ready to tear open the defense line. In an instant, hundreds of micro-drones poured down from the modified transport plane, rushing towards the rainforest like a black swarm of bees. The drone group was arranged in a precise formation in the air, releasing powerful electromagnetic pulses, colliding violently with the electromagnetic barrier, and bursting out dazzling electric sparks. When the electromagnetic barrier emitted a strange blue light and gradually dissipated, Lin Yang had already changed into a top-level tactical mecha. The armor made of nanomaterials fits his body perfectly, with a cold metallic luster in the night. The plasma cannon on the shoulder is ready to go, and the AI assistant in the mask is constantly flashing data streams, analyzing the enemy's position, equipment and weaknesses in real time. Su Qing stood aside, her eyes full of worry. She grasped the corner of Lin Yang's clothes and wanted to say something, but she stopped herself. In the end, she just stuffed an amulet into his palm, and her voice trembled slightly. "I'll wait for you in the safe house." Lin Yang looked down at the amulet, and a warm current surged in his heart. He gently held Su Qing's hand. "Wait for me to come back." The rainforest was filled with the mixed smell of rotten leaves and gunpowder smoke, and the humid air made people breathless. When Lin Yang led the Darkblade mercenary group to sneak to the first line of defense, the system suddenly issued a sharp alarm. Heat-sensing mine array detected. Start terrain scanning. The virtual grid quickly unfolded on his retina, clearly marking the location of each mine. Lin Yang raised his hand to signal the team members to turn, and at the same time took out the sonic oscillator from the system. As the high-frequency vibration wave spread, the mines within 100 meters became ineffective one after another, and the blue tips appeared in the soil, as if telling of their deadly threat. Sure enough, he is an old fox. Lin Yang's pupils shrank slightly, and he whispered in a low voice. The information of the leader of the Shadow Council, Raven, flashed quickly in his mind. A former MI6 agent, good at setting death traps, meticulous and ruthless. Just as he was thinking, the tree trunks on both sides suddenly exploded, and 6 humanoid mechas broke out of the ground, their arms rotating and extending chainsaws. The teeth of the saws were stained with dark red blood, and exuded a disgusting fishy smell. "Be careful. It's an enhanced Terminator." The mercenary captain raised his gun and fired, but the bullet was deflected by the vibranium coating on the surface of the mecha, leaving only shallow dents. Lin Yang raised a disdainful smile and activated the plasma cannon on the shoulder of the armor. The muzzle instantly condensed a fiery energy. "Try this." The energy beam blasted out like a dazzling lightning, instantly melting the 2 mechas into molten iron. The heat wave generated by the high temperature even scorched the surrounding trees. The remaining mecha roared like a beast, and the chainsaw went straight for his throat. At the critical moment, the quantum shield exchanged by the system unfolded, forming a transparent barrier. The chainsaw and the shield collided with dazzling sparks, and the powerful impact made Lin Yang's arm numb. As they went deeper into the hinterland, the smell of blood became stronger. Lin Yang and his companions came to a huge laboratory, and the scene before them was horrifying. Dozens of culture chambers were soaked with half-human, half-beast monsters. Their twisted bodies kept squirming and making strange noises. The electronic screen on the wall scrolled the genetic modification data, recording the birth process and terrible abilities of these monsters. Lin Yang's eyes turned cold, and anger burned in his heart. These must be destroyed. He took out the nano-decomposition agent provided by the system and splashed it out. Wherever the agent went, metal and flesh were instantly turned into powder, and the culture chambers exploded one after another, making a deafening sound. Suddenly, the alarm sounded, and 300 armed guards descended from the ceiling. The muzzles of their guns glowed with deadly purple light, and they were obviously equipped with special energy weapons. "Start fire suppression." Lin Yang roared. The Gatling guns of the mercenary group immediately spewed flames, and bullets rained down on the enemy. Lin Yang leaped into the air, and the thrusters behind the armor spewed out blue tail flames. He flexibly dodged the attacks in the air, and threw 10 EMP grenades in succession. Explosions came one after another, and the guards' electronic equipment all failed, and they fell into chaos. However, when the smoke cleared, a dark shadow approached like a ghost. It was Raven. Raven wore an obsidian mask, and his black combat uniform was full of technology. The three-edged bayonet in his hand was quenched with fluorescent green venom, which made people's scalps numb just by looking at it. "You are more interesting than I thought to be able to get here." Raven's voice was cold and low, with a hint of appreciation and provocation. His attack was as fast as lightning, and the bayonet went straight to Lin Yang's heart. Lin Yang dodged sideways, and the tactical dagger and the bayonet collided with sparks. The two started a thrilling close combat in the laboratory. Lin Yang gradually gained the upper hand with the Grandmaster-level fighting technique exchanged by the system, but Raven was experienced after all. At the critical moment, he pressed the hidden mechanism. The ground suddenly cracked, and Lin Yang fell into the dark secret room without any preparation. The moment he landed, the system prompt sounded: "The core database of the Shadow Council has been detected." The dark blue holographic screen lit up in the secret room, which stored the handles of global politicians, evidence of transnational crimes, and even records of alien technology transactions. This information is enough to subvert the order of the entire world. Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, and a burst of ecstasy surged in his heart. He quickly uploaded the data to the system space. Above, the Raven's laughter came from above: "Go down and compensate for my collection." Then, the secret room began to fill with water, and dozens of mechanical spiders slowly rose from the wall, their fangs flashing coldly, and pounced on Lin Yang. "Is that all you can do?" Lin Yang sneered and took out the antimatter bomb from the system. He set the detonation time and activated the emergency escape device of the armor. Under the urging of the countdown, he jumped hard and broke through the top of the secret room. In the sky-high flames, he broke through the wall and happened to see Raven escaping in a helicopter. Lin Yang did not hesitate and summoned the system's electromagnetic pulse sniper cannon. The energy condensed at the muzzle was like a small sun, and the light illuminated the entire night sky. "Don't let me see you next time." As the trigger was pulled, a powerful electromagnetic pulse shot towards the helicopter. The helicopter trembled violently in the air, then exploded into a huge fireball, and the wreckage fell like raindrops. When Lin Yang returned to the safe house with smoke all over his body, Su Qing cried and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again: "The Shadow Council headquarters was successfully destroyed. Rewards: control of the global intelligence network, primary information on alien technology. A new crisis has been detected: the mysterious organization Eye of the Abyss is gathering." Lin Yang stroked Su Qing's long hair and looked into the distance with a firm and sharp look in his eyes. The amulet in his hand was slightly hot. He knew that this war with the dark forces was far from over. And he would meet the next challenge with even greater power. Those forces that attempted to control the world in the dark would eventually be wiped out by his anger. Chapter 7: The Abyss. The deadly gamble of the global dark web. When Lin Yang's fingertips touched the Global Intelligence Network control rights, awarded by the system, the dark web data of the entire world poured into his consciousness like a tsunami. The holographic projection exploded in the air, and in the dense data stream, the intelligence of the Eye of the Abyss slithered like a venomous snake. This organization controls 70% of the world's underground arms trade, and the list of core members includes 3 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, 5 CEOs of multinational groups, and even the highest commander of Interpol. What's even more horrifying is that the Dark Sun project they are secretly promoting aims to use alien technology to create weapons that can control human consciousness and completely subvert the world order. Interesting. Lin Yang turned the custom cigar, and the flame reflected a dangerous light in his eyes. The ash fell on the Persian carpet worth millions, but no one dared to remind him. Su Qing stood in front of the French window, looking at the brightly lit night view of Binhai City, and suddenly said, "I received an anonymous email saying that there will be an auction on the high seas cruise ship in 3 days, and the auction item." She paused, and her voice unconsciously lowered. "It is alien technology that can control people's hearts." Before she finished speaking, the entire French window suddenly exploded into powder. 3 poison crossbow arrows brushed her hair and nailed into the wall, with the iconic blue rune of the Eye of the Abyss flashing on the tail of the arrow. The system alarm sounded suddenly, and a dazzling red light enveloped the entire room. SSS-level dangerous items detected. It is recommended to destroy them immediately. Assassination attempts detected. Activate the highest defense mode. Lin Yang instantly protected Su Cheng behind him, and the nano shield exchanged from the system mall wrapped the two of them like liquid metal. 6 mechanical guards broke through the wall, and the plasma cutting guns in their hands accurately locked onto the sniper in the opposite building. A blue light flashed, and 3 black shadows fell from a height of 100 meters, smashing a shocking blood pit on the ground. Lin Yang picked up a crossbow arrow that was still oozing poison, and sneered, "You dared to touch my people, you chose the stupidest way to die." He summoned the Dark Blade mercenary group overnight, and on the holographic sand table, the cruise ship route, defense deployment, and personnel distribution were analyzed one by one. When the silver-white, quantum stealth fighter cut through the night sky, Lin Yang's face with tactical goggles showed a cold murderous intent. The moment the wings of the fighter were unfolded, 12 hidden antimatter missiles were revealed, each of which was powerful enough to flatten a small town. At this time, on the deck of the cruise ship, a mysterious man wearing a bronze mask was playing with a crystal that glowed with a faint blue light. That was the core item of the Eye of the Abyss, the Chaos Cube. The runes flowing on the surface of the cube seemed to be telling of a power that did not belong to this world. Inside the cruise ship, the auction was going on frantically. Under the crystal chandelier, a Middle Eastern oil tycoon bid $300 million, but was suppressed by a Wall Street financial tycoon with $500 million. Amid the bidding sounds, Lin Yang, wearing a handmade tailcoat, walked into the venue with 12 mechanical guards disguised as waiters. As soon as he sat down, the system suddenly issued a harsh warning: space fluctuations detected. The enemy has mastered teleportation technology. Energy reaction level, city destroying level. 7 black shadows appeared out of nowhere, and the air made a teeth-grinding tearing sound. The black-robed man in the lead took off his hood, and it turned out to be Raven, who was supposed to die in the explosion. He had a mechanical prosthesis wrapped around his face, and his left eye was replaced with a scarlet electronic eye. The corners of his mouth were torn to the roots of his ears, revealing his white metal fangs. "Lin Yang, I let you escape last time, this time." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yang had already thrown out 3 space confinement bombs, and the golden runes exploded on the ground, instantly trapping the 3 black-robed men in an energy cage. The venue was instantly thrown into chaos, guests screamed and fled, and expensive red wine spilled on the Persian carpet, spreading like blood. Raven raised his hand and shot out a particle beam, which directly blasted Lin Yang's chair into powder, and a bottomless black hole was blown out of the marble floor. But Lin Yang had already teleported 10 meters away, and the antimatter dual guns in his hands spewed out dark purple energy. Every time he pulled the trigger, it left a distorted space ripple in the air. In the melee between the mechanical guards and the black-robed man, the plasma blades collided with the lightsabers, and the strong light burst out made the entire venue as bright as day, and screams and energy explosions resounded through the sky. When Raven's teleportation skill was activated for the 3rd time, Lin Yang suddenly sneered, "System, exchange the space locator. Start the global scan." A golden beam of light fell from the sky, accurately locking the position of Raven. However, just as Lin Yang was about to pull the trigger, the tanker suddenly trembled violently. The Chaos Cube burst out with a dark light that was enough to swallow the light, and the entire space began to twist and fold. The wealthy people attending the meeting were sucked into the dimensional cracks one after another, and their screams echoed in the distorted time and space. The system frantically prompted, "Warning. The space dimension is collapsing. Parallel universe energy fluctuations detected. World-destroying weapon charging detected." Lin Yang made a prompt decision and exchanged all his points for Dimension Stabilizer, and at the same time took out Universe-level Protective Shield Core from the system. The moment the dazzling energy barrier unfolded, he saw a human face emerge from the Chaos Cube. It was the real leader of the Eye of the Abyss, with strange energy that did not belong to this universe wrapped around his body. A tiny ant trying to stop the gods? God? Lin Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with crazy fighting spirit. "I will let you know today, kill the gods who stand in my way." He inserted the dimensional stabilizer into the ground, infusing all his energy into it, and golden lines appeared on the surface of the protective shield. At this time, Raven laughed grimly, grabbed Su Cheng, who was running away, and put the energy dagger against her throat. "Hand over the system, otherwise, I will tear her soul apart in front of you." Su Cheng's evening gown was stained with blood, but she still looked at Lin Yang firmly. "Don't worry about me. Destroy the Rubik's Cube." Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, and his nails dug deep into his palms. At the critical moment, he suddenly pushed the dimensional stabilizer towards Su Cheng and activated the fighter's self-destruct program at the same time. 12 antimatter missiles pierced the night sky with tail flames and accurately hit the energy core of the cruise ship. Amid the violent explosion, Lin Yang rushed towards the Chaos Cube and used his body to block the energy storm that was about to affect the entire ship. I won't lose. Lin Yang injected the last bit of his strength into the system before his consciousness fell into darkness. The system prompt sounded with unprecedented excitement. The host is detected to be in a near-death state, and the time rewind function is activated. The host's belief value exceeds the threshold, and an additional, God-level resurrection coin is awarded. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Yang found himself back in the villa 3 days ago. The sun shone through the French windows into the living room. Su Qing was making coffee in the kitchen, with flowers still on her apron. The steam from the coffee machine blurred her profile, as if everything was a nightmare. The system prompt sounded, the timeline has been reset. Reward, predict the next 10 minutes, ability, but each use will shorten the host's life by 24 hours. It is detected that the Eye of the Abyss is launching Plan B, goal, destroy Binhai City with antimatter bombs. Lin Yang clenched his fists, his nails dug deep into his palms, and the smell of blood spread in his mouth. He looked at Binhai City outside the window, and his eyes flashed with determination this time. He not only wanted to destroy the Chaos Cube, but also to make the Eye of the Abyss disappear from this world completely. At this moment, on the cruise ship on the high seas, the leader was playing with the Chaos Cube, with a strange smile on his face. Interesting, it can actually withstand the impact of the dimension. Start the second plan and prepare a surprise for Binhai City. Under the deck of the cruise ship, hundreds of antimatter bombs were being assembled, with enough power to wipe the entire city off the map. A destructive crisis was quietly approaching in the darkness. Chapter 8, Defying Fate and Changing Destiny. 10 times the critical strike to kill the Eye of the Abyss. After the time went back, Binhai City was still bustling with traffic, and the sun refracted through the glass curtain wall, shining brightly. However, Lin Yang, standing in the holographic projection room on the top floor of the villa, exuded a chilling murderous aura. On the system interface, the countdown of the Eye of the Abyss jumped like a bloody venomous snake. There were only 59 hours and 59 minutes left before the antimatter bomb was detonated. His fingertips slid across the three-dimensional model of the city suspended in the air, marking the enemy's 23 secret bases in Binhai City one by one. Each red dot was like a thorn in his heart, and his eyes burned with a blazing fire of revenge. This time, I don't want you to even have a chance to beg for mercy. Mr. Lin, the satellite has detected abnormal energy fluctuations at the abandoned dock in the south of the city. The intensity has reached the antimatter level. The bodyguard captain's report came through the encrypted communicator, with an undisguised nervousness in his tone. Without any hesitation, Lin Yang directly exchanged the teleportation watch from the system. A bright blue light flashed, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of the rusty dock warehouse door. Pushing open the rusty iron door, a pungent energy wave hit Lin Yang's face, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In the huge warehouse, hundreds of antimatter bombs were neatly arranged, and each bombshell was engraved with the hideous totem of the Eye of the Abyss. The dark purple energy flowed on the surface of the bomb, as if it would explode at any time. Dozens of black-clad guards reacted quickly, pointing their guns at Lin Yang, and the piercing sound of strafing sounded instantly. But Lin Yang walked forward as if he was strolling in the garden. The quantum shield that automatically unfolded on his body surface emitted a faint silver light, rebounding all the bullets. Sparks flew from the collision of metals, and the guards showed horrified looks on their faces. Lin Yang snorted coldly, and threw out the space confinement blade with his backhand. The golden runes intertwined into a net in the air, instantly fixing the enemy in place. He strode to the guard leader, grabbed his neck, took out the truth serum from the system and forcefully injected it. Tell me, where is the bomb control? Under the effect of the drug, the guard leader's eyes became distracted, and he trembled and uttered a few words. City, skyscraper in the city center, underground 3 floors. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yang crushed his larynx with his hands, and his body collapsed to the ground. Lin Yang teleported again and appeared on the 3rd underground floor of a skyscraper in the city center. The scene in front of him made him extremely alert. The ground was flowing with corrosive liquid that could decompose substances, and just one drop could melt the alloy. The ceiling was covered with dense nano-cutting nets, emitting a cold light, and in the center of the control console, there was a core device that was beating with a strange purple light, and countless data cables extended out, connecting the bombs in the city. Want to destroy the bomb? You have to get past me first. A familiar and disgusting voice echoed in the empty space. Raven broke through the wall with 12 mechanical cyborgs, and his appearance became even more terrifying. His mechanical right arm was upgraded to a Gatling gun that could fire lasers, and each barrel flashed a dangerous red light. His left arm was a frost blade that emitted cold air, and the ground was covered with frost wherever he passed. Lin Yang's eyes were cold as he summoned the Chaos Axe from the system. The black axe blade was engraved with mysterious runes, emitting the aura of devouring light. Raven grinned and took the lead in attacking. The laser beams ejected from the Gatling gun came like a rainstorm, but Lin Yang did not dodge. He swung the Chaos Axe, and a dark space crack instantly opened up, directly swallowing the three cyborgs. The shrill screams echoed in the space. The battle became more intense, with deafening sounds of metal collision and energy explosion. Just as Lin Yang was in the middle of a fierce battle with the enemy, the system suddenly issued an exciting reminder, detected the host's strong revengeful emotions, activated the hidden skill 10 times critical strike. In an instant, Lin Yang's body burst into brilliant golden light, and his strength soared at a terrifying speed. The Chaos Battle Axe chopped again, and this time, wherever the axe blade passed, the space collapsed directly, and the energy aftermath swept away like a tsunami, directly smashing half of the wall. Raven watched in horror as his mechanical body disintegrated piece by piece under the impact of energy, his eyes filled with fear. However, Lin Yang showed no mercy, stepped on his chest, pressed the Chaos Axe against his throat, and said in a cold tone, "This time, I want your soul to fly away." As the axe fell, Raven's screams stopped abruptly, and his body was completely turned into powder. At the same time, Lin Yang destroyed the core device, and the bombs in the city stopped counting down almost at the same time, and the crisis was temporarily resolved. However, the real nightmare has just begun. The system alarm sounded like thunder. The Eye of the Abyss has activated its ultimate killer move, summoning a parallel universe projection. A huge black hole instantly tore open in the sky above Binhai City, and in the dark vortex, the shadow of the leader of the Eye of the Abyss emerged. He raised his hand and waved, and hundreds of beams of light containing destructive power fell from the sky. Wherever they passed, tall buildings were instantly reduced to dust, and screams rang out one after another. Lin Yang's face was solemn. He immediately used up all his points to exchange for a Genesis-level shield. The huge golden shield hovered over the city, barely withstanding the first round of attacks. But he knew that this was not a solution, so he gritted his teeth and activated, predict the next 10 minutes. Severe pain instantly swept through his body like a tide. His hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and cracks appeared on his skin. He seemed to have aged by dozens of years, but the light in his eyes became more and more blazing. Su Qing, activate the city's protective shield. Lin Yang urgently contacted Su Qing, who had been deployed in advance, through the system. As the city's protective shield rose, he used his foresight to accurately avoid the enemy's attack, and at the same time summoned the Star Destroyer cannon from the system, which was powerful enough to destroy the world. The huge barrel condensed the energy of the entire galaxy, and under Lin Yang's control, it shot towards the leader's phantom. When the star-destroying cannon hit the target, the entire space was distorted, and the black hole roared as it could not bear the heavy weight. The shadow of the leader roared unwillingly, "Do you think this is the end? I will be back. It's you who are going to end it." Lin Yang shouted angrily, decisively activating the God-level resurrection coin. A dazzling golden light descended from the sky, like a divine sword that opened up the world, directly obliterating the leader's projection. At the same time, the energy ripples generated spread around the world with Binhai City as the center, turning all the bases of the Eye of the Abyss around the world into ashes. When the smoke cleared, the people of Binhai City walked out of the shelter and cheered as they looked at the blue sky again. They didn't know that they had just escaped from a world-destroying crisis. At this time, Lin Yang knelt on one knee exhaustedly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were full of the joy of victory. That night, Lin Yang held a celebration banquet in his private manor. The manor was brightly lit, and the champagne tower reflected brilliant light. Su Qing, wearing a custom-made champagne-colored dress, walked to Lin Yang like a fairy, stroking his gray hair with heartache. "For this city, for revenge, you have paid too much, is it worth it?" Lin Yang held her in his arms and said gently, "As long as you are by my side, everything is worth it." As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded again, "Completely destroy the Eye of the Abyss. Rewards, control of the universe-level business empire, Eternal Cell Activator. New crisis detected, the ancient gods awaken." He looked at the deep night sky outside the manor, with an arrogant smile on his face. "Whether it's gods or demons, if they dare to block my way, I will completely wipe them out from the universe." At this time, in the open space outside the manor, a mysterious rune quietly lit up, exuding an ancient and dangerous aura, indicating that a more powerful enemy was watching in the dark, and a new storm was about to come. Chapter 9, God-Level Confrontation. Face the destructive pressure of the ancient gods. The moment the immortal cell activator was injected into his body, Lin Yang felt as if his whole body was thrown into an erupting active volcano. The scalding power rushed through his blood vessels, and every inch of his skin felt the pain of tearing and rebirth. His hair, which had turned gray due to overdrawing his life, returned to a dark black color at a speed visible to the naked eye. His cracked skin regained a healthy luster, and even the breath he exhaled carried the vast pressure of the stars in the universe. On the system panel, the icon of Control of the Universe-Level Business Empire burst into dazzling golden light, and 68 of the world's top 500 companies, 327 rare metal mines, and Swiss bank accounts that controlled 40% of the world's capital flows all became chips that he could manipulate at will with his fingertips. However, this brief joy was short-lived, and the system's piercing alarm sounded like a death knell for the end of the world. Warning! The ancient god Sangming has awakened, and the current coordinates are Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean. It has been detected that it is extracting energy from the Earth's core at a rate of 100,000 tons per second, and it is expected to cause a global plate collapse in 72 hours. Global tsunami warning has been activated, and 17 coastal cities including Tokyo, New York, and Shanghai will be the first to sink. The holographic projection switched instantly, and a giant with liquid blue light wrapped around his body slowly stretched out his body at a depth of 1,000 meters. Each of his fingers was as thick as a skyscraper, and the gaps between his scales were flowing with dark matter seawater that could corrode metal. The huge mouth opened as if to swallow the entire ocean. Wherever he passed, the sea water boiled and the underwater mountains collapsed. Even gods dared to provoke me? Lin Yang's pupils were covered with golden lines, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Behind him, quantum wings with a width of 100 meters suddenly spread out. The energy lines flowing on the wings were like the Milky Way hanging upside down, brilliant and dangerous. His consciousness poured into the system mall like a tide, and his eyes flashed with determination. Exchange for the Interstellar Expedition Mothership Dawnbreaker. Load 300 star annihilation cannons, antimatter shield generators, and start the civilization-level broadcasting system. As 8 million points were consumed like flowing water, a deafening roar came from the sky, and a silver-gray mothership as long as a city slowly appeared. The hull was engraved with the fusion lines of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and Mayan totems, as if telling of an ancient and mysterious power. When the plasma main gun at the bow was charging, it actually burned a black hole with a diameter of 10 kilometers in the clouds, and the powerful suction instantly swallowed the surrounding clouds. When the dawn arrived above the trench at sublight speed, Sangming seemed to feel threatened and suddenly swung his giant hand to slap the mothership. Turn on the gravitational force field. Before Lin Yan finished speaking, a hexagram-shaped purple force field unfolded under the mothership, fixing the incoming waves in the air. However, the power of the gods was far beyond imagination. The moment the seawater touched the force field, it turned into countless sharp ice cones and penetrated the 3 decks of the mothership at the speed of bullets. Amid the piercing alarm, sparks flew in the cabin and various equipment emitted thick smoke. However, Lin Yang remained calm in the face of danger and calmly controlled the 300-star annihilation cannons to fire in unison. The dazzling energy beam cut through the sky, but the moment it touched Sangming's body's surface, it was transformed into light patterns flowing on his body. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it made Sangming even more powerful. So this guy can absorb energy attacks? Lin Yang wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were burning with a more fervent fighting spirit. With a thought, he used the Control of the Universe-Level Business Empire, and researchers from 237 top laboratories around the world received quantum communications at the same time. Under Lin Yang's forced requisition, these top scholars from different countries in different fields had to put down their research and devote themselves to this battle that concerns the survival of mankind. Launch the Civilization Spark Plan. Recruit all the computing power of the CERN Particle Collider, China's Sky Eye, and NASA's Deep Space Probe. For a time, countless satellites re-networked in orbit, and the supercomputer array on the surface lit up with a strange blue light, and huge amounts of data gathered like a torrent. Finally, a giant device emitting a rainbow halo condensed at the bow of the Dawnbreaker, Causality Interferometer. This machine, which condenses the crystallization of human wisdom, flashes with mysterious light, as if it contains the power to change fate. Sangming obviously sensed the threat, and let out an earth-shaking roar. He opened his huge mouth and sucked in the seawater from the entire sea area, condensing it into a water ball with a diameter comparable to that of the moon. The surface of the water ball reflected the horrified scenes of coastal cities around the world. People screamed and ran, but could not escape the impending disaster. But Lin Yan launched a fatal counterattack at this time. Interferometer activated. Rewrite the law of causality determined Sangming's attack is invalid. With his order, the space was distorted like a broken mirror, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. The water ball stopped at the moment it was about to hit the earth, and Sangming's movements became like slow-motion playback, and there was an unbelievable look in his eyes. Lin Yang seized this golden opportunity and exchanged all the remaining points for the sword of the end. As soon as this weapon forged from the ashes of the Big Bang appeared, the gravitational field of the entire solar system was disrupted. The orbits of the planets began to shift, and huge sunspots appeared on the surface of the sun, as if they were afraid of the power of this weapon. Lin Yang rode the quantum wings straight into the sky. Wherever the sword passed, the space was cut open as if by invisible scissors, revealing the dark void of the universe. When the sword of the end slashed Sangming's eyebrows, the roar of the god shattered the clouds within a radius of 1,000 miles. The energy burst out when its body collapsed, and a giant vortex with a diameter of 300 kilometers was blasted in the Pacific Ocean. The seawater rushed back crazily, forming a huge tsunami, but under the protection of the Dawnbreaker, the coastal cities survived. At the end of the battle, the Dawn was riddled with holes, the hull was covered with cracks of all sizes, and many weapon systems and equipment were damaged. Lin Yang knelt on one knee on the deck, the sword of the end in his hand was breaking into pieces, turning into starlight and dissipating in the air. But his eyes were still sharp, full of determination and indomitable spirit. Looking at the new rewards that appeared on the system panel, successfully repelled the ancient gods. Rewards, fragments of the law of creation, can be spliced into the rules of the universe, right to conclude the covenant of all races, open interstellar diplomacy. The prying of a more advanced civilization has been detected. The Star Abyss Council of the Orion arm of the Milky Way has marked the Earth as an abnormal coordinate. He knew that this was just the beginning, and greater challenges were still ahead. At the same time, near Betelgeuse, 12,000 light-years away from the Earth, in a giant mothership shaped like a mechanical honeycomb, 12 beings wearing crystal crowns stared at the direction of the Earth. Their bodies were translucent, as if made of energy, exuding a cold and powerful aura. The silver-haired woman in the lead gently turned the star map in her hand and sneered, "Interesting, low-level civilizations can actually give rise to such variables. Start the Civilization Harvest Plan Phase B." As her order was issued, the position of the Earth on the star map was dyed a dazzling blood color. An interstellar crisis concerning the fate of the entire Earth is quietly approaching in the darkness, and Lin Yang will once again stand at the forefront of human civilization to meet new challenges. Chapter 10, Interstellar Siege. The battle to defend the Earth with trillions of battleships. Before Lin Yang recovered from the exhaustion of defeating Sangming, the system interface was suddenly covered by a scarlet alarm, and the dazzling red light almost penetrated the retina. Warning! The jump signal of the Xingyuan Council fleet was detected. A total of 12 interstellar battle groups, including 37 star destroyers and 9 dimension-cutting motherships, are expected to arrive in the solar system in 48 hours. The holographic projection switched instantly. Deep in the cantilever of the Milky Way, densely packed metal giant ships were tearing open space wormholes. The purple energy flowing through the ship was like the blood vessels of a demon. Wherever it passed, the asteroid belt was directly crushed into cosmic dust, and even the light of the stars in the distance was dimmed by this huge force. 48 hours? Then use 48 hours to arm the Earth. Lin Yang's voice was as cold as the Arctic glaciers, and his body exuded a chilling pressure. With a thought, control of the cosmic-level business empire turned into the baton of global industry, instantly leveraging the resources and power of the entire Earth. Siemens in Germany restarted the Doomsday Factory during the Cold War. 5,000 quantum 3D printers began to produce antimatter shells day and night. The humming sound of the robotic arm resounded through the sky. The mountains of raw materials piled up in the factory were transformed into deadly weapons at a speed visible to the naked eye at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in China. Hundreds of rockets equipped with space jump devices soared into the sky, and the tail flames illuminated the entire night sky, as if to bring the will of the Earth to the universe. At the underground base of Area 51 in the United States, the alien technology that had been sealed for decades was forcibly unsealed. Hundreds of scientists cracked the mystery of the interstellar engine under the threat of gunpoint. Sparks flew in the laboratory, and various strange energy fluctuations occurred one after another. At the same time, Lin Yang opened the interface of right to conclude the covenant of all races. Thousands of messages popped up in the scarlet channel of the cosmic black market in an instant, and countless greedy and ambitious eyes focused on this emerging force. The top invitation came from the Space Pirate Alliance: provide 100,000 star-level energy crystal cores, and we will help you hold back the Vanguard fleet. He did not hesitate at all, mobilizing all the interstellar mineral veins controlled by the business empire, and countless energy crystal cores were continuously sent out through the space transmission array. Almost at the same time, a deafening explosion came from the depths of the universe. The skull-flagged warships of the Pirate Alliance crashed into the vanguard fleet of the Xingyuan Council like a death squad, and the brilliant flames bloomed in the dark universe, like a tragic fireworks display. When the countdown reached 24 hours, the outer layer of the Earth's atmosphere was already covered with the defense line built by Lin Yang, like a huge steel fortress. In the low Earth orbit, a circular defense network composed of 88 Tiangong star shields slowly rotated. Each star shield was equipped with neutron armor that could resist stellar explosions, and the energy shield flowing on the surface flashed a faint blue light in the sun on the back of the moon. 3,000 Hoey particle cannons hidden in the craters were ready to go, and the energy condensed at the muzzle was like a sleeping beast. Even Mars was transformed into a giant fortress, and the protruding gun barrels on the surface were like the spikes of a hedgehog, densely pointing to the sky. After an emergency transformation, the Dawnbreaker was equipped with an entropy field generator, exchanged from the system at the bow. This terrifying device that could reverse the order of matter made the entire mothership shrouded in a distorted purple halo, as if it were a demon crawling out of the depths of hell. The moment the Xingyuan Council fleet arrived, the entire solar system was dyed purple, and a suffocating sense of oppression came over us. On the fleet flagship, the silver-haired woman Jia appeared on every screen on the Earth through quantum communication projection. Her eyes were cold and contemptuous, and her voice seemed to penetrate the soul. Insects of the Z739 galaxy, hand over the human who tampered with the law of causality. Otherwise, before she finished speaking, Lin Yang directly hacked into the communication channel and projected the battle image of repelling Sun-Ming to the entire fleet. In the picture, his heroic figure holding the sword of the end echoed in the universe. Want to use me as a sacrifice? Ask my artillery first. Following his roar, the Hoey particle cannon opened fire first, and 3,000 golden beams of light tore through space, like golden swords stabbing at enemy ships. However, at the moment of touching the fleet's shield, these powerful attacks were transformed into harmless starlight, as if they were a drop in the ocean. GS sneered, and 10-dimension cutting motherships sailed out of the fleet. The black triangular device deployed at the bow began to distort space, and the surrounding starlight was strangely bent. Not good. It's a dimensional folding weapon. Amid the sharp alarm of the system, Lin Yang immediately activated the joint defense of the Tiangong star shield. However, when the first folding spacewave hit, 7 star shields still disappeared directly from reality, and a 10-kilometer diameter void appeared over the Pacific Ocean. The seawater rushed into it frantically, forming a huge vortex. The scene was extremely terrifying. At the critical moment, Lin Yang sacrificed the fragment of the law of creation. The golden power of the law was injected into the entropy field generator, and the space around the dawn began to grow and reverse. The folded dimension was unfolded again, and the dissipated star shield was reorganized from nothingness, as if time was going backwards. He took the opportunity to order all warships start the space turbulence generator. The Earth's defense line instantly released tens of thousands of artificial wormholes, which collided and merged with each other, forming a chaotic space vortex, which shattered the fleet formation of the Xingyuan Council. Countless enemy ships were sucked into the wormholes and disappeared without a trace, and panicked shouts came from the fleet. Jia's face finally became serious. She waved her hand to mobilize 37 star destroyers. The red cannon on the bow began to condense an energy beam that was enough to evaporate the planet. The huge energy ball continued to expand at the muzzle, like a bloody sun that was about to rise. Lin Yang showed a strange smile at this moment. System, start the Troy plan. The 1,000 self-destructing spacecraft disguised as meteorites that had been lurking in the fleet for a long time detonated at the same time. The collision of antimatter and dark matter produced a chain reaction, and actually tore a small black hole in the core of the fleet. The powerful gravitational force swallowed up the surrounding enemy ships one after another. Screams and explosions echoed in the universe, and the fleet of the Xingyuan Council fell into unprecedented chaos. In the chaos, the dawn rushed into the enemy camp like a sharp arrow. Lin Yang personally drove the warship and controlled the entropy field to decompose the enemy ships along the way into the most basic particles. Wherever he passed, the metal giant ships turned into dust and drifted in the universe. When he approached Jia's flagship, the opponent finally used the trump card, Destiny Thread. Countless silver rays penetrated the armor of the dawn and entangled Lin Yang like a venomous snake, trying to control his mind. At the critical moment, the immortal cells in Lin Yang's body resonated with the fragments of the law, and the golden light broke through the shackles of the silk thread. He raised the re-condensed sword of the end and cut off Jia's projection with one sword. Jia's exclamation echoed in the universe, and her figure dissipated like foam. The Xingyuan Council fleet began to flee after losing its command, but Lin Yang did not relax at all. He issued a bounty to the entire universe through the right to conclude the covenant of all races. Those who hunt down the remnants of the Xing Council will obtain the right to analyze the laws of creation. In an instant, the major forces lurking in the universe came out in full force, and countless warships pounced on the fleeing enemy ships like hungry wolves. When the last enemy ship disappeared into the wormhole, the sky of the Earth finally returned to peace. However, the trauma brought to the Earth by this battle is indelible. Many cities have become ruins, and countless warship wreckages are floating in space. However, the system's prompt sounded again. The highest level of Xing Council has been detected to intervene. Jie's true identity is the projection of the goddess of destiny, and its body has locked the host's location. Rewards: immunity from the Universe Wanted Order, Dimension Anchor Point Production Technology, countdown to a new round of crisis, 30 days. Lin Yang looked at the devastated Earth and clenched the fragments of the law in his hand. There was no fear in his eyes, only determination and resoluteness. This time, he decided not to passively defend, but to take the initiative to attack, burn the flames of war to the enemy's lair, and completely end this cosmic crisis. Chapter 11: Cross-Dimensional Expedition. Fighting towards the kingdom of the goddess of destiny. When the countdown to a new round of crisis began, Lin Yang stood on the broken bridge of the Dawnbreaker. The metal floor under his feet still retained the warmth of the battle, and the wreckage of the warship floating outside the porthole was like a silent tombstone in the universe. There were still embers of purple energy at the edge of the Earth's atmosphere, as if it was the mark of death left by the Xing Council. His fingertips slid across the flashing, Dimension Anchor Production Technology on the system interface, and his eyes burst into a fiery fighting spirit. This time, he wanted to move the battlefield from the Earth to the enemy's hinterland and completely end this threat. Launch a global mobilization order. Lin Yang's voice resounded in every corner through quantum communication. With unquestionable majesty, all military-industrial enterprises will switch to a wartime system and focus on the research and development of dimensional stabilization devices. The world's scientific research elites were once again urgently summoned. In the underground laboratory of Area 51, scientists were frantically dismantling the wreckage of the captured Xing Council. The sounds of alarms and equipment were intertwined. China's Sky-Eye Array readjusted its direction, and a huge group of radio telescopes began to scan the coordinates of the kingdom of the goddess of fate. Data poured into the analysis system like a torrent. In Germany's Doomsday Factory, the production line operated 24 hours a day. Special molten metal rolled in the casting pool, continuously producing special armor that could resist dimensional turbulence. The humming sound of the robotic arms was deafening. At the same time, Lin Yang opened the right to conclude the covenant of all races, and sent an invitation to the most dangerous forces in the universe. The channel of the universe black market was instantly detonated, and countless greedy and ambitious eyes focused on it. The mechanical Zerg Queen demanded to obtain 1/3 of the metal veins on the Earth. The phantom of the Zerg's sharp teeth in her message was chilling. The Dark Elf leader asked for 100,000 human souls for sacrifice, and the words exuded an evil breath. Even the legendary ancient god's followers proposed to devour the moon as a condition for sending troops, and the threat was beyond words. Lin Yang sneered and threw out the partial analysis authority of fragments of the law of creation. After the matter is completed, everyone can obtain the entry qualification of the power of the law. This is like throwing a huge stone into a calm lake. In an instant, these greedy beings responded one after another, and a coalition composed of mechanical giant insects, dark warships, and ancient god creations began to assemble. The mechanical Zerg's Hive mothership slowly started up, and densely packed Zerg ships poured out of the cabin. The Dark Elves' ghost warships emerged from the shadows, with curse runes wrapped around their hulls. The giant creatures of the ancient god's followers stepped out from the other dimension, and every step caused the space to tremble. When the countdown reached the 15th day, the Dawnbreaker completed its final transformation. The surface of the ship was covered with chaos armor interwoven with dark matter and antimatter, and the flowing dim light seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe. The main gun was upgraded to a void annihilation cannon that could tear apart dimensions, and when the muzzle condensed energy, the surrounding space would be distorted, and a fate jump engine that could span millions of light years was installed at the stern of the ship. When it was started, the colorful energy stream ejected was like a galaxy pouring down. Lin Yang stood in front of the command desk, looking at the growing coalition fleet in the holographic projection of full 100,000 warships of various shapes, each of which exuded a breath of destruction, and the huge fleet array obscured half of the starry sky. At the moment of the jump, the entire solar system trembled. Countless colorful lights streaked across the starry sky, and the coalition fleet disappeared into the wormhole. When they reappeared, the scene before them was breathtaking, a giant continent suspended in multi-dimensional space, with a silver long river of destiny flowing on the edge of the continent, and the reflections of countless people's destinies could be vaguely seen in the surging river water. 12 towering towers pierced the sky, and the top of each tower burned with the eternal divine fire, and all kinds of terrifying illusions emerged in the flames. A huge gear of destiny floated in the sky, and every rotation made a deafening roar, and the space fluctuated accordingly. This is the kingdom of the goddess of fate, the core of the Xingyuan Council. Lin Yang tightened his grip on the sword of the end at his waist, and the law patterns on the sword began to resonate, making a buzzing sound. However, before the coalition forces launched an attack, thousands of golden lights suddenly descended from the sky above the kingdom of God. The true body of the goddess of fate slowly appeared. She was no longer the silver-haired woman in the projection, but a giant being with 12 pairs of light wings and a thread of fate wrapped around her body. She was 1,000 meters tall, and each thread connected countless parallel universes. As the threads flickered, one could see the rise and fall of different worlds. How dare you, a tiny bug, to die? The voice of the goddess of fate was like thousands of stars exploding at the same time. Wherever the sound waves passed, the shields of half of the warships in the coalition fleet broke, and the metal hulls made a sound of twisting under the heavy load. She waved her hand gently, and countless threads of fate turned into arrows of light and shot towards the fleet. Wherever they passed, the space collapsed inch by inch. The warships were torn into pieces like fragile pieces of paper under the impact of the arrows of light, and the flames of the explosions rose and fell in the dark universe. Lin Yang immediately activated the entropy increase standpoint and loudly ordered through quantum communication, "Mechanical Zerg attack the left line of defense. Dark elves infiltrate energy nodes." The followers of the ancient gods contained the firepower of the giant tower. In the fierce battle, Lin Yang drove the dawn directly to the goddess of destiny. The void annihilation cannon fired continuously, and the dazzling energy beams blasted ripples on the protective shield of the kingdom of God, and the energy storm shattered the surrounding space. However, the goddess of destiny sneered, "Do you think this attack will work on me?" She raised her hand and tore open the space, throwing the dawn into the time turbulence. In the chaotic time fragments, Lin Yang saw countless endings of himself. Some were pierced by the thread of fate and struggled painfully, some were annihilated in the dimensional turbulence, leaving nothing behind. Some even became puppets of the goddess of destiny and turned to attack their allies. "My fate is determined by myself," Lin Yang roared, completely integrating the fragment of the law of creation into his body. The golden power of the law instantly swept through his body, and his body began to transform. A pair of light wings burning with golden flames grew from his back, and each feather was shining with a sacred light. The light of the stars in the universe flashed in his eyes, as if he could see through all illusions. Mysterious law patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. When the turbulence of time was about to swallow him completely, he forcibly tore through time and space and returned to the battlefield. At this time, the coalition was on the verge of collapse. The mechanical Zerg ships were cut into pieces by the thread of fate, and the green blood of the Zerg drifted in the universe. The Dark Elves' fleet fell into a space trap, and countless ghost warships were trapped in the twisted space. The crew screamed in despair. The ancient gods' followers also gradually dissipated under the burning of the fire of the gods, and their huge bodies collapsed into countless fragments. Lin Yang launched the final attack at this moment. He mobilized the power of the law in his body and condensed a huge golden seal around the Dawnbreaker creation judgment. The light emitted by the seal illuminated the entire battlefield, and the power contained in it made the goddess of fate look at it. The goddess of fate finally revealed a solemn look. She fully mobilized the power of the kingdom of God. 12 giant towers simultaneously ejected destructive beams. Wherever the beams passed, the space was directly evaporated. However, Lin Yang's creation judgment was like a giant axe that split the world apart. It directly split these attacks and hit the protective shield of the kingdom of God heavily. With a loud bang that shook the world, the protective shield shattered, and the shockwave generated blew away the surrounding warships. The goddess of fate let out a painful roar, and her light wings began to crack, and the thread of fate became messy. Without any hesitation, Lin Yang drove the dawn into the core of the kingdom of God. The sword of the end and the thread of destiny collided violently. Every confrontation caused space vibrations and the surrounding buildings collapsed. At the critical moment of the battle, Lin Yang suddenly remembered the universe wanted order immunity, awarded by the system. With a thought, the seemingly useless authority suddenly turned into a golden shackle, spanning space and firmly locking the actions of the goddess of destiny. Impossible. How could you possibly break my power of destiny? The goddess of destiny looked at the shackles on her body in horror, her eyes full of disbelief. Lin Yang sneered and stabbed the sword of the end into her heart, because my destiny has never belonged to anyone. As the goddess of destiny screamed, the kingdom of God began to collapse, and the 12 giant towers collapsed one after another, hitting the ground and causing violent vibrations. The long river of destiny began to flow backwards, and the reflection of destiny rolled up by the river became distorted. The gears of destiny in the sky stopped turning, making a sound of breaking under the heavy load. When the smoke cleared, Lin Yang stood on the ruins of the broken kingdom of God, with the wreckage of the goddess of fate gradually dissipating under his feet. The system prompt sounded at the right time, successfully destroyed the core of the Xingyuan Council. Reward: complete control of the law of fate, eligibility to shuttle through the multiverse. Detected the attention of the higher-level civilization source of chaos. He looked at the crystal of the law flashing with the power of fate in his hand, felt the surging power in his body, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No matter what challenges are ahead, he will continue to move forward, because he is no longer the ordinary person who is at the mercy of others. He is the master of fate, the terminator of the gods, and the legend of the universe has just begun to be written. Chapter 12: Chaos begins. Facing the dimensionality attack of the supreme civilization. The remains of the kingdom of the goddess of fate floated slowly in the universe like broken glass, and the flickering fragments reflected a strange light. Lin Yang stood in the center of the bridge of the Dawnbreaker, and the crystal of the law of fate in his hand was constantly infusing him with power. The golden halo of the law lingered around him, and the light wings behind him could tear open the space cracks with a slight flap, but even so, his expression was still as solemn as iron. Suddenly, the system alarm sounded like a sharp arrow piercing the silence, and the scarlet warning text jumped wildly on the retina. Warning: dimensional fluctuations of the source of chaos civilization have been detected. It is expected to arrive at the current star field in 12 hours. It has been detected that it is equipped with entropy-level weapons that can directly erase three-dimensional space. It has been detected that the technological level of this civilization exceeds the host's cognitive dimension, and conventional defenses are ineffective. The holographic projection trembled violently, and the picture was distorted into a chaotic vortex. As the scene gradually became clear, Lin Yang's pupils shrank instantly. It was not a traditional interstellar fleet at all, but a giant structure composed of distorted light and dark matter fluid. It was like a monster crawling out of the abyss of the universe. Wherever it passed, the stars were ruthlessly devoured and turned into diffuse stardust. The galaxy was like a fragile sandcastle in front of it, and was easily crushed into cosmic dust. What was even more desperate was that all the Super S-level weapons in the system mall were marked with the glaring insufficient authority, and even the precious fragment of the law of creation had unstable ripples when facing the information of source of chaos, as if it was afraid of this unimaginable power. Launch the emergency plan. Now. Lin Yang's voice trembled slightly, but his eyes were still as firm as steel. He sent a distress signal to the entire universe through the right to conclude the covenant of all races, and the quantum communication channel was instantly filled with red alerts. However, the only response to him was cold silence. The various forces that once flocked to him for profit were now like frightened birds, and no one dared to be an enemy of the source of chaos. Lin Yang gritted his teeth and invested all the remaining points to exchange for the dimension folding shelter. This is a device that can fold the entire Earth into an alternate dimension, but it takes a full 8 hours to activate it, and every second of waiting is like a game with the god of death. The moment the countdown began to tick, the solar system began to see strange phenomena. The surface of Mars suddenly cracked into strange spider web-like cracks, as if it was crushed by an invisible giant hand. Jupiter's iconic Great Red Spot was violently distorted, and the atmosphere began to rotate in the opposite direction, forming a giant vortex that could swallow the planet. Lin Yang drove the modified Dawnbreaker and led the remaining coalition fleet to rush towards the chaotic structure. The Void Annihilation cannon fired at full power, but the dazzling energy beam was silently transformed into a wisp of green smoke the moment it touched the opponent, like a drop of water thrown into the abyss. How dare a tiny insect try to stop a chariot? A silent thought exploded in Lin Yang's mind, and the powerful mental shock made blood ooze from his mouth and nose. A dark tentacle slowly stretched out from the chaotic structure, and the space collapsed wherever it passed. With just a light wave, 1/3 of the coalition fleet completely disappeared from the universe. There was no explosion, no wreckage, as if it had never existed. Lin Yang felt that his consciousness was being torn apart by this force. The power of the law that he was proud of was as fragile as a child's toy in front of chaos. At the critical moment, Lin Yang suddenly remembered the multiverse shuttle qualification. He did not hesitate at all and activated his ability with all his might. The Dawnbreaker was lit up with dazzling light, forcibly tore through the space barrier, and jumped into a random parallel universe. The Earth in this universe has long been reduced to a barren wasteland, with huge gullies and magma lakes on the surface, but an ancient building emitting silver light was floating in the sky. It was a temple of laws that recorded the origin of the universe, and the runes flowing on the surface of the building revealed the vicissitudes of time. Lin Yang had no time to explore this strange world, and immediately resonated the crystal of the law of destiny with the temple. In an instant, the temple burst into brilliant light, and countless dusty knowledge poured into his consciousness like a torrent. His body began to tremble violently, his bones made a crackling sound, and mysterious origin patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. Finally, he unlocked the original law hidden in the system, which is a power that overrides ordinary laws and is closer to the essence of the universe. When Lin Yang returned to the main universe with his newfound power, the entropy-killing weapon of the source of chaos had entered the final stage of charging. The space of the entire solar system was twisted and deformed like dough kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Countless cracks appeared in the Earth's protective shield, and the city was crumbling in the distortion of space. People's screams spread to every corner through quantum communication. Lin Yang took a deep breath, and the light wings behind him spread to the extreme. Armor composed of the laws of origin condensed around his body, and each piece of armor flashed with the light of the beginning of the universe. He raised the sword of the end, and ancient runes that surpassed all known civilizations emerged on the sword. These runes even caused a slight tremor in the chaotic structure. So what if it's chaos? I'm determined to change my fate. Lin Yang's roar resounded throughout the starfield, and the power of the origin law contained in his voice shattered the surrounding meteorite belt. He swung a sword containing the origin law, which cut through the boundaries of time and space and tore a long and narrow gap in the chaotic structure. However, the counterattack was even more fierce. A dark chaos beam hit the dawn, and the entire mothership began to fall apart. The harsh sound of metal tearing resounded throughout the cabin, and in the firelight produced by the explosion of the dashboard, Lin Yang saw the desperate eyes of the crew. At the critical moment, Lin Yang injected all the power of the law into the dimensional folding shelter of the Earth. At the moment when the Earth disappeared, he was hit by the power of chaos, and his body began to dissipate from his limbs. But his eyes were still firm, and at the last moment when his consciousness was about to sink into darkness, he threw the crystal of the law of destiny into the depths of the universe. The system prompt sounded in his ears. It is detected that the host is about to dissipate, and the ultimate plan is activated. Upload the host's consciousness to the quantum network and wait for the opportunity of rebirth. Reward: fragment of chaos law. A carrier that is highly compatible with the host has been detected in a parallel universe. As Lin Yang's consciousness sank into darkness, in an inconspicuous corner of the universe, a chip with a mysterious glow was quietly taking shape. The surface of the chip was flowing with lines of chaos and law, as if foreshadowing the beginning of a new legend. In the chaotic structure, a vague figure sneered, "Interesting ants, see you next time, in a higher dimension." At the same time, on Earth in another parallel universe, an ordinary college student woke up one day and found that his phone had a mysterious app that could not be uninstalled. The icon was exactly that of the flashing chip. Chapter 13: Parallel Restart. New Campus Awakening System. The damp musty smell mixed with the sour smell of sweat hit Lin Yang's face. He suddenly opened his eyes. The old electric fan above his head was creaking, and the model wall was falling down. He subconsciously touched his chest. The crystal of law that should have been there was nowhere to be found. Instead, it was replaced by a washed-out campus t-shirt. The sound effects of games and the smell of instant noodles in the dormitory formed an absurd contrast with the devastated scene of the cosmic battlefield in his memory. This was actually the boys' dormitory during his freshman year. The fat man on the upper bunk was yelling at the computer screen, and the keyboard was clacking. The bespectacled man on the lower bunk was absorbed in reading a professional book, and there was a bag of unfinished spicy strips on the table. "Yangzi, what are you daydreaming about? The counselor said there will be an exchange student today, hurry downstairs." The fat man on the upper bunk kicked the bedboard, making the iron bed clatter. Lin Yang mechanically took out the mobile phone under the pillow, and the lock screen date showed September 1st, 2023, the day he first entered school. The system prompt sound suddenly exploded in his mind. Successful adaptation of the parallel universe carrier is detected. Activate Chaos Restart System. Initial reward: 1S level lottery opportunity. Host's current identity: freshman of the finance department of Binhai University. At the same time, a series of information poured into his mind like a tide, and the memory of this universe began to merge with his own memory, giving him a clearer understanding of his environment. The ginkgo leaves in front of the teaching building rustled. Lin Yang looked at the laughing crowd on the playground, his nails digging deep into his palms. When he saw Su Qing walking past him in a light blue dress, holding a book, his throat suddenly tightened. This girl who had fought side by side with him in the original universe, now had clear eyes as before, and obviously didn't remember any of the past. She was talking and laughing with her bestie, her hair was gently blown by the breeze, and the sun shone on her side face, which was so beautiful that it made people palpitate. The system's cold reminder sounded at the right time, warning. Su Qing in this universe is in an unawakened state. Forced awakening will cause a time and space paradox. Lin Yang could only suppress the surging emotions in his heart and silently watched her back gradually disappear. He took a deep breath and silently started the lottery. The dazzling golden turntable unfolded on his retina, and various rare props and powerful skills flashed across the turntable. The pointer spun rapidly and then stopped it. Eye of Chaos Insight. It can temporarily analyze the target's weaknesses, with a cooldown of 24 hours. The moment he gained the new ability, Lin Yang felt his eyes slightly warm, as if a mysterious power was injected into them. At the same time, the counselor's urging voice came from a distance. Lin Yang, why haven't you moved the exchange student's luggage yet? He could only temporarily divert his attention and walk towards the exchange student's location. In the elevator, Lin Yang was carrying a suitcase when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a purple rune flashing in the mirror reflection. The system alarm rang, chaotic energy fluctuations detected. There is a space-time stowaway in locker number 3 ahead. He decisively kicked open the locker door, and the silver-haired girl curled up inside suddenly raised her head. The crow tattoo on her neck was exactly the same as the symbol of the Xingyuan Council. The girl looked very embarrassed, her clothes were covered with dust, and her eyes were full of vigilance and fear. Don't kill me. I'm here for help. The girl trembled as she handed over a crystal with cracks all over it. The minions of the source of chaos have infiltrated this universe. They want. Before she could finish her words, the entire wall exploded. 3 monsters with scaly skin broke through the wall. The corrosive liquid sprayed from their fingertips instantly melted deep holes in the floor. The monsters were huge, exuding a disgusting stench, and left black corrosion marks on the ground with every step they took. Lin Yang's pupils glowed with golden light. The moment the Chaos Insight Eye was activated, the energy nodes at the monster's joints were clearly visible. He picked up the fire axe beside him and threw it, accurately smashing the core of the monster on the left, while dragging the girl to roll and dodge. The system prompt sounded at the right time: kill the primary chaos creature, get 1000 chaos coins, and unlock the basic permissions of the mall. The mall interface unfolded in his mind, with a variety of weapons, equipment and props, but most of them showed high prices. The sound of fighting made people feel uneasy, but Lin Yang noticed that one of the student's pupils flashed a strange purple light. He quietly protected the girl behind him and exchanged the neural jammer through the system. When the fake security guard pulled the trigger, the bullet trajectory was twisted and shot towards his companions. The 3 monsters killed each other in the chaos. The scene was in chaos, with gunshots, monster roars and people's screams intertwined. Lin Yang took the opportunity to lead the girl out of the siege and hid in the school's utility room. As night fell on the campus, Lin Yang unfolded a crystal projection on the rooftop. In the broken picture, the wreckage of the goddess of fate floated in the chaotic ocean, and a figure wearing a gear mask was collecting fragments of laws. The girl choked up and explained, "I am Su Qing from the parallel universe. They want to collect all the laws and restart the multiverse to a chaotic state. Once they succeed, all civilizations and lives will cease to exist." Her voice was full of despair, and tears welled up in her eyes. The system suddenly popped up an urgent task: stop the Chaos Believers from snatching the spacetime compass of the school history museum. Reward, Dimension Anchor Locator. Lin Yang looked at the brightly lit school history museum in the distance. The ancient building looked mysterious and gloomy in the night. He opened the system mall and carefully selected the appropriate equipment. He exchanged the Chaos coins for a nano battlesuit. The fabric covered the whole body like liquid, close to the skin but very comfortable, and could change shape according to needs. At the same time, he exchanged a few energy pistols and some high-explosive grenades for emergency use. Inside the school history museum, the bronze compass was emitting a faint blue light, surrounded by 12 chanting black-robed men. Their voices were deep and strange, echoing in the empty museum, making people shudder. Lin Yang activated the Chaos Insight Eye and found that the formation diagram under their feet had a fatal flaw. As long as the candlesticks in the 4 corners were destroyed at the same time, energy backlash would be triggered. He carefully sneaked into the museum and used the stealth function of the nanosuit to avoid the patrolling guards. When he approached the first candlestick, he suddenly heard a conversation between the black-robed men. "We must get the compass this time. the Lord can't wait any longer. I heard that the boy named Lin Yang is also in this universe. Should we get rid of him first? Hearing his own name, Lin Yang's heart tightened and he sped up his actions. He threw out the light blade exchanged from the system and shuttled between the enemies like a ghost. Wherever the light blade went, the black-robed men fell down one after another, and blood splattered on the ancient wall, forming a dazzling pattern. When the last black-robed man fell, the compass suddenly vibrated violently, and a crack tore open in the void. The moment the chaotic breath came to his face, Lin Yang pushed the girl out of the hall, but he was sucked into the crack. Before his consciousness dissipated, he heard the system prompt, detected the fluctuation of the origin of chaos. About to be teleported to the battlefield of the other plane, the reward will be issued in advance. The surrounding scene became blurred, and the strong suction made him unable to resist. In the real world, Su Qing looked at the vision in the direction of the school history museum, and suddenly a familiar pain rose in her chest. She unconsciously touched her chest, where a faint golden rune appeared at some point, overlapping with the burning fighting spirit in Lin Yang's eyes before he disappeared, forming a light that never goes out in her memory. A trace of doubt and confusion flashed in her eyes, and she always felt that something important was about to happen, and she was inextricably linked to all of this. Chapter 14, Bloody Battle in a Different Location. A game of life and death in the Chaos Realm. When the pain of tearing space swept through his body, Lin Yang felt that every inch of his bones was wailing, as if countless sharp blades were stirring in his body. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange space interwoven with twisted light and liquid metal. Above his head, countless broken planetary debris were running at high speed without any rules. Every collision would burst out a strong light that was enough to burn people's eyes. Hot air waves hit this space one after another. The ground under his feet was like boiling magma, but it was a strange dark purple, and sharp bone spurs protruded from it from time to time. Once touched, pungent black smoke would come out. The system prompt sounded with a harsh electric current sound. Welcome to the Chaos Realm B7 area. 3 Chaos Elite Guards are detected in the area. Their energy level far exceeds the host's current combat power. It is recommended to find a hiding place immediately. Lin Yang was about to respond when a jet of black energy passed by his ear, blasting a deep pit several meters in diameter on the rock wall behind him. The rubble splashed on his face, leaving fine blood marks. He instinctively activated the Eye of Chaos Insight, and the source of the attack immediately appeared in his vision on a giant metal platform 100 meters away. A humanoid creature wrapped in chains was slowly raising the cannon in his hand, with a beating purple core embedded in its chest, and energy lines like blood vessels around the core, and each pulse was accompanied by a powerful energy fluctuation. What's even more frightening is that on his left and right sides, there is a strange-looking guard. The creature on the left is shaped like an octopus, but has a human upper body. Its skin is covered with mucus, and its 8 tentacles are covered with gun barrels that can fire corrosive bullets, and it spits out corrosive ink from time to time. The one on the right is a mechanical monster made up of countless gears, its joints constantly spewing high-temperature steam, making a teeth-grinding metal friction sound, and the chainsaw in its hand flashes a chilling cold light, with the remains of unknown creatures still remaining on the saw teeth. System, Exchange 4, Quantum Teleportation Boots, and Energy Shield Generator. Lin Yang decisively consumed 3,000 chaos coins. In an instant, a pair of combat boots emitting a faint blue light covered his feet, and the runes flowing on the soles of the boots seemed to contain the secrets of space, and a translucent spherical shield also unfolded around him, with ripples on the surface like water waves. Almost at the same time when the equipment was formed, the octopus guard took the lead in launching an attack. Dozens of corrosive bombs emitting green smoke attacked like raindrops. Wherever they passed, the air was corroded and distorted. Lin Yang activated the teleportation boots, and his figure flashed continuously in the space. With his keen perception of spatial fluctuations, he cleverly avoided most of the attacks. But there was still a corrosive bomb that brushed his shoulder, and a large hole was instantly corroded in the nano battlesuit. His shoulder felt a sharp pain as if it was burned by fire, and his skin festered at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing the white bones. Just as he was dodging the attack, the mechanical guard suddenly activated the chainsaw and rushed in front of him at an astonishing speed. The whistling sound of the chainsaw cutting the air made his eardrums hurt. Lin Yang rolled sideways, and the chainsaw scraped across his back, leaving a deep groove on the ground that was visible to the bone. The smell of burning mixed with the smell of blood filled the air. At the critical moment, he took out the electromagnetic pulse gun from the system maul and fired continuously at the joints of the mechanical guard. The strong electromagnetic pulse made the mechanical guard's movements obviously slow down, and its gears made a clicking sound. Lin Yang took the opportunity to launch a close attack, and the light blade in his hand fiercely pierced into the gear gap in its chest. However, the mechanical guard made a sharp metal friction sound and threw Lin Yang away with a backhand. The huge force made him roll several times in the air, hit the rock wall heavily, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Yang hit the rock wall hard, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes went black. He endured the pain and opened the Eye of Chaos Insight, again, concentrating and observing carefully, and finally found the fatal weakness of these guards. Although the core in their chest is powerful, there will be a 0.3 second gap in energy fluctuations at the moment of launching an attack. He took a deep breath, silently calculating the timing in his mind, and his body trembled slightly because of the pain. When the giant cannon guard raised his weapon again, and the muzzle condensed a black energy ball that was enough to swallow the light, Lin Yang seized this fleeting opportunity, activated the quantum teleportation boots and appeared directly behind him, and the light blade accurately pierced the purple core. With a roar, the body of the giant cannon guard began to fall apart, and the shockwave generated by the explosion also shook the octopus guard and the mechanical guard back again and again, and the metal plates on the platform were blown away. But the battle was far from over. The octopus guard let out a sharp roar, and its 8 tentacles suddenly began to grow wildly. The mucus on the surface became thicker, and in a blink of an eye, Lin Yang was trapped in a cage woven by tentacles. Corrosive bombs continued to explode in the cage, and the energy shield issued an alarm that it was overwhelmed. Every impact caused violent ripples on the surface of the shield, and the color gradually became dim. Lin Yang was anxious. He knew that if this continued, the shield would break sooner or later. At the critical moment, he remembered the fragment of chaos law he had obtained before, and tried to inject its power into the light blade. In an instant, the light blade burst into a dazzling golden light, and ancient runes vaguely emerged in the light. He waved the light blade and slashed at the tentacles with all his strength. The tentacles touched by the light quickly withered and emitted white smoke. Lin Yang took the opportunity to rush out of the cage. At this time, the mechanical guard had readjusted its state. It looked at the octopus guard and began to merge strangely. The bodies of the two monsters gradually twisted and deformed. The tentacles of the octopus were wrapped around the mechanical gears. The mucus and metal reacted violently, emitting a large amount of bubbles and thick smoke. In the end, they formed a terrifying creature with 6 mechanical tentacles and a giant chainsaw on its chest. It exuded even more powerful chaotic energy. Wherever it passed, the space began to twist unstably, and the air made crackling sounds. Lin Yang's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He could feel that the power of this fused monster was several times stronger than before, and every breath was oppressive. He concentrated his mind and mobilized all the strength in his body. The nanosuit was severely damaged due to the previous attack, and blood continued to ooze out. Eye of Chaos Insight continued to operate, trying to find the weakness of the fused monster. In the fierce battle, Lin Yang found that when the monster moved at high speed, the gears at the joints would jam, and each jam would cause a brief energy disorder. He decided to take a gamble and wait for the monster to charge again. When the monster rushed over wielding a chainsaw, the hurricane brought by the chainsaw swept the surrounding rubble into it. Lin Yang activated the quantum teleportation boots and appeared on the side of the monster, while stabbing the light blade injected with the power of the fragments of the law of chaos into its joints. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, it struggled madly, and its tentacles waved randomly, shattering the surrounding space, and some small meteorites were crushed by the tentacles. Lin Yang held the light blade tightly, continuously injecting strength, and the veins on his arm bulged due to the force. Finally, with a loud bang, the monster's body completely collapsed, and fragments scattered like raindrops. At this time, Lin Yang was also exhausted. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, and felt severe pain from the wounds all over his body. He almost lost consciousness. The system prompt sounded at the right time, successfully defeated the Chaos Elite Guard and obtained 10,000 Chaos Coins. The reward, Dimension Anchor Locator, has been issued. A space-time rift has been detected in the core of the area, which can lead to the lower realm of the source of chaos. Warning! Unknown energy fluctuations have been detected, suspected to be a consciousness scan of the source of chaos. Before Lin Yang could check the prize world, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, and the purple ground rolled like boiling water. A huge black hole slowly formed in front of him, and the powerful suction sucked everything around it into it. Rubble, debris, and even the energy in the air were swallowed by the black hole. Yang wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He was grabbed by the power of the black hole and fell uncontrollably towards it. Before he lost consciousness, he seemed to see a pair of huge eyes in the depths of the black hole staring at him. Those eyes were full of indifference and murderous intent. He had only one thought in his mind: no matter what dangers lay ahead, he must return to the original universe, stop the conspiracy of the source of chaos, protect Su Qing, and protect everything he cherished. When he was completely swallowed by the black hole, the chaotic realm returned to calm, with only the scattered debris silently telling of the fierce battle just now. Chapter 15: Origin Corrosion. The ultimate trial of the Law Temple. When Lin Yang was nearly torn apart by the suction of the black hole, his consciousness suddenly fell into pure white. A sharp system prompt sounded in his mind with a tremor, detected the erosion of the origin of chaos. Start the emergency procedure. Transmit to the depths of the Temple of Law. Current status: soul body. The origin purification must be completed within 72 hours, otherwise it will be assimilated by chaos. Assimilation progress 12%. His consciousness shuttled through the data stream uncontrollably, and the afterimages of countless parallel universes passed by like a revolving lantern. In some universes, he became the overlord of the universe, and his throne was made of the remains of stars. In some universes, he was just an ordinary person who did nothing and walked towards the end of his life in mediocrity. In some universes, he had already turned into cosmic dust, and even the traces of his existence were erased. These images were like heavy hammers, constantly knocking on his mental defenses. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself suspended in a palace built by the power of pure law. On the walls around him flowed rivers of gold, red, and blue light, representing creation, destruction, and order respectively. As the rivers of light surged, countless mysterious runes loomed, and each rune exuded an awe-inspiring power. Right in front of him, 3 huge figures slowly emerged. They were guards condensed by the law. Their bodies sometimes turned into flowing runes, and sometimes reorganized into human forms. Every change of form caused a violent vibration in the space, and the air made a harsh explosion. Outsiders, if you want to pass this place, you must pass 3 trials. If you fail, your soul will be imprisoned here forever. The golden guard in the middle spoke, and his voice was like the sound of thousands of bells. The sound waves shook Lin Yang's soul body, making him dizzy. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yang's soul body was suddenly dragged into the red light river by an invisible force. In an instant, he was in a burning ruin. The once prosperous city was now only broken walls and ruins. Flames soared into the sky and heat waves hit him. Countless familiar faces asked him for help in the flames. Comrades who were swallowed by chaos were covered in blood, with despair in their eyes. Su Qing, who fell in the war, had her white dress stained red with blood, and her outstretched hand gradually became transparent in the destroyed earth, with cracks all over the surface and core energy gushing out. These illusions kept hitting his mental defenses like a tide, and the system alarm flashed wildly, warning. Soul resistance has dropped to 30%. Chaos erosion is accelerating. Assimilation progress is 37%. Lin Yang bit his tongue, using the sharp pain to stay awake. The sweet blood flowed in his soul body. He remembered the complete control of the law of destiny he had obtained in the original universe, and tried to mobilize the power in it. The golden power of the law flowed on the surface of his soul body, forming a thin shield, gradually dispelling some illusions. But just when he thought he was about to break through, countless chaotic tentacles suddenly emerged from the ruins, as black as ink, with strange purple lines on the surface. The tentacles directly penetrated his soul body, and the severe pain was like thousands of steel needles piercing at the same time. Lin Yang's soul body trembled violently and became more and more transparent. At the critical moment of life and death, he suddenly had an idea and merged the fragment of chaos law with the law of destiny. The silver-black power gathered around the soul body, forming a unique shield. When the tentacles touched the shield, a piercing scream was heard, ripples appeared on the surface of the shield, and the chaos tentacles quickly withered and dissipated. With a roar, the trial space began to collapse, and Lin Yang seized the opportunity and rushed out of the ruins full of despair. While passing the first trial, Lin Yang's soul body has become looming and in danger of dissipating at any time. Before he could catch his breath, the blue river of light dragged him into the second trial. This time, he was trapped in an infinite loop of mazes. The walls and the ground were made of flashing blue runes, and each passage exuded a cold breath. There were different versions of himself blocking every corner. There was Lin Yang, a cowardly college student who dared not resist bullying, curled up in the corner and shivered. There was Lin Yang, who was cold and ruthless and stepped on the corpses of his enemies to become the overlord of the stars. His eyes were full of indifference and killing. There was even a fallen form of Lin Yang assimilated by chaos, with black mist wrapped around his body and a twisted smile on his face. The system prompt sounded coldly: the key to cracking, find your true heart. If you get lost, you will sink forever. Lin Yang kept shuttling through the maze, fighting with each self. He wielded a weapon condensed by the power of the law, and each attack was made with firm conviction. However, as the battle continued, his soul body became weaker, and his attacks gradually lost power. After hundreds of failures, the bruised and battered Lin Yang found a mirror in the deepest part of the maze. The self in the mirror had no power blessing, wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, with a pure smile on his face when he first entered college, and his eyes were clear and bright, full of longing for the future. He reached out and touched the mirror, a warm light spread out, and all illusions were instantly shattered. The blue guard nodded slightly. You can stick to your heart in the midst of desire and power, not bad. But before he finished speaking, the golden guard suddenly attacked. The remnants of chaos cannot be left. They must be wiped out. A dazzling golden beam of light went straight to Lin Yang's soul core at an extremely fast speed, and the space collapsed wherever it passed. At the critical moment, the system suddenly activated a hidden function: activate multiverse resonance. Call upon the power of all parallel time and space. Lin Yang. Countless figures emerged from the void, including teenagers in school uniforms listening attentively in class, warriors wearing armor fighting in the universe, and scholars focusing on research in the laboratory. They poured their power into Lin Yang's body to form a solid barrier. The Golden Guard's attack collided violently with the barrier, and the energy aftermath caused the entire Law Temple to tremble violently, and the three-color light river surged even more violently. The third trial came unexpectedly, and the three-color light river merged into a chaotic vortex, and the powerful suction sucked Lin Yang into it. There were no enemies here, only countless law fragments floating in the void, each of which exuded a unique aura. Some contained the power of destruction and could instantly annihilate a planet. Some were full of creative power, as if they could reshape everything, and some carried a mysterious sense of order, making people unconsciously want to surrender. The system prompt sounded again: choose a piece to merge, but if you make the wrong choice, you will be trapped here forever, and your soul will be swallowed by the law fragments. Lin Yang did not rush to act, but calmed down and mobilized all his perceptions of the laws. He let his soul body float slowly, feeling the fluctuations of each fragment. When he touched a fragment with a faint starlight, a warm and familiar force came, and the whole space suddenly became clear, and countless information poured into his consciousness. You can actually choose the most original fragment of the law of space and time. This is a once-in-a-million opportunity. The three guards exclaimed at the same time. But the crisis also came at this moment. The power of the chaotic field penetrated through the cracks in the trial space. The black mist spread like a venomous snake, and wherever it passed, the law fragments collapsed. Lin Yang decisively merged the three fragments of fate, chaos, and time and space to form a unique law armor on the surface of the soul body. The armor was flowing with three colors of light, mysterious and powerful. He resisted the erosion of chaos and forced open the passage to the outside world. Before leaving, the Golden Guard threw a sentence: remember, the essence of chaos is not destruction, but disordered rebirth. This sentence may become the key to your fight against the source of chaos. When Lin Yang returned to the Chaos Realm B7 area, he found that it had turned into a world of ice and snow. The biting cold wind was howling, and the debris of the previous battle was frozen in a huge icicle. Through the ice, the distorted faces of the monsters could be seen. In the center, a figure in a white robe was staring at him. This person's face was 7 points similar to Lin Yang. He was surrounded by a pure force that was completely opposite to the chaotic energy. With every step he took, a holy white lotus would bloom under his feet. I am an observer from the court of order. The goal of the source of chaos is far more terrible than you think. They want to include all the universes in chaos and reshape everything. Before he finished speaking, the space-time crack in the distance suddenly expanded, making a teeth-grinding tearing sound. A giant claw covered with scales stretched out from it, and the liquid dripping from the claw tip directly corroded the ground into a deep abyss. The moment it touched the ice and snow, white mist rose and a pungent smell filled the air. The system prompt sounded again: 30% of the power of the source of chaos has been detected. Start the emergency task: find and activate the chaos anchor point in the area before the giant claw completely breaks through. Reward: original law fusion skill. All things return to the ruins. Failure penalty: the current universe enters the entropy destruction countdown in advance. The remaining time before the spacetime rift is completely opened: 2 hours and 17 minutes. Lin Yang clenched the newly formed sword of law in his hand, and the three-color light flowing on the sword illuminated this cold world. He knew that the real challenge had just begun. At this moment on the Earth and the parallel universe, Suqing's golden rune suddenly emitted a strong light. Countless battle scenes flashed through her mind, including Lin Yang wielding a light blade to fight monsters, his difficult trials in the Temple of Law, and the terrifying giant claw. A tear quietly slipped from the corner of her eye, and a sense of determination inexplicably surged in her heart. She felt that she must find Lin Yang and face the unknown crisis with him. Chapter 16, The Ultimate Battle of Chaos Anchor Point. In the B7 area of the Chaos Realm covered in ice and snow, the cold wind cut through Lin Yang's armor of laws like a knife. He clenched the three-color flowing sword of law in his hand, and the sword reflected the scaly claws that were expanding in the cracks of time and space in the distance. Every time the giant claws covered with dark purple scales swung, they left dark black claw marks in space. The chaos venom dripping from the claws corroded the ice field within a kilometer into an abyss with green smoke. The system countdown jumped wildly on the retina, the remaining time to break through the source of chaos, 2 hours and 3 minutes. Chaos Anchor Point location, 3,000 meters underground, being shielded by chaos energy. 1. The Labyrinth of Laws under the ice. Lin Yang activated the Eye of Chaos Insight. His sight penetrated the 1,000-meter ice layer, and the underground structure unfolded like a three-dimensional map. Silver law fluid flowed in the crisscrossing metal pipes, and the central core area was wrapped by a mass of constantly wriggling black chaos meat that was the Chaos Anchor Point, emitting strong energy fluctuations. However, the passage leading to the core was full of law meat grinders composed of chaotic energy, and any physical attack would be instantly decomposed. System Exchange 4 Law Resonance Detector. Lin Yang consumed 8,000 chaos coins, and a diamond-shaped detector emerged on his palm. When the detector touched the ice, the runes on the surface lit up red. 3 law frequency conflicts detected. The 3 color fluids of creation, destruction, and order must be activated simultaneously to remove the chaos shield. He jumped into the crack of the ice, but when he landed, he found himself in a maze made up of rotating prisms, each of which reflected a different color of law light bands. Suddenly, countless tentacles made of chaotic energy stretched out from the wall, with strange eye-like patterns on the surface. Lin Yang swung his sword to cut off the tentacles, but saw that the broken ends quickly regenerated. The system alarm sounded, warning. Chaos tentacles have the ability to replicate laws. Your destiny law has been analyzed and clones are being generated. In the prism not far away, a black shadow exactly like him walked out, holding the sword of destiny condensed by chaotic energy in his hand. The clone's attack carried the power to distort reality, and each sword caused ripples in space. Lin Yang fought and retreated, and suddenly an idea came to him. He merged the fragment of chaos law with the fragment of spacetime law, and silver-black spiral lines appeared on the blade. When the 2 swords intersected, the clone let out a whine, and its body shattered like glass, turning into a light spot and merging into Lin Yang's body. System prompt: absorb the energy of the chaos clone, and the law resistance will increase by 15%. Unlock the skill, Chaos Retrace. 2. The Resonance Code of 3-color fluid. Passing through the prism maze, Lin Yang arrived at the Law Hub 2,000 meters underground. There were 3 huge energy cores suspended here. The golden creation core burned like the sun, the red destruction core rolled with magma, and the blue order core flowed with ice mist. But each core was bound by chaos chains, with twisted runes engraved on them, which were constantly absorbing the core energy. Observer of the Court of Order, lend me a hand. Lin Yang shouted into the air. The figure of the observer in white appeared next to the golden core. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the chain. The white light resonated with the golden core. The key to the chaos chain is the rune sequence. You need to use the law of destruction to cut off the chain nodes. I will maintain the stability of the law of creation. Lin Yang jumped up and swung his sword, injecting the power of the law of destruction into the blade, and slashed at the chain on the red core. But the chain split into countless small snakes and bit back at his arm. The system prompts: Chaos Chain has a self-repair mechanism. You need to cut off 3 nodes at the same time within 0.1 seconds. He took a deep breath and activated the Chaos Rewind skill. Time slowed down in his perception. When the 3 chains exposed the nodes at the same time, the 3-color law sword turned into 3 streams of light and accurately cut off all the nodes. As the chains broke, the 3-color core burst into brilliant light. Lin Yang followed the detector's instructions and guided the 3-color fluid into the central pipeline. When the 3 laws of energy formed a perfect resonance in the pipeline, the entire underground space shook violently, and the chaos meat above let out a painful roar, revealing the chaos anchor point inside that was flashing purple light. 3. Anchor point competition and the arrival of the giant claw. Just as Lin Yang reached out to touch the anchor point, a deafening roar came from the crack in time and space. The giant claw slammed the ground, and the 1,000-meter ice layer collapsed. Chaos energy swept in like a tsunami. Lin Yang was blown away by the airwave, and countless cracks appeared on the armor of law. The system screamed, 30% of the power of the source of chaos is coming. Energy level, world-destroying level. Where the giant claw landed, a dragon head covered with dark purple scales poked out. One eye was the size of a football field, and a galaxy-like chaotic vortex swirled in its pupil. It opened its mouth and sucked Lin Yang into the giant mouth along with the chaotic anchor. In the darkness, he saw that the inside of the giant mouth was covered with wriggling tentacles, each of which was connected to a miniature black hole. Activate the return of all things. Lin Yang roared as he activated his new skill. The three-color sword of law was inserted into the chaos anchor point, and instantly burst out with a suction force that swallowed everything. The tentacles in the giant mouth were uprooted, and the micro-black holes collapsed one after another. When the consciousness of the source of chaos descended, a cold voice sounded in his mind, "Tiny law thief, your resistance is meaningless." Lin Yang's soul was shaky under the impact of the chaotic consciousness, but he suddenly remembered the words of the Golden Guard, "The essence of chaos is the rebirth of disorder." He no longer resisted the chaotic energy, but merged the three laws of fate, time and space, and chaos to build a miniature chaotic universe in his body. When the consciousness of the source of chaos poured in, it was assimilated by this miniature universe and transformed into pure law energy. 4. The Secret of the Court of Order and Su Qing's Awakening. When Lin Yang broke free from the giant mouth, the giant claws of the source of chaos were collapsing, and the scales fell like raindrops. He inserted the chaos anchor into the ground and activated with all his strength, "In the name of the law, seal this world." A golden beam of light shot up into the sky, completely sealing the crack in time and space. The system prompt sounded with ecstasy, "Successfully sealed 30% of the power of the source of chaos." Reward, complete control of the law of chaos. Unlock the hidden plot, invitation to the court of order. The observer in white walked up to him and took off his hood. It was Su Qing, who was supposed to be dead in the parallel universe. Her eyes flashed with golden runes, and 6 pairs of light wings spread out behind her. "Lin Yang, I am the executor of the law of the court of order. The goal of the source of chaos is to devour the laws of all parallel universes, and you." Before he finished speaking, a stronger energy wave suddenly erupted from the space-time crack in the distance. Su Qing's face changed drastically. "Not good. The source of chaos has launched the final plan. They want to merge all parallel universes." She grabbed Lin Yang's hand and wrapped the two of them with wings of light. "Follow me, only the temple of all laws returning to one can stop all this, but you must face the final test." At the same time, in Lin Yang's original universe, the real Su Qing was standing on the broken Dawnbreaker. The golden rune on her chest resonated with her parallel universe self, and memories came back like a tide, the years of fighting side by side with Lin Yang, the oath in the ruins of the kingdom of God, and the ultimate crisis that was approaching at this moment. She stroked the Xingyuan Council bracelet on her wrist, and the bracelet suddenly emitted a blue light, projecting the last message of the goddess of fate: "The weakness of the source of chaos is hidden in the cracks of time." 5. Intertwining destinies across the universe. Lin Yang followed Su Qing through the cracks of parallel universes and saw countless worlds on the verge of destruction. Some universes were swallowed by chaos, leaving only floating fragments of laws. Some universes, under the protection of the Court of Order, established barriers of laws. Su Qing pointed to a universe shrouded in blood, that is the mother planet of the source of chaos. They maintained their existence by swallowing the laws of other universes. When they arrived at the Hall of All Laws returning to one, the door suddenly opened. Countless books of laws were floating in the hall, and a figure sat on the throne in the center. It was the Golden Guard that Lin Yang had seen in the Hall of Laws. He raised his hand and said, "Lin Yang, you already have the dual laws of chaos and order. Now you need to make a choice. Will you become the new Lord of Chaos, or the Guardian of Order?" The system pops up 2 options at the same time. Option 1, inherit the power of the source of chaos, obtain the title of Lord of Disorder, can modify the laws of the parallel universe at will, but will lose emotions forever. Option 2, become the judge of the court of order, protect the multiverse, but at the cost of the origin of the soul. Lin Yang remembered Su Qing's smile in all universes, and the blue sky of the earth. He drew out the sword of law, and pointed the tip of the sword at the throne. "I choose the third way. Let all universes have the right to choose their own destiny." Before he finished speaking, all the trees of law burst into light and merged into his body. The system prompt sound reached an unprecedented excitement, detected that the host has created a new law path. Reward, control of the multiverse. The source of chaos starts the final merger process, and the remaining time is 1 hour. At this moment, a huge vortex of chaos appeared in the sky of all parallel universes. Lin Yang held Su Qing's hand tightly, and pointed the sword of law to the sky. "Su Qing, are you ready for the final battle?" Su Qing's eyes flashed with determination, and the 6 pairs of light wings were fully unfolded. "No matter how many times, I will accompany you." The giant eye of chaos opened in the vortex, and countless chaotic beams shot towards various universes. Lin Yang injected the control of the multiverse into the Sword of Law, and the sword body burst out with light beyond imagination. When the beam collided with the sword light, the time of all parallel universes seemed to stand still. In this moment of silence, Lin Yang saw the smiling faces of people in each universe, and saw himself reflected in Su Qing's eyes, the boy who started to counterattack in college and eventually became the guardian of the universe. The final prompt of the system sounded, with a loud voice like the birth of the universe: the source of chaos has been repelled, and the multiverse has been preserved. Host Lin Yang, you have become an existence beyond the law. But please remember that true power always comes from the determination to protect. After the light faded, Lin Yang stood in the familiar university campus. Su Qing walked towards him with a smile, as if everything was just a long dream. But he knew that in a corner of the universe, there was a new crisis waiting, and his road to counterattack would continue to extend in the Sea of Stars. Chapter 17, Spacetime Rift. Tampered Parallel Memories. When Lin Yang thought everything was settled, the ginkgo leaves on campus suddenly rolled up strangely, and the sunlight was distorted into a strange purple-black color. The system alarm sounded like a death knell. Abnormal fluctuations in the laws of time and space have been detected. Memory tampering has occurred in the parallel universe coordinate G172. Warning! Su Qing's related memories are being overwritten. He turned his head suddenly and saw that Su Qing, who should have been smiling brightly, had empty eyes and the golden rune on her chest was dim, as if she had never awakened the power of order. Lin Yang, what are you talking about? Are we familiar with each other? Su Qing's voice seemed to come from an ice cellar. The moment she turned and blended into the crowd, a trace of dark purple lines unique to the chaotic realm flashed across the corner of her clothes. Lin Yang's Sword of Law was automatically unsheathed, and the three-color light on the sword flashed wildly, but when it touched Su Qing's back, it was like a drop in the ocean. Some more powerful force was deliberately isolating his perception. Emergency analysis of the system. The memory cage constructed by the residual consciousness of the source of chaos has been discovered. The history of this universe has been modified to. Lin Yang never obtained the system, and Su Qing became the new saint of the Xingyuan Council. Current timeline, June 2024, there are only 72 hours left before the Xingyuan Council launches the Ragnarok plan. The holographic projection unfolds a cruel picture: the earth entangled by mechanical tentacles, the giant altar suspended in space, and Su Qing standing on top of the altar, wearing a blood-red robe. No matter how many times you've been tampered with, I will take you back. Lin Yang forcibly merged, control of the multiverse, and fragments of the law of space and time, and silver time ripples surrounded him. When he tried to tear the space apart, countless memory fragments attacked like sharp blades. His first encounter with Su Qing in the library, the passion of fighting against the Xingyuan Council side by side, the warmth of mutual support in the Temple of Law. These precious memories have now become weapons of the enemy, and each piece brings bone-eroding pain. The moment the spacetime rift was finally torn open, Lin Yang fell into a strange world. Glowing mechanical jellyfish floated on the streets, the surface of the building was covered with runes of the Xingyuan Council, and pirate spaceships with skull flags flew across the sky from time to time. He frantically exchanged memory reading helmet and causality disruptor in the system mall, but found that all high-level equipment showed insufficient authority. Need to break the memory cage core first. In the abandoned subway station, Lin Yang encountered the first batch of enemies, 3 memory devourers with mirror-smooth skin. They opened their huge mouths full of gears and could directly devour the energy generated by the attack. When one of the monsters touched Lin Yang's arm, he suddenly saw himself become a loyal believer of the Xingyuan Council, stabbing Su Qing with a sword. Get out of here! Lin Yang mobilized the law of chaos, built a microcosm in his body, and crushed all the invading false memories. The Sword of Law burst out with silver-black light, directly shattering the core of the monster. The energy fluctuations generated by the battle attracted more enemies, and a strange time-telling sound came from the clock tower in the distance. That sound turned out to be Su Qing's distorted laughter. When he followed the sound to the Xingyuan Council branch, Lin Yang saw a shocking scene through the surveillance screen. Su Qing was undergoing the Saint Awakening ceremony. The chaos crystal on the altar dyed her long hair purple, and the golden runes were replaced with hideous chain patterns. What's more terrifying is that she held a scepter engraved with the threads of fate in her hand, which was the iconic weapon of the goddess of fate. System, is there any way to wake her up? Lin Yang's voice was trembling with repression. The system was silent for 2 seconds before responding. The only way is to find her real memories that have been stripped away. These memories are sealed in the time archives of this universe. But the archives are guarded by the 3 great priests of the source of chaos, who respectively control the right to tamper with the past, present, and future. The process of sneaking into the archives was a life or death experience. In the realm of the priest of the past, Lin Yang was forced to relive countless failed endings, himself being dismembered by the Xingyuan Council, Su Qing being assimilated by chaos, and the completely annihilated Earth. He bit his tongue and drew the spacetime rune on the ground with blood, tearing open the false curtain of memory. Facing the mirror world created by the priest of the present, he activated the skill, Chaos Rewind, to find the enemy's weakness in the time loop and trap it in eternal repetition with the law of fate. When he came to the realm of future priests, Lin Yang saw the most desperate scene. Su Qing personally launched the Ragnarok plan, and the chaotic energy swallowed up all parallel universes. But in this desperate future, he noticed a tear slipping from the corner of Su Qing's eye. In that tear, the sunlight when the two first met was reflected. So that's how it is, even if the memory is tampered with, the emotion will not disappear. Lin Yang collected this tear and injected it into the Sword of Law. When the blade pierced the priest's heart, the entire archive began to collapse, and countless memory fragments fell like snowflakes. He searched frantically among the fragments and finally found the sealed golden memory crystal which contained all of Su Qing's true memories. At this time, the alarm of Xingyuan Council sounded throughout the city. Lin Yang rushed to the altar with the memory crystal, but found that Su Qing's awakening ceremony had entered the final stage. The chaos crystal burst out with energy enough to tear apart space, and Su Qing's pupils turned completely purple, preparing to activate the altar core. Su Qing! Look at this! Lin Yang held up the memory crystal, which played every bit of their experience, the smile they exchanged in the library, the life and death they shared while fighting side by side, and the words "I will always believe in you" in the Temple of Law. Su Qing froze, and a trace of confusion flashed in her purple pupils. The chaos crystal on the altar roared angrily, and a shadow emerged from the crystal. It was the will of the source of chaos. "Humble bug, do you think this little trick can stop the plan?" The shadow raised his hand, and the whole space began to collapse. Lin Yang injected all the power of the law into the memory crystal, and the crystal burst out with dazzling golden light, colliding violently with the power of chaos. In the energy storm, Su Qing's memory crystal resonated, and the golden rune lit up again on her body. She swung her staff to smash the chaos crystal, turned around and stabbed the staff into the shadow's heart. "My destiny has always been decided by myself." As the shadow screamed, the entire false timeline began to disintegrate. When the light faded, Lin Yang returned to the campus again. Su Qing stood under the ginkgo tree, with a smile in her eyes. "This time, your memory is not wrong again, right?" Lin Yang was about to speak when the system alarm sounded again. Chaos altars have been detected in multiple parallel universes. The ultimate plan of the source of chaos has begun. He held Su Qing's hand tightly, and the sword of law was unsheathed again. The three-color light on the sword illuminated the sky that was about to face new challenges. Chapter 18, The Beacon of All Worlds. The Altar Puzzle of the Multiverse. When the system alarm sounded, a blood-colored array suddenly appeared on the ground under Lin Yang and Su Qing's feet. Countless dark purple light beams shot up from all over the world, interweaving into a huge chaos totem in the clouds. The system's voice was unprecedentedly urgent. 108 chaos altars have been detected to be activated at the same time. Distributed in 37 parallel universes, each altar is extracting the origin laws of the universe in which it is located. If all the altars are activated, the multiverse will completely collapse. Su Qing's golden runes glowed brightly, and the wings of light behind her automatically spread out. The layout of these altars implies an ancient god sacrificial formation. All altars must be destroyed before the eye of the formation closes. But each altar has its own exclusive guardian, and their power will continue to increase over time. Before she finished her words, Lin Yang's sword of law suddenly vibrated violently. The nearest altar was hidden in the basement of Binhai University. The two of them went deeper into the secret passage of the library. The damp walls were covered with runes of the Xingyuan Council. With every step, they could feel the low vibration from the ground. When they pushed open the rusty iron door, a black altar 100 meters high appeared in front of them. The chaos core suspended on the top of the altar was greedily devouring the surrounding law energy. Around the altar, 12 figures in black robes slowly turned their heads. The tattoos on their chests were the symbols of the source of chaos. "Outsiders, your struggle is meaningless." The leading black-robed man raised his hand, and the ground of the altar suddenly cracked, and countless tentacles broke out of the ground. Lin Yang activated the Eye of Chaos Insight, and instantly locked onto the enemy's weakness. There was a glowing rune node behind the neck of each black-robed man. He swung the sword of law, and the three-color light intertwined into a net, accurately cutting off 3 tentacles. But the cut parts immediately grew sharp bone spurs and stabbed in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Su Qing deployed the Order Light Shield to protect the two people. "These are chaos parasites, physical attacks will only accelerate their division. Her fingertips pass through the void, condensing the order chain to entangle the tentacles. You go to destroy the altar core, I will contain them. Lin Yang nodded, activated the quantum teleportation boots and instantly appeared on the top of the altar. However, when his sword touched the chaos core, the core suddenly burst into black lightning, knocking him dozens of meters away. The system prompt flashed wildly, warning. This altar has the property of law immunity. The key to cracking it is detected. You need to inject the 3 original powers of creation, destruction, and order at the same time. Lin Yang forcibly adjusted his body shape in the air and merged the 3 powers of law on the blade. When he swung the sword again, the scene of the beginning of the universe appeared on the blade, the birth of stars, the destruction of planets, and the reshaping of order. The chaos core let out a piercing scream, and spider-web-like cracks appeared on the surface. Seeing that the situation was not good, the people in black robes abandoned Su Cheng and joined forces to launch forbidden spells. A blood-colored barrier rose around the altar, and a chaotic meteor shower fell from the sky. Lin Yang shouted in the flames of the explosion, Su Cheng, use the power of order to stabilize the space. I will break the barrier. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and the golden light of order collided with the power of the 3-color law, and the first crack appeared in the barrier. At this moment, battlefield scenes from other parallel universes flashed on Lin Yang's retina. In a steampunk world, mechanical giants guarded the altar floating in the clouds. In a medieval magic universe, black-robed wizards summon ancient monsters with forbidden spells, and even in a future technological universe, a fleet of interstellar battleships formed an energy shield to protect the altar. Every battlefield was in a stalemate, and the energy readings of the chaos altar continued to rise. We can't delay any longer. Lin Yang gritted his teeth and injected all the remaining power of the law into the sword blade. All things return to the abyss, break it. A huge suction force burst out from the tip of the sword, the chaos core was directly torn apart, and the black-robed people were also wiped out in the energy storm. But when he and Su Cheng rushed out of the underground, they found that the chaos totem in the sky was only a little dim. 108 altars, they only destroyed one. The system sent a new prompt, a linkage mechanism has been detected in the chaos altar. Every time an altar is destroyed, the remaining altars will gain a power increase. Current increase ratio, 12%. It is recommended to destroy the main altar first, which can disintegrate the entire formation. Lin Yang opened the multiverse map and found that the energy fluctuations of all the altars pointed to one coordinate, the City of Eternal Night in the imaginary space. On the way to the City of Eternal Night, the two encountered the interception force of the Source of Chaos. Countless chaotic creations emerged from the space cracks, giant octopus monsters with hundreds of eyes, humanoid creatures made of distorted time, and even a black shadow army made of negative emotions. Lin Yang and Su Cheng fought back to back. He used the law of chaos to create space traps, while Su Cheng used the light of order to purify the darkness. When they finally arrived at the City of Eternal Night, the sight before them made their pupils shrink. The city was suspended on an ocean of chaotic energy. The main altar in the center of the city led directly to the sky of the universe, and the energy of the 107 secondary altars flowed into it like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. On the main altar, 3 figures were performing the final ritual. Their bodies were translucent, and one could see the chaotic source flowing in their bodies. They are the original clones of the Source of Chaos, controlling the destruction, devouring, and reshaping power of chaos respectively. Su Cheng's voice trembled a little, and the protective shield around the main altar is constructed with all the extracted power of the law, and ordinary attacks are completely ineffective. Lin Yang showed a dangerous smile, and he took out the chaos crystals collected in the previous battle. In this case, use chaos to fight chaos. He merged the crystal with his own laws, and a pair of wings burning with black flames spread out from behind. When rushing towards the main altar, the 3 original clones launched attacks at the same time. The destruction clone swung out a sickle that could cut off cause and effect, the devouring clone opened a huge black hole, and the reshaping clone distorted space to create countless illusions. Lin Yang kept switching the power of laws in the hail of bullets, using the law of time and space to dodge attacks, the law of destiny to change the trajectory, and finally the law of chaos to confront head-on. In the fierce battle, Su Cheng took the opportunity to find the energy node of the shield. She activated the power of order and built a huge cage at the node. Lin Yang seized the opportunity and injected all his strength into the Sword of Law, slashing at the core of the main altar. When the sword touched the core, the entire Eternal Night City began to shake violently, and 107 secondary altars simultaneously produced a chain reaction. No! Impossible! The 3 original clones roared angrily. But under the joint stranglehold of the 3-color law and the light of order, their bodies gradually disintegrated. As the main altar collapsed, all the chaos altars burst into dazzling light. The system prompt sounded excitedly, successfully destroyed the chaos altar formation. Rewards, Eye of All-Knowing, right to trade with all worlds. But it is detected that the source of chaos is about to wake up. When the smoke cleared, Lin Yang and Su Qing sat exhausted on the ruins. The sky in the distance became clear again, but both knew that the real decisive battle had just begun. In a corner of the universe, a pair of huge eyes slowly opened, and the entire multiverse trembled because of this terrifying breath. Chapter 19, The Origin Awakens. The Chaos Lord's Final Gaze. While the remains of the Chaos Altar were still burning in the imaginary space, Lin Yang suddenly felt that the power of the laws around him began to become uncontrollably chaotic. The system interface was covered with dazzling red light, and the alarm sounded like a sharp buzzing sound piercing his mind. Warning. The source of chaos is about to break the seal. The intensity of its origin fluctuations has been detected to have exceeded the sum of all known laws. The current stability of the universe has dropped to 17%, and it may collapse at any time. The dimensional structure of the multiverse has been irreversibly distorted. Su Qing's face beside him turned pale as paper in an instant, the light wings behind him trembled violently, and the golden runes were almost dim. This was a terrifying sense of oppression that even the power of order could not resist. The air seemed to be clenched by an invisible giant hand, and even breathing became difficult. The ruins of the entire Evernight city suddenly began to reversely reorganize. The black ocean composed of chaotic energy was boiling and surging, and countless huge tentacles broke out from the seabed. The surface of these tentacles was covered with hideous eyeballs and distorted human faces. Every swing tore the space, leaving a bottomless crack. The all-seeing eye on Lin Yang's retina frantically analyzed, but the data stream was jumping like boiling garbled code. The target information cannot be fully read. It is speculated that the source of chaos is in a quantum superposition state, and it exists in the past, present, and future of all parallel universes at the same time. Its energy radiation is rewriting the laws of physics, and the gravitational constant offset rate has reached 37%. Su Qing held his hand tightly, but the temperature from her fingertips was extremely cold. This is a true creation-level existence, we must evacuate immediately. Her voice was trembling unprecedentedly. In the ancient books inherited by the Court of Order, such a terrifying existence has never been recorded. However, it was too late. A huge pupil covering the entire sky slowly opened, and countless universes that were being destroyed and reborn were spinning in the iris. The voice of the source of chaos was no longer a single wave of consciousness, but was interwoven with the echoes of countless time and space. Every syllable contained the power to destroy galaxies. Little ants, do you think that destroying the altar can stop me? The entire multiverse is a chess piece on my chessboard. Since the birth of the first civilization, it has been destined to be my nourishment. As the voice fell, reality began to collapse like a broken mirror. Lin Yang watched Su Qing's body gradually become transparent. Her existence was being forcibly erased by the source of chaos. She could even see her outline in the air dissipating like sand in the wind. System. Activate all trump cards. Lin Yang roared, injecting all the rights of trade with the 10,000 worlds and the complete control of the chaos law into his body. Silver-black lines appeared on the surface of his skin, and the blood vessels were no longer flowing with blood, but the flickering power of the law. 3 pairs of wings of different shapes grew out from his back, burning golden wings of light, flowing silver wings of time and space, and wings of chaos wrapped with dark purple lightning. But even so, under the pressure of the source of chaos, he was still like a broken leaf in a hurricane. Every step forward had to endure the pain of space tearing, and his bones made a crackling sound under the heavy load. At the critical moment, the system suddenly sounded a mechanical voice. The intervention of the will of the multiverse is detected. Activating the destiny retracing function requires all the original power, and there is a risk of permanent dissipation of the host's consciousness. Are you sure? Lin Yang did not hesitate at all. Confirm. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will rewrite the ending. Even if I am torn to pieces, I will not lose her again. The bright light enveloped his whole body, and his consciousness was forcibly pulled back to the moment when the Chaos Altar was just activated. This time, he was no longer in a hurry to destroy the altar, but frantically scanned the weaknesses of the source of chaos through the eye of all-knowing. After analyzing tens of thousands of parallel universe timelines, he found that there was a key variable in all failed endings. Each time the source of chaos manifested, it needed to pass through a special anchor point to stably exist in the real dimension, and this anchor point was hidden in the origin of all parallel universes. Lin Yang immediately issued the highest level bounty order to the universe black market through the trade rights of all worlds. As soon as the message was sent, the entire universe black market fell into madness. The queen of the mechanical insect race brought millions of insect ships to exchange for law fragments. Her honeycomb mothership group was like a steel torrent, and each warship was equipped with a strong acid cannon that could devour planets. The prophet of the Dark Elves brought moonlight crystals that could locate spacetime cracks. These crystals were arranged in a mysterious array in the void, emitting a strange blue light. Even the followers of the ancient gods were attracted by Shin Nua's chaotic origin. Their giant biological army stepped from the other dimension, each as large as a continent, and their footsteps shook the entire galaxy. Soon, a coalition army composed of the most powerful forces across the multiverse was assembled. When the 108 Chaos Altars lit up again, Lin Yang divided his troops into several groups. He personally led the elite troops to the land of origin, a strange space composed of pure causality, where time presents a spiral entity, with the past, present, and future intertwined. The moment he stepped into the space, Lin Yang's memory began to become confused. He saw countless different versions of himself, a tyrant who became the Lord of Chaos, sitting on a throne made of planetary debris with cold eyes, a lonely god who guarded order, wearing tattered armor, fighting against the endless darkness alone, and a mortal who collapsed in the endless cycle, curled up in the ruins, muttering to himself. But these illusions strengthened his faith. He swung the sword of law to cut off the causal threads wrapped around his body. Every swing splashed golden sparks, which was a proof of fighting against fate. At the core of the land of origin, Lin Yang finally found the anchor point of the source of chaos. It was a beating black heart, with countless projections of the universe on its surface, each of which was showing the birth and destruction of civilization. However, when he tried to attack, the heart suddenly split into 7 smaller cores, each of which emitted enough energy to destroy a galaxy, and the surrounding space began to curl and burn like a burning paper. The system prompts with a piercing alarm, warning. The source of chaos has activated the final fission. 7 cores must be destroyed at the same time within 10 minutes, otherwise a cosmic chain reaction will be triggered. All parallel universes will be completely annihilated in the increase of entropy. At the critical moment, Su Qing arrived with the reinforcements of the Court of Order. She spread out the net of order to temporarily trap the core. The giant net woven with golden runes shone in the darkness, but it emitted an overwhelmed humming sound the moment it touched the core. Lin Yang activated the control of the multiverse and summoned all his parallel time and space selves. These Lin Yangs from different universes each exerted their unique power of law. Some manipulated flames to burn cause and effect, and ancient runes emerged from the raging fire. Some used frost to freeze time, and the crystal ice edges sealed broken stars, and some shattered space with the power of thunder, and purple lightning tore through the darkness. Under the joint attack of everyone, cracks began to appear in the 7 cores, but the counterattack of the source of chaos became more and more fierce. Countless monsters composed of chaotic energy emerged from the void. They had different shapes, some were like twisted giants, and some were like flowing shadows. Each of them had the power to destroy the planet. The roar of the source of chaos shattered the space barrier of the origin. Do you think you can defeat me like this? I am chaos, and chaos is eternity. All resistance will become the nourishment of my rebirth. But Lin Yang showed a confident smile. He merged all the collected law fragments, the origin of chaos and the power of faith in the multiverse to condense a weapon beyond imagination, and arbitration blade. This sword exudes a palpitating light, and the sword body is engraved with all the laws from the birth to the end of the universe. The hilt is inlaid with the last tear of the goddess of fate. When this sword pierced the heart of the source of chaos, the entire multiverse trembled, the space began to distort violently, and time became unprecedentedly disordered. The stars in countless parallel universes began to extinguish and were reborn in an instant. The system prompt sounded with a loud voice like the creation of the world, successfully destroyed the anchor point of the source of chaos. Reward, original creator authority, full dimensional existence form. But it is detected that the source of chaos has begun to disintegrate, which may trigger a new round of cosmic explosion. Unknown civilization fluctuations have been detected, and it is suspected that a higher level force has intervened. Lin Yang did not hesitate at all. He turned into a ray of light and shuttled between various parallel universes, using the authority of the original creator to reshape the destroyed laws. Every time he arrived in a universe, he had to face the crazy counterattack of the aftermath of chaos. Sometimes it was a black hole storm that swallowed everything, and sometimes it was a weird fog that rewrote reality. Su Qing led the Court of Order to maintain the stability of space. The power of countless law enforcers gathered into a golden barrier to block the spread of the aftermath of chaos. Their bodies were constantly broken and reorganized under the impact of energy, but they still held their ground. When everything finally calmed down, Lin Yang returned to the original Earth. The sun shone on the playground of Binhai University, and the students' laughter and joy rose and fell, as if nothing had happened. Su Qing stood under the ginkgo tree and smiled at him. Her golden runes glowed again, and the light wings behind her fluttered gently, bringing a breeze. But Lin Yang knew that the adventure in the universe would never end. A new prompt suddenly popped up on the system interface. Observation signals from a more advanced civilization galaxy arbitrator were detected. A new crisis is brewing in the dark. Unknown energy fluctuations were detected, and the target is moving towards the solar system at high speed. Estimated arrival time, 72 hours. Lin Yang held Su Qing's hand tightly, looked up at the vast starry sky, and the sword of law flickered behind him. This time, he was ready to meet any challenge. No matter what kind of powerful enemy was ahead, he would protect this universe and everything he cherished. Chapter 20 Arbitration is coming. The absolute suppression of the law of the galaxy. When the observation signal of Galaxy Arbiter appeared, the law energy of the entire Earth began to vibrate violently. Fine cracks appeared on the ground under Lin Yang's feet, as if it could not bear this pressure. The system alarm sounded sharply again, warning. The curvature navigation trajectory of the super-dimensional civilization Galaxy Arbiter has been detected. Its fleet is equipped with Dimension Zeroing Cannon, which can instantly erase the existence of three-dimensional space. Estimated contact time, 71 hours and 59 minutes. The other party's civilization level is detected, X level beyond current cognition. In the holographic projection, a fleet composed of star fragments and silver metal is tearing open the cosmic membrane. Each warship emits a light that is enough to distort time and space. The mysterious symbols engraved on the hull actually resonate strangely with the law lines in Lin Yang's body. Su Qing's wings of light suddenly contracted, and the golden runes flickered, the Galaxy Arbiters. In the ancient books of the Court of Order, they are the ultimate judges who maintain the balance of the multiverse. Any civilization that is judged to be an imbalance factor will be completely wiped out by them. Could it be that they regard us as a new threat? Before she finished her words, Lin Yang's all-seeing eyes suddenly felt a sharp pain, and a large amount of uninterpretable data jumped out of his retina. It is detected that the other party has activated the causality scan. The history of all parallel universes is being reviewed retrospectively. Lin Yang immediately activated the full-dimensional existence form, and his body kept switching between reality and imaginary space. His consciousness spread to the entire solar system, and he found that a huge judgment array had appeared on the surface of Mars at some point, and thousands of monitoring probes were suspended in the atmosphere of Jupiter. Even more terrifying was that there were bursts of buzzing sounds coming from deep in the core of the Earth. The Galaxy Arbiter had silently buried a dimensional anchor point in the core of the Earth. System, activate the Global Defense Agreement. Lin Yang's voice was low and cold. In an instant, 237 secret military bases around the world were activated at the same time, and hundreds of interstellar battleships transformed by chaos technology rose from the ground. The silver-black light flowing on the ship's body strongly repelled the energy field of the Galaxy Arbiter. He opened the interface of the 10,000 Worlds trade rights and issued a special request for help to the universe black market, reward for the design of the anti-arbitration position generator. Price, 10 Chaos Origin Crystals. As soon as the message was sent, the universe black market was instantly boiling, and secret envoys from major forces came one after another. The queen of the mechanical Zerg appeared with her chief scientist and handed over a black crystal engraved with gear patterns. This is the arbitrator technology we reverse engineered, but it requires the fusion of 3 different dimensional energy cores to activate. The dark elf prophet brought a cloak inlaid with moonlight crystals. Put it on, you can temporarily avoid causal scans, but each use will consume your vitality. Even the followers of the ancient gods who had been in seclusion for a long time sent a beating heart. This is the wreckage of the ancient arbitrator, maybe it can be the key. Lin Yang put all these materials into the Doomsday Factory. In the underground laboratory in Germany, 5,000 quantum 3D printers were overloaded, and the metal solution was twisted into strange shapes in the electromagnetic field at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in China. Rockets carrying a new defense system were launched one after another, weaving a blue energy network in the low Earth orbit deep in Area 51 in the United States. Scientists connected the heart of the ancient god to a giant particle collider, and the purple lightning that burst out illuminated the entire underground base. At the same time, the Galaxy Arbiter's fleet arrived at the edge of the solar system. The leading arbitration mothership unfolded a 100-meter-wide projection, and a figure in star armor walked out of it. His face was blurred, but his voice was like the roar of countless stars. Galaxy Lifeform No. Z739, you have tampered with the law of causality and interfered with the process of the multiverse. You have been judged as an imbalance factor. Immediately self-destruct all civilization creations and accept the dimension zeroing, otherwise he raised his hand and waved, and a passing asteroid was instantly compressed into quantum dust. Lin Yang drove the heavily modified Dawn out of the Earth's atmosphere, and the entropy field generator and chaos shield on the bow were activated at the same time. He responded through quantum communication, everything we do is to protect the universe. The threat of the source of chaos has not been completely eliminated. It would be a wrong judgment to attack us now. The arbitrator was unmoved. 12 giant turrets slowly rose in the fleet, and the white energy balls condensed at the muzzles dimmed the surrounding starlight. The battle was about to start. The Dawn launched the first attack. The moment the energy beam of the Void Annihilation Cannon hit the Arbitration Mothership, it was converted into fuel for the opponent's shield. The Arbitration Fleet deployed the Galaxy Cage, and countless silver rays intertwined into a net, trapping the solar system in it. Lin Yang immediately activated the newly developed anti-arbitration field generator, and a hexagonal black force field was deployed around the battleship, forcibly distorting the light trajectory of the cage. But every time the force field was attacked, fine cracks would appear. In the fierce exchange of fire, Lin Yang suddenly discovered that there was a fluctuation similar to the anchor point of the source of chaos at the core of the arbitration mothership. He activated the Eye of All-Seeing for deep analysis, and the system sent a shocking prompt: the Galaxy Arbiter and the source of chaos have detected a homologous energy reaction. The other party may be the ordered form of the source of chaos. This discovery made his pupils shrink suddenly. Could it be that the arbitrator who maintains the balance of the universe is itself part of a greater crisis? Su Qing led the elite troops of the Court of Order to come to support. They spread the network of order in space, temporarily relieving the pressure on the Dawnbreaker. Lin Yang took the opportunity to activate control of the multiverse and summon all his parallel selves. These Lin Yangs from different universes drove warships of different shapes, some equipped with magic rune cannons, and some equipped with technological particle beams, forming a spectacular line of defense. However, the Arbiter fleet suddenly activated the law assimilation ability, converting part of the attack into its own power, and the battle situation became stalemate. As the battle continued, the Earth's dimensional anchor point began to become unstable. Lin Yang knew that if the core problem was not solved quickly, the entire planet would be forcibly reduced in dimension. He made a bold decision: Su Qing, you hold the fleet back. I want to sneak into the arbitration mothership and find out the truth. He put on the Dark Elf's moonlight cloak, activated the Chaos Retracement skill, and shuttled through the time gap. When approaching the mothership, the crystals of the cloak shattered one after another, and his vitality was also rapidly fading, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, and finally found the energy gap of the mothership. After sneaking into the interior, Lin Yang was shocked to find that the core of the mothership was actually a huge law furnace, which imprisoned the original power of countless civilizations. What's more terrifying is that a black crystal very similar to the heart of the source of chaos is suspended in the center of the furnace. System prompt: the core of the Entropy Silence Project has been detected. The Galaxy Arbitrator regularly clears out unbalanced civilizations and converts their energy into fuel to maintain the stability of the universe's entropy value. At this moment, the figure of the arbitrator suddenly appeared behind him. You have discovered it. However, those who know the truth will stay here forever. A thrilling close combat unfolded inside the mothership. Lin Yang's Sword of Law and the Arbiter's Star Lance collided fiercely, and each confrontation caused space vibrations. He kept switching the laws of chaos, time and space, and fate, but the Arbiter seemed to be able to predict his every attack. It turned out that the opponent had already mastered his combat mode through the law of causality. At the critical moment, Lin Yang suddenly abandoned all known laws, merged the authority of the original creator with the power of the heart of the ancient god, and created a new law of disordered order. This unprecedented power surprised the arbitrator for the first time. Lin Yang took the opportunity to stab the Sword of Law into the core of the furnace, and the black crystal began to disintegrate. At the same time, the arbitration fleet outside was in chaos, and cracks appeared in the Galaxy Cage. Su Qing seized the opportunity and led the Court of Order to launch the strongest attack. The joint attack of the Web of Order and the Dawn finally tore through the fleet's defense line. When Lin Yang rushed out of the mothership, the figure of the arbitrator gradually became transparent. There was a hint of unwillingness in his voice. You have won temporarily, but the balance of the universe will eventually be achieved in some way. The fleet began to evacuate the solar system, but before leaving, he left a chilling warning: the true body of the source of chaos is far more than what you see. When the galaxy turns to the seventh era, the final judgment will surely come. When the smoke cleared, the surface of the earth was riddled with holes. Lin Yang looked at his devastated home and tightened his grip on the Sword of Law. The system prompt sounded at the right time, successfully repelled the galaxy arbitrator. Rewards: Complete Dimension Law, Cosmic Parliament Seat. The residual energy fluctuations of the source of chaos have been detected to be increasing, and new crisis coordinates have been generated. He turned to look at Su Qing, and both of them flashed a determined light in their eyes. No matter how many challenges there are ahead, they will continue to protect this universe until all the truth is revealed. Chapter 21: The Dark Tide. Reverberations of Chaos and Whispers of the Abyss. After the galaxy arbiter left, the solar system was filled with an eerie silence. The broken meteorite belt was floating with the silver wreckage left by the arbitration fleet, shining coldly in the sun. Lin Yang stood on the bridge of the Dawnbreaker, looking out the porthole at the shattered Earth. The shocking crack at the edge of the atmosphere was still slowly oozing blood-colored mist. The system's prompt sound broke the silence. The residual energy fluctuation of the source of chaos has increased by 37%, and abnormal energy reactions have occurred in 3 locations: the back of Mars, under the ice layer of Europa, and in the Kuiper Belt. It is recommended to immediately start the Abyss monitoring plan. Su Qing's wings of light trembled slightly, and the golden runes cast tiny shadows on her pale face. The warning given by the galaxy arbitrator before he left was not false. The layout of the source of chaos has probably already penetrated every corner of the universe. She called up the holographic star map, and 3 red dots of light flashed like a tumor. These 3 positions just form an equilateral triangle, like some kind of ancient sacrificial formation. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yang's all-seeing eye suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and an indecipherable data stream jumped wildly on his retina. Warning: an unknown civilization has been detected transmitting encrypted messages through quantum entanglement. Keywords: Abyss Altar, Ancient God Resurrection, Egg of the End. Lin Yang immediately used the authority of Cosmic Parliament Seat to issue the highest-level cooperative investigation order to the entire universe. The channel of the cosmic black market was instantly detonated, and countless bounty hunters, interstellar mercenaries, and mysterious organizations responded. The Queen of the Mechanical Zerg sent an encrypted image, which showed that her reconnaissance swarm was attacked by strange creatures in the Kuiper Belt. Those monsters that looked like octopuses but had mechanical tentacles could absorb the attacks of energy weapons. The Dark Elf Prophet sent an ancient parchment scroll, on which was drawn a pattern with moonlight ink that was exactly the same as the energy reaction on the back of Mars. The most disturbing thing was the secret letter from the followers of the ancient gods, which was written in blood-red text: when the whispers of the abyss sound, the stars will be dimmed. In the underground laboratory of the Doomsday Factory, Lin Yang cross-analyzed the intelligence he had collected with the system data. The matrix, composed of 5,000 quantum computers, was running frantically, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt electrons. When the analysis results were displayed on the holographic screen, everyone gasped. The frequency of the 3 energy reactions was completely consistent with the opening conditions of the Gate of Chaos in ancient mythology, and the so-called Egg of the End was very likely the container of the true body of the source of chaos. We must destroy these energy nodes before the Chaos Gate opens. Lin Yang inserted the Sword of Law into the console, and the 3-color light illuminated the entire laboratory. But according to the battle data left by the Galaxy Arbiter, the remnants of the source of chaos have mastered some arbitration technology. He called up the simulated battle screen, which showed that the shells of those mysterious creatures could refract space, and conventional attacks were simply ineffective. Su Qing's fingertips slid across the holographic screen and called up the ancient archives of the Court of Order. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough from the ancient records of fighting against chaos. In the fragments of the Atlantis civilization, there is a record of a divine weapon called the Spear of Falling Stars, which is said to be able to pierce the chaos barrier. Lin Yang immediately activated the right to trade with all worlds, and purchased the coordinates of the ruins of Atlantis civilization from the cosmic black market at the cost of 10 chaos origin crystals and some law fragments. When the Dawnbreaker leaped to the target starfield, the scene in front of him was shocking. On the surface of a planet shrouded in purple mist, stood countless broken stone pillars, each of which was carved with distorted human faces, those faces looming in the mist, as if shouting silently. System prompt: strong mental pollution detected. It is recommended to wear a mind filter. After landing, Lin Yang and Su Qing carefully shuttled through the maze of the ruins. The moss on the ground was a strange black color, and dark red liquid would seep out with every step. Suddenly, sharp hisses sounded all around, and dozens of monsters that looked like bats but had metal wings pounced out of the fog. Lin Yang swung the Sword of Law, and the moment the 3-color light chopped the monsters, he found that their blood could corrode the energy of the law. Su Qing quickly unfolded the Order Light Shield, and ripples appeared on the surface of the light shield. These monsters have been transformed by chaotic energy, and ordinary attacks will only make them stronger. In the fight with the monster, Lin Yang's all-seeing eye captured the hidden runes on the stone pillar. He activated the Chaos Rewind skill, time flowed backwards in a local area, and the runes gradually pieced together into a complete map. Following the map, the two came to the core of the ruins, a huge pyramid-shaped building. Silver liquid metal flowed on the surface of the pyramid. When Lin Yang tried to get close, the metal suddenly turned into countless tentacles and tightly wrapped him. The memory fragments from the tentacles poured into his consciousness like a tide. In ancient times, in order to fight against chaos, the Atlantis civilization used all its resources to create the Spear of the Falling Star, but it was destroyed by the source of chaos in the final battle. The survivors split the artifact into 3 parts and hid them in 3 corners of the universe. So that's it. Lin Yang mobilized the authority of the original creator, built a microcosm in his body, and fed the energy of the tentacles back to himself. The metal tentacles screamed shrilly, turned into liquid and flowed into the ground. The door of the pyramid slowly opened, and a crystal coffin was suspended in the center of the interior. A half-broken spear full of cracks was inserted in the coffin, and the tip of the spear still had golden light. The system prompts: the fragments of the Starfall Spear are detected. The other 2 parts must be collected to activate the complete form. Current location: the Cybertron ruins on the back of Mars, the deep-sea ancient god palace under the ice layer of Europa. At the moment they took out the fragments, the entire ruins began to collapse. Countless monsters emerged from the ground. One of the giant leader monsters opened its huge mouth and spit out a black sphere that could swallow light. Lin Yang and Su Qing fought and retreated. When the dawn was about to take off, Su Qing was suddenly hit by a beam of chaos, and the golden rune dimmed. Lin Yang rushed into the medical cabin with her in his arms. Looking at her pale face, he felt unprecedented anger in his heart. System prompt: Su Qing is suffering from chaos erosion. The loss of vitality is accelerating. The only antidote: the Fountain of Eternity in the ancient palace of the deep sea of Europa. When the Dawnbreaker arrived at the back of Mars, the Cybertron ruins in front of them turned out to be a giant fortress that was a fusion of machinery and flesh. The walls were covered with blinking eyes, and the ground was flowing with foul-smelling green slime. Lin Yang inserted the fragments of the Spear of the Falling Star into the main gun of the Dawnbreaker and launched a full-scale bombardment. The moment the artillery fire tore through the wall, countless mechanical insects poured out like a tide. The shells of these insects were engraved with runes of the Star Abyss Council, but the Chaos Core was beating in their abdomens. During the battle, Lin Yang discovered that these insects had a fatal weakness: their nerve center was connected to the giant brain in the center of the fortress. He sneaked into the core of the fortress alone, shuttling through the passages filled with wires and blood vessels. When he swung his sword at the giant brain, the brain suddenly split into 3 smaller brains, each of which screamed at a different frequency. Lin Yang immediately activated the control of the multiverse and summoned his parallel self to fight together. Under the joint attack of everyone, the giant brain was finally destroyed, and the second fragment of the Spear of the Falling Star emerged from the ruins. But at this time, violent energy fluctuations came from the direction of Europa, and the system alarm: the progress of the Chaos Gate activation has reached 60%. A space-time crack has appeared in the ancient palace of the deep sea of Europa. The Dawnbreaker rushed to Europa at full speed. The deep sea under the ice was pitch black, and only the ancient palace was emitting a faint blue light. There were countless twisted statues carved on the palace gate. When the Dawnbreaker approached, the statue's eyes suddenly lit up red. What's more terrifying is that giant creatures as big as planets are swimming around the palace. Their skin is covered with star maps, and every swing triggers an undersea earthquake. Lin Yang knows that not only the last fragments of the Spear of the Falling Star and the Fountain of Eternity are hidden here, but also the key to the Gate of Chaos. The ultimate showdown concerning the survival of the universe is about to begin. Chapter 22: The Final Battle in the Deep Sea. Chaos in the Ancient God's Palace. The deep sea under the ice layer of Europa was like a dark universe. The searchlight of the Dawnbreaker could only illuminate a palm-sized area in the thick darkness. The undercurrent caused by the giant creatures swimming made the entire warship shake violently, as if it would be sucked into the endless abyss at any time. Lin Yang stared at the real-time scan of the Ancient God's Palace and the holographic projection. The outlines of the distorted statues on the surface of the building were looming in the red light. The system kept popping up warnings: spacefolding is detected around the palace, and the hit rate of conventional weapons has dropped by 87%. The brainwave frequency of the ancient god creature cluster resonates with the chaos altar. Su Qing was lying in the life support cabin of the medical cabin. Her face was as pale as paper, and the golden runes were almost dim. The monitoring data jumping around the cabin was distressing. 23% of vitality remained, and the degree of chaos erosion was 61%. Lin Yang held her hand tightly, and his fingertips touched the black veins wriggling under her skin. It was the chaotic energy that was eroding her vitality. The system prompt sounded coldly: if the eternal fountain is not obtained within 12 hours, Su Qing will be irreversibly transformed into a chaos puppet. The dawn approached the palace cautiously. Suddenly, a dull roar came from the depths of the sea, like the awakening of an ancient beast. Countless octopus-like mechanical creatures emerged from the cracks in the reefs. Their tentacles were entangled with the chain runes of the Xingyuan Council. What came out of their mouths was not ink, but purple acid that could corrode alloys. Lin Yang immediately activated the entropy field generator. Silver-black energy ripples appeared on the surface of the ship, instantly decomposing the acid into harmless particles. But more mechanical octopuses came from all directions. They entangled with each other, forming huge chaotic tentacles, and smashed into the dawn. Launch the Void Annihilation Cannon. Lin Yang's roar resounded through the bridge. The energy beam condensed by the main gun tore through the deep sea, but was absorbed the moment it touched the chaos tentacles, causing the tentacles to expand several times. He suddenly remembered the records in the Atlantis fragments and ordered, adjust the weapon frequency to the resonance frequency band of the ancient god palace. When the second energy beam was fired, the chaos tentacles let out a piercing scream, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface. However, just as the battleship was preparing to pursue the victory, the palace gate burst open, and three giant figures slowly walked out. There were three half-human, half-mechanical ancient god guards. Their bodies were made of twisted metal and flesh, with burning chaos cores suspended above their heads, and every step they took caused huge waves on the seabed. The guard on the far left held a giant chainsaw covered with barbs, and the green liquid dripping between the teeth corroded the reef into a bottomless pit. The guard in the middle was wearing flowing liquid metal armor, and his hands turned into turrets that could fire gravitational beams. The guard on the right was even more bizarre, with glowing nerve veins wrapped around his body, and each vein was connected to a miniature black hole. The system's alarm sounded sharp and piercing. It is detected that the ancient god guards have mastered three variants of the chaos law, namely cutting, gravity, and space. It is recommended to destroy their chaos core first. Lin Yang took a deep breath, and the three pairs of wings behind him spread out at the same time. He inserted the two fragments of the Starfall Spear into the ship's energy core and shouted, Su Qing, help me stabilize the energy output. Su Qing in the medical cabin held on to her spirit and condensed a golden order-like net, connecting it to the energy system of the Dawnbreaker. The battle instantly became intense. The chainsaw guard took the lead in attacking, and the vacuum zone created by the saw teeth tearing through the seawater sucked the Dawnbreaker towards him. Lin Yang activated the quantum teleportation boots and instantly appeared behind the guards, and the Sword of Law slashed at the chaos core. But the metal armor suddenly flowed and reorganized, rebounding the attack. The gravitation guard took the opportunity to launch a gravitational beam, and the battleship was severely deformed under the strong pulling force, and sparks burst out of the dashboard. At the critical moment, Lin Yang mobilized the control of the multiverse and summoned his parallel self. Some Lin Yangs drove magic flying ships and threw frost runes that could freeze time. Some operated technological fortresses and fired shells containing antimatter. Although these attacks failed to directly destroy the guards, they successfully disrupted their formation. Lin Yang seized the opportunity and merged the power of the two fragments of the falling star spear. The sword body burst into brilliant golden light and pierced the core of the chainsaw guard. The moment the core was shattered, the chainsaw guardian let out an earth-shattering roar, and its body began to explode violently. The shockwave generated by the explosion overturned the space guardian, and Lin Yang took the opportunity to rush towards the gravity guardian. However, the gravity guardian activated a forbidden skill. The turrets in its hands merged to form a continuously collapsing black sphere, dimensional collapse bomb. The target hit will completely disappear from the three-dimensional space. Lin Yang's all-seeing eyes frantically analyzed and finally found an energy fluctuation gap on the surface of the projectile. He activated the Chaos Rewind skill, and time flowed back 0.3 seconds in a local area. He seized this fleeting opportunity and stabbed the Sword of Law into the core of the sphere. The dimensional collapse bomb exploded at the moment of launch, and the powerful recoil shook Lin Yang hundreds of meters away. Countless cracks appeared on his law armor, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. At this time, the space guard resumed its action, opening its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, sucking the surrounding seawater and the Dawnbreaker into it. In the chaos, Lin Yang saw the scene inside the palace. On a huge altar, the outline of the Chaos Gate had already appeared, and the dark purple energy was beating like a heart in the center of the altar. The crystal bottle containing the eternal fountain was swaying in the light, and behind the altar, an object shaped like a giant egg had strange patterns on its surface, which was the rumored egg of the end. We can't delay any longer. Lin Yang injected all the remaining energy into the spear of falling stars and activated all things return to the abyss. A huge suction force erupted from the tip of the sword, and the body of the Space Guardian was forcibly torn apart, revealing the chaos core inside. When the Sword of Law slashed down, the entire seabed shook violently, and the walls of the ancient god's palace began to crack. Lin Yang took the opportunity to rush into the palace, but found that the road to the altar was blocked by countless chaos vines, which had huge mouths that could devour the energy of the law. He wielded the Sword of Law and chopped hard. Every time he cut a vine, more would regenerate at the wound. The chaos vines gradually entangled him, and the black energy eroded his arm along the sword. At the critical moment, Su Qing in the medical cabin suddenly opened her eyes, her golden runes lit up again, and the light wings behind her burst into dazzling light. She forcibly broke through the constraints of the life support cabin, condensed the chain of order, and cut the chaos vines one by one. The two finally reached the altar. Lin Yang picked up the spring of eternity and fed it to Su Qing. The moment the spring water entered her body, the black veins on her body quickly faded, and the golden runes regained their brilliance. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the egg of the end suddenly let out a piercing scream, and a crack appeared on its surface. The system issued a doomsday alarm. The progress of the Chaos Gate opening is 100%. The countdown to the hatching of the egg of the end, 3 minutes. The consciousness fluctuations of the source of chaos have been detected. The space around the altar began to distort, and countless chaotic creatures emerged from the cracks. Lin Yang embedded the last fragment of the Starfall spear into the hilt, and the three-color light merged with the golden light, and the spear returned to its complete form. He held the spear tightly, feeling the power of creation contained in it. Su Qing unfolded the Order Light Shield and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. This time, we will definitely win. When the egg of the end completely cracked, a huge figure walked out of the chaos. It was a monster made up of countless cosmic debris, with broken stars inlaid on its body and a black hole spinning on its head. Every breath it took caused space to vibrate. The voice of the source of chaos was no longer a single echo, but a gathering of the cries of all destroyed civilizations. Little ants, witness the coming of the end. Lin Yang held up the spear of falling stars, and Su Qing's Order Light Shield turned into a stream of light and entangled it. The two exerted their strength at the same time, and the spear stabbed at the source of chaos with a devastating momentum. In the fierce collision, the entire Europa began to tremble, and the orbits of the planets in the solar system shifted. The outcome of this ultimate duel not only concerns their lives, but also determines the fate of the entire universe. Chapter 23, Final Showdown. The light of creation where all things return to one. The moment the spear of falling stars collided with the source of chaos, the entire Europa ocean was boiling and surging. The seawater turned into steaming mist in the high temperature, and condensed into sharp ice crystals under the pressure of chaotic energy. The ancient palace under Lin Yang and Su Qing's feet collapsed, and the broken stone pillars fell into the deep sea like meteors. On the body of the source of chaos, the broken stars burst out the last light, and the black hole-like head rotated more and more violently. Countless dark purple energy beams swept in a fan shape. Wherever they passed, the space seemed to be torn by an invisible giant hand, revealing a dark space-time rift. The system's alarm almost pierced the eardrums. The source of chaos is detected to release entropy annihilation fluctuations. The decomposition rate of surrounding galaxy matter has increased to 1,000 times. The core of Europa is about to melt. It is recommended to evacuate immediately. But Lin Yang's hand holding the spear of falling stars did not waver at all. The three-color light flowing on the spear intertwined with the golden light, flickering under the impact of chaotic energy. He could clearly feel that this artifact was resonating with the power of the source of chaos, both confrontation and fusion. Su Qing's Order Light Shield became more transparent as it continued to consume energy. She bit her lower lip, and beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Golden runes flickered on her pale skin. 2 of the 6 pairs of light wings behind her were broken, but she was still trying her best to maintain the defense barrier. Lin Yang, its weakness is in the core of the black hole. Her voice was drowned out by the roar of chaos, but it was accurately transmitted to Lin Yang's consciousness. But that is the convergence point of all the laws of destruction. Forcibly breaking through will. There is no way out. Lin Yang's pupils burned with a determined flame, and the 3 pairs of wings behind him burst out with all their strength at the same time. The wings of chaos tore through space, the wings of time and space twisted cause and effect, and the wings of light released the power of purification. He injected all the authority of the original creator, the existence form of all dimensions, and the power of faith in the multiverse into the spear of falling stars. The spear instantly expanded to 1,000 meters long, and the light condensed at the tip of the spear even overshadowed the darkness of the source of chaos. Just as he was about to launch a fatal blow, the source of chaos suddenly split into countless clones, each carrying a different law of destruction. Some controlled the fire of karma that could corrode the soul, some summoned dark matter storms that devoured light, and some wielded the blade of nothingness that cut off cause and effect. The battlefield instantly fell into chaos. The dawn was shaking violently in the dark matter storm, and the alloy on the surface of the ship melted like a wax block. Lin Yang was caught in the siege of the clones, and cracks appeared on his armor of law. Blood seeped through the cracks and turned into golden light spots in the chaotic energy. Seeing this, Su Qing resolutely abandoned defense and condensed the power of order into thousands of light arrows, shooting at the source of chaos. The power of the light arrows was greatly reduced after penetrating the clone, but it still left a slight burn mark on the surface of the black hole core. So that's it. Lin Yang suddenly had an epiphany in the midst of a life and death crisis. He no longer focused on attacking, but activated the Eye of All-Knowing, frantically analyzing the laws of the source of chaos. In the frantic data flow of the system, he captured an astonishing secret: the power of the source of chaos is essentially a collection of disordered laws. If the resonant frequency can be found, it may be possible to transform it into controllable energy. He immediately mobilized the right to trade with all realms and sent an urgent request for help to the universe black market, a bounty for the formula for reconciling the laws of chaos. The price, the qualification to use part of the authority of the origin creator. The moment the message was sent, the universe black market fell into an unprecedented frenzy. The queen of the mechanical insect race personally sent a black code engraved with gears. The title page of the code read, "Use the gears of order to bite the chain of chaos." The dark elf prophet contributed a cluster of moonlight crystals, which sealed the spell of reconciling light and darkness. In ancient times, even the followers of the ancient gods rarely appeared, and the blood of the ancient gods they brought was boiling in the container, exuding an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Lin Yang integrated these precious materials into the starfall spear, and complex patterns emerged on the surface of the spear, with both geometric patterns of order and distorted symbols of chaos. At the same time, the attacks of the source of chaos became more and more fierce. One of the clones released the skill of rewriting the law of causality, and Lin Yang suddenly found that his movements became slow in this tampered causality. Every swing of his sword would be delayed by 3 seconds. Su Qing's light arrow was also rebounded by the reality distortion ability of another clone, and almost hit her. But just when the situation was on the verge of despair, Lin Yang activated the chaos retracement skill and forcibly reversed the tampered causality. His consciousness shuttled through the torrent of time and saw countless failed futures. Europa exploded into dust, the solar system was swallowed up, Su Qing dissipated in chaos. These images strengthened his belief, and his soul broke through the limit in the shouting and the power of the law sword. When Lin Yang returned to the battlefield again, his eyes flashed with a light that transcended the laws. He inserted the reconciled meteorite spear into the seabed, and the 3-color light and golden light spread with Europa as the center, forming a huge law matrix. The clones of the source of chaos roared in pain in the matrix, and their power began to drain out of control. Lin Yang took the opportunity to rush to the main body, and the spear pointed directly at the core of the black hole. However, the source of chaos launched the end assimilation at the last moment. Its body turned into a thick black fluid, enveloping Lin Yang, Su Qing, and the entire Europa. In this chaotic realm, time and space lost their meaning. Lin Yang's consciousness was constantly pulled, and his memory began to become confused. He sought his past, the boy who accidentally obtained the system in the university dormitory, and the panic when facing the crisis for the first time. He also saw countless parallel time and space selves, some of whom had already fallen, and some became the new Lord of Chaos. "I will never be assimilated," Lin Yang roared in the chaos of his consciousness. He gathered all the power of his parallel time and space and built a miniature multiverse in his body. Su Qing also used up her last bit of strength to inject the power of order into this universe. When the consciousness of the source of chaos poured in, the miniature universe produced a violent shock, and the two forces constantly collided and merged in it. In this battle of consciousness, Lin Yang suddenly realized the true meaning of the unity of all laws. He completely integrated all the laws of chaos, order, time and space, and destiny, creating a new original law. The origin law is like a ray of light of creation, illuminating the darkness of chaos. When this power was injected into the spear of falling stars, the spear burst out with light beyond imagination, directly piercing through the core of the black hole of the source of chaos. The source of chaos let out a deafening wail, and its body began to disintegrate rapidly. As it dissipated, the assimilated Europa gradually returned to its original state, the boiling sea water calmed down again, and the cracks in time and space were healed under the action of the origin law. The system prompt sounded with a loud and clear voice like the creation of the world, successfully defeated the source of chaos. Reward, body of all laws returning to one, authority of the creator of the universe. It was detected that the reconstruction of the laws of the multiverse has been completed, and a new era is about to begin. The smoke cleared, and Lin Yang and Su Qing were suspended in space, looking at the surviving solar system. The surface of Europa was covered with ice again, flashing with a faint blue light. Lin Yang's body was nourished by the origin law, and a pair of transparent wings interwoven with all the laws grew behind him. Every flap could cause resonance in space. Su Qing's light wings were also fully restored, and the golden runes were even more dazzling. However, a new prompt from the system broke the brief silence. Observation signals from a more advanced civilization, the arbitration tribunal of all realms, have been detected. The balance of the universe needs a new guardian. Are you ready? Lin Yang held Su Qing's hand tightly, looking at the vast starry sky, with a confident smile on his lips. His sword of law was unsheathed again, and the sword body flashed with the light of unity of all laws. No matter how many challenges there are ahead, he will protect this galaxy full of miracles as the creator of the universe. Chapter 24, Arbitration of All Realms. Undercurrents of Crisis in the New Order. When the remains of the source of chaos turned into cosmic dust, the light of the origin law surrounding Lin Yang had not yet completely dissipated, and the entire starry sky was suddenly shrouded in a silver-white light beyond cognition. The system interface refreshed frantically at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the alarm sounded so sharp that it almost tore the eardrums. Warning! The extra-dimensional projection of the Arbitration Tribunal of All Realms has been detected. Civilization Level Assessment, Level. The current stability of the universe's laws has dropped to 23%, and all spatial coordinates are being recalibrated. Su Qing's light wings vibrated violently and uncontrollably, and the golden runes flickered in the strong light. This pressure is 100 times more terrifying than the galaxy arbitrator. Ancient books record that the Arbitration Tribunal of the Worlds is the ultimate maintainer of order above the multiverse. Every time they come, it means a complete reconstruction of the rules of the universe. Before she finished her words, 12 giant suspended thrones slowly emerged in the void. The thrones were forged from the remains of broken galaxies, and star-like light bands flowed in every crack. A wave of vibrations beyond prophecy came from the central throne, and Lin Yang's consciousness instantly flooded with a huge amount of information. Universe Observation Body No. X927, you have interfered with the origin of chaos without authorization, and have seriously damaged the balance of the worlds. Now start the order liquidation procedure. Option 1, actively hand over all control of the laws and accept the dimensional downgrade. Option 2, start the final arbitration, and the Arbitration Tribunal of the Worlds will directly reconstruct the laws of this universe. Lin Yang clenched the sword of law in his hand, and the light of the sword's unity of all laws collided violently with the silver-white brilliance, bursting out dazzling sparks. We fight against chaos to protect life, not to let the so-called balance become the shackles of civilization. The 12 thrones roared at the same time, and the figure on the second throne slowly stood up. It was a humanoid being made of pure data, with chains of binary code wrapped around its body. Ignorant ants, chaos and order are two sides of the same coin. You destroy the source of chaos, and in fact cut off the lifeblood of the universe's self-renewal. As the words fell, the planets in the entire solar system began to rotate in reverse, the Earth's atmosphere showed strange stratification, and the ocean began to flow back into the sky. Lin Yang immediately activated the authority of the creator of the universe to try to stabilize the space. But he was horrified to find that his power was like a firefly encountering the scorching sun under the pressure of the Arbitration Tribunal of All Realms, and the newly constructed law matrix collapsed instantly. Seeing this, Su Qing transformed the power of order into a light bridge to connect the 12 thrones. Have you ever thought that the source of chaos has long deviated from its essence, and its renewal is actually destruction? She unfolded the ancient scroll and projected a tragic scene of the source of chaos eroding the universe. The Arbitration Tribunal fell into a brief silence, and a gentle wave came from the seventh throne. What the observer said is indeed strange. Activate causal tracing to retrieve the chaos data of the past 100,000 epochs. Countless rotating crystal balls appeared in the void, and each ball played the rise and fall history of a different universe. Lin Yang took the opportunity to launch the omniscient eye for in-depth analysis, and discovered an even more shocking secret in some crystal balls. The Arbitration Tribunal of the Worlds had actively intervened in the evolution of the origin of chaos. I see. Lin Yang's voice was filled with a sneer. The so-called balance is just an excuse for you to maintain your rule. The loss of control of the source of chaos is probably related to the Arbitration Tribunal. His words were like a heavy bomb, and the 12 thrones shook violently. The codes around the arbitrators made up of data began to become disordered. The pressure from the central throne suddenly increased. Those who blaspheme the arbitration tribunal shall be punished by annihilation of all laws. A black beam of light that could swallow all light descended from the sky, and Lin Yang and Su Cheng were instantly enveloped. In the beam of light, their bodies began to decompose into law fragments. Su Cheng's light wings collapsed piece by piece, and Lin Yang's body of the origin of the law also began to crack. At the critical moment, Lin Yang suddenly remembered the residual fluctuations when the source of chaos was destroyed. It was a special energy between order and chaos. He frantically mobilized the remaining chaotic power in his body, merged it with the origin of the law, and formed a silver-black shield around his body. The confrontation between the shield and the black beam of light triggered a space-time storm, and the timeline of the entire universe began to become chaotic. Lin Yang's consciousness traveled through time and space, and saw countless universes that had been corrected by the arbitration tribunal. Some civilizations remained forever in the Stone Age, some galaxies were transformed into mechanical fortresses of order, and in other universes, life became a puppet of the law. These images strengthened his belief, and he gathered his own power from all parallel time and space again to form a golden spear that spanned dimensions. Since you insist on maintaining the distorted balance, I will break this so-called order. Lin Yang's roar resounded through all realms. The golden spear stabbed at the central throne with the power of unity of all things. Su Cheng also used up her last strength to weave the web of order into a cage to trap the other arbitrators. In the fierce collision, spider web-like cracks appeared on the 12 thrones, and the silver-white brilliance began to dim. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, the arbitration tribunal suddenly launched the resonance of all realms. Countless arbitration clones from parallel universes descended at the same time, and the arbitration blades in their hands gathered into a giant lightsaber that could cut off cause and effect. Lin Yang's body of origin law almost collapsed under the lightsaber, and Su Cheng's network of order was also riddled with holes. At the critical moment, Lin Yang activated the right to trade with all realms and sent out the last distress signal to the entire universe: help! Fight against the tyranny of the arbitration tribunal of all realms. The price: share the authority of the creator of the entire universe. The universe black market is boiling again. The queen of the mechanical Zerg leads millions of Zerg ships to form a quantum shield, and the roar of the Zerg is deafening. The dark elf prophets use the moonlight crystal as a medium to summon the ancient elf army. Even the remnant souls of civilization destroyed by the source of chaos are condensed into a ghost fleet under the call of the law fragments. These forces from different universes and different camps, led by Lin Yang, formed an unprecedented resistance coalition. The battle entered a white-hot stage. The giant lightsaber of the arbitration court collided with the attack of the coalition forces, and the aftermath tore through countless dimensions. In the melee, Lin Yang discovered that the source of the power of the arbitration court came from the order anchor point at the core of each universe. He immediately ordered the coalition forces to split into multiple groups and go to various universes to destroy the anchor points. He and Su Cheng went straight to the central throne. They completely merged the power of chaos in order to form a new law of balance. When the law of balance touched the central throne, the entire arbitration tribunal of all realms was shaken violently. For the first time, the arbitrators on the throne began to waver, and their bodies became transparent, revealing the truth behind them. It turned out that they were just puppets of order created by higher beings. As the last order anchor was destroyed, the projection of the arbitration tribunal of all realms began to dissipate. Before leaving, the central arbitrator left a meaningful sentence: you think you have broken the shackles, but you don't know that the real master is still staring at you in a higher dimension. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but the universe was already devastated. Lin Yang used his authority as the creator of the universe to start rebuilding. He did not choose to completely restore the old order, but instead created a new system of laws, retaining the framework of order while giving civilization room to develop freely. Su Cheng established a new court of order to oversee the operation of the law and ensure that no new imbalance would occur. However, in an unknown corner of the universe, a figure made of pure shadow sneered: the arbitration tribunal of all realms is just a pawn, the real game has just begun. He held a beating black heart in his hand, and the images of Lin Yang and Su Cheng appeared on the surface of the heart. The system's new prompt sounded at the right time: unknown dimensional fluctuations detected. The mysterious Force Shadow Council is awakening, and the new crisis is still 365 days away from breaking out. Lin Yan looked at the rebuilding universe, held Su Cheng's hand tightly, and the sword of law was unsheathed again. He knew that the road of protection would never end, and he was already ready to meet the challenges from higher dimensions. Chapter 25: Shadow eclipses the starry sky. Parliament arrives and space and time collapse. The rebuilt universe is still filled with the afterglow of the reorganization of laws. Lin Yang stands on the top of the observation tower of the New Order courtyard, overlooking the brilliant light bands flowing between the galaxies. His body of the original law trembles slightly, forming a subtle resonance with the pulse of the universe. However, this tranquility only lasted for 3 months, and the system alarm sounded like thunder, warning. The first physical projection of the Shadow Parliament has been detected. Affected area, Aquila constellation. The spacetime curvature in this area has increased abnormally by 400%, and all matter is experiencing quantum state collapse. In the holographic projection, the starry sky in the direction of Aquila was like ink stirred by an invisible giant hand. Stars went out one after another, and planets were torn into glowing stardust in the twisted vortex of time and space. Su Qing rushed over quickly, her light wings stained with the golden law halo that had not yet dissipated, but her expression was as solemn as frost. The means of the Shadow Council are completely different from the source of chaos. They seem to be using the power of anti-law. She called up the monitoring data, and the surfaces of those disintegrating stars actually showed black curse marks that were completely opposite to the runes of order. Lin Yang immediately activated the emergency plan for the entire universe and issued a call to trillions of civilizations through the Creator's authority. The mechanical Zerg's Hive Fleet was the first to respond. With millions of warships forming a silver torrent, the ancient god's followers drove a giant arc condensed by nebulae, and the dark matter patterns flowing on its surface faintly echoed the breath of the Shadow Council. When the coalition arrived at the edge of the Aquila constellation, the scene in front of them made everyone shudder. The entire star field was covered by a giant net woven by black chains, and countless Death Stars were suspended at the nodes of the chains. They no longer emitted light and heat, but continued to spray out dark purple mist that corroded everything. Antimatter radiation detected exceeds the limit by 1,000 times. Conventional weapons will be annihilated on contact. Amid the system's warning, a Pioneer warship tried to launch a particle beam, but it decomposed into quantum foam the moment it touched the black net. Lin Yang activated the all-seeing eye, and the data stream that was frantically jumping on his retina suddenly solidified into a picture. In the center of the black net, 7 figures in black robes sat cross-legged on the top of an inverted pyramid, their faces blurred, and a distorted picture of the universe vaguely emerged from the black mist that surrounded them. That's the anti-law matrix. Su Qing's voice was trembling. She unfolded the ancient book fragments of the Court of Order. A similar formation was drawn on the yellowed pages. It is said that the forbidden secret technique can reverse all existence into nothingness. The nodes must be destroyed to crack it. Lin Yang nodded and divided the coalition forces into 7 assault teams, each of which launched attacks on the key nodes of the chain. He led the Dawn to the core of the Black Network. The newly equipped Universal Harmony Cannon on the bow flashed with silver and black intertwined light. This is a new weapon developed by combining the power of chaos and order. As soon as the battle broke out, the counterattack of the Shadow Council was beyond imagination. When the black-robed man raised his hand, countless shadow demons condensed by antimatter emerged from the black fog. The claws of these monsters slashed through space, leaving black wounds that never healed. The acid cannons of the mechanical Zerg were reversed into venom that corroded their own side the moment they touched the shadow demons. The nebula beasts summoned by the ancient gods were swallowed by the black fog and turned into new shadow demons to join the enemy camp. When Lin Yang's Sword of Law killed the shadow demon, the light of the sword body began to dim, as if it was being continuously drawn away by some force. They are devouring the power of the law. Lin Yang suddenly realized the crisis. He immediately activated the right to trade with all worlds, and at the cost of half of the Creator's authority, he purchased 3 ancient artifacts from the universe black market. The entropy reverse hourglass can reverse the energy flow in a local area. The causal loom can temporarily tamper with the attack trajectory, and the void anchor can open up a stable space in the anti-law field. When the 3 artifacts were activated at the same time, a special force field was formed around the Dawnbreaker, and the shadow demon's attacks were all rebounded. However, the black-robed people at the core of the Black Network laughed harshly. They chanted ancient spells at the same time, and the inverted pyramid burst out with a suction force that swallowed everything. Lin Yang's body of the origin law was broken inch by inch in the suction force, and Su Qing's order light shield was on the verge of breaking. At the critical moment, Lin Yang mobilized all his powers in parallel time and space, constructed a miniature anti-law field in his body, and used chaos to fight chaos, and temporarily stabilized the situation. At this time, the 7 assault teams reported victory, and the chain nodes were destroyed one after another. The moment the black net cracked, the black-robed men stopped chanting, and one of them raised his hand and threw a black scepter. The scepter fell to the ground and turned into a huge anti-law altar. The shadows of Lin Yang and Su Qing appeared on the surface of the altar. It was the causal mark left by the arbitration tribunal of all realms that was causing trouble. The system issued a sharp alarm, it is detected that the Shadow Council has mastered some of the arbitrator technology. Activate the end reflection skill to reverse the target's existence into antimatter form. Countdown, 10, 9. Lin Yang's body began to become transparent, and Su Qing's wings of light disintegrated into black dust. At the critical moment, Lin Yang suddenly remembered the special energy left when the source of chaos was destroyed. He frantically called upon the remaining chaos in his body and forcibly merged it with the power of anti-laws, forming a unique silver-black armor on his body. The patterns on the surface of the armor resonated with the curse of the Shadow Council, and actually fed the power of reflection of the end back to the altar. The black-robed man obviously did not expect this change, and their formation was broken. Lin Yang seized the opportunity and launched the Universal Harmony Cannon to bombard the altar with all his strength. When the silver-black beam hit the altar, the entire anti-law matrix trembled violently, and the figure of the black-robed man began to fade. But just when everyone thought victory was in sight, a huge figure slowly rose from the black mist at the top of the pyramid. It was a giant made up of countless civilization debris. His eyes were two collapsing black holes, and every step he took, the space under his feet collapsed inch by inch. This is the ultimate weapon of the Shadow Council, the Void Manifestation. Su Qing's voice was filled with despair. The ancient books only recorded a line of blood-red text about this monster. When it appears in the world, all realms will return to zero. The Void Manifestation raised its hand to summon a torrent of antimatter, and the coalition fleet was like a fragile piece of paper in the torrent. Lin Yang's body of the origin law began to annihilate the moment it came into contact with the antimatter, but he suddenly smiled. In the process of fighting against the anti-law force, he actually realized the higher law of creating something out of nothing. He injected the newly comprehended law into the Universal Harmony Cannon, and at the same time activated the authority of the creator of the entire universe, calling on all civilizations to contribute the power of faith. In an instant, a golden light column that gathered the hopes of trillions of civilizations rushed straight into the sky and collided violently with the antimatter torrent. At the core of the energy collision, Lin Yang and Su Qing's figures gradually became transparent, and their power merged with the golden light column. When the light column finally penetrated the body of the void concrete, the projection of the entire Shadow Council began to collapse. After the battle, the Aquila constellation has been completely changed, and the remaining anti-law energy is still slowly corroding the surrounding galaxies. Lin Yang exhausted his last strength and reshaped the star field with the newly comprehended laws, creating a special barrier interwoven with order and chaos. Su Qing set up a monitoring station and led the members of the Court of Order to monitor abnormal fluctuations 24 hours a day. However, the new prompt of the system broke the peace again. It was detected that the core members of the Shadow Council fled to a higher dimension. The anti-law seeds left behind have been implanted in 37 cosmic cores. Countdown to a new crisis, 200 days. Lin Yan looked at the rebuilding starry sky and held Su Qing's hand tightly. His sword of law glowed with silver-black light again, which was a new power that combined order, chaos, and anti-law. In a shadowy corner of the universe, the remaining members of the Shadow Council were grinning through the distorted mirror of time and space, and a new anti-law seed was being nurtured on the top of the black scepter in their hands. The ultimate contest concerning the survival of all dimensions has just begun. Chapter 26, Law Fission. The faith frenzy of millions of civilizations. The 37 cosmic core alarms implanted by the anti-law seeds hit Lin Yang's heart like a heavy hammer. The crimson data on the system interface jumped wildly, reflecting the blood color in the watchtower. Anti-law energy is detected to be spreading exponentially. Space-folding phenomenon appears in the Andromeda galaxy, and the Sagittarius civilization begins to evolve in reverse. It is recommended to immediately launch the 10,000-star resonance plan. Su Qing's light wings trembled uncontrollably. She called up the holographic star map. The 37 flashing red dots were like a cancer on the body of the universe, spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. We must destroy the seeds before they fully hatch. Lin Yang's voice was deep and firm. Silver-black lines appeared on the surface of the body of the origin law, which was a unique mark after the fusion of the anti-law power. He waved the sword of law, drew a huge summoning array in the void, and broadcast to trillions of civilizations through the authority of the creator of the universe. All civilizations listen. The cancer of the Shadow Council is eroding the foundation of the universe. Contribute your faith and forge the blade of breaking the world together. All participants can obtain the inheritance of the corresponding law. The cosmic black market was the first to boil. The Queen of the Mechanical Zerg drove the flagship to the scene, with the newly developed anti-entropy particle cannon wrapped around her tentacles. Sir Lin Yang, the Zerg is willing to use millions of Zerg ships as the vanguard, but we want the complete inheritance of chaos forging. The Dark Elf prophets brought the Moonlight Altar, and the crystal clusters on the altar can increase the power of faith 100 times. We need the secret of destiny divination. Even the Dragon Clan, which has always been hidden from the world, poked out a huge dragon head from the dimensional crack. If you can unlock the sealed laws of time and space for the Dragon Clan, we are willing to charge for you. Lin Yang waved his hand, and turned the precious knowledge of laws such as chaos forging and destiny divination into streams of light, injecting them into the bodies of leaders of various civilizations. When the coalition of millions of warships cut through the starry sky, the entire universe trembled. But the counterattack of the Shadow Council came faster than expected. Countless black altars suddenly rose in the galaxies implanted with anti-law seeds, and the distorted Parliament logo appeared on the top of the altar, and began to frantically devour the energy of the surrounding stars. Activate the Universal Harmony Matrix. Lin Yang stood in the center of the Dawn's Bridge, surrounded by a golden halo condensed by the faith of trillions of civilizations. The silver-black beams ejected from the battleship's main gun collided violently with the dark purple energy column released by the Black Altar. However, the anti-law force actually converted part of the power of faith into its own energy. Not only was the altar not damaged, but it began to proliferate. Su Qing's face was solemn. These altars are like parasites. We must cut off their connection with the core seeds. At the critical moment, Lin Yang's all-seeing eye caught a trace of abnormal fluctuations. In the torrent of anti-law energy, he discovered the shadow threads hidden at the quantum level. It was these threads that connected the altar to the core seed. He immediately activated the chaos retracement skill, going upstream in the long river of time, and finally found the source of the threads in an alternate dimension called Shadow Abyss. Su Qing, you lead the coalition forces to contain the altar. I will go to the Shadow Abyss to cut the threads. Lin Yang put on the newly developed anti-shadow battlesuit. The silver lines flowing on the surface of the battlesuit can neutralize 80% of the anti-law erosion. When he tore through the space and stepped into the Shadow Abyss, the scene in front of him made his pupils shrink suddenly. This is a chaotic field made up of broken time fragments and twisted space fragments, with 37 beating black hearts suspended in the center, each heart connected to tens of thousands of shadow threads. The 7 core members of the Shadow Council appeared, their black robes covered with patterns of cosmic destruction. The head speaker laughed strangely. Foolish ants, do you think you can cut the thread of fate? These hearts have long been in sync with the core of the universe. Unless the entire universe is destroyed, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yang swung the sword of law and slashed out. The light of unity of all laws bursting out from the sword collided with the anti-law force, and a shockwave broke out that was enough to tear apart space. In the fierce battle, Lin Yang gradually fell into a disadvantage. The anti-law force continued to erode his body of the original law, and every attack was like tearing his soul apart. But at this moment, the coalition army received good news. The altar of the Andromeda Galaxy was cracked under the impact of the faith of millions of civilizations. This light of hope instantly ignited Lin Yang's fighting spirit. He activated the right to trade with all realms and exchanged the ancient treasure Horn of Creation at the cost of the remaining creator's authority. When the horn sounded in the Shadow Abyss, the entire dimension began to tremble. The power of faith of trillions of civilizations converged across time and space, forming a golden torrent. Lin Yang forcibly merged the power of faith with the power of anti-law, and built an unprecedented balance furnace in his body. In the furnace, order and chaos, law and anti-law constantly collided and reorganized, and finally turned into a boundary-breaking blade emitting colorful light. The moment the boundary-breaking blade was unsheathed, the Shadow Abyss began to disintegrate. Lin Yang wielded the blade, as if he was in an empty space, and chopped the 37 black hearts one by one. The members of the Shadow Council screamed in despair in the light. Their bodies were purified by the power of faith, and turned into starlight and dissipated. When the last shadow thread broke, all the black altars in the universe exploded at the same time, and the anti-law energy dissipated quickly like a receding tide. However, the crisis was not completely resolved. The system alarm sounded again. The Shadow Council speaker has been detected fleeing to the end dimension. He is carrying the ultimate anti-law weapon Zero Code, and the estimated activation time is 150 days. Lin Yang looked at the gradually dimming boundary-breaking blade in his hand, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that the real decisive battle was still ahead. After the war, Lin Yang established the Temple of Laws in the Court of New Order, and taught the laws of balance he learned in this battle. Representatives of millions of civilizations learned and exchanged ideas here, and the universe ushered in a brief peace. But Lin Yang did not relax at all. He and Su Qing studied the method of cracking the Zero Code day and night, and constantly strengthened their own strength. At the edge of the universe, in a dark area composed entirely of anti-law forces, the Shadow Speaker laughed crazily. The zero code in his hand slowly opened, and a line of blood appeared on the title page. When the code is fully unfolded, all existence will return to nothingness. On the watchtower of the Temple of Law, Lin Yang held Su Qing's hand tightly, and the sword of law was unsheathed again. An ultimate duel concerning the survival of all dimensions is quietly brewing in the darkness. Chapter 27, The End Dimension. The code is coming and all races tremble. The countdown for the activation of the zero code hit Lin Yang's nerves like a heavy hammer. Every time the scarlet numbers on the system interface jumped, a faint whine came from the depths of the universe. Energy fluctuations in the end dimension have been detected. 37 cracks have appeared in the space barrier, and the anti-law storm is spreading to the Milky Way. The remaining strength of the Andromeda civilization shield is 17%, and the Sagittarius galaxy has seen a reverse evolution of civilization. Su Qing's light wings were covered with a layer of gray. In the holographic image she showed, the buildings on the surface of countless planets melted like ice and snow. Under the erosion of the anti-law, the bodies of intelligent life gradually became transparent and eventually turned into scattered particles. Lin Yang's body of origin law trembled violently, and silver-black lines slithered wildly on his skin, as if countless small snakes were scurrying under his skin. He activated the authority of the creator of the entire universe and set up all law barrier in various galaxies. Golden law light columns shot up into the sky, interweaving into a brilliant network covering the entire Milky Way. However, the anti-law storm was like a greedy beast, constantly devouring the energy of the barrier, and the brightness of the light column dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was even more frightening was that when he tried to locate the residence of the Speaker of Shadow with the eye of all-knowing, only a distorted garbled code appeared on his retina. The spatial rules of the end dimension were completely different from those of the known universe. Time here showed a strange form of spiral collapse, and even light would refract along strange trajectories. We must find the key to enter the dimension of the end. Lin Yang's voice was low and hoarse, and his Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. He cast his eyes on the bounty order on the universe black market, using half of the essence of chaos forging and spacetime law as a bargaining chip to collect clues from the entire universe. 3 days later, a mysterious merchant wrapped in a nebula cloak appeared on the bridge of the Dawnbreaker. His face was shrouded in shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes flashing with a faint blue light. The merchant handed over a broken dimension compass, which was covered with cracks and the inlaid gems had long been dim. This is a treasure left behind by the ancient gods during the war. It once led them through countless dimensions, but now it is seriously damaged. But if you want to repair it. Before the merchant finished speaking, Lin Yang had thrown out the complete map of the fusion of chaos forging and spacetime law. The light flashed, the compass fragments automatically spliced together, the runes on the surface lit up again, and the pointer spun wildly, pointing to the dark matter cloud of the Orion cantilever. The dawn tore through space and leaped here. The scene in front of him subverted cognition. Dark matter flowed like liquid metal, and the debris of countless civilizations floated in it, including broken interstellar battleships, collapsed giant buildings, and even some residual souls of life that had not completely dissipated. The compass suddenly made a harsh buzzing sound, and a space wrinkle cracked, revealing a portal to the end dimension. The sound of the zero code flipping came from inside the door. Every page was accompanied by the annihilation of a universe. A breath of despair came to the face, as if stepping into it would be swallowed by eternal darkness. Lin Yang upgraded the anti-shadow suit to the all-law balance armor. The surface of the armor was flowing with silver and black lines, and each line contained the balance of order and chaos. Su Qing used the power of order to condense the end judgment shield. The surface of the shield was engraved with complex golden runes, and the edges flashed with cold light. The two looked at each other and stepped into the portal. In the end dimension, the entire space is constructed of black crystals, and the ground is engraved with anti-law spells. Every step you take, the spells under your feet will light up, emitting a strange red light. The shadow speaker stood on the top of the codex altar. His body had been assimilated with the codex. Dark purple data streams were surging under his skin, and his eyes turned into two deep black holes, as if they could suck people's souls into them. You've come just in time to witness the end of the universe. He waved his hand and summoned 12 anti-law giants. These monsters condensed from pure nothingness were 1,000 meters tall, with twisted lines on their skin. Every punch they made could tear the space apart, and the vacuum zone they created would suck the surrounding black crystals into dust. Lin Yang took the lead in launching the attack. The colorful light from the boundary-breaking blade collided with the dark matter fist of the Colossus, and the energy aftermath that erupted blasted spider web cracks in the surrounding crystals. But strangely, the shattered Colossus actually split into two, and the power of anti-laws multiplied at an alarming rate. Su Qing's judgment shield continued to withstand attacks, and the golden runes sizzled under the erosion of the anti-laws. Every collision made her step back several steps and her arms numb. At the critical moment, Lin Yang activated the right to trade with all worlds, and at the cost of half of the original law, summoned 7 artifacts including the entropy inverse matrix of the mechanical Zerg, the time and space shackles of the Dragon Clan, and the moonlight prison of the Dark Elves. After the entropy inverse matrix was unfolded, a huge silver vortex was formed, sucking in the surrounding anti-law energy and transforming it into the power of order. The space-time shackles turned into countless golden chains, entangled the giant's limbs, slowing down their movements. The moonlight cage cast a soft light, limiting the attack range of the giant. The situation on the battlefield was reversed in an instant, and Lin Yang took the opportunity to jump up, and the boundary-breaking blade went straight to the shadow speaker. However, the code suddenly burst into black light, forming an indestructible barrier, swallowing the blade. The speaker's laughter shook the space and distorted it. This code has absorbed the anti-law power of 3,000 universes. Do you think you can rely on these little tricks? Before he finished speaking, a roar came from all over the universe. The Wanfa barrier that Lin Yang had set up earlier was actually absorbing the energy of the anti-law storm in reverse. Hundreds of millions of civilized believers held up their faith totems, and the golden power of faith rolled back like a long river, pouring into the dimension of the end along the space cracks. These powers of faith took different forms, some like bright stars, some like burning flames, and some like flowing springs. Lin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he resonated the power of faith with the Wanfa balance armor, and spread out the wings of all living things condensed by trillions of faiths behind him. Every time the wings flapped, they created ripples of laws that purified everything, and the anti-law spells collapsed wherever they passed. The boundary-breaking blade shone again, more dazzling than before. Lin Yang slashed at the codex with the power of all living beings. The colorful light collided violently with the black barrier, and the energy that erupted formed a huge mushroom cloud. The entire end dimension began to shake violently, and black crystals fell from the sky. The shadow speaker finally showed a look of horror. He frantically injected power to try to stabilize the codex, but found that his body was being backfired by the codex. The skin began to peel off, revealing the data flow underneath. Lin Yang took the opportunity to launch Chaos Rewind, found the weak note of the codex in the torrent of time, concentrated all his strength on one point, and swung the sword again. With a deafening roar, the zero code broke into pieces, and countless black fragments flew everywhere. The body of the shadow speaker also dissipated in the storm of laws, leaving only an unwilling roar echoing in space. But at the core of the code, a black seed fell quietly. Its surface was covered with fine lines, exuding a palpitating breath. The seed disappeared through the space crack, and the system alarm sounded again. The escape of the end core has been detected. The anti-law origin it carries is enough to restart the destruction program. Countdown to a new crisis, 99 days. It has been detected that the black seed has caused space distortion at the edge of the Milky Way, and an unknown celestial body is forming. Lin Yang tightly grasped the boundary-breaking blade, which still had the aura of the codex. His knuckles were cracked by the shock, and blood dripped down the blade. He turned and looked at the devastated end dimension. The space here had begun to collapse, and the black crystals were constantly shattered into nothingness. Su Qing's light wings glowed again, and she injected the power of order into the space cracks, trying to stabilize the dimension that was about to collapse. This time, no matter where it escapes to, we must completely end this crisis. Su Qing's voice was firm and resolute. The two stepped out of the portal and returned to the real universe. At this time, at the edge of the Milky Way, a mysterious black planet was taking shape. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, but it reflected the distorted starry sky. The runes that emerged on the surface of the planet were exactly the same as the spells of the Zero Code, and the runes were still wriggling, as if they had life. What was even more terrifying was that the planet was swallowing up the surrounding asteroids and meteorites at an alarming rate, and its size was constantly expanding. Monitoring stations of various civilizations sent out alarms one after another, and the entire universe fell into panic again. Lin Yang looked at the black planet without any fear, but with a burning fighting spirit. He knew that the real challenge had just begun. He and Su Qing immediately returned to the Court of New Order and summoned the strong men from all sides to discuss countermeasures. The queen of the mechanical insect race brought the latest antimatter annihilation cannon, the chief of the Dragon Clan showed the dragon language barrier that could seal the space, and the Dark Elf prophet presented a crystal ball that could predict the future. During the discussion, everyone found that the black planet seemed to be absorbing some special energy, and the fluctuation of this energy was somewhat similar to the signs when the source of chaos awakened. At the same time, in the dark corners of the universe, some mysterious organizations began to stir. They worshipped the Black Planet and regarded it as a new god, spreading panic and trying to seduce ignorant beings to join them. The members of these organizations all exuded a faint anti-law aura, and were obviously eroded by the power of the Black Planet. Lin Yang sent out the elite of the Court of Order to secretly investigate the movements of these organizations and try to find the weakness of the Black Planet. In the following days, Lin Yang and Su Qing studied day and night to continuously improve their strength. Lin Yang tried to combine the power of faith with more laws to create new skills. Su Qing perfected the network of order so that it could better resist the erosion of anti-law forces. They also cooperated with strong people from all sides and conducted countless simulated battles, just to be able to fight against the Black Planet. As the Black Planet continues to grow, its influence on the surrounding space is getting bigger and bigger. The orbit of the Milky Way stars begins to shift, and some galaxies close to the Black Planet have already seen large-scale migration of civilizations. And the 99-day countdown, like the sword of Damocles, hangs over the heads of all life. Lin Yang stood on the watchtower, looking at the Black Planet in the distance, the sword of law in his hand slightly hot. He knew that a final battle concerning the survival of the universe was about to begin. Chapter 28, Dark Star Changes. Chaos Followers' Taboo Ritual. At the edge of the Milky Way, the expanding Black Planet is like a sleeping giant, and the runes on its surface are flashing more and more rapidly. Lin Yang, the protagonist of the godly sign-in, counterattack life from college, frowned, and observed an amazing phenomenon through the omniscient eye. The dark matter cloud is forming a huge vortex with the planet as the center, like a huge mouth opened in the abyss of the universe, greedily devouring all the surrounding matter and energy. Even more strange is that the fragments of the Zero Codex that were originally cut off are looming in the dark matter tide, constantly converging towards the planet. The concentration of chaos origin has been detected to exceed the standard. Blood-red lines appeared on Su Qing's light wings, and the web of order in her hand made a sharp buzzing sound when it came into contact with dark matter. The believers of those mysterious organizations are building an altar on the back of the dark star, and the energy fluctuations are highly consistent with the Zero Code. In the holographic projection, tens of thousands of figures in black robes were busy on the ground as sticky as asphalt. Every time they engraved a spell, the surrounding space was twisted into a strange vortex, and the fragments of the code suspended in the center of the altar were reorganizing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The alarm on the Bridge of the Dawn sounded, and Lin Yang's all-law balance armor automatically emerged as a defensive barrier. When the battleship broke through the dark matter barrier, the metal shell of the entire spacecraft began to rust in reverse, and countless glowing memory fragments floated outside the portholes. Those were the dying scenes of civilizations swallowed by the Black Planet. Start the entropy inverse matrix. Lin Yang injected the origin law into the core device, and a silver vortex unfolded at the bow, but the moment it touched the dark matter, it was dyed into a strange purple-black color. The battlefield on the ground was even more terrifying than imagined. As soon as the antimatter annihilation cannon of the mechanical insect race was fired, it was entangled by the dark matter tentacles shot out from the altar, and decomposed into elementary particles in the twisting. As soon as the dragon race's dragon language barrier was formed, it was shattered by the anti-law fluctuations released by the code fragments, turning into golden dust all over the sky. The Chaos believers chanted in unison, and the sound was like nails scratching metal. The harsh sound waves actually shattered the crystal ball of the Dark Elf Prophet. They are summoning the spirit of the Code of the End. The runes on Su Qing's judgment shield were almost extinguished. She looked at the black-robed phantom that gradually solidified in the center of the altar, and her pupils shrank sharply. The figure held the reorganized code in his hand, and dark purple data streams flowed on each page. Wherever he passed, the space collapsed directly into a miniature black hole. Lin Yang activated the wings of all living things, and the flapping of the wings set off ripples of law, but when he approached the spirit of the code, it was offset by the entropy increase field released by the other party. When he raised his hand, all the order forces in the field began to become disordered. Su Qing's light wings dimmed instantly, and the metal shell of the mechanical Zerg warrior began to crack. At the critical moment, a dragon-like resonance came from the depths of the universe. 12 golden light pillars tore through the clouds, and the ancient Dragon Guardian formation appeared. The Dragon Clan leader drove the formation to trap the code spirit at the cost of burning his origin. Lin Yang. The core of the dark star is pulsating. This planet is actually alive. The clan leader roared with despair, and his scales began to peel off, turning into golden light spots and merging into the formation. Lin Yang followed the clan leader's gaze, and a huge pupil appeared on the surface of the dark star. Under the black crystal surface, the final form of the Zero Code was vaguely visible, slowly taking shape. Use the power of faith to impact the core. Lin Yang gathered the totem power of all civilization believers into a golden torrent, but the moment it touched the pupil of Dark Star, it was transformed into energy to nourish the Codex. To make matters worse, those Chaos believers suddenly exploded collectively, turning into black mist and infiltrating the Codex. The figure of the black-robed weapon spirit became more and more solid. He raised his hand and summoned the annihilation page of the End Codex. The moment the page unfolded, the time flow of the entire battlefield began to become disordered. The attack of the dragon warriors stagnated in the air, and the shield of judgment swung by Su Qing solidified into a golden sculpture. Lin Yang's body of the origin law was shaking violently in the turbulence of time, and he suddenly found a familiar silver-black light flashing deep in the core of the Dark Star. It's my origin mark. He suddenly remembered that when the Zero Code collapsed, a ray of law power had infiltrated the Black Seed. At this moment, that ray of mark was fighting against the code, forming a strange energy vortex at the core. Su Qing. Use the web of order to entangle the spirit of the code. I want to forcibly recall the origin mark. Lin Yang bit his tongue, blended his life essence into the law mark, and activated the forbidden soul resonance. The core of the Dark Star trembled violently, and the silver-black light penetrated through the layers of barriers like a living thing and rushed towards him. The spirit of the Codex sensed the threat, and the page of annihilation turned to Lin Yang, and the terrifying power of annihilation was about to devour him. At the critical moment, Su Qing burned the origin of the light wings, and the web of order turned into a golden chain to entangle the spirit of the tool, buying Lin Yang a crucial 3 seconds. When the origin mark returned, Lin Yang's all laws balance armor burst into an unprecedented light. He merged the mark with the power of all living beings and the energy of the Dragon Clan formation, and wielded the final judgment containing the dual laws of chaos and order. The colorful light and the power of annihilation collided with each other, and the entire surface of the black planet began to crack. The spirit of the code roared unwillingly and dissipated into a data stream in the light. However, the Dark Star did not stop pulsating, but instead emitted a more violent roar. At its core, the final form of the Zero Code was about to be fully formed. Even more amazing was that the stars in the surrounding galaxies began to move in strange trajectories, as if being pulled by an invisible force, gradually forming some kind of ancient and mysterious formation. At the same time, in another corner of the universe, in a mysterious star field shrouded in purple mist, a figure wearing a bronze mask watched all this coldly. When he raised his hand, an ancient bronze mirror emerged from the void, and the bronze mirror clearly reflected the scene of Lin Yang fighting with the Black Planet. Interesting, I can find a breakthrough point in this situation. A low laugh came from under the mask, but this is just the beginning. A crystal ball emitting a faint blue light appeared in his hand. In the crystal ball, countless tiny black insects were frantically gnawing at some kind of energy thread. Every time they gnawed a section, the thread would turn into a strange dark purple. In a small space station near the Black Planet, a group of scientists were nervously analyzing various data. Something is wrong. The energy fluctuations of this planet have exceeded all our theoretical models. A white-haired old scientist looked at the constantly jumping data stream in front of him, his voice full of fear. If it continues to grow, the entire galaxy will. Before he finished speaking, the space station suddenly shook violently, and a black beam of light shot out from the Black Planet, instantly swallowing up the space station. Lin Yang watched all this, and his sense of crisis became stronger. He knew that the final formation of the Zero Code would bring about a disaster that could destroy the entire universe. And he, as someone with a special connection to the code, must step forward again. Su Qing, gather all the allies, we need to make a new plan. Lin Yang's eyes were firm. This time, no matter what the cost, we must prevent the awakening of the Zero Code. Su Qing nodded, and the light wings lit up again, and began to contact various forces. Lin Yang closed his eyes and tried his best to feel the flow of the origin law in his body, trying to find a new breakthrough point. In this dangerous universe, a final battle of life and death is quietly opening. Chapter 29, The Starry Sky Gambling Game. The ultimate sacrifice of 1 trillion believers. At the core of the Black Planet, the outline of the Zero Code was clearly visible, and the dark purple light flowing on its surface was like boiling magma, scorching the surrounding space and distorting it. Lin Yang was about to launch another attack, but suddenly a brilliant golden light descended from the deep space of the universe, and 12 giant altars with ancient emblems floating on them slowly emerged. It turned out to be the most mysterious starry sky council in the universe. Human boy, stop. An old man in a star robe walked out from the center of the altar. The crystal ball inlaid on the top of the scepter in his hand was reflecting the pulse of the Black Planet. This is the fate of the End Era. Forced intervention will only accelerate the collapse of the universe. Before the old man finished speaking, the mechanical Zerg Queen drove the newly developed entropy mothership through the air. The antimatter gun muzzles on the ship flashed dangerous purple light. What fate? We Zerd don't believe in this. Today we must blow up this evil star. Just when the situation was tense, the huge pupil on the surface of the black planet suddenly opened, and a dark matter ray that was powerful enough to tear apart space swept across. The starlight barrier of the Starry Sky Council burst into thousands of sparks the moment it came into contact with the ray, and the main gun array of the entropy mothership was directly melted through. Lin Yang keenly caught that the lines on the surface of the codex were resonating with the emblem of the Starry Sky Council's altar. This discovery made his pupils shrink suddenly. They are amplifying each other. The Starry Sky Council is simply cooperating with the codex to take shape. Su Qing's web of order was already riddled with holes. She suddenly pointed to the depths of the universe and exclaimed, "Look! The strongholds of those chaos believers are sending the power of faith to the black planet." Countless purple light beams pierced through the void, connecting the altars of various star regions into a huge network. What was even more shocking was that after entering the planet, these powers of faith were transformed into anti-law energy, and the antimatter storm around the codex instantly tripled. Lin Yang immediately activated the right to trade with all worlds and urgently recruited top craftsmen from the universe's black market, using chaos forging as a bargaining chip. 3 minutes later, 1,000,000 transport ships loaded with special materials gathered. These materials were all-order crystals that could temporarily suppress anti-law fluctuations. Everyone listen up. Use crystals to build a circular defense belt. Lin Yang's voice resounded in every corner through the universal broadcast. Su Qing, you lead the dragon and elf warriors to arrange time and space anchor points outside the crystal belt. However, just as the plan was implemented, the black planet suddenly split into thousands of small satellites. The surface of these satellites was covered with honeycomb-like holes, and eclipse beetles carrying anti-law viruses were constantly spewing out. The defense array of the mechanical Zerd was instantly breached, and the metal shells of tens of thousands of warriors began to decompose in reverse under the erosion of the virus. Start the self-destruction program. The Zerd Queen screamed with red eyes, and hundreds of motherships detonated at the same time, but the violent explosion only left a shallow dent on the surface of the black planet. The old man from the Starry Sky Council revealed his true face at this time, and a dark purple aura from the same origin as the code emanated from his body. Foolish ants, the code of the end is the key to restarting the universe. You remnants of the old era should be transformed into nutrients for new life and annihilation. As he waved his scepter, the emblems of the 12 altars combined into a huge phantom of the code, resonating with the code in the core of the black planet. The stars in the entire galaxy began to burn in reverse, and the atmosphere on the surfaces of countless planets was instantly stripped away. We can't let them succeed again. Lin Yang's body of origin began to overload, and he suddenly remembered the ultimate grand prize of the rich man that had been in the system for a long time. The moment his mind touched it, a golden light curtain covering the entire universe unfolded, and a line of scarlet words appeared on it. Do you want to consume trillions of faith points to exchange for the end of all living things? This skill will permanently overdraw the power of believers in the entire universe, and the user will suffer 1,000 times the backlash. Su Qing noticed his intention, and her wings dimmed instantly. No. This will cost you your life. But Lin Yang had already made his choice. His figure was suspended in the center of the universe, and the all-law balance armor burst out with unprecedented light. Believers of all civilizations in the universe, no matter how strong or weak, felt a force in their bodies rushing uncontrollably towards Lin Yang. The faith of the human race turned into a golden dragon, the will of the gods condensed into a brilliant galaxy, and even the evil thoughts of the abyss demons turned into black flames. The final sacrifice of all living things. Lin Yang's voice was like thunder. The giant blade of light formed by the power of trillions of faiths slashed towards the black planet with the momentum of creating the world. The moment the shadow of the code collided with the blade of light, space began to show a strange fold, and the speed of time flowed greatly in different areas. In some places, 1 second seemed like 10,000 years, and in some places, 10,000 years seemed like a moment. Countless strong men were wiped out in the turbulence of time. The old man of the Starry Sky Council injected power crazily, and the 12 altars began to collapse. He roared, "Impossible! Even the ancient creator cannot withstand such a huge backlash of faith." However, Lin Yang's eyes became more determined. He forcibly mobilized the origin mark in his body and integrated the power of chaos and order into the light blade. When the light blade finally cut through the phantom of the code, the first real crack appeared on the surface of the black planet. But the backlash also followed. Lin Yang's skin began to crack, and his blood turned into golden spots and dissipated in the universe. Su Qing rushed forward desperately and injected her own source of order into his body. We agreed to end this disaster together. At this moment, a burst of ethereal piano music suddenly came from the depths of the universe, and 7 figures exuding different laws of breath stepped into the air. The white-clothed woman in the lead gently stroked the strings of the piano, and wherever the sound waves passed, the turbulence of time began to calm down. The lineage of the Saint of the Zither. The elder of the Starry Sky Council sounded panicked for the first time. Haven't you already hidden yourself from the world? The woman in white smiled indifferently. The end is near, and the music of the zither will ring by itself. This young man's obsession reminds us of the old friend who fought to protect the universe tens of millions of years ago. After that, the 7 of them performed secret techniques at the same time, and the power of the 7 laws intertwined into a light net, temporarily suppressing the antimatter storm on the Black Planet. Lin Yang seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and poured all the remaining power of faith into the boundary-breaking blade. The faces of countless believers appeared on the blade, and they shouted or prayed, giving it the power to destroy the world. Give it to me, break it! With Lin Yang's roar, the boundary-breaking blade finally pierced into the core of the Black Planet. The Zero Code made an unwilling roar, and turned into thousands of data streams that dissipated in the universe. However, the crisis was not over. The Black Planet began to collapse rapidly, forming a giant black hole that could swallow the entire galaxy. The 7 people from the lineage of the Qin Saints smiled at each other and burned their essence at the same time. Let the power of our laws support this universe for the last time. Their figures turned into 7 rays of light, merged into the edge of the black hole, and temporarily stabilized the collapse of space. Lin Yang looked at the devastated universe, and the power of the law in his body was almost exhausted. But he knew that although the Zero Code was destroyed, the conspiracy of the Bronze-Masked Man and the countless unknown crises hidden in the universe were still stirring in the dark. He clenched the dimmed blade in his hand and said to Su Qing, "Let's go, the universe has restarted, but our battle has just begun." At the same time, in the most secret corner of the universe, the Bronze-Masked Man was playing with the dark blue crystal ball in his hand. The black bugs in the ball had already eaten up the last bit of energy thread. Interesting, really interesting. Lin Yang, next time we meet, I will let you know what true despair is. His laughter echoed in the void, and then disappeared, leaving only circles of strange ripples in the space, foreshadowing that a greater crisis is approaching. On a remote planet in the Milky Way, an ordinary teenager was browsing his phone in his dormitory. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across his screen, and a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. The godly rich sign-in system is activated. Congratulations to the host, your counterattack life is about to begin. Chapter 30, Mysterious Shadow in the Mirror Abyss. The space-time trap of the Bronze Mask. The universe was still trembling after the collapse of the Zero Code. Lin Yang's armor of balance was covered with cracks, and the origin mark on his chest flickered. Just as Su Qing injected the last bit of order power into his body, the emergency communication of the mechanical Zerg Queen pierced the void. Space collapse occurred in the Z712 star field in the southeast quadrant. Energy fluctuations end. Before she finished speaking, the communication screen was torn apart by a dazzling purple light. It's the Bronze-Masked Man. Lin Yang forced himself to stand up, and his all-seeing eye caught a flash of half a broken bronze mirror at the center of the collapse. The Taodai pattern carved on the edge of the bronze mirror was exactly the same as the mysterious aura he sensed in the Dark Star War. When he tried to lock the specific coordinates, a scarlet warning suddenly appeared on his retina. Space-time paradox field detected. Forced positioning will cause consciousness torn apart. In the starry sky, the 7 light pillars of laws left by the lineage of the Qin Saint began to twist. The residual soul of the woman in white emerged in the light, and her voice was filled with an urgency that could not be concealed. That universal mirror is an ancient forbidden weapon that can devour laws and reshape time and space. You must find the core of the mirror abyss, otherwise the entire universe will become a phantom in the mirror. Before she finished speaking, a dark purple chain suddenly penetrated the light pillar and twisted the residual soul into a light point. Su Qing's judgment shield automatically raised its defense, but the runes on the shield disappeared the moment they touched the chains. Even more bizarrely, the surrounding stars began to rotate in the opposite direction, and contradictory fragments appeared in their memories. Lin Yang clearly remembered that he had used the end of all living things in the Battle of the Black Planet, but at this moment Su Qing insisted that he was in a coma at the time. It's time and space tampering. Lin Yang bit his tongue and stayed awake with the pain. Quick! Use the web of order to construct a memory anchor point. When Su Qing's wings of light lit up, the entire star field suddenly fell into absolute darkness. Lin Yang's body of origin law instinctively released light, but it illuminated a horrifying scene. Countless bronze mirrors were suspended in the void, each reflecting a different version of them. Some were lying in the ruins covered in blood, some were wearing black robes and controlling the code, and some turned into bronze-masked men. Welcome to the mirror of all things. A familiar hoarse laugh came from the depths of the mirror. All the bronze mirrors shattered at the same time, and a bronze-masked man appeared stepping on a dark purple data stream. The intact bronze mirror in his hand exuded a breathtaking light, and countless civilizations could be vaguely seen repeating the cycle of destruction and rebirth in the mirror. Lin Yang, do you think destroying the code is a victory? You just helped me open the seal of the mirror abyss. The mechanical Zerg support fleet arrived at this time, but the main gun of the Entropy mothership suddenly turned its muzzle while charging and aimed at its own camp. Not good. The intelligence of these warships has been invaded by the mirror virus. The Queen exclaimed, and hundreds of motherships exploded at the same time. In the brilliant firelight, the bronze-masked man raised his hand to summon 12 mirror abyss guards condensed by the turbulence of time and space. Every time these guards punched, mirror cracks would appear in the surrounding space, reflecting the attack to unexpected directions. Lin Yang's boundary-breaking blade slashed at the guard, but it bounced back and almost hurt himself. He suddenly discovered that the lines flowing on the guard's body were somehow related to the emblem of the Starry Sky Council altar, so that's it. The Starry Sky Council is just a pawn of Jing Yuan. This discovery made his hair stand on end. If even the forces standing at the top of the universe are part of the conspiracy, then how deep is the layout of the bronze-masked man? Su Qing's web of order gradually collapsed in the confrontation with the mirror space. She suddenly grabbed Lin Yang's arm. Look at those broken lenses. On the scattered mirrors, real-time pictures from all over the universe emerged. The indigenous people of a certain galaxy were making a collective sacrifice, and energy was injected into the mirror abyss along invisible threads. The abyss demon, who was believed to be extinct, was drinking with the bronze-masked man in the depths of the mirror abyss, and in the core of the Milky Way, the outline of the new code was looming in the nebula. This is a cycle. Lin Yang's origin mark was beating violently. He finally understood why he always felt that some events were familiar. Every time Jingyuan devours a universe, it will create a seemingly new world, but all civilizations are repeating the same fate. The bronze-masked man took off his mask, revealing a face that was 70% similar to Lin Yang, with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. To be precise, you are all my test subjects. From the moment you activated the godly rich Sign-In system, you are destined to become the nourishment of Jingyuan. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, causing Lin Yang's memory to shake violently. He suddenly remembered the system prompt that flashed with golden light in the university dormitory, and the supernatural power he gained every time he signed in. At this moment, it seemed like a carefully designed trap. Impossible. His voice was trembling like never before, but the boundary-breaking blade in his hand instinctively lit up. The fighting will honed on the brink of life and death countless times did not allow him to waver at this moment. At the critical moment, the mysterious merchant from the cosmic black market appeared again. This time, he took off his nebula cloak, revealing a face covered with mechanical prostheses. If you want to break the cycle of mirror abyss, you must find the reverse time hourglass. But it is hidden in the deepest part of mirror abyss, where the speed of time flows. The merchant's words were interrupted by the attack of the mirror abyss guards. He casually threw out a compass engraved with reverse mirror patterns. Follow this, don't believe anything you see. The moment Lin Yang took the compass, the entire mirror domain began to collapse. The bronze-masked man waved the bronze mirror, and countless chains stretched out from the mirror to entangle everyone. It's too late. When you step into here, you are already prisoners in the mirror. Su Qing suddenly inserted the judgment shield into the ground, and the golden light spread from the shield as the center, temporarily suppressing the distortion of time and space. Lin Yang. I can't hold on for long, you go first. Her light wings were shattering, but her eyes flashed with determination. At the moment before the complete collapse of time and space, Lin Yang activated the last of his universal trade rights and exchanged all his chaos forging techniques for instant teleportation. With a flash of light, he was teleported to a desolate mirrored continent. The sky here is a backward-flowing galaxy, and the ground is full of broken weapons, each of which is engraved with the emblem of a different civilization. After the compass needle spun wildly, it pointed to a black castle suspended in the cracks of time and space in the distance. Above the castle, the reverse time hourglass was emitting a faint silver-white light. Although the light was weak, it was like the only hope that lit up in the endless darkness. And on the highest observation tower of the castle, the figure of the bronze-masked man was looming, and the strange light reflected by the bronze mirror in his hand seemed to foreshadow that a more terrifying challenge was coming. Chapter 31, The Hourglass Puzzle. The Game of Fate in the Countercurrent of Time and Space. The moment Lin Yang stepped into the mirror continent, a bone-chilling chill spread from his ankles to his entire body. The barren ground reflected his distorted figure. The broken weapon suddenly trembled like a sob, and the dark red blood condensed on the blades began to flow back, regrouping into blurred human figures. The laws of time here are completely distorted. He clenched the boundary-breaking blade, and the silver-black lines on the surface of the all-law balance armor automatically flowed, forming a barrier to resist the erosion of time and space. The Black Castle was suspended above the crack in time and space, surrounded by 9 rotating time and space vortices, each emitting a different color of light. Red represents destruction, blue symbolizes ice, golden implies order, and black represents pure nothingness. The compass suddenly made a sharp buzzing sound, and the pointer began to rotate in the opposite direction, pointing to a huge bronze door at the bottom of the castle. At the top of the castle, a bronze-masked man stood with his hands behind his back, and the bronze mirror in his hand projected countless phantoms of Lin Yang, each phantom repeating a different failed ending. Welcome to the final chapter of destiny, Lin Yang. The voice of the bronze-masked man penetrated the cracks in time and space. Do you see these phantoms? No matter which path you choose, you will eventually become a sacrifice to the reverse time hourglass. Before he finished speaking, 9 time and space vortexes erupted at the same time, and the red destructive force turned into a giant fire python and pounced on them. The dark blue icy air instantly froze the ground into a glacier thousands of miles long. Lin Yang activated the wings of all beings, and the flapping of the wings set off ripples of laws, trying to offset the impact of the power of time and space. However, the moment his power touched the vortex, he saw his past flashing before his eyes: the scene of activating the sign-in system of the rich for the first time in the university dormitory, the scene of confronting Xiao Bin in the business negotiation, and the moment of fighting the Zero Code on the Black Planet. These memories flowed quickly like a revolving lantern, but were distorted and tampered with by the power of the mirror at the critical moment. Be careful. These vortices are devouring your memory. Su Qing's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Lin Yang was shocked to find that his origin mark was dimming uncontrollably. He immediately activated the dual laws of chaos in order to form a protective shield on his body, while focusing his attention on the compass. A line of small words appeared on the surface of the compass: only by cutting off the cause and effect can we go upstream. At this moment, the huge bronze door at the bottom of the castle burst open, and countless black shadows emerged. These black shadows resembled humans, but they had no facial features, and were surrounded by dark purple time and space chains. They let out sharp roars, and each roar caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear in the space. Lin Yang swung the boundary-breaking blade and slashed out colorful light, but the blade pierced through the black shadows and chopped directly on the ground. These black shadows were actually condensed from pure time and space turbulence, and physical attacks had no effect on them. Try this. The voice of the mysterious merchant came from the void, and a ring inlaid with a mirrored gem suddenly appeared in Lin Yang's hand. Use it to refract the power of time and space and find the origin coordinates of these black shadows. Lin Yang put the ring on his index finger, and immediately saw tiny golden spots of light emerging on the black shadows. These spots of light were connected into lines like a star map, and finally pointed to a location deep in the castle. He no longer wanted to fight, and activated the right to trade with all worlds to summon the mechanical Zerg's phase shuttle. A flash of light passed, and Lin Yang appeared directly inside the castle. The walls here are made of flowing time and space. With every step, the surrounding scenes will change. Sometimes the prosperous interstellar city collapses in an instant, sometimes the battlefield of the ancient gods reappears, and sometimes it is a fragment of the future he has never experienced. In one scene, he even saw himself wearing a bronze mask, controlling Jing Yuan to destroy the universe. This is an illusion created by Jing Yuan, don't be fooled. Su Qing's consciousness suddenly condensed into shape, and only broken wings were left of her wings of light, but her eyes were still firm. The reverse time hourglass is in the time and space cage ahead, but there are 3 identical secret rooms there, 2 of which are deadly traps. As she spoke, 3 forks appeared in the passage ahead, and a silver-white light flashed at the end of each fork. Lin Yang activated the Eye of All-Seeing, but found only a chaotic data stream on his retina. He pondered for a moment, separated a strand of the origin mark, and injected it into 3 forked roads. Instantly, a violent spacetime shock came from the left channel, and the ground cracked into an abyss. Black mist gushed out of the middle channel, and the origin mark that touched the mist instantly dissipated only in the right channel. The origin mark and the silver-white light produced a weak resonance. It's here! Lin Yang and Su Qing rushed into the right passage. In the secret room at the end, the reverse time hourglass was suspended in a cage woven by time and space chains. Above the hourglass, countless broken memory fragments floated. One of the fragments suddenly lit up, reflecting the true identity of the bronze-masked man. He turned out to be Lin Yang's blackened form in another time and space. Because he could not bear the pressure of saving the universe, he chose to use the power of Jing Yuan to reshape everything. I see. Lin Yang clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. You don't want to become the creator, but to escape the fate of failure. He was about to reach out to touch the reverse time hourglass, and the entire secret room suddenly began to rotate in the opposite direction. The time and space chains turned into giant pythons and launched an attack. Countless phantoms of Lin Yang appeared outside the cage, holding different weapons, with murderous eyes. These are the manifestations of your inner fears. Su Qing waved the shield of judgment to resist the attack. Only by facing them can we break the shackles of Gingyuan. Lin Yang took a deep breath, merged the power of all living beings with the law of origin, and spread out the fearless wings condensed by courage behind him. Wherever the wings passed, the phantoms dissipated, and the chains of time and space also broke inch by inch under the power of purification. When he finally grasped the reverse hourglass, the entire mirror abyss began to tremble violently. The bronze masked man came through the air, and the bronze mirror in his hand released a black hole that swallowed everything. Do you think you can change your fate by getting the hourglass? Too naive. The masked man roared, "In mirror abyss, time is just a toy in my hands." He waved the bronze mirror, and Lin Yang's body suddenly grew in reverse uncontrollably. From a strong man who controlled the laws, he gradually changed back to an ordinary student in college. No! My fate is in my own hands. Lin Yang poured all his strength into the reverse time hourglass, and the silver-white light collided violently with the dark purple power of the mirror abyss. The hourglass began to rotate in reverse, and the time flow of the entire mirror abyss became disordered. The memories of the swallowed civilizations came like a tide, and Lin Yang saw himself in countless parallel time and space, some of whom successfully saved the universe, some died together with the bronze-masked man, and some chose to become the new master of the mirror abyss. I won't make the same mistake you made. Lin Yang combined his own memories, the faith of all living beings, and the power of the time-reversing hourglass, and swung a sword that contained the power of rewriting fate. The colorful light penetrated the black hole of the bronze mirror and directly hit the bronze-masked man. The masked man roared unwillingly, and his body began to become transparent. At the last moment before he disappeared, he threw the bronze mirror to the core of Mirror Abyss. Even if I fail, Mirror Abyss will not disappear. Mirror Abyss began to collapse, and the space-time rift continued to expand. Lin Yang and Su Qing used the power of the reverse time hourglass to tear open the space and return to the real universe at the moment they were about to be swallowed. However, when they thought the crisis was over, the Queen of the Mechanical Zerg sent an emergency communication. Oh no! A new space-time vortex appeared in the center of the Milky Way, and the energy fluctuations are exactly the same as Mirror Abyss. Lin Yang looked at the gradually dimming reverse time hourglass in his hand. His eyes became firm again. He knew that this game with the fate of time and space was far from over. And in an unknown corner of the universe, a broken bronze mirror was slowly recovering, reflecting the sneer of a mysterious man, and a new conspiracy was quietly brewing in the dark. Chapter 32: The Galaxy Changes. The Devouring Frenzy of the Abyss Mirror. At the core of the Milky Way, the space-time vortex is like a boiling black quagmire, with dark purple bubbles surging on the surface. Whenever the bubbles burst, countless miniature bronze mirrors burst out from them, spreading around like a plague. Wherever these bronze mirrors pass, stars begin to burn in reverse, and the mountains and rivers on the surface of the planets are instantly reversed by mirrors. The originally green ecological planet turns into an icy desert in an instant, and the prosperous interstellar city is reduced to ruins in an instant. As soon as Lin Yang's all-seeing eye locked onto the core of the vortex, his retina was covered by a dazzling data stream. The bronze mirrors floating in the vortex were replicating the images of the surrounding celestial bodies at a quantum speed. Every second, thousands of mirror universes were being created and collapsed. These mirrors are not only replicating matter, but also reconstructing the laws of space. Su Qing's light wings trembled violently, and every feather was fighting against the mirror virus. It has been detected that the mirror virus has penetrated into the 12-dimensional space, and all regular communications have been interrupted. The entropy mothership driven by the mechanical Zerg Queen arrived at the battlefield first. The million antimatter cannons on the ship had just finished charging, but suddenly turned the muzzles and blasted its own support fleet into cosmic dust. No! The intelligent brain has been tampered with by the mirror image. The Queen's roar came from the communication channel, and then the metal shell of the entire fleet began to twist, turning into a giant mechanical creature composed of countless mirrors, and pounced on Lin Yang and others. Lin Yang's armor of balance of all laws automatically showed silver-black lines, trying to resist the pressure brought by the distortion of time and space. When he launched the boundary-breaking blade to slash at the vortex, the blade was rebounded and cut a bloody mark on his chest. Strangely, the blood from the wound did not drip, but floated in the air and condensed into the outline of the bronze-masked man. Welcome to the mirror cage, Lin Yang. This time, the entire galaxy is my chessboard. The voice of the masked man was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, and every word was chilling. A mysterious businessman from the cosmic black market suddenly appeared through space, his mechanical prosthesis covered with cracks, and in his hand he tightly grasped half of a compass engraved with runes. The core of the vortex hides the heart of the mirror abyss, and only by destroying it can we stop the spread of the mirror image. But before the businessman finished speaking, a dark purple chain pierced through his chest. Be careful of those reflections. The second half of the sentence was drowned out by the roar of the space shock. Lin Yang caught the fallen compass fragment and found that the runes on it were resonating with the bronze mirror in the vortex. He suddenly realized that since he stepped into the mirror continent, all the clues seemed to be a trap that had been designed long ago. Su Qing used the web of order to build a reality anchor point. He injected the origin mark into the compass. We must find the true coordinates of the heart of the mirror abyss before the mirror image is fully formed. Su Qing's wings of light shone with golden light, and the web of order was like a huge shield, temporarily resisting the wave of mirror erosion. But this was just a drop in the bucket. The stars of the entire Milky Way began to flicker strangely. Every time the light and darkness alternated, a star field was covered by the mirror. In the eroded area, the surface of the planet showed a scene that was completely opposite to reality. The sacred temple of light became a dark altar, the kind race mutated into a bloodthirsty monster, and even the new court of order established by Lin Yang showed a mirror image of a group of black-robed people holding power. This is collective cognitive tampering. Cracks began to appear in Lin Yang's body of the original law. He saw his arms gradually become transparent, as if they were turning into a phantom in the mirror. Those bronze mirrors not only copy matter, but also distort everyone's memory. At the critical moment, he suddenly remembered that the mechanical Zerg Queen once said that the main gun of the entropy mothership could emit antimatter pulses, which might interfere with the transmission of mirror energy. Queen, gather all the motherships and fire antimatter barrages at the center of the vortex. Lin Yang roared through the universe broadcast. Su Qing, you and the Dragon Clan strongmen build a spacetime barrier in the rear to prevent the spread of the mirror image. Thousands of entropy motherships simultaneously activated their main guns, and the dark purple antimatter torrent rushed towards the vortex, but the moment it touched the bronze mirror group, it was converted into energy to strengthen the mirror network. To make matters worse, reflection warriors began to appear in the star field covered by the mirror image. These warriors have the same appearance and abilities as the real strong, but they have the power of anti-laws. Lin Yang's old enemy Xiaobin also appeared in the reflection army, with a dark purple light flashing in his eyes, and holding a long sword condensed by mirror energy in his hand. Lin Yang, this time you are the loser. The attack of the reflection Xiaobin carried the power of distorted time and space, and each sword could tear the space apart. Lin Yang wielded the boundary-breaking blade to fight against it, and the energy aftermath bursting out from the intersection of the blades shook the surrounding stars into dust. At the same time, more reflection warriors joined the battle. The Dragon Clan's protective formation was crumbling under the impact of the Mirror Dragon group, and the Dark Elf's moonlight cage was corroded by the shadow magic of the Reflection Mage. When the battle was at a stalemate, Lin Yang's godly sign-in system suddenly issued a long-lost reminder sound. The host is detected to be on the verge of despair. Activate the hidden reward. All things retrace. It can temporarily reverse the timeline of a single area, but it will consume all the original laws. He chose to redeem without hesitation, and the silver-black light enveloped the battlefield. The star field eroded by the mirror began to grow and reverse. The planets regained vitality, and the reflected warriors dissipated one after another. However, this power also dimmed his original mark by half, and the all-laws balance armor had irreparable cracks. This is not a solution. Lin Yang looked at the still expanding vortex, and suddenly noticed that the runes on the compass fragments would refract a faint golden light at a certain angle. He looked in the direction of the light and found that deep in the vortex was a giant altar made of countless bronze mirrors. In the center of the altar, a heart beating with dark purple light slowly emerged, the heart of the mirror abyss. I'll destroy the core, you stop the army of reflections. Lin Yang injected the power of all living beings into the boundary-breaking blade, and the blade instantly turned into a stream of light. But when he approached the altar, countless bronze mirrors suddenly unfolded, and each mirror reflected a different him. Some were his youthful appearance in college, some were his majestic form in charge of the code, and some were blackened figures wearing bronze masks. Are these all my possibilities? Lin Yang's attacks were constantly rebounded by the mirror image, and his body began to have a double outline. No. I am Lin Yang, the one who will rewrite fate. He forcibly mobilized the remaining chaos laws in his body and formed a chaotic field around himself. In the field, all the mirror images began to twist and break, finally opening up a path for him to the heart of the mirror abyss. When the boundary-breaking blade pierced into the heart of mirror abyss, the entire galaxy trembled violently. The dark purple light receded like a tide, and the reflected warriors turned into light spots and dissipated. But just when Lin Yang thought victory was in sight, the heart of mirror abyss suddenly split into 7 pieces and flew in 7 directions of the universe. The hoarse laughter of the bronze-masked man came from the vortex. "The game has just begun, Lin Yang. The day when all the fragments are collected is the day when mirror abyss truly descends." The battlefield returned to silence. Lin Yang clenched the boundary-breaking blade in his hand and looked at the devastated Milky Way. He knew that a new challenge had arrived. In the dark of the universe, 7 mysterious forces were ready to move. Their goal was the 7 pieces of the heart of the mirror abyss that contained the power of destruction. What was even more disturbing was that at the edge of a distant galaxy, a mysterious organization was holding an ancient sacrificial ceremony. On the altar, a piece of the heart of the mirror abyss that was emitting a strange light was enshrined. Chapter 33: The Mysterious Fragments. A bloody secret battle in the 7 realms. The eternal night star region at the edge of the Milky Way was shrouded in a darkness as thick as asphalt. Lin Yang's all-seeing eyes were ineffective in this area, and only distorted, garbled characters appeared on his retina. Su Qing's light wings barely tore open a crack, revealing the huge wreckage floating below. It was a broken ancient starship. The surface of the ship was covered with dark purple vines, and each vine had a mirror-like fruit hanging at the end. Energy fluctuations of mirror abyss are detected. The voice of the mechanical Zerg Queen came from the communicator with the noise of electricity. The first piece of the heart of mirror abyss is hidden in the mirror fruit in the southeast quadrant. But the gravity field of this star field will tear apart all metals. Before the Queen finished her words, the hull of the entropy mothership groaned under the heavy burden, and the hull began to twist and deform. Lin Yang's all-purpose balance armor automatically generated an anti-gravity force field, and he leaped towards the wreckage of the starship. When his fingertips touched the dark purple vines, countless memory fragments flooded into his mind like a tide. This was once the station of the ancient Mirror Abyss Guardians, but due to the corrosion of the fragments, all the members turned into puppets guarding the fragments. The vines suddenly came alive, and the mirror fruit at the tip reflected his reflection, which actually broke away from the mirror and attacked with a weapon exactly the same as the boundary-breaking blade. Be careful. These reflections can copy your moves. Su Qing's web of order entangled the reflection in time, but was cut off by the opponent's backhand. To make matters worse, the roar of mechanical operation came from deep in the wreckage of the starship. 12 mirror mechas made of starship parts broke out of the ground. Their joints were inlaid with bronze mirrors, and each attack could cut the space into diamond-shaped fragments. At the same time, forces from all over the universe also began to take action. The Dark Elves' Moonlight Fleet set a trap in the Emerald Nebula, attempting to trap interstellar pirates carrying fragments. The Dragon Clan fought fiercely with the Abyss Demons in the Purgatory Galaxy, with lava and dragon breath interweaving into a sea of fire. And on the capital star of the Human Alliance, Xiaobin's mirror image was secretly manipulating the Parliament to pass the Interstellar Blockade Act in an attempt to monopolize the fragment information. Lin Yang discovered in the battle with the mirror mecha that their weakness lies in the gaps at the joints of the mirrors. He gathered the power of all living beings and added the law resonance effect to the boundary-breaking blade. The moment the blade passed through the joints of the mecha, the bronze mirror exploded. But when he approached the mirror fruit, the face of a bronze-masked man suddenly appeared on the surface of the fruit. Want the fragments? Pass this level first. The entire starship wreckage began to reversely reassemble and turned into a fortress made of mirror mazes. Lin Yang and Su Qing were trapped in it. Each mirror reflected a different exit, but they were all deadly traps. Use the web of order to mark the path you have walked. Lin Yang bit his tongue and dripped his blood on the ground. These mirrors are taking advantage of our psychological blind spots. They wandered in the maze for 3 hours and finally found the real exit, but found that the fragments had been taken away by the mysterious organization Shadow Eclipse Society. The Shadow Erosion Society? The mechanical Zerg Queen's voice was filled with shock. They should have been extinct 100 years ago. It is said that all members are fallen ones who have been corrupted by the power of the Mirror Abyss, and have the ability to transform their bodies into mirrors. Before the Queen finished her words, a large number of interference signals suddenly flooded into the communication channel. A cracked bronze mirror appeared in the center of the screen, reflecting the face of the leader of the Shadow Erosion Society. It was a human figure with blurred features, and dark purple data streams flowed on the surface of the body. Lin Yang, do you want the fragments? Come to the Sea of Entropy. The leader's voice sounded like countless people speaking at the same time, but I remind you that the flow of time here is 1,000 times faster than in the outside world. Even if you are a god, you will go crazy in eternity. The moment the bronze mirror shattered, Lin Yang received the precise coordinates. He turned to look at Su Qing and said, "You stay here to command the coalition forces. I will go to meet them alone." The Sea of Entropy is a star field made of antimatter mist. The moment Lin Yang stepped into it, he felt time become sticky. Every movement he made seemed to be in slow motion. In the time it took him to breathe, several days had passed in the outside world. What was even more terrifying was that the fears deep in his heart kept emerging in the mist: the scenes of being bullied in college, the despair of the battle on the Black Planet, and the degenerate ending of becoming a bronze-masked man. This is mental pollution. Lin Yang activated the chaos law and built a barrier in his sea of consciousness. After walking 100 miles, an arena floating in the mist appeared in front of him. 7 huge bronze mirrors were suspended in the air, each of which imprisoned a strong man from a different force. The leader of the Shadow Eclipse Society stood in the center, playing with the first fragment of the heart of the mirror abyss in his hand. "How about playing a game? Let these people kill each other, and I will give the fragment to the winner in the end." Chains suddenly rose from the ground of the arena, binding everyone. Lin Yang saw the Dark Elf Chieftain, the Dragon Prince, and even Xiaobin's mirror image among them. "I won't let you succeed." He activated the all-world trade right and summoned the time anchor device of the mechanical Zerg at the cost of chaos forging. The moment the device was activated, the time flow rate of the Sea of Entropy briefly returned to normal. He took the opportunity to cut off the chains and led everyone to launch a counterattack. However, the bodies of the Shadow Eclipse members can be mirrored at will, and attacks cannot cause any substantial damage. At the critical moment, Lin Yang discovered that when they transform, the position of their hearts will be materialized for a moment. "Focus on attacking their left chests," he shouted, and the boundary-breaking blade drew a colorful trajectory. When the last Shadow Eclipse member fell, the leader suddenly exploded and turned into thousands of mirror fragments, which disappeared in the mist. "No!" Lin Yang grabbed a fragment before the time was disrupted, on which were engraved mysterious coordinates. At the same time, bad news came from other regions of the universe. The Moonlight Fleet of the Emerald Nebula was annihilated, more than half of the dragons of the Purgatory Galaxy were lost, and a civil war broke out in the capital of the Human Alliance. What was even more shocking was that Xiaobin's mirror clone successfully controlled the parliament and passed the National Mirror Transformation Plan, trying to transform all humans into mirror creatures. When Lin Yang returned to the coalition headquarters, Su Qing was analyzing new intelligence. The second fragment appeared in the Dream Corridor, a space constructed by the collective subconscious of countless civilizations. Su Qing's light wings were dim. "Those who enter will fall into the deepest dream and never wake up." Lin Yang clenched the fragment in his hand, his eyes firm. "Notify all forces and prepare to enter the Dream Corridor. This time, no matter what the cost, I will take back the fragment." In the dark corner of the universe, the bronze-masked man looked at the star map in his hand, and 7 red dots were flashing. He sneered, "Lin Yang, do you think you are collecting fragments? You are just helping me complete the resurrection ceremony of Jing Yuan. When the 7 fragments resonate, it will be the end of the universe and the phantom in the mirror." On the star map, 7 red dots began to move in a strange trajectory, gradually connecting into a complete mirror totem. Chapter 34, The Mysterious City of Dreams. The Soul's Dilemma of Interweaving Reality and Illusion. The entrance to the Dream Corridor was suspended in the center of a nebula that was flashing with fluorescent light, like a liquid arch with colorful halos flowing through it. As soon as Lin Yang approached 100 meters, the silver-black lines on the surface of the all-law balance armor began to twist and deform, turning into countless tiny chains wrapped around his arms. Suddenly, whispers came to his mind one after another. "Stay. There is no war here." Su Qing's light wings also had strange ripples, and the originally holy golden light was dyed into a hazy violet color. "This is a spiritual cage constructed by the collective subconscious." The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flickered in the communicator, and her mechanical prosthetic eyes were full of red alerts. According to detection, the Dream Corridor is composed of 7 nested dream spaces. With each deeper layer, the risk of consciousness being assimilated increases tenfold. Before the Queen finished her words, a deafening roar suddenly came from the distance. A dark elf warship engraved with a moonlight totem smashed into the nebula. The surface of the hull was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and countless pale arms could be vaguely seen extending from the cracks, dragging the crew into the dark cabin. Lin Yang took a deep breath and integrated the origin mark into the boundary-breaking blade, and the blade suddenly burst into a brilliant silver light. When he stepped into the archway, the world spun around, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in the university campus he had not seen for a long time. The familiar teaching buildings, tree-lined avenues, and even the cheers from the playground in the distance were all very real, and what made his pupils shrink was that he was wearing the sportswear from his freshman year, and the date displayed on the smartwatch on his wrist was the day before the activation of the godly rich sign-in system. Lin Yang? What are you daydreaming about? The basketball game is about to start. A hand patted him on the shoulder. He turned around and saw that it was his high school friend who had long since broken up with him. The boy smiled brightly, but there was a barely perceptible dark purple light in his eyes. Let's go, you are the main force of our department. Lin Yang's heart beat violently, but his body followed the other person uncontrollably to the playground, his legs mechanically running and jumping, and the cheers echoing in his ears gradually twisted into harsh ridicule. No. This is not reality. Lin Yang bit his tongue, and the moment the bloody taste spread in his mouth, the law of chaos exploded in his sea of consciousness. He swung the boundary-breaking blade, and everything on the basketball court shattered like a mirror, revealing a huge bronze mirror floating behind him. The distorted face of the leader of the Shadow Erosion Society appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror. Welcome to the first level of the dream. Want to pass it? First find the truth hidden deep in your memory. When Lin Yang cut off the bronze mirror, the space twisted again and he fell into a dark forest. The moonlight shone through the branches and leaves, outlining strange runes on the ground, and Su Qing's cry for help came from not far away. He ran away, but saw Su Qing entangled by countless vines, her wings were broken, and her eyes were empty like a puppet. Save me. Su Qing's voice was intermittent, and the vines suddenly turned into dark purple chains, binding Lin Yang as well. Why, didn't you come earlier? Lin Yang's body of origin law trembled violently. He forced the power of all living beings to move, and the wings of salvation condensed by faith spread out behind him. As the wings flapped, the forest began to collapse, revealing the altar hidden underground. In the center of the altar, the second fragment of the heart of the mirror abyss was suspended above a huge hourglass. The quicksand in the hourglass was actually composed of fragments of countless people's memories, and each grain flashed a different picture. There were moments of happiness and moments of despair. Want the fragments? Bear the backlash of these memories first. The voice of the Shadow Eclipse leader came from the hourglass, and hundreds of millions of memory fragments shot at Lin Yang like bullets. He saw the tragic destruction of various civilizations in the universe, felt the cries of countless lives in despair, and witnessed himself falling into a demon in a parallel time and space. Cracks appeared on the all-law balance armor, and the origin mark began to dim, but his eyes became more determined. These memories. I accept them. Lin Yang opened his arms and took all the memory fragments into his body. The law of chaos and the power of order collided in the sea of consciousness, and a new law of memory was born. He raised his hand and waved it, and the memory fragments turned into a golden torrent, rushing towards the fragments of the heart of the mirror abyss and the hourglass. However, just as it was about to touch the fragments, the altar suddenly shook, and 7 doors emitting different lights appeared out of thin air. Choose a door and enter the next level of dream. If you choose the wrong one, you will stay here forever. The leader's laughter was full of malice. Lin Yang's all-seeing eyes were completely ineffective in this dream space. He lowered his head and stared at the boundary-breaking blade in his hand. The blade reflected the shadows of 7 doors. When his eyes swept across the door emitting silver-black light, the blade suddenly made a humming sound that was the color that resonated with his origin mark. The moment he pushed open the silver-black door, Lin Yang seemed to fall into endless darkness. When the light came again, he found himself in a huge castle. The walls were covered with mirrors, and each mirror reflected a different version of himself. Some were dressed in suits and managed trillions of assets, some were wearing armor and commanded thousands of galaxies, and some wore bronze masks, with the ruins of countless civilizations under their feet. In the center of the castle, on a huge throne, sat a man who looked exactly like him, playing with the second fragment of the heart of the mirror abyss in his hand. Welcome to the final choice, Lin Yang. The man on the throne stood up, his voice exactly the same as his. Give up resistance and become a part of Mirror Abyss. You will have eternal power if you insist on resisting. Just watch the entire universe destroy before your eyes. The castle suddenly shook violently, and countless mirror soldiers poured out from the mirrors. Their weapons flashed dark purple light, and wherever they passed, the space collapsed. Lin Yang clenched the boundary-breaking blade, and the newly awakened memory law in his body began to operate. He extracted all the rewards he had ever received from the godly rich from the torrent of memories. The chaos forging technique turned into a solid shield, the law of space and time condensed into a sharp spear, and the power of all living things formed a huge phantom behind him that was the collection of all the lives that trusted and supported him. I am Lin Yang, the one who will rewrite fate. His roar resounded through the castle, and the boundary-breaking blade slashed towards the throne with the power of the memory law. The moment the blade touched the opponent, the entire dream space began to collapse, and the fragments of the heart of the mirror abyss flew into the air, resonating with his origin mark. The moment Lin Yang grabbed the fragments, a shocking roar came from the entrance of the dream corridor in the real world, and the fluctuations of the third fragment were flickering in the depths of the universe. This time, the figure of the bronze-masked man was standing next to the fragments. At the same time, in the capital of the Human Alliance, Xiaobin's mirror clone has completed the first step of the National Mirror Transformation Plan. Dark purple light flashed in the eyes of countless people. They mechanically walked towards the giant bronze mirror in the center of the city, ready to sacrifice their consciousness to the mirror abyss. At the edge of the Milky Way, the remnants of the Shadow Eclipse Society are holding a mysterious ceremony. They will throw the captured strong men into a huge mirror furnace, trying to refine a mirror weapon that can fight Lin Yang. The crisis of the universe is spreading at an unimaginable speed. Chapter 35, Mirror Abyss Furnace. The Bloody Awakening of the Mechanical Legion. When Lin Yang rushed out of the dream corridor with the second fragment of the heart of the mirror abyss, a dazzling red light suddenly burst out on the cosmic star map. The fluctuation of the third fragment came from the Rust star field. The abandoned mechanical graveyard was now rising with dark purple smoke that covered the sky. Countless rusty debris twisted and reorganized in the smoke, forming the outline of a steel giant. The emergency communication of the mechanical Zerg Queen was almost shouted, "Lin Yang! The Shadow Eclipse Society has restarted the entropy furnace left by the ancient gods in the core of the starfield. They are transforming the captured strong men into a mirror mechanical army." Su Qing's light wings were already covered with cracks. She pointed at the purple ripples that were spreading on the star map. What's worse is that the antimatter radiation produced by the furnace is corroding the laws of space. All the jump points in this star field are ineffective. Lin Yang looked at the alarm runes jumping on the surface of the all-law balance armor, and suddenly remembered the scene he saw in the dream corridor in the laboratory of the Shadow Eclipse leader. Hundreds of mechanical bodies soaked in purple liquid were neatly arranged, and grooves were reserved on the chest for inlaying mirror abyss fragments. The moment the dawn forcibly broke through the radiation barrier, the hull made a teeth-grinding hissing sound. Outside the porthole, tens of thousands of mechanical wreckage formed a vortex-shaped defense line, and the gun barrels of each wreckage flashed with a strange mirror luster. Start the phase jammer. Lin Yang injected the origin law into the main console, and the silver-black beam from the bow tore open a gap in the defense line, but the next second, the destroyed wreckage suddenly decomposed into countless mirror-like flying insects, densely rushing towards the spacecraft. It's mirror decomposers. The mechanical Zerg Queen's fleet came to support in time, and the particle cannon of the entropy mothership blasted the swarm of flying insects into dust. These insects can copy any form of matter they come into contact with. We must use high-frequency shock waves. Her voice was suddenly interrupted, and in the holographic projection, the Queen's mechanical prosthetic eyes flashed a dark purple light. Her flagship had been parasitized at some point, and the main gun turned around and aimed at her own fleet. Lin Yang immediately activated the right to trade with all worlds and exchanged half of his chaos forging for the soul imprisonment bullet treasured in the black market. 12 shells flashing with golden runes accurately hit the Queen's flagship, temporarily suppressing the mirror consciousness parasitic in the hull. But the battlefield situation has been out of control. The entropy furnace in the center of the Rust star field soared into the sky and turned into a steel altar towering into the clouds. At the top of the altar, the third fragment of the heart of the mirror abyss was being melted into liquid and poured into the neatly arranged mechanical bodies below. They are going to mass-produce mirror masters. Su Qing's web of order continued to disintegrate in the radiation. She pointed at the giant conveyor belt at the bottom of the altar, where hundreds of mechanical warriors were waking up. Their skin was flowing mirror metal, and their chests were inlaid with dark purple energy cores. Each mirror master has complete autonomous consciousness, and her voice suddenly rose, they can share combat data. Lin Yang's all-seeing eye frequently reported errors due to radiation interference, but he still captured abnormal fluctuations deep in the altar. The leader of the Shadow Eclipse Society was forcibly injecting the consciousness of dozens of strong men into the mechanical body, including the Dragon Prince and the Dark Elf High Priest. The eyes of these transformed strong men flashed with the light of pain and madness, and runes with the same origin as the mirror abyss appeared on their body surfaces, and the weapons in their hands were mirror weapons transformed from their own life treasures. Su Qing, you lead the coalition forces to contain the outer legions. Lin Yang injected the power of all living beings into the boundary-breaking blade, and the blade instantly expanded 3 times. I will go to destroy the core of the furnace. He turned into a silver streamer and rushed to the altar, but was intercepted by the mirror overlord halfway. The leading mirror overlord turned out to be a replica of the queen of the mechanical Zerg. Her mechanical wings were 100 meters long when spread out, and every flap caused a space storm. Lin Yang, what do you think you can change? The mirror queen's voice was electronically cold. Under the laws of Mirror Abyss, all resistance is futile. She raised her hand and summoned thousands of mirror fighters, which fired not physical ammunition but antimatter beams that distorted reality. Lin Yang's Wanfa balance armor was flying under the attack, and he suddenly found that the formation trajectory of these fighters was exactly the same as the formation of the model aircraft competition he participated in when he was in college. Another mirror memory tampering. Lin Yang bit his tongue and forcibly dispelled the false images that appeared in his mind. He activated the newly awakened memory law, constructed a memory corridor in his sea of consciousness, and reorganized all the tampered combat experiences. When the mirror fighter launched another attack, his boundary-breaking blade accurately pierced into the energy core connection of each fighter, and colorful light flashed, and the fighter group exploded one after another. But a more terrifying crisis ensued. The entropy furnace suddenly ejected a purple beam of light, and a 1,000-meter-high mechanical giant was born in the beam of light. Its body was made up of countless mirrors, and its head was actually an enlarged version of the bronze masked man. The giant's palm slapped down, and the entire battlefield fell into darkness. Lin Yang activated time and space retracing at the critical moment and barely avoided the fatal blow. Want the fragments? Then you have to get past my Mirror Abyss Arbiter first. The voice of the Shadow Eclipse leader came from the chest of the Colossus. The Arbiter's eyes shot out dark purple lasers, and wherever they passed, the space collapsed directly into a miniature black hole. Lin Yang's body of the Origin Law screamed in pain in the lasers, and he suddenly remembered the scene he saw in the dream corridor. The Arbiter's weakness lies in the energy core at the heart, and that core is formed by the fusion of the Mirror Abyss fragments and the origin of the Sacrificer. Su Qing used the Web of Order to block the Arbiter's actions. Lin Yang poured all his faith into the boundary-breaking blade, and the final judgment wings formed by the will of trillions of believers spread out from behind. As the wings flapped, the flow of time in the entire Rust Star region began to become disordered, and the attack of the mechanical army became slow. He seized the opportunity, using the law of memory as a guide and the law of chaos as a blade, and stabbed the Arbiter's heart with a sword. With a deafening roar, the Arbiter collapsed, and the third fragment of the heart of the Mirror Abyss flew out from the wreckage. But before Lin Yang could catch the fragment, a dark purple chain suddenly penetrated the void and took the fragment away. The bronze masked man appeared on the data stream, holding 2 fragments in his hands, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Yang, you are still too slow. When the 7 fragments resonate, the entire universe will become my mirror playground. Before he finished speaking, the remains of the Arbiter suddenly erupted with a destructive energy storm. Lin Yang and Su Qing teleported back to the Allied Forces headquarters at the last moment. On the cosmic star map at this time, the fluctuations of the remaining 4 fragments became stronger and stronger, and at the edge of the Milky Way, a giant vortex made of mirrors was taking shape. Deep in the vortex, a sky city with 7 altars floating on it could be vaguely seen that was the prototype of the final form of Mirror Abyss. What was even more shocking was that the transformation plan for the capital star of the Human Alliance had been completed, and Xiaobin's mirror clone led millions of mirror warriors and was heading towards the sky city. Chapter 36, Blood Sacrifice in Tiancheng. The Law Showdown at the end of Gingyuan. At the edge of the Milky Way, the sky city built of mirrors was suspended in the center of the dark purple vortex. 7 altars slowly turned like giant gears, and the top of each altar was inlaid with fragments of the heart of the Mirror Abyss that had not yet been collected. When the bronze-masked man stepped into the city with 3 fragments, the entire sky city burst into a dazzling light, and countless dark purple energy chains extended from the altar, cutting the universe into a regular diamond grid. When Lin Yang's all-seeing eye was observing the sky city, a dense warning pop-up window suddenly appeared on his retina. Dimensional folding phenomenon detected, space law tampering rate 87%, all-time anchor points are invalid. Su Qing's light wings trembled violently when approaching the vortex, and dark purple blood oozed from each feather. This is not an ordinary space barrier, it is Gingyuan that is converting the real universe into a mirror dimension. The mechanical Zerg Queen drove the transformed entropy mothership, which was covered with anti-mirror armor strengthened by chaos forging. Lin Yang, our reconnaissance fleet has discovered the mirror version of the Interstellar Alliance outside Tiancheng. In the holographic projection, tens of thousands of warships were neatly arranged, each exuding an aura similar to that of the Dawnbreaker, and on the flagship, Lin Yang's flag was flying. What was even more frightening was that the mirror army of the Human Alliance was building a giant portal, and Xiao Bin's mirror clone stood in the front, holding a scepter in his hand, with the fourth fragment of the heart of the mirror abyss inlaid on the top. They are going to use the sacrifices of believers to start the final ceremony. Lin Yang looked at the pile of people below the portal. These people had fanatical dark purple light flashing in their eyes, and were queuing up to enter the sacrificial formation. His body of origin law began to tremble uncontrollably, and the power of chaos and order collided violently in his body. Once the ceremony was completed, Mirror Abyss would devour the matter and energy of the entire universe and reshape it into a new world composed entirely of mirrors. The moment the Dawnbringer forcibly broke through the vortex, the metal on the surface of the ship began to mirror. Lin Yang immediately activated the right to trade with all worlds, and used the remaining chaos forging technique to exchange for the anti-entropy coating on the black market. The silver-black light enveloped the spacecraft, temporarily curbing the dimensional erosion. But as soon as they entered the range of Tianchang, 12 mirror abyss guards condensed by the turbulence of time and space fell from the sky. The bodies of these guards kept switching forms, sometimes turning into ancient dragons, and sometimes turning into mechanical fortresses. Every attack carried the power to rewrite reality. Queen, suppress the guards with antimatter barrage. Su Qing, you and the Dragon Clan strongmen set up the spacetime cage. Lin Yang integrated the law of memory into the boundary-breaking blade, and the attack trajectory of the Jingyuan guards began to retrace wherever the blade passed. However, when he tried to approach the sacrificial formation, Xiao Bin's mirror clone suddenly appeared in front of him, and with a wave of the scepter in his hand, the entire space turned into an endless mirror maze. Lin Yang, you will never win against the real perfect one. The mirror image Xiao Bin raised a familiar sneer. Look at these mirrors, they all show your failure. Lin Yang's reflection walked out of the mirror, some of them fell in the ruins covered in blood, some were stepped on by the bronze-masked man, and some even handed the heart of Mirror Abyss to the enemy with their own hands. His origin mark began to dim, and irreparable cracks appeared on the all-law balance armor. These are just false possibilities. Lin Yang forcibly activated the power of all living beings, and the wings of immortality condensed by faith spread out behind him. As the wings flapped, the mirror maze began to collapse, and he seized the opportunity to stab the mirror Xiao Bin with a sword. But the opponent's body suddenly turned into a data stream and merged into the altar's sacrificial formation. The light of the fourth fragment of the heart of the mirror abyss became more and more dazzling, and more people were sucked into the formation. The entire Sky City began to emit a greedy hum. At this time, bad news came from other regions of the universe. When the Dark Elves' Moonlight Fleet was fighting for the fifth fragment, it was led into a spacetime trap by the suddenly appearing Mirror Fleet and was completely annihilated. When the Dragon Clan was fighting to protect the sixth fragment, it encountered a joint attack by the Abyss Demon Clan and the Shadow Eclipse Society, and the Dragon King was seriously injured. And the fluctuation of the seventh fragment actually came from the headquarters of the New Order Court established by Lin Yang. Go back to headquarters. Lin Yang's voice was filled with unprecedented anxiety. When the Dawnbreaker arrived at the Court of New Order, the scene in front of him made his pupils shrink. Suddenly the headquarters building had become a huge mirrored altar, and the former allies had empty eyes and were carrying the last fragment to the altar. What was even more desperate was that the bronze-masked man stood on the top of the altar, and the 6 fragments in his hand were resonating with the 7th, and the laws of the entire universe began to distort. Finally, it's all gathered together. The bronze-masked man took off his mask, revealing a face exactly like Lin Yang's. I am you from the future. When you despair after repeated failures, you will understand that the only salvation is to let the universe return to Mirror Abyss. He put the 7 fragments together into one, and the heart of Mirror Abyss was completely formed, turning into a huge dark purple heart. Every beat caused space vibrations. Lin Yang's all-seeing eyes suddenly caught a tiny crack on the surface of the heart that was the scar left by the boundary-breaking blade in the battle of the entropy furnace. He instantly understood Jing Yuan's weakness. No matter how perfect the law is, it will be broken by the power of reality. Su Qing. Inject all the power of order into my boundary-breaking blade. He turned and shouted to the coalition behind him, all those who believe in hope, lend me your faith. Trillions of rays of light converged from all over the universe, including the courage of humans, the pride of dragons, the wisdom of mechanical insects. These powers merged with Lin Yang's original laws, and the boundary-breaking blade burst out with light beyond imagination. When he swung his sword towards the heart of the Mirror Abyss, the entire Sky City began to collapse, and cracks appeared on the body of the bronze-masked man. Impossible. The masked man looked at his hands, which were gradually becoming transparent. In disbelief, I have mastered all the laws. You only control the illusion in the mirror. Lin Yang's voice resounded throughout the universe, but I have real faith. With a thunderous roar, the heart of Mirror Abyss was completely shattered, and the dark purple energy receded like a tide. But at the moment when the energy dissipated, Lin Yang saw a strange smile on the corner of the bronze-masked man's mouth, and his body turned into countless mirror fragments, blending into various parts of the universe. Has the threat of Mirror Abyss really been completely eliminated? The battlefield returned to silence. Lin Yang looked at the dimmed boundary-breaking blade in his hand, but he did not feel the joy of victory. He knew that as long as there was despair and greed in the universe, the shadow of Jingyuan would never disappear. In an unknown corner of the universe, a broken bronze mirror was slowly recovering, reflecting a pair of malicious eyes. A new crisis was quietly brewing in the dark. Chapter 37, The Dark Tide Rises Again. Whisper of chaos in the Rift of Laws. After the collapse of Mirror Abyss, the universe was filled with strange silence. The broken city in the sky turned into countless mirror meteorites floating in the void, and each fragment reflected a distorted star map. Lin Yang's armor of balance was covered with spider-web-like cracks, and the origin mark flickered like a candle in the wind. He looked at the darkened boundary-breaking blade in his hand, and the sinister smile of the bronze-masked man before he disappeared still echoed in his ears. It has been detected that the laws of space are slowly being repaired, but Su Qing's light wings were stained with dark purple stains. Her fingertips stroked the abnormal data jumping on the holographic projection, and her voice suddenly became solemn. Unexplainable energy fluctuations have appeared on the edge of the Milky Way. Those broken pieces of the Mirror Abyss seem to be undergoing some kind of quantum entanglement. She zoomed in on the picture and saw that tens of thousands of mirror fragments were arranged in the trajectory of the Fibonacci sequence, outlining a huge hexagram array in the void. The holographic projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen suddenly flashed and connected to the communication. Her mechanical prosthetic eyes were filled with red alerts. Lin Yang. A large-scale riot broke out on the capital planet of the Human Alliance. The Mirror Abyss code remaining in the bodies of those who have undergone mirror transformation is awakening on its own. The scene switched to the capital planet. The skin of the people on the street gradually became mirror-like. Dark purple data streams flowed in their pupils. They gathered in an orderly manner towards the observatory in the center of the city. When the dawn arrived at the capital planet, the scene on top of the observatory was horrifying. Thousands of mirror citizens linked hands to form a circular altar, their bodies turned into flowing mirrors, and together they held up a fragment of the Mirror Abyss that was being reassembled. In the center of the altar, Xiaobin's mirror clone was wrapped in dark purple chains, and the beating code could be vaguely seen under his skin. On the top of the scepter in his hand, a miniature version of the heart of the Mirror Abyss was taking shape. Welcome to the new game, Lin Yang. The voice of the mirror Xiaobin was like the friction of rusty gears. Do you think it's over after destroying the Sky City? The essence of Mirror Abyss is the embodiment of despair. As long as there are still people in the universe who desire power. He waved his hand and summoned 12 data guards condensed by mirror codes. The bodies of these guards kept switching binary forms, sometimes turning into swords, and sometimes reorganizing into shields. Each attack was accompanied by a harsh system error sound effect. Lin Yang swung the boundary-breaking blade to attack, but a string of garbled characters popped out the moment the blade touched the guard. He was shocked to realize that these data guards were actually composed of the law codes left by Jingyuan, and conventional attacks would not work at all. At the critical moment, he suddenly remembered the reverse code virus obtained in the Battle of the Entropy Furnace. It was a special program developed by the mechanical Zerg using chaos forging. Queen. Transmit the reverse code virus immediately. Lin Yang transformed the origin mark into a data interface and connected it to the battlefield network. The silver-black virus poured into the data guard like a tide. They devoured the dark purple code frantically, gradually corroding the guard's body into pieces. But the mirror Xiaobin just sneered. He inserted the scepter into the altar, and the energy network of the entire capital star was instantly covered by the mirror code. The buildings in the city began to grow in reverse, high-rise buildings turned into ruins, and the ruins reorganized into strange mirror pyramids. What was even more terrifying was that the people who participated in the riots suddenly exploded collectively, turning into a sky-high data stream and pouring into the fragments of the Mirror Abyss. The shadow of a bronze-masked man appeared on the surface of the fragments. Lin Yang, this is just an appetizer. As the shadow raised his hand, a roar of chains breaking came from the depths of the universe. The real abyss is about to wake up. Su Qing suddenly grabbed Lin Yang's arm, and her light wings trembled violently. a rift in the laws between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy has been detected. There is something crawling out. In the picture of the omniscient eye, the dark rift was like the wound of a giant beast, and countless twisted tentacles stretched out from it. Each tentacle was wrapped with dark purple mirror scales, and the laws of space collapsed wherever it passed. When the first abyss creature completely emerged from the rift, everyone gasped. It was a kilometer-long giant worm, its shell made up of countless mirrors, each of which reflected the destruction of different civilizations. The giant worm opened its bloody mouth, spewing out not flames, but dark purple mist that could corrode the soul. What was worse was that similar abyss creatures continued to emerge from the rift, forming legions and heading towards various galaxies. Start the Universal Defense Protocol. Lin Yang roared through the global broadcast of the Shinhao system. All civilizations immediately retreat to the core star field and establish a joint defense line. He injected the power of all living things into the boundary-breaking blade, and the totems of countless civilizations emerged on the blade, but they were corroded by the mist the moment they came into contact with the abyss creatures. The mirror shells of these creatures can not only reflect attacks, but also convert damage into their own power. When the battle was at a stalemate, the mysterious merchant from the universe black market appeared again. His mechanical prosthesis was badly damaged, and a half of a dark purple chain was inserted into his chest. Listen, these abyss creatures are the original projection of the mirror abyss, and only by finding the chaos code can they be restrained. The merchant coughed up a mouthful of blood with mirror fragments. The code is hidden in the chaos CI at the beginning of the universe, but there. Before he finished speaking, a dark purple beam of light penetrated his body, and the merchant turned into a data stream and dissipated. Lin Yang held the broken compass left by the merchant tightly, and the needle on it spun wildly, finally pointing to the oldest star field in the Milky Way. There are remnants of the original energy that gave birth to the universe. He turned to look at Su Qing, who nodded firmly. The Dragon Clan and I will stay on the defense line. You can go without worry. The projection of the Dragon Clan leader suddenly appeared. Most of his dragon scales fell off, but he was still majestic. We will use our lives to buy time for you, but please be sure. As the dawn was heading towards the Eye of Chaos, bad news came from the rear defense line. The mechanical Zerg's entropy motherships were completely annihilated by the attack of the abyss creatures. The Queen detonated all the antimatter cores at the last moment, but only exchanged for a moment of peace. The moonlight barrier of the Dark Elves was corroded by the dark purple mist, and the entire race began to mutate into a mirror. The capital star of the human alliance was completely reduced to an outpost of the mirror abyss. The mirror image of Xiaobin was laughing wildly at the top of the pyramid, and under his feet were piles of believers' corpses. The scene in the Chaos Sea was beyond imagination. There were countless cosmic embryos floating there, each wrapped in silver-black chaotic energy. The compass suddenly made a harsh buzzing sound, pointing to one of the embryos that was breaking. Lin Yang's all-seeing eye penetrated the embryo and saw a law book floating inside that exuded a vast atmosphere. What flowed on the surface of the law book was not text, but the constantly reorganized laws of the universe. But when he reached out to touch the codex, countless dark purple chains sprang out from the void and tightly wrapped around him. The voice of the bronze-masked man echoed in the chaos. Want the codex? Go through my chaos arbiter first. A huge figure walked out of the codex. The arbiter's body was made up of pure chaos and the power of the mirror abyss. Every time he punched, he could cause the annihilation and rebirth of space. Lin Yang's body of origin law almost collapsed under the impact of the power of chaos, but his consciousness suddenly sank into the depths of memory. There, he saw the ordinary self in college, saw every growth after obtaining the Shinhao system, and saw the eyes of those who trusted him when he confronted Jing Yuan countless times. I am not fighting alone. He roared and injected all the power of memory into the code. The chaos code suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the law patterns on the code began to devour the dark purple chain. When the chain broke completely, the chaos CI shook violently. Lin Yang rushed out of the embryo holding the codex, but found that the universe's defense line was on the verge of collapse. The army of abyssal creatures was only one last barrier away from the core of the Milky Way, and the mirror Xiaobin was carrying the reorganized heart of the mirror abyss, ready to give the defense a fatal blow. He held the chaos codex tightly, and the ancient spell against the mirror abyss appeared on the surface of the codex this time. He wanted to completely end this long-lasting disaster. Chapter 38, Codex Resonance. The final showdown between Chaos and Mirror Abyss. The moment Lin Yang rushed out of the Chaos CI holding the Chaos Codex, the entire universe seemed to feel the awakening of this ancient power. The silver-black light flowing on the surface of the Codex collided violently with the dark purple scales on the abyss creatures, exploding thousands of lightning bolts in the void. His all-seeing eye captured an astonishing scene. cracks began to appear on the mirror shells of those abyss creatures, and the remnant souls of civilizations devoured by them loomed in the cracks, emitting desperate roars. Activate the code. Quick! The holographic projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flashed violently in the communicator. Her mechanical body had been mostly corroded. The defense line can't hold. Mirror Shaoban broke through the 7th blockade with the heart of the mirror abyss. In the picture, the mirror pyramid of the capital star soared into the sky, turning into a huge battering ram, smashing down hard on the joint defense line of the core of the Milky Way. Countless mirror soldiers poured out of the pyramid, their weapons merged with the dark purple mist of the abyss creatures, and wherever they passed, the space collapsed. Lin Yang pressed the origin mark on the chaos code, and the code suddenly burst into a 1,000-foot light. The cover of the code slowly unfolded, and the ancient chaos runes moved like living things, outlining a formation diagram in the void that was completely contrary to the laws of the mirror abyss. Su Qing took the lead in responding with the spacetime guards composed of powerful dragons. Their power was injected into the formation diagram, forming a silver-black barrier on the periphery of the Milky Way. The attacks of the abyss creatures hit the barrier, making a harsh metal friction sound, and the dark purple mist was quickly purified by the power of chaos. However, the mirror image Shaoban laughed wildly. He raised the heart of mirror abyss in his hand high up, and the dark purple lines on the surface of the heart resonated with the law cracks in the sky. A huge hand suddenly appeared from the cracks, and the skin of the hand was completely made of mirrors, and every inch of the mirror reflected the scene of the destruction of the universe. Feel the real despair. Shaoban roared, "This is the arrival of the Lord of Mirror Abyss." The chaos code trembled violently, and a vague figure emerged from the code. The figure raised his hand and waved it, and a silver-black chaos torrent rushed towards the giant hand of the Lord of Mirror Abyss. The moment the two forces collided, the time and space of the entire universe began to distort. Lin Yang saw countless parallel universes, some of which had been completely swallowed up by Mirror Abyss and turned into a dead mirror world in some universes. He was merging with the bronze-masked man in other universes. The chaos code became a new source of disaster. These are not the endings. Lin Yang bit his tongue and dripped his life essence blood on the code. The chaos code burst into a more dazzling light, and the figure in the code gradually solidified. It was a mysterious being wearing a chaos robe, and his eyes contained the mysteries of the birth and destruction of the universe. The mysterious being spoke, and his voice was like the roar of the beginning of the world. Jingyuan tried to replace the real with illusion. Today, I will recast the law with chaos. A sword of chaos appeared in the hands of the mysterious being, and the blade was interwoven with countless laws. When he swung the sword at the Lord of Mirror Abyss, the laws of the entire universe began to reconstruct. The bodies of the abyss creatures exploded under the erosion of the power of chaos, turning into dark purple fragments all over the sky. The mirror abyss codes and the bodies of those mirrored people gradually dissipated in the light of the chaos code. But the power of the Lord of Mirror Abyss was far beyond imagination. Its giant hand grabbed the sword of chaos, and the dark purple mirror skin began to corrode the power of the law on the sword. The figure of the mysterious being became transparent, and the light of the chaos code also dimmed. Lin Yang suddenly remembered the memory law he obtained in the dream corridor. He concentrated all his strength and turned the memory of trillions of creatures into a golden torrent and injected it into the code. Real memory is the most powerful force. Lin Yang roared. After the chaos code absorbed the power of memory, it burst into an unprecedented light. The mysterious existence in the code overlapped with Lin Yang's figure, and they swung a sword containing the three laws of chaos, order, and memory. This sword cut through the void and pierced directly into the core of the Lord of Mirror Abyss. The Lord of Mirror Abyss roared with earth-shaking fury, and its body began to disintegrate. But at the last moment, it injected all its power into the heart of Mirror Abyss, and the heart of Mirror Abyss turned into a dark purple meteor, flying towards the depths of the universe. Mirror Shaoban laughed wildly in the energy storm. Lin Yang, do you think it's over? The heart of Mirror Abyss will be reborn in some desperate corner, and you. His words were drowned by the power of chaos, and his body turned into countless mirror fragments. After the battle, the universe was in ruins. Broken planets floated in the void, and the once prosperous galaxies became ruins. Lin Yang held the Chaos Codex, watching the light on the codex gradually dim, but he did not feel the joy of victory in his heart. He knew that as long as there was greed and despair in the universe, the threat of Jingyuan would never really disappear. Su Qing's light wings were badly damaged. She walked to Lin Yang and whispered, "We have detected sporadic mirror abyss energy fluctuations in the universe. In some remote star regions, it seems that someone is collecting mirror abyss fragments." Lin Yang tightly grasped the codex, his eyes became firm again, then continued to protect. From signing in at university to becoming the guardian of the universe now, I will keep going on this path. At the same time, in the darkest corner of the universe, on a desolate planet, the fragments of the heart of Mirror Abyss were slowly reassembling. A mysterious man stood in front of the fragments, his body looming, as if condensed from the dark purple mist of Mirror Abyss.
Lin Yang, we will meet again.
The mysterious man whispered, next time, Mirror Abyss will no longer be an illusory reflection, but a real master. His figure dissipated in the void, leaving only the reassembling heart of Mirror Abyss, emitting a frightening light. On the capital planet of the Human Alliance, the people who were once controlled by Jing Yuan gradually regained consciousness. They looked at the destroyed city with confusion and fear in their eyes. But soon, they saw the silhouette of the Dawnbreaker. Lin Yang stood at the bow of the ship and spoke to the entire universe through the global broadcast. The road to reconstruction may be long, but as long as we work together, there will be no darkness that cannot be overcome. The new era will be created by us together. Countless rays of light rose from various planets, which were the responses of various civilizations. The mechanical insects began to repair the damaged warships, the dragons used dragon magic to reshape the destroyed galaxies, and the dark elves used the power of moonlight to nourish the barren planets.
Lin Yang handed the Chaos Code to the Cosmic Council for safekeeping.
The code was placed in a secret room guarded by the power of chaos and order, waiting for the next crisis to come. However, the calm did not last long. One day a few months later, Lin Yang's sign-in system suddenly issued a long-lost reminder sound, unknown energy fluctuations detected, new sign-in tasks are about to start. He looked at the system interface, his mouth slightly raised. No matter how many challenges there are ahead, the boy who started his counterattack in college will never stop.
And in the depths of the universe, a new storm is quietly brewing. Chapter 39, Void Rift.
The tide of invaders from other planes. When Lin Yang's sign-in system alert sounded, the eternal night star belt at the edge of the Milky Way was rippling with strange blue ripples. In this star field that had been silent for thousands of years, fine dark purple lines suddenly appeared on the surface of countless meteorites, as if some unknown text was quietly awakening.
Su Qing's light wings suddenly sounded an alarm.
She pointed at the energy ripples that were spreading on the star map, and her voice was filled with undisguised tension. This fluctuation is completely different from the Mirror Abyss.
It's more like another universe is forcibly overlapping with us.
The holographic projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen was connected to the communication almost instantly, and her mechanical prosthetic eyes flashed a dazzling red light. The spatial stability has been detected to have fallen below the critical value. A void rift with a diameter of 100 meters has appeared in the star belt 37 area, and inside. The picture suddenly distorted violently, and when it recovered, countless giant octopus-like creatures were seen pouring out of the rift. Their tentacles were covered with crystal-like scales, and at the end of each tentacle grew a mirror-like eyeball, in which the burning nebula was reflected.
Invaders from other dimensions.
The moment Lin Yang's all-seeing eye scanned these creatures, densely packed warning boxes popped up on his retina. Their biomagnetic field will interfere with the laws of space, and weapon attacks may trigger a chain reaction. Before he finished speaking, a passing interstellar merchant ship was entangled by the tentacles of one of the creatures, and the entire ship was turned into powder in the strange distortion. The screams of the crew had not yet completely dissipated before they were sucked into the giant mouth full of mirrored eyeballs. The Dawnbreaker activated the anti-space interference device urgently, and a silver-black protective shield was formed around the ship. But when the mirrored eyes of those creatures turned to the ship, tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the protective shield. Lin Yang immediately activated the right to trade with all worlds, and exchanged the dimension anchor treasured in the black market with Chaos Forging. The moment the instrument was activated, the spatial fluctuations of the entire battlefield temporarily subsided. However, a more terrifying scene followed. A deafening mechanical roar came from the void crack, and a kilometer-long triangular warship slowly drove out, with dark golden runes flowing on the surface of the ship, faintly echoing the lines on the Chaos Code.
Interesting ants.
A cold electronic synthesized voice came from the battleship, and a holographic projection appeared in front of Lin Yang. It was a humanoid figure made of data streams, with broken mirrors floating on the surface of the body. We come from the Garden of Entropy and Silence and are the correctors of the laws of the universe. And your Milky Way has long been polluted by the Mirror Abyss, and must. Before the voice fell, Lin Yang's boundary-breaking blade had already carried the power of all living beings and slashed at the projection, and the colorful light blasted the data stream into pieces.
Our own universe does not need others' correction. Lin Yang roared, injecting the origin law into the dimension anchor. The instrument burst into dazzling light, trying to forcibly close the void rift.
But the triangular battleship of the entropy court suddenly opened the energy muzzle, and a dark golden beam hit the anchor, and the instrument exploded instantly. What's worse, the chain reaction caused by the explosion caused the rift to expand tenfold, and tens of thousands of alien creatures poured out like a tide, among which there were even giant mechanical creations comparable to the size of planets, and their shells were engraved with the law of destruction that was completely opposite to the Chaos Code. Su Qing led the air defense line composed of powerful dragons to meet the enemy first. The dragon's breath sprayed on the scales of those creatures, but was bounced back after the Dark Elf's moonlight arrow shot through the mirrored eyeballs. New eyeballs immediately grew at the wounds. In the melee, Lin Yang discovered that the weakness of these creatures lies in the nerve nodes between the gaps in the scales. He immediately shouted through the global broadcast, "Attack the joints. Use high-frequency shock waves to destroy their nervous systems." However, the counterattack of the entropy court was beyond imagination. The triangular battleship released the law-cutting net. Wherever the silver-black light net passed, the space was cut into countless diamond-shaped fragments. Lin Yang's Wanfa balance armor was flying in the light net. He suddenly remembered the disorder shield recorded in the Chaos Code. It transforms the power of chaos into an irregular energy field, specifically restraining the orderly law attack. When he performed this move, the law-cutting net began to disintegrate itself the moment it touched the shield. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, the mysterious businessman from the cosmic black market showed up again. This time he was riding a steamship covered with gears, with a torn black and white flag on the hull. If you want to truly fight against the entropy court, you must find their lifeblood, the entropy core center. The businessman threw out a compass inlaid with purple crystals. The center is hidden in their main star, but it is a death maze nested by 12 mirror spaces. No one who enters has ever come out alive. The moment Lin Yang took the compass, the leader of the entropy court suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. His body was made entirely of dark golden data streams, and he held a scepter engraved with runes of destruction in his hand. "Since you insist on resisting, I will send all civilizations in the galaxy to hell first." He waved the scepter, and a huge beam of law descended from the void rift. Wherever the beam pointed, the planet began to evolve in reverse from a prosperous interstellar city to a barren rock star, and then completely decomposed into cosmic dust. "We can't let him succeed." Lin Yang poured all his faith into the Chaos Code. The code burst into brilliant light, and the shadow of the mysterious being in the code reappeared. The mysterious being raised his hand, and a silver-black chaos torrent rushed towards the law beam. The shockwave generated by the collision of the two forces raised the star field within 1,000,000 light-years to the ground. In the violet energy shock, Lin Yang took Su Qing and the Dragon Clan chief, and with the help of the residual power of the dimension anchor, they forcibly cut into the main star of the entropy courtyard. The scene on the main planet overturned cognition. The entire surface of the planet was covered with a flowing mirror ocean, and 12 inverted pyramids floated in the sky, each emitting a destructive light of different colors. The moment they stepped into the mirror ocean, the bodies of the three began to decompose uncontrollably into data streams. Lin Yang urgently operated the memory law and constructed a reality anchor point in the sea of consciousness, which barely kept his body. Split up. Find the entropy core. Lin Yang divided the power of the Chaos Code into 3 parts and injected them into his companions. Su Qing took the Dragon Clan leader to the Red Pyramid, while he broke into the pyramid emitting dark purple light alone. The space inside the tower was constantly folding and reorganizing. Every step Lin Yang took, he would face different enemies. Sometimes it was his mirror image, sometimes it was an abyss creature transformed by the power of entropy, and sometimes it was a bronze masked man who had long died. In the deepest part of the pyramid, Lin Yang finally found the entropy core center. It was a core that was beating with dark golden light, and the surface was wrapped with the law of destruction that opposed the Chaos Code. But when he was about to launch an attack, the center suddenly split into 7 small cores, flying to 7 pyramids of different colors. At the same time, the voice of the leader of the entropy court echoed throughout the planet. "Stupid ants, the entropy core center is the entire main star. When you destroy it, it will be the time when the Milky Way is destroyed." Lin Yang's body of origin began to tremble violently. He knew that this was a more difficult battle than the one against Jing Yuan. In the main battlefield of the Milky Way, the offensive of the Court of Entropy became more and more fierce. The legion of creatures from other planes and mechanical creations was breaking the defenses of various civilizations one by one. The fate of the universe once again hung by a thread. Chapter 40, Entropy and Silence. The final game of 7 nuclear resonances. Lin Yang's all-seeing eye flickered wildly on the main star of entropy, and warnings kept popping up on his retina. 7 core resonance detected. Countdown, 327, space folding strength exceeds threshold, all conventional attacks fail. The space in the dark purple pyramid was like boiling liquid metal, and every distortion stretched his body into a strange shape, and the all-method balance armor wailed under the heavy load.
All entropy cores must be destroyed before the resonance is complete.
He merged the law of memory with the power of chaos, forming a spiral protective barrier around him. When he rushed out of the pyramid, the 12 inverted pyramids floating in the sky were reorganizing at an astonishing speed. The 7 pyramids carrying entropy cores began to release destructive beams of different colors, red like purgatory fire, blue like absolute zero, purple like soul corrosion, interweaving into a death matrix covering the entire planet. Su Qing's urgent cry suddenly came from the communicator, Lin Yang. The entropy core in the red pyramid is wrapped by mechanical guards. The bodies of these guards are forged by the law of entropy and silence.
My network of order can't restrain them at all.
In the picture, Su Qing's light wings were entangled by dark golden chains, and the dragon claws of the Dragon Clan leader broke the scales in the collision with the mechanical guards. What's worse, the projection of the leader of the entropy court appeared on the top of each pyramid. He raised his hand to summon the entropy colossus composed of destruction runes. Every time these colossi took a step, the mirror ocean on the surface of the planet would set off huge waves. Lin Yang bit his tongue and merged his life essence into the boundary-breaking blade, which immediately ignited a silver-black chaos flame. When he rushed towards the nearest orange entropy core pyramid, countless entropy blade swarms composed of mirror fragments rushed towards him. These swarms can not only refract attacks, but also release entropy-increasing viruses after contacting the target, corroding all matter and energy. He waved the chaos flame and burned the swarm into nothingness, but found that the flame was swallowed by an invisible force field when it approached the pyramid. So that's it. Lin Yang suddenly remembered the virtual reality conversion array recorded in the chaos code. He forcibly mobilized all the power of the laws in his body and built a reverse energy field outside the pyramid. When the two forces collided, the outer wall of the pyramid became transparent, revealing the beating orange entropy core inside. But before he could launch an attack, the voice of the leader of the entropy court exploded in his sea of consciousness. Too late. The destructive beams released by the 7 pyramids simultaneously converged into a beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. The entire entropy main star began to collapse in reverse, and the mirrored ocean on the surface of the planet turned into a dark golden data stream, sucking all creatures and buildings into it.
Lin Yang's body disintegrated inch by inch in the data stream.
At the critical moment, he activated the 10,000 worlds trade right and exchanged all the remaining chaos forging techniques for the black market forbidden item anti-entropy hourglass fragment. The hourglass fragments emitted a faint silver-white light, creating a short-lived shelter in the data stream. Lin Yang seized the opportunity, resonated the origin mark with the hourglass, and forcibly reversed the local time flow. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back to 10 minutes before the 7-core resonance. This time, he issued instructions to all allies through the global broadcast. Su Cheng will lead the team to attack the red entropy core, and the Dragon Clan will be responsible for containing the Colossus.
Queen, use the mechanical insect swarm to interfere with the energy transmission of other pyramids.
He himself rushed towards the purple entropy core pyramid. This time, he attached the law of memory to the boundary-breaking blade in advance. When the blade passed through the outer wall of the pyramid, it actually evoked the historical afterimage of the Garden of Entropy and Silence in the picture. An ancient civilization over-pursued the power of law and eventually transformed the entire universe into a cold order machine, and the Garden of Entropy and Silence was the cleaner created by that civilization to maintain absolute order.
You are nothing but poor creatures bound by the program. Lin Yang's roar resounded throughout the pyramid.
The purple entropy core felt threatened and released countless dark purple tentacles, each of which contained the power to corrode the soul. He mobilized the power of all living beings and spread out the wings of hope behind him, which were condensed by the beliefs of trillions of living beings. As the wings flapped, the tentacles collapsed one after another. When the boundary-breaking blade pierced the entropy core, the entire pyramid began to collapse, and the purple beam of destruction dissipated.
But the counterattacks of other entropy cores became increasingly fierce.
The orange entropy core released the entropy silence storm, and wherever it passed, all matter returned to its original particle state. The blue entropy core created the absolute ice field, and even time was frozen. Lin Yang struggled forward in the ruins, and suddenly found that the base of each pyramid was engraved with runes similar to but opposite to the chaos code. He tried to inject the power of the chaos code into the runes, and found that it could temporarily weaken the defense of the entropy core.
It turns out that chaos and entropy are of the same origin.
His body of origin law burst into unprecedented light. When he resonated the chaos code with the runes of the 7 pyramids, the energy flow of the entire entropy main star became disordered.
Su Qing seized the opportunity and entangled the red entropy core with the web of order. The Dragon Clan leader, at the cost of burning his origin, launched the Dragon Soul Destruction Strike and blasted the mechanical guards guarding the entropy core into pieces. The leader of the entropy court finally showed a panic expression, and his data stream body began to become unstable. Impossible. How can you civilizations polluted by the mirror abyss understand the true meaning of the law of entropy? He forcibly activated the final means, and all the entropy cores began to self-destruct, ready to perish together with the entire entropy main star. Lin Yang knew that once the explosion occurred, the energy generated would be enough to destroy the Milky Way. At the critical moment, he suddenly remembered the most taboo in the Chaos Codex. Chaos returned to the abyss, compressing all power into a singularity and swallowing all energy. He injected all the power of all living beings, the law of memory, the power of the Chaos Codex, and even his own origin mark into the singularity. When the singularity expanded, all the self-destruct energy of the entropy core was absorbed, and the leader of the entropy core turned into a data stream and dissipated in a desperate roar. At the end of the battle, the main star of entropy had turned into a dead meteorite. Lin Yang's all-law balance armor was completely shattered, and the origin mark was dim like a candle in the wind. But the chaos code in his hand shone with unprecedented light, and a new prophecy emerged on the cover of the code. When the shadow of the mirror abyss and the cold tide of entropy retreat, the real darkness will crawl out from the cracks of time. At the same time, in the most hidden corner of the universe, a figure formed by the interweaving of dark purple mist and dark golden data streams was condensing. Interesting. Really interesting. The mysterious voice was full of appreciation and murderous intent. Jing Yuan's failure and NG's fall have made you bugs grow. But it doesn't matter. A heart with a strange light appeared in his hand. When the heart of void awakens, the entire multiverse will become my chessboard. The reconstruction of the Milky Way quietly unfolded, and various civilizations began to repair their homes destroyed by war. But Lin Yang knew that the crisis was never really far away. When the sign-in system of the rich man sounded the reminder again, he looked at the flashing words on the task interface. New task: investigate the space-time ripples at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, and clenched the revitalized boundary-breaking blade in his hand. The boy who started his counterattack in college will continue to embark on the journey of protecting the universe, and what awaits him ahead are more powerful enemies and more thrilling adventures. Chapter 41, Hard-Eroding Mystery. Andromeda's space-time strange changes. At the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, a star field called the Mist Corridor is filled with strange gray-purple mist. These mists are not ordinary substances, but condensed from distorted space-time fragments. The flow of each wisp of mist is accompanied by subtle folds of space. When Lin Yang's all-seeing eye scanned this area, the retina was instantly covered with garbled characters, and the alarm sounded sharp and piercing. Space-time resolution is less than 17%, unknown causal interference detected, immediate evacuation recommended. The hull of the Dawn was shaking violently. Su Qing clutched the console tightly, and her light wings turned a sickly dark purple. The mist is corroding the ship's protective shield. The energy loss rate is 3 times faster than expected. The holographic projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen suddenly cut in, and her mechanical prosthetic eyes flashed a warning red light, received a distress signal from the Andromeda civilization. Their capital planet is disappearing from reality. In the picture, the dazzling interstellar city was distorted like a melted wax figure. Countless buildings sank to the ground, leaving only glowing holes. Lin Yang gently pressed the Chaos Codex on the main console of the ship. The silver-black runes on the surface of the codex moved like living things, constructing a chaotic force field around the spacecraft. The moment the mist touched the force field, it made a sound like glass breaking, revealing a strange scene hidden in it. Tens of thousands of translucent figures suspended in the mist, their bodies covered with spiderweb-like cracks, each crack exuding dark purple energy, and the faces of these figures were exactly the same as those of the victims who had been eroded by the mirror abyss. It's the memory fragments that have materialized. Lin Yang's body of the original law suddenly felt a sharp pain, and the memory law he obtained in the dream corridor began to operate uncontrollably. Those translucent figures let out sharp wails and rushed towards the Dawn. Their palms penetrated the hull and set off a memory storm in the internal space. Lin Yang's mind flashed wildly, the despair of being bullied in college, the tragedy of the battle on the Black Planet, and the hateful eyes of the leader of the Entropy Court before he disappeared. Su Qing. Use the web of order to stabilize the space inside the cabin. Lin Yang bit his tongue, using the pain to stay awake. Queen, activate the sonar system and search for the energy core in the fog. He injected the power of all living beings into the boundary-breaking blade, and the blade glowed with golden light. Every swing could disperse a large area of fog.
But strangely, the dispersed fog would recondense after a moment and become thicker. At this moment, a mysterious businessman from the cosmic black market drove a steamship through the fog. His mechanical prosthesis was entangled with dark purple vines, and the wound on his chest kept oozing silver blood. You shouldn't have come. This is the place where the heart of the void awakens. The businessman threw out a cracked pocket watch, and the pointer on the dial rotated in the opposite direction. This is the time and space anchor point, but it can only last for 3 minutes. Go find the starry sky archives of the Andromeda civilization, where there are clues to fight against the power of the void. The Dawnbreaker rushed forward in the direction indicated by the pocket watch, but was intercepted by the Eclipse guards halfway. These guards were condensed from mist, their figures were vague, and the scimitars in their hands flashed a cold purple light. When the scimitars hit the all-purpose balance armor, Lin Yang suddenly found that his power was being quickly drained. These guards could actually devour the energy of the attacker and convert it into their own defense. Try to use the power of disorder from the Chaos Code. Su Qing's web of order was riddled with holes in the fight with the guards, and cracks that could not be healed appeared on her wings of light. Lin Yang held the code high, and a silver-black torrent of chaos poured out. The bodies of the Eclipse guards began to disintegrate under the impact of the power of chaos, but the screams they made before they died actually summoned a more powerful existence in the mist, a giant eclipse beast that was as big as an asteroid. The body of the eclipse beast is made up of countless twisted human faces. It opens its bloody mouth and spews out not physical matter, but erosion mist that can devour light. The energy system of the Dawnbreaker is quickly paralyzed in the mist, and the ship begins to fall uncontrollably. Lin Yang activates the right to trade with all worlds and uses the last chip to exchange for the black market secret treasure universal prism. The prism refracts colorful light and temporarily dispels the mist. When they finally arrived at the Star Dome archives, the scene before them was horrifying. This magnificent building, which once housed the 100,000-year history of the Andromeda civilization, was now covered with dark purple crystals, each of which contained a doomsday scene of a civilization. In the center of the archives, an old man in a starlight robe was suspended in mid-air. His body was gradually becoming transparent, and he was holding a faintly glowing ancient scroll in his hand. Outsiders, you are finally here. The old man's voice was like a candle in the wind. I am the last guardian of the Andromeda civilization. The awakening of the heart of the void has long been predicted. He unfolded the ancient scroll, and the words on it were constantly reorganizing, eventually presenting a desperate picture. The entire universe was shrouded in dark purple mist, and all life was transformed into puppets of the power of the void. Lin Yang took the scroll, and the memory rules automatically analyzed the key information. The heart of the void is the source of evil born in the cracks of the multiverse. It feeds on the despair and fear of civilization, and every time it awakens, it devours a galaxy. The only way to fight it is to collect the light-tracing relics distributed in the 7 ancient starfields. These relics contain the pure light of the beginning of creation. However, when they were about to leave the archives, the remnants of the entropy court suddenly appeared. The leader was a robot wearing dark golden armor, with broken mirrors inlaid in his eyes. Lin Yang, do you think you can sit back and relax after defeating our leader? The coming of the Heart of Void is the final trap we prepared for you. The robot waved and summoned hundreds of entropy harvesters. These huge mechanical creations opened their huge mouths full of gears and began to devour the surrounding time and space. The battle was fierce in the Star Dome archives. Su Qing used the web of order to trap the Reaper's movements, but the dragon breath of the Dragon Clan was easily rebounded by the robot. Lin Yang found that the weakness of these mechanical creations was the energy core at the joints. He condensed the dual laws of chaos and memory, and the boundary-breaking blade turned into a stream of light, accurately piercing the core. But the robot activated the self-destruction program at this time, and the violent explosion triggered a chain collapse of the archives. In the ruins, Lin Yang found the first light-tracing relic, a crystal pendant emitting a soft white light. An ancient proverb appeared on the surface of the pendant: when despair devours light, only faith can ignite the fire of hope. He knew that this would be the beginning of a long journey. Deep in the misty corridor, the pulsation of the heart of the void became stronger and stronger, and the dark purple energy was spreading along the cracks in time and space to the entire Andromeda galaxy. At the same time, in another corner of the universe, the mysterious figure made of dark purple mist and dark golden data streams was sneering. In his hand was a beating heart, and the patterns on the surface of the heart were exactly the same as the patterns on the ancient scroll of the void. Lin Yang, enjoy this journey of despair slowly. When the 7 holy objects are gathered, it will be the day when the heart of the void will be fully awakened, and then, the entire multiverse will be in my pocket. The voice of the mysterious figure echoed in the void, and then dissipated in the darkness, leaving only a string of heart-pounding laughter.
the dawn dragged its broken body out of the misty corridor. Lin Yang looked at the 7 ancient starfields marked on the star map with a firm look. He knew that what awaited him ahead was not only powerful enemies, but also possible betrayal by his allies. But no matter what, the boy who started his counterattack in college would never bow to fate. The reminder sound of the godly sign-in system sounded again. New mission: go to the Eternal Tribulation Desert to find the second light-tracing holy relic. Warning: there are unknown spacetime traps in this area. Lin Yang clenched the boundary-breaking blade and ordered, full speed ahead. Behind him, Su Cheng, the Dragon Clan chief, the mechanical Zerg Queen and others were ready for battle. They knew that the ultimate battle for the survival of the universe had just begun. Chapter 42, Eternal Sandstorm. A game of life and death in a spacetime cage. When the Dawnbreaker broke through the spacetime turbulence at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, a vast expanse of red desert suddenly appeared outside the porthole. This star field, called the Eternal Desert, has no stars shining, but the dark red sand has a strange phosphorescence, like billions of prying eyes. As soon as Lin Yang's all-seeing eye started scanning, his retina was covered with a glaring orange-red alarm. High-density spacetime wrinkles detected. There are 17 variations in the speed of time in the area. Warning: all energy weapons are at risk of backlash. Su Qing's light wings showed ominous blood-red lines. She pointed at the constantly moving golden vortexes on the star map and said, "Those sandstorms are not natural phenomena. Each vortex is an independent spacetime cage. According to the Andromeda Scrolls, those who stray into it will be trapped in an infinite loop of time." Before she finished her words, the Dawnbreaker suddenly trembled violently. A meteorite with twisted runes engraved on its surface flew past the ship. Wherever the meteorite passed, the space was twisted and deformed like metal melted by high temperature. The mechanical Zerg Queen urgently activated the phase avoidance system, and the antimatter engine on the surface of the ship spewed out a dark blue flame. Regular energy fluctuations are detected beneath the sand layer, and the frequency is highly consistent with the light-tracing relic. But her mechanical prosthetic eye suddenly burst into sparks. An unknown force is interfering with the radar, and we can't lock the specific coordinates. In the holographic projection, countless dark red sandworms drilled out from the ground. The shells of these sandworms were inlaid with mirror fragments, and every wriggling was cutting the surrounding space. Lin Yang held the chaos code against his forehead, and the silver-black runes on the surface of the code rushed into his sea of consciousness like an electric current. When he opened his eyes again, the eternal desert in his vision faded away in the real dimension. The entire desert was made up of countless broken clock gears, and every grain of sand was a solidified particle of time. "I see the location of the holy relic." He pointed to the giant sand dune in the northwest, "but we must pass through the 7-layer time and space cage." As the Dawnbreaker approached the first golden vortex, the ship was sucked into it by an invisible force. Lin Yang's body of origin law suddenly decomposed into a data stream uncontrollably. In the moment before his consciousness blurred, he injected the power of all living beings into the armor of balance of all laws. When he woke up again, he found himself in a medieval castle, wearing worn-out knight armor, and Su Qing turned into a princess trapped in a high tower, the Dragon Clan leader turned into a guardian dragon, and the queen of the mechanical insect clan turned into an evil wizard who controlled puppets. This is a memory-tampering cage. Lin Yang bit his tongue, and the pain made him regain some consciousness. He swung the boundary-breaking blade to slash at the dragon, but the blade pierced through the dragon's body and chopped into the air. All the NPCs in the castle suddenly turned their heads, revealing the same mirrored eyes as the guards of the entropy courtyard. "Outsider, want to leave? Solve the time puzzle." The giant clock in the center of the castle began to rotate in reverse, and with each beat, the memory of a companion was extracted. Lin Yang endured the severe pain in his sea of consciousness and operated the memory law to build a mental barrier. He captured the key clue in the chaotic memory fragments, the rusty key hidden in the castle cellar. When he broke through the illusions and found the key, he found that the pattern on the key surface resonated with the chaos code. The moment the key was inserted into the clock, the entire cage began to collapse, and everyone escaped in the turbulence of time and space. But even more terrifying crises followed. The second cage was an upside-down world, with gravity and logic completely reversed. Flames burned downwards, water rushed to the sky, and the enemy's wounds would heal under attack. Lin Yang found that the only way to break the situation was to use the disordered power of the chaos code. He threw the code into the sky, and a silver-black chaos torrent poured down, forcibly reversing the laws of the cage. However, this move also alarmed the guardian hidden in the dark, a giant hourglass monster condensed by quicksand. The body of the hourglass monster kept flowing and reorganizing, and its waving arms could control the flow of time.
Lin Yang's attack would be slowed down 1,000 times when he approached it, but its counterattack was as fast as lightning.
At the critical moment, Lin Yang suddenly remembered the reverse time hourglass fragment he obtained in the Garden of Entropy and Silence. When he merged the fragment with the Chaos Codex, the hourglass monster's movements paused for a moment.
Seizing this opportunity, the boundary-breaking blade, carrying the dual laws of memory and chaos, chopped the hourglass monster into sand all over the sky. When passing through the fifth cage, everyone encountered the most cruel test of their hearts. The cage constantly projected the scenes that they feared the most. Lin Yang watched himself destroy the Court of New Order, Su Qing witnessed the Light Wing completely degenerate into the Dark Wing, and the Dragon Clan leader witnessed the entire tribe being slaughtered. The mechanical body of the mechanical Zerg Queen even began to crack, revealing the human heart hidden inside it. Turned out that she was a human warrior who resisted the Court of Entropy and was transformed into a mechanical life after being defeated. These are all false. Lin Yang's origin mark burst into dazzling light, and he injected the power of faith of trillions of believers into the Chaos Code. The code opened a new chapter, which recorded, the real power comes from the obsession of never giving up. Wherever the light passed, illusions were shattered, and everyone found themselves on the verge of mental collapse. But at this time, a deafening roar came from the center of the eternal desert, and the entire desert began to surge upwards, revealing a huge mechanical device underground. It was an altar made of dark purple metal, with the second light tracing relic suspended in the center of the altar, a scepter engraved with sun emblems. But around the scepter stood several mysterious people in black robes, and under their feet were imprisoned warriors of the Andromeda civilization, whose bodies were being transformed into desert puppets. The black-robed man in the lead took off his hood, revealing a face that was 7 points similar to Lin Yang. Long time no see, my mirror image. The black-robed man raised his hand and summoned 12 eternal guards condensed from the sand of time and space. The attacks of these guards have the effect of time reversal, which can restore the injured parts to a perfect state. Lin Yang's Wanfa balance armor was scarred by the attack, and he suddenly found that there was a fault in the flow of time at the joints of the guards. Attack the joints. Su Qing used the web of order to freeze their actions. The battle entered a white-hot stage. The Dragon Clan leader burned dragon blood to launch a forbidden technique, and the mechanical insect queen blew up half of her mechanical prostheses, finally tearing open the defense line. When Lin Yang's boundary-breaking blade touched the scepter, the entire altar began to collapse in the reverse direction. The black-robed man sneered and transformed all the Andromeda strongmen into self-destructing puppets. Do you think you win by getting the holy object? Every time you collect one more, the awakening of the Heart of Void will be accelerated. In the violent explosion, Lin Yang used the Chaos Code to build a temporary barrier and led everyone to evacuate in a panic. But before evacuating, he saw the mirror crystal held by the black-robed man through the omniscient eye. It clearly reflected the location of the third holy object, and a familiar figure stood in front of the altar of the Heart of Void. Back at the dawn, everyone was covered in wounds. Only the broken wings of Su Qing's light wings remained. The Dragon Clan leader fell into a deep coma, and the mechanical Zerg Queen was urgently replacing her prosthetic limbs. Lin Yang held the scepter tightly and found that the sun emblem on the top of the scepter was absorbing the power of his origin law, faintly resonating with the Chaos Code. At this time, the godly Sign-In System issued a sharp alarm. The diffusion speed of the erosion energy has increased by 400%, warning. The next holy relic location has been set up by an unknown force. Do you accept the hidden task? Reveal the true identity of the black-robed man. Lin Yang looked at the flashing danger mark on the star map, his eyes becoming more determined. He knew that the man in black robes was not just a simple mirror image, and the conspiracy behind the Heart of Void was far more terrifying than he had imagined. In the dark of the universe, the pulsation of the Heart of Void could be clearly heard, and the dark purple energy was infiltrating into various galaxies along the veins of time and space. An ultimate battle for the survival of the multiverse was slowly opening a new curtain behind the smoke of the eternal desert. Chapter 43, The Blue Abyss. The deadly temptation of the laws of the deep sea. The Dawnbreaker cut through the cosmic dust, and the nether abyss star field ahead was like a giant eye opened, with a dark blue energy stream surging strangely in the darkness. In this sea shrouded in cold energy, countless huge icebergs floated, and inside each iceberg were sealed ancient creatures of various shapes, their bodies covered with crystal-like scales, shining with a heart-pounding luster under the reflection of the dark blue light. As soon as Lin Yang's all-seeing eye scanned the area, his retina was filled with dazzling blue light. High-density liquid energy body detected. Distortion rate of space law 217%. Warning. Sound waves and electromagnetic waves are completely ineffective in this area. Su Qing's light wings curled up unconsciously, and she pointed at the constantly changing vortex on the star map. These are not ordinary energy vortices, but the embodiment of the laws of the deep sea.
Any intruder will be forcibly rewritten.
The mechanical eyes of the mechanical Zerg Queen flashed a warning red light, and her voice came through a special vibration frequency. Sonar detected the existence of a giant building at the bottom of the abyss, and the energy fluctuations are highly consistent with the light tracing relic.
But
the Queen suddenly paused, and the ice under the hull made a teeth-grinding friction sound. Something is hitting the bottom of the ship. In the holographic projection, an octopus-like creature as big as a battleship was wrapping around the Dawnbreaker with tentacles covered with suction cups, and blue runes were flashing inside each suction cup. Lin Yang pressed the Chaos Codex against the hull, and the silver-black runes on the surface of the codex moved like living snakes, forming a chaos barrier around the hull. As soon as the tentacles of the octopus creature touched the barrier, it let out a piercing hiss and began to shrink rapidly. But this was just the beginning. A deafening roar came from the depths of the nether abyss, and countless deep-sea monsters emerged from the cracks in the ice. Their bodies were made of liquid energy, and their forms kept changing.
Some turned into spears, some reorganized into shields, and some directly transformed into the appearance of Lin Yang and others. It's a mimic creature.
Lin Yang swung the boundary-breaking blade, but the colorful light from the blade was absorbed by the mimic creature and transformed into an attack and bounced back. His body of origin law trembled violently under the impact of energy, and suddenly remembered the experience he gained in the Eternal Tribulation Desert. The weakness of these strange creatures lies in the crystallization of the law at the core. He operated the law of memory, constructed an energy fluctuation map in his sea of consciousness, and finally locked the fatal weakness of each creature. When the Dawnbreaker broke through the defenses and slowly landed in front of the giant building at the bottom of the abyss, the scene in front of him was shocking.
The building was made of transparent blue crystal, and energy veins similar to neural networks flowed on its surface.
On both sides of the gate stood 8 mermaid statues holding tridents, and their eyes were 2 slowly rotating miniature black holes. As Lin Yang approached the gate, the code suddenly made a sharp buzzing sound, and ancient words appeared on the gate. Only by passing the test of the laws of the deep sea can you obtain the gift of light. The door slowly opened, and everyone stepped in, only to find themselves in an endless blue space. The air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, and every breath was like swallowing liquid metal. Ice crystals began to appear on Su Qing's light wings, and her voice trembled. Time and space here have no meaning.
We may have been trapped in a certain law cycle. Suddenly, a figure in a blue robe appeared in the space. His body was translucent, and a faint blue energy flowed inside. Outsider, do you want the light tracing relic? Then answer my 3 questions.
The robed man raised his hand, and 3 faint blue beams shot towards the crowd. Each beam turned into a scene. In the first scene, a prosperous underwater city was being swallowed by dark purple mist, and the residents were desperately calling for salvation. In the second scene, Lin Yang held the light tracing relic, but turned around and presented it to the heart of void. The third scene was the most blurry, and one could only see countless civilizations turning to ashes in the faint blue light. First question, when salvation and destruction come from the same source, what will you choose? The robed man's voice was cold and hollow.
Lin Yang's origin mark began to beat violently.
He remembered every decision he made when fighting against the Mirror Abyss and the Garden of Entropy, the hopes born in despair, and the beliefs that he held onto on the edge of destruction. True salvation is never about escaping destruction, but about creating a new life in destruction.
His answer startled the robed man. The second question followed, if the price of light is to sacrifice all your companions, are you willing to bear the eternal darkness?
In the picture, Su Qing, the Dragon Clan chief, the mechanical Zerg Queen and others fell one after another, and their blood dyed the dark blue space red. Lin Yang's eyes did not waver at all. I will carry their will forward and let darkness become the soil that breeds light.
When the third question came up, the entire space began to collapse. Are you sure you are not pursuing another form of destruction?
Lin Yang's mind flashed with the sneer of the black-robed man, the pulsation of the heart of void, and the countless crises of extinction in the universe. He tightly grasped the Chaos Codex and said loudly, I am not sure what the future will be like, but I am sure of my belief at this moment to protect every life that desires to survive. The robed man was silent for a long time, and his body gradually dissipated. Your answer, pass the test. But be careful, in the laws of the deep sea, there is an existence that even I fear. The space reorganized, and an altar-emitting soft light appeared in front of him. In the center of the altar, the third light-tracing holy object, a necklace inlaid with a blue gemstone, lay quietly. Inside the gemstone, a miniature sun was faintly visible burning.
However, the moment Lin Yang reached out to touch the necklace, the entire building began to shake violently.
A dull roar came from the bottom of the sea, and a huge figure slowly rose from the depths of the deep sea. It was a giant sea monster with hundreds of tentacles. Its body was covered with ancient runes, and each tentacle was entangled with the remains of the swallowed planet.
On the head of the sea monster, there was a beating dark purple heart. It was the projection of the Heart of Void. Foolish ants, do you think you can succeed by passing the trial? The sea monster's voice was like thunder. This is my domain, and you will all become the nutrients of the void. It waved its tentacles, and the dark blue beams of law fell like raindrops. Wherever it passed, the space was cut into countless diamond-shaped fragments. Lin Yang injected the power of all living beings into the chaos code, and the code burst out with brilliant light, colliding with the sea monster's attack, and the energy aftermath razed the entire underwater building to the ground. During the battle, Lin Yang discovered that the sea monster's weakness was at the connection point of the projection of the Heart of Void. He cooperated with Su Cheng, the Dragon Clan chieftain, and the mechanical Zerg Queen. Su Cheng used the Web of Order to trap the sea monster's movements, the Dragon Clan chieftain launched a Dragon Breath attack at the cost of burning the origin, and the mechanical Zerg Queen bombed the sea monster's tentacles with the latest antimatter torpedoes. Lin Yang seized the opportunity to merge the law of memory with the power of chaos, and the boundary-breaking blade turned into a stream of light, piercing the projection of the Heart of Void. When the blade pierced, the sea monster let out an earth-shattering roar, and its body began to disintegrate. But the projection of the Heart of the Void split into countless fragments at the last moment and flew to all parts of the universe. Lin Yang held the light-tracing relic necklace tightly and found that the miniature sun in the gem was absorbing the energy of the void fragments, and the light became more and more dazzling. However, the crisis was not resolved. In the deeper part of the nether abyss, more terrifying energy fluctuations were heard, as if an even more ancient and powerful existence was awakening. At the same time, in the dark corner of the universe, the black-robed man witnessed all this through the mirror crystal. He sneered, "Lin Yang, every victory you win paves the way for the awakening of the Heart of Void. When all 7 holy objects are gathered, it will be the time for you to push the universe into the abyss." The mirror crystal reflected Lin Yang's next target, the Eternal Night Glacier starfield, where the 4th light-tracing holy object was emitting a faint light, and at the same time, it also hit a deadly trap. The dawn dragged its broken body out of the netherworld abyss. Lin Yang looked at the light-tracing relic in his hand, and the sense of crisis in his heart became stronger. The sign-in system of the rich man sounded the prompt again. "The spread of the void fragment is detected. New task, go to the Evernight Glacier to collect the 4th relic. Beware of the betrayer hidden in the extreme cold." He knew that the road ahead was full of unknowns and dangers, but no matter what, he would not stop. Because he is Lin Yang, the warrior who started to counterattack since college and shouldered the mission of protecting the universe, and the fate of the universe is in his hands. Chapter 44, Eternal Night of Freeze. The bloody trap of the betrayer and the soul contract. The moment the Dawnbreaker entered the Eternal Night Glacier starfield, ice crystals instantly condensed on the hull, and Su Qing's light wings were covered with bitter frost. This star field was shrouded in eternal darkness, and the suspended giant glaciers reflected the cold blue light, like billions of upside-down ice blades. As soon as Lin Yang's all-seeing eye was activated, the retina exploded with a glaring alarm. Detected 273 absolute zero field, dark matter concentration exceeded the standard by 400%, risk of forced rewriting of the existence form of life, 98%. All personnel, activate the constant temperature barrier. The mechanical prosthesis of the mechanical Zerg Queen made a creaking sound. Her sonar system detected abnormal vibrations in the ice. There are regular energy pulses under the ice, with a frequency and... Before she finished speaking, the entire spacecraft suddenly tilted violently. Through the porthole, everyone was horrified to see a 100-meter-long ice dragon breaking out of the ground. Its scales were condensed from dark matter, and its eyes burned with dark purple fire. Every breath it exhaled could freeze the space within a radius of 100 miles. Lin Yang slapped the Chaos Codex on the console, and the silver-black light from the codex collided with the cold air of the ice dragon, exploding thousands of ice crystals in the void. But strangely, the shattered remains of the ice dragon quickly reorganized after contacting the glacier, and the same patterns as the mirror crystals of the black-robed man appeared on the scales. These monsters have been transformed by the power of the erosion. He swung the boundary-breaking blade and slashed out a colorful arc of light, but the blade was frozen into an ice sculpture when it touched the ice dragon. Queen used the high temperature of the antimatter engine to impact their cores. The antimatter engine of the entropy mothership spewed out blazing white flames, and the ice dragon roared in pain in the high temperature. However, as soon as the flames went out, countless ice puppets suddenly emerged from the glacier. The faces of these puppets turned out to be Lin Yang's former allies, members of the Human Alliance, elders of the Dark Elves, and even young warriors of the Dragon Clan. Their eyes flashed with dark purple data streams, and the weapons in their hands condensed with deadly frost. Be careful. The attacks of these puppets have a soul-freezing effect.
Su Qing's web of order was frozen the moment it touched the puppets, and large cracks appeared on her wings of light. Lin Yang's body of origin law began to suffer from frostbite, and the runes of the Chaos Code also became sluggish at absolute zero. At the critical moment, he suddenly remembered the light-tracing relic necklace he had obtained in the netherworld abyss. When the blue gem of the necklace touched the ice puppets, a warm light burst out, and cracks began to appear on the puppets' bodies. When the battle was in full swing, the projection of the Dragon Clan leader suddenly appeared. His dragon scales were covered with frost, and his voice was more solemn than ever before. Lin Yang, there is an ancient soul contract altar in the core of the Evernight Glacier. The black-robed man may have used the contract to control the creatures here. Before the projection was interrupted, the leader pointed to a suspended ice castle deep in the glacier, where a huge contract rune made of dark matter hovered in the sky. The dawn forcibly broke through the ice puppet's defenses and landed in front of the ice castle. The gate of the ice castle was guarded by two giant frozen angels. Their wings were broken, but the holy swords in their hands still emitted a holy light. As Lin Yang approached, the angels' eyes suddenly lit up with a dark purple light, and the two holy swords crossed and slashed at each other. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space was cut into diamond-shaped ice edges. Wait! Lin Yang raised the light-tracing relic necklace, and the holy light resonated with the holy sword, causing the angels' movements to pause for a moment. The door of the ice castle slowly opened, and the interior was filled with a strong smell of blood. Countless broken soul contract scrolls were scattered on the ground, and each scroll recorded a transaction between a powerful person of a certain civilization and the power of the void. In the center of the castle, a familiar figure turned his back to everyone. It was the queen of the mechanical Zerg. Empress? You? Su Qing's voice stopped abruptly. The queen slowly turned around, her mechanical eyes turned completely dark purple, and the human heart on her chest was inlaid with fragments of the void. I'm sorry, Lin Yang. When the entropy court transformed me into a mechanical life, I signed a contract with the heart of the void. Every piece of light-tracing relic you collect is providing nutrients for its awakening. The contract rune on the top of the castle suddenly lit up, and the entire ice castle began to rotate in reverse. Lin Yang's body floated up uncontrollably, and the Chaos Code and the light-tracing relics were forcibly stripped away. The queen raised the scepter in her hand, and the void fragment on the top of the scepter burst into a strange light. The soul contract altar of the Evernight Glacier can transform all lives into void slaves. And you will become the most powerful sacrifice. Countless dark purple chains sprang out from the ground and entangled Lin Yang's limbs. His body of origin law quickly dimmed under the erosion of the power of the contract, and his memory kept flashing back to the scene of fighting side by side with the queen. Why? His voice was full of reluctance. The queen's expression flashed a trace of struggle, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. In order to regain a human body, in order to no longer become a cold machine. At the critical moment, Su Qing burned the essence of the light wings, and the web of order turned into golden chains to entangle the queen. The dragon roar of the Dragon Clan leader shattered the dome of the castle. He activated the dragon soul resonance at the cost of burning his blood essence, temporarily suppressing the power of the contract rune. Lin Yang took the opportunity to operate the memory law and constructed a formation diagram in his sea of consciousness to fight against the contract rune. When the Chaos Code resonated with the light-tracing relic, a brilliant light burst out, and the dark purple chains collapsed one after another. Do you think the power of the contract is so easy to break? The queen laughed wildly, and a huge altar suddenly rose from the bottom of the ice castle. In the center of the altar, the fourth light-tracing relic, a ring inlaid with ice crystals, was being contaminated by the power of the void. Around the ring, there were 12 frozen figures, who turned out to be the partners that Lin Yang had met in various starfields. The projection of the black-robed man appeared above the altar. Lin Yang, take a look at these soul contracts. Some of your friends have already pledged allegiance to the heart of the void. In the projection screen, the High Priest of the Dark Elves signed a contract under the moonlight. The Speaker of the Human Alliance implanted the fragment of the erosion into his heart, and even the dragon egg of the dragon leader was wrapped in dark matter. Lin Yang's origin mark trembled violently, and he didn't want to believe that these images were real. But the Chaos Code suddenly issued a warning: soul contract fluctuation detected. Warning. There are 3 hidden traitors in the team. The battle entered a white-hot stage. The army of ice puppets came from all directions, and the queen controlled the power of erosion to continuously strengthen the contract runes. A fatal crack appeared on Lin Yang's Wanfa balance armor, and he suddenly remembered the hidden reward of the godly sign-in system. When his mind touched the system, a golden light curtain unfolded. Do you want to consume 1 billion faith points to exchange for the Eye of Truth? This skill will reveal all the loopholes in the soul contract, but it will permanently weaken the connection between the host and the believer.
Without any hesitation, Lin Yang chose to exchange. The moment the Eye of Truth was activated, he saw the shocking truth: the Queen's contract had a time limit. The human body promised by the Black Robe Man was just a lie. The dragon egg of the dragon leader was contaminated to protect the tribe, and the so-called betrayers were secretly collecting information about the Heart of the Void. The most important thing is that the core of the soul contract is the eternal night code emitting a dark purple light in the center of the altar.
Su Qing. Use the Web of Order to trap the Queen. Chief, use the Forbidden Dragon language spell to attack the altar. Lin Yang poured all his strength into the boundary-breaking blade, and the blade showed the power of faith of hundreds of millions of believers. When he slashed at the eternal night code, the dark purple light from the code collided violently with the silver-black light of the chaos code. The entire eternal night glacier began to collapse, and the ice dragon, ice puppet, and contract rune were all turned into dust in the energy aftermath. The Queen's mechanical body was shattered in the explosion, and the fragments of the erosion on her chest fell off, revealing her original human heart. In the last moments of her life, her eyes regained clarity. I'm sorry. I was deceived. Ring. Take the ring quickly. Lin Yang caught the fallen light-tracing holy relic ring, and the ice crystals on the ring burst into dazzling light after absorbing the power of the erosion. However, the crisis was not resolved. The laughter of the black-robed man echoed in the void. Well done, Lin Yang. But do you think this is the end? When the seventh holy relic appears, the Heart of the Void will be fully awakened. And your friends, how long can you trust them? The ice castle collapsed completely, and the Dawnbreaker struggled to break through the collapsed glacier. Lin Yang looked at the three light-tracing holy relics in his hand, and his sense of mission became heavier. The sign-in system of the rich man issued a prompt sound. The progress of awakening of the Heart of Void was detected. 43%. New task: go to the Fenyang Star region to find the fifth light-tracing holy relic. Warning: there is a sun devourer in this star region. Lin Yang clenched the boundary-breaking blade. His eyes were as firm as iron. Keep moving forward. No matter how many betrayals and traps there are ahead, I will protect the light of the universe. Behind him, Su Qing, the Dragon Clan chief, and others had different expressions, and the shadow of the soul contract still loomed in everyone's heart. Chapter 45, Burning Sun Star Region. The countdown to the end of the resonance between the Devourer and the Holy Relic. The Dawnbreaker broke through the bitter cold of the Evernight Glacier, and the Fenyang Star region ahead was like a burning purgatory. Three red giant suns, far larger than ordinary stars, pulsated wildly in the void, and the surging plasma on the surface was like a boiling sea of blood. Every flare erupted and ejected a stream of flames tens of thousands of kilometers long, instantly vaporizing the surrounding meteorites. As soon as Lin Yang's all-seeing eye started scanning, his retina was covered with dazzling red light. Supernova-level radiation detected. Space structure is in a molten state. Warning: carbonization risk of biological tissue, 99.7%. Activate full-power antimatter shield. Su Qing's light wings vibrated violently, and black marks appeared on the edges of the wings. The energy frequency of these stars is abnormal, and they are expanding according to unnatural laws. Green smoke came out of the mechanical prosthesis of the mechanical Zerg Queen, and she forced the sonar system to overload. An artificial reaction is detected in the core of the star, and the fluctuation of the light-tracing holy relic is blocked by the super-strong energy field. Before she finished speaking, a column of flames brushed across the hall, and the energy reading of the antimatter shield plummeted by 40% in an instant. Lin Yang placed the Chaos Codex against the center of the bridge. The silver-black runes on the codex rolled like magma, forming a spiral chaos barrier around the ship. When the flame stream hit again, the barrier directed the energy to the space rift, triggering a series of miniature black holes. But a more terrifying scene followed. Three red giant suns simultaneously emitted a harsh hum, a huge mouth opened at the core of the star, and three creatures that covered the sky and the sun poked their heads out. Their bodies were made of pure plasma, with dark purple energy chains wrapped around their surface, and each creature had a fragment of the Heart of Void embedded in its brow. It's the Sun Devourer. Lin Yang's body of the original law felt a burning pain. He had seen similar existences in the records of the Chaos Code. These monsters were originally energy aggregates in the early universe. After being infected by the power of erosion, they specialized in devouring stellar energy. The Devourer opened its huge mouth, and an ultra-high-temperature energy beam hit like a tsunami. The Dawnbreaker was like a small boat in the energy storm, and the metal hull of the ship began to twist and deform. This is not a solution. The projection of the Dragon Clan leader suddenly flashed in. Most of his dragon scales had fallen off, but he was still majestic. The 3 stars in the burning sun star region were originally ancient seals. The heart of void is corroding the seals. Once it gets completely out of control, the entire star region will collapse into a black hole. He threw out a dragon crystal engraved with flame runes. This is the origin of the Dragon Clan's sacred fire. Perhaps it can resonate with the light tracing relic. The moment Lin Yang took the dragon crystal, the light tracing holy necklace and ring on his chest became hot at the same time. He suddenly realized that the holy objects in the burning sun star region were likely related to the law of fire. When the Dawnbreaker ventured close to one of the stars, the codex suddenly made a sharp buzzing sound, and the artificial creation at the core of the star revealed its true appearance. It was an altar made of dark purple metal, and the 5th light-tracing holy object was suspended in the center of the altar, a scepter burning with white flames. But around the altar, hundreds of warriors in flame armor were ready for battle. The surface of their armor was flowing with plasma from the Devourer, and their eyes were flashing dark purple light. The leading warrior took off his helmet, revealing a familiar face, the leader of the interstellar mercenary group who had fought side by side with Lin Yang. Lin Yang, long time no see. The leader's voice had the texture of metal friction. The heart of the void promised us eternal power, and you are just a remnant of the old times. The battle broke out on the surface of the star. The fire warrior's attacks had a plasma corrosion effect, and the shield of the Dawnbreaker sparked the moment of contact. Lin Yang swung the boundary breaker blade, but the blade turned red in the high temperature. He suddenly remembered the Eye of Truth he had obtained in the Evernight Glacier. After activating it again, he saw the shocking fact: these fire warriors were not real traders. Their consciousness was forcibly covered by the void fragments, and their bodies were transformed into energy containers. Su Qing used the web of order to peel off the void fragments in their bodies. Lin Yang fused the dragon crystal with the Chaos Codex, and the silver-black light from the codex resonated with the white flames, forming a spiral column of purifying light. Wherever the light column passed, the dark purple lines on the flame warriors fell off, revealing painful and confused eyes. But at this moment, the 3 sun devourers suddenly roared in sync, and their bodies began to expand rapidly. It was obvious that the Void Heart was urging them to start the self-destruction program. Not good. They are going to blow up the star. The mechanical Zerg Queen's voice was filled with despair. With the power of a star explosion, the entire star field will turn into a black hole. Lin Yang looked up at the altar. The light-tracing relic scepter was absorbing the energy of the star, and the white flame on the top of the scepter was burning more and more vigorously. He suddenly remembered the chaotic star theory recorded in the code: when the power of chaos merges with the energy of the star, it can create a stable energy core. Everyone listen up. Lin Yang's voice resounded throughout the battlefield through the global broadcast: inject all energy into the holy relic of light. We must create a new energy core before the star explodes. Su Qing's network of order, the dragon's breath of the dragon leader, the antimatter energy of the mechanical Zerg Queen, as well as Lin Yang's own original laws and the power of faith of trillions of believers, all converged into the scepter. The white flames instantly surged 10,000 times, forming a huge energy vortex. When the energy from the 3 sun devourers' self-explosions hit, the vortex absorbed it all and began to rotate at high speed. Lin Yang's body of the origin law was on the verge of collapse under the energy overload. He gritted his teeth and used the chaos code to guide the energy compression. Finally, at the last moment of the star explosion, a stable silver-black energy core was born, which replaced the original star and emitted a soft and powerful light. The crisis was resolved, and the flame warriors regained consciousness and knelt on the ground. Lin Yang picked up the light-tracing relic scepter and found that the white flame on the tip of the scepter had transformed into a silver-black chaos fire, which could purify the power of the erosion and stabilize the energy field at the same time. But at this time, the Xinhao Sign-In System issued a harsh alarm: detected the progress of the awakening of the heart of the erosion, 68%, warning. The Black-Robed Man is heading to the Dream Nebula to seize the 6th relic. New mission: stop the Black-Robed Man and protect the light-tracing relic. The Dawn made an emergency jump, and when it arrived at the Dream Nebula, the scene in front of it was frightening. This nebula made of colorful gas was being eroded by dark purple energy, and countless floating dream bubbles burst, revealing the civilization consciousness trapped inside. The Black-Robed Man stood on the dream altar in the center of the nebula, holding the 6th light-tracing holy object in his hand, a mirror emitting colorful light, reflecting the despair of Lin Yang and others. Lin Yang, you are finally here. The man in black robe turned around with a victorious smile on his face. Look at these dream bubbles, they contain the most beautiful memories of various civilizations. And I will use them to feed the heart of void. He raised his hand and waved. Dark purple energy was injected into the mirror, countless dream bubbles began to burst, and the consciousness inside was transformed into the power of void. Lin Yang clenched the three holy objects in his hands. The necklace, ring, and scepter all heated up at the same time, resonating with the colorful light in the mirror. He knew that this was the last chance. Su Qing, use the web of order to protect the dream bubble. Chief, use the dragon language illusion to interfere with the black-robed man.
Queen, prepare the antimatter sniper cannon.
He himself merged the power of all the holy objects, and the boundary-breaking blade burst out with unprecedented light. The ultimate battle that will determine the fate of the universe has officially begun in the Fantasy Nebula.
The black-robed man's mirror power and Lin Yang's law of chaos collide violently, the pulsation of the heart of void becomes stronger and stronger, and the countdown to doomsday is moving relentlessly towards the end. Chapter 46, The End of the Fantasy Dream.
The origin of the sacred resonance and the heart of the void. The colorful gas of the Fantasy Nebula was devoured by the dark purple energy. Half of the bubbles that were originally dreamlike were now broken, and the civilization consciousness that escaped was twisted into a hideous shadow in the power of erosion. The black-robed man stood on the top of the altar built of thousands of dream fragments. The sixth light-tracing holy object in his hand, the seven-colored fantasy dream mirror, was flowing with strange dark purple lines.
The reflections of Lin Yang and others in the mirror were being pulled and torn by invisible chains.
Lin Yang, look at this world in the mirror, the man in black robe raised the dream mirror, and wherever the mirror light passed, the nebula gas surged like a living thing. The beautiful memories of all civilizations will become the nourishment of the heart of void, and the holy objects you painstakingly collected are nothing more than altar stones laid for me. His sleeves slipped off, revealing the dark purple chain wrapped around his wrist that was the original tentacle of the heart of void, which was contracting strangely with the pulsation of the heart. Lin Yang's all-seeing eyes flickered violently in the mirror light, and overlapping warnings popped up on his retina. The dream mirror's cognitive tampering rate is 92%, the energy fluctuation of the origin of the heart of erosion is abnormal, the frequency of the black-robed man's soul is detected to be highly consistent with the host. Su Qing's light wings have been stained by dark purple mist. She tried hard to spread the order net to protect the remaining dream bubbles, but the edges of her wings continued to disintegrate into light spots. These bubbles are resonating. There is a certain linkage mechanism between the light-tracing holy objects. The mechanical Zerg Queen's entropy motherships built a defense line outside the nebula, but the blazing white beam of the antimatter cannon was instantly swallowed by the erosion shadow. Her mechanical prosthetic eye suddenly burst out a stream of data. The main brain analyzed the identity of the black-robed man. The gene sequence shows he is an isomer of the host, born in the space-time rift when the mirror abyss collapsed for the first time. This discovery exploded in Lin Yang's sea of consciousness like thunder. He finally understood why the man in black robes looked similar to him, and why he could always predict his actions. That was another self devoured by despair, a mirror image demon twisted in the power of the void. The Chaos Code suddenly trembled violently, and the prophecy before annihilation appeared on the cover page. When the same origin twins collide, the resonance of the holy objects will reveal the fundamental weakness of the void heart. Su Qing, inject the power of order into my holy objects. Lin Yang suddenly ripped open the collar of his chest, revealing a dim mark of the origin. Chief, use dragon blood to activate the chaos fire of the holy object scepter. Queen, connect the sea of consciousness of all mechanical insect swarms. The three light-tracing holy objects burst into brilliant light under the infusion of energy. The blue gems of the necklace turned into miniature stars, the ice crystals of the ring bloomed with silver black lines, and the chaos fire of the scepter condensed into a spiral chain of laws. Seeing this, the black-robed man laughed wildly and activated the dream mirror to project Lin Yang's deepest fear, the sign-in system covered with spider webs in the university dormitory, the image of the zero code piercing his chest on the black planet, and the moment when the allies in the entropy courtyard turned into data streams. These illusions drilled into Lin Yang's sea of consciousness like maggots attached to his bones, and the light of the origin mark dimmed rapidly. It's useless. In front of the absolute power of the erosion, your faith is nothing but a joke. The black-robed man manipulated the dream mirror to condense a giant mirrored palm, and his dark purple fingertips tore through the nebula and grabbed Lin Yang. At the critical moment, Lin Yang activated the final hidden function of the godly system, resonance of 10,000 beliefs. The power of faith of trillions of believers poured back like the Milky Way, condensing a giant phantom made of faith behind him. The phantom clenched his fist and smashed the mirrored palm, which actually shook it into countless cracks. This is impossible. Your followers should have been cleansed in the entropy courtyard long ago. The black-robed man's voice was panicked for the first time. Lin Yang seized the opportunity, fused the power of the three holy objects with the Chaos Codex, and slashed out a sword containing true faith. The colorful light and the silver-black chaos intertwined into a spiral blade, cutting through the defense of the dream mirror, leaving a deep wound on the black-robed man's shoulder that could be seen to the bone. Ah! The black-robed man staggered back, and the tentacles of the void madly rushed into the wound to repair it. You think you win by hurting me? The true power of the Heart of Void is only now being revealed. He inserted the dream mirror into the altar, and the sixth holy object was instantly swallowed up by the dark purple energy. The entire dream nebula began to collapse in reverse, and all the energy generated by the bursting of all dream bubbles was channeled into a vague dark purple vortex in the distance. That is, the body of the Heart of Void. Su Qing's wings of light completely shattered. She pointed to the rapidly expanding coordinate on the star map. It is absorbing the energy of the holy objects for final incubation. Lin Yang's all-seeing eye captured a shocking scene. Inside the dark purple vortex, a beating heart was absorbing colorful light. 7 holy object patterns appeared on the surface of the heart. Every time a holy object was absorbed, a pattern would light up. Not good. The resonance of the holy object has been used in reverse. The Dragon Clan leader spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, and his dragon scales were being carbonized by the power of the void. The black-robed man deliberately asked us to collect the holy objects in order to provide nutrients for the awakening of the Heart of the Void. The flagship of the mechanical Zerg Queen suddenly exploded, and her mechanical body disintegrated in the data stream. Before she died, she transmitted the last message to Lin Yang's consciousness: holy object, core, reverse resonance. Lin Yang's body of origin law began to disintegrate, and the runes of the chaos code fell off like snowflakes. But he looked at the 3 remaining holy objects in his hand and suddenly remembered the Queen's dying reminder. He raised the necklace, ring, and scepter above his head, and used the origin mark as a guide to forcibly reverse the flow of the holy object's resonance. The colorful light that was originally injected into the Heart of the Void began to flow back into the holy object. No! What are you doing? The black-robed man rushed over in horror, and the tentacles of the void wrapped around Lin Yang's arm. Let go of the holy object. That is the void's sacrifice. Lin Yang's skin quickly carbonized under the tentacles, but he gritted his teeth, used the law of memory to construct a mirror channel, and dragged the black-robed man into the depths of his sea of consciousness. Inside the sea of consciousness, Lin Yang and the black-robed man's consciousness had an ultimate showdown. All of Lin Yang's memory fragments floated here: the excitement of signing in for the first time in college, the strategic planning in business negotiations, and the determination to lead the troops on the cosmic battlefield. The black-robed man attacked these memories frantically, trying to dye them dark purple with the power of erosion. Look at these weak pasts. You are not worthy of being the savior. I never thought of becoming a savior. Lin Yang's consciousness shuttled through the fragments of memory. Every time he touched a piece, a silver-black light was injected into the holy object. I just want to protect those who trust me and protect this universe full of hope. When he touched the memory of fighting side by side with Su Qing for the first time, the blue gem of the necklace burst into an unprecedented light. When he touched the memory of the Dragon Clan leader sacrificing his life to protect him, the ice crystals of the ring condensed into patterns of order. When he touched the eyes of the mechanical Zerg Queen before her sacrifice, the chaos fire of the scepter turned into an eternal flame. Under the infusion of real memories, the 3 holy objects finally broke through the pollution of the power of the erosion and released the pure light of the beginning of creation. This light rushed out of the sea of consciousness along the mirror channel and directly hit the heart of the erosion. The incubating heart roared in pain, the holy patterns on the surface broke inch by inch, and the dark purple energy receded like a tide. The black-robed man's consciousness trembled violently in the light. He watched his body gradually become transparent, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Why? We are at the same starting point. Why can you? Lin Yang's consciousness walked up to him and stretched out his hand. Because I believe that even in the dark, we must run towards the light. The collapse of the Heart of the Void triggered a chain reaction. The fantasy nebula began to reorganize, the polluted dream bubbles recondensed, and the scattered civilization consciousness returned to their positions. Lin Yang slowly walked out of the void vortex holding 3 glowing holy objects. Su Qing's light wings grew again in the pure light, the carbonized dragon scales of the Dragon Clan chief regained their luster, and even the consciousness data of the mechanical Zerg Queen was reorganized in the light, condensing into a brand new mechanical prosthesis. Lin Yang. Did we win? Su Qing's voice was trembling with the feeling of surviving a catastrophe. Lin Yang looked at the 3 holy objects in his hand. They were resonating with the remaining 2 holy objects in the depths of the universe, emitting a soft and firm light. The sign-in system of the rich man issued a long-lost reminder sound, no longer an alarm, but a crisp completion prompt. Congratulations to the host.
successfully reversed the hatching of the Heart of Void. Final rewards are being distributed. However, when the light faded, Lin Yang suddenly discovered that the man in black had not completely disappeared. His fragments of consciousness merged into the Chaos Code, leaving a line of bloody words on the title page: "The void has not been destroyed, the mirror image exists forever, when the seventh holy object." The writing stopped abruptly, but Lin Yang knew that the crisis was not really over. In an unknown corner of the universe, the seventh light tracing relic was emitting a faint light, and the original tentacles of the Heart of Void had quietly entangled the relic. A larger conspiracy was brewing in the darkness. Lin Yang clenched the relic in his hand, looked up at the vast universe, and his eyes became firm again. "We won once, but the battle is not over yet." He turned and smiled at his companions. "Next, we have to find the seventh holy relic and put an end to it all." The Dawnbreaker reorganized in the Fantasy Nebula, the hull covered with new armor composed of the light of the holy relic and the runes of the Chaos Codex, the engine emitting silver and black light, and headed towards an unknown star region. The interface of the sign-in system for the rich man lit up again. This time, the task prompt was no longer a crisis, but a new beginning full of hope. New main task: find the seventh light-tracing holy object and uncover the ultimate mystery of the birth of the universe. Lin Yang took a deep breath and pressed the receive button. The boy who started his counterattack in the university dormitory has now become the guardian of the universe. There may be stronger enemies and more treacherous conspiracies ahead, but he is no longer alone. Because behind him, there are countless partners who trust him and hundreds of millions of lives longing for light. And in his hands, he holds the hope of defeating darkness. The journey to the universe has just begun. Chapter 47, The Secret of the Starry Sky. The ultimate mystery of the seventh sacred object and the law of creation. The dawn broke through the magnificent halo of the Fantasy Nebula. Outside the bridge window, a dazzling silver-black stream of light suddenly burst out from the darkness of the universe that was the vision produced by the resonance of the three light-tracing holy objects and the Chaos Code. The holy scepter in Lin Yang's palm, the ice crystal ring between his fingers, and the blue light necklace around his neck trembled at the same time. The three rays of light intertwined into a spiral trajectory, outlining a route that had never been recorded on the star map. The holy object is guiding the direction. Su Qing's newly formed wings of light showed soft golden lines. She pointed to the coordinates that were constantly refreshing on the navigation screen. The end point of the route is at the edge of the observable universe, where is. Before she finished her words, the hull suddenly shook violently, and the starlight outside the porthole twisted into flowing light bands, as if entering some kind of super-dimensional channel. The new mechanical body of the mechanical Zerg Queen flashed with arcs, and her mechanical eyes projected a three-dimensional model. Anomalies in spatial curvature have been detected. We are traveling through a natural spacetime wormhole, and the energy reaction at the other end of the wormhole. The model suddenly exploded into a data stream, beyond the range of analysis. That is an existence older than the Heart of Void. Lin Yang pressed the Chaos Code on the control console, and the incomplete creation runes appeared on the surface of the code. When the light of the holy object was injected into the gaps of the runes, the code suddenly opened a new chapter, and the words on it moved like living things, and finally condensed into a starry sky map. The center of the map marked the location of the seventh light-tracing holy object in an independent space called Creation Relics, and the guardian of the holy object was actually the guardian of the law left over from the birth of the universe. The scene at the exit of the wormhole overturned everyone's cognition. It was a strange space with countless micro-universes suspended. Each micro-universe was wrapped in a colorful energy membrane, and the basic laws that constituted all things flowed on the membrane. In the center of this starry sky, an altar made of pure light particles slowly rotated. On top of the altar, the seventh holy object, an ancient token emitting primordial purple air, quietly suspended, and the surface of the token was engraved with unexplainable creation symbols. Finally. I've waited for you. A voice like the whisper of the stars echoed in space. The light particles around the altar condensed into 12 figures, whose forms kept changing, sometimes turning into burning stars, sometimes into rotating nebulae. Each figure exuded an ancient pressure that made the Chaos Code tremble. You are. Lin Yang's body of the origin of the law almost collapsed under the pressure. He captured vague information from the records in the code. The law at the beginning of creation is a concrete existence? The leading light figure nodded slightly, the first ray of light from the birth of the universe flowing through his body. We are the guardians of the laws of the starry sky, and this Hongmeng creation order is the last cornerstone to maintain the balance of the multiverse. The awakening of the Heart of the Void has long been in the prophecy of creation.
The light figure stretched out his light hand and pointed to the dark purple tentacles floating around the token. Its origin has penetrated here, trying to tamper with the laws of creation. Lin Yang then discovered that the Hongmeng creation order was surrounded by dense dark purple tentacles, each of which was slowly eroding the symbol on the token. The remaining fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness suddenly fluctuated violently in the chaos code, issuing a warning: don't touch the token. The Heart of Void is waiting for you to actively activate the resonance. It's a trap. Lin Yang held the holy object tightly, and the three light-tracing holy objects resonated strongly with the Hongmeng creation order. The purple air on the token began to blend with the light of the holy objects. But at the same time, the entire creation ruins began to collapse in reverse, and the energy membranes of the micro-universe broke one after another, releasing violent creation energy and destruction energy. Not good. The laws of creation are becoming unbalanced. Su Qing's web of order was torn apart by energy turbulence as soon as it was unfolded. These tentacles are inducing resonance among the holy objects, attempting to use the energy of creation to incubate the origin of the Heart of Void. The Dragon Clan leader spewed out dragon breath containing the power of the law, but it was instantly assimilated by the dark purple tentacles, and erosion patterns appeared on the dragon scales. The queen of the mechanical insect race decomposed all the mechanical insect swarms into nanorobots, trying to repair the broken energy membrane, but it triggered a more terrifying chain reaction. The erosion tentacles absorbed the logic program of the nanorobots and actually constructed a mechanical erosion clone in the creation ruins. Lin Yang, stop the resonance. The queen's mechanical clone was torn apart by the clone, and her consciousness data turned into streams of light and merged into the Hongmeng creation order. Lin Yang's origin mark was on the verge of breaking under the pull of four forces: the attraction of the holy resonant, the erosion of the heart of erosion, the repulsion of the law of creation, and the interference of the fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness. He suddenly remembered the final reward of the godly rich system: all laws return to one, a forbidden skill that can temporarily integrate all laws. Su Qing. Use the last power of order to stabilize my sea of consciousness. Clan leader, burn the dragon essence to buy me some time. Lin Yang suddenly activated his skills, and the power of the chaos code, the three light-tracing holy relics, and the Hongmeng creation order exploded in his body, forming a miniature law singularity. Chaos runes, light-tracing holy marks, and creation seals appeared alternately on his body surface, and each alternation was accompanied by a violent shock of the origin law. Is this the chaotic state at the beginning of creation? The guardians in the form of light men whispered in shock. He is reenacting the process of the birth of the universe in a mortal body. The origin of the Heart of Void felt threatened, and all the dark purple tentacles rushed into Lin Yang's body frantically, trying to create chaos in the singularity of law. In the deepest part of his consciousness, Lin Yang and the Heart of the Void started the ultimate game. He saw the origin of the void. It was the dark side of chaos that was not completely solidified when the universe was born, and the will of destruction born out of jealousy of light. The fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness turned into his mirror image, and he screamed in the power of the void, "Join us! Become the new Lord of Chaos! I choose to be light!" Lin Yang's consciousness stretched out his hands, merging the light of the holy object, the power of chaos, and the purple energy of creation into one, forming a law core that radiates colorful light. When the core was formed, all the erosion tentacles collapsed, and the dark purple lines on the Hongmeng creation order were completely purified, and the pure Hongmeng purple energy bloomed again. The creation ruins began to regain stability, the broken micro-universes recondensed, and the figures of the law guardians became solid. The light man-shaped guardian gently lifted up the Hongmeng creation order, and the token turned into a stream of light and merged into Lin Yang's origin mark. From now on, you are the law guardian of the multiverse. But remember, the void has not been destroyed, and darkness will last forever. The super-rich sign-in system issued a deafening reminder sound. The final mission is completed. Congratulations to the host Lin Yang for winning the ultimate reward creation super rich system. System merging, fusion completed. New functions are enabled: manifestation of cosmic laws, multi-civilization sign-in, time and space dimension shuttle. Lin Yang opened his eyes and found himself back on the bridge of the dawn. Su Qing's light wings had regained their holy golden color, the dragon scales of the dragon clan leader were shining with a new luster, and the mechanical body of the mechanical insect queen was also completely new, even with a few more human emotions. The three light-tracing holy objects merged with the chaos code and the Hongmeng creation order into a colorful divine seal suspended between his eyebrows. We succeeded? Su Qing's voice was filled with incredible joy. Lin Yang nodded, and the divine seal between his eyebrows emitted a warm light, healing everyone's injuries. But he knew that the real challenge had just begun. The last whisper of the light people came from the divine seal. the origin of the Heart of Void has sneaked into the parallel universe, where it will breed new crises.
The navigation system of the Dawn automatically updated and displayed the coordinates of the parallel universe. Lin Yang walked to the front of the bridge and looked at the vast universe outside the porthole with a firm gaze.
He was no longer the ignorant college boy, but a guardian of the laws who was responsible for protecting the multiverse.
Prepare for the jump.
Lin Yang's voice was full of power. Our journey is to every corner of the Sea of Stars. The interface of the sign-in system for the rich has been completely renewed, with a rotating multiverse as the background. The task prompt is no longer a crisis, but an exploration full of infinite possibilities. New main task: inspect the laws of the parallel universe and find the origin of the Heart of the Void.
Lin Yang took a deep breath and pressed the jump button. The Dawnbreaker turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the depths of the universe. The legend who started his counterattack in college has now become the master of the laws of the universe. There may be more mysterious civilizations, more powerful enemies, and more vast unknowns ahead, but his heart is full of courage and hope. Because he knows that as long as there is light in his heart, he can dispel all darkness. And his life as a rich man has just entered its most glorious chapter. Chapter 48, Parallel Rifts. The Laws of the Multiverse Turbulence and the Echo of the Void. The Dawnbreaker broke through the dimensional barrier of this universe, and the starry sky outside the porthole suddenly twisted into a flowing vortex of colors. The seven-colored divine seal on Lin Yang's forehead trembled violently, and the creation symbol on the surface of the divine seal moved like a living thing, transforming the violent space turbulence into a gentle energy ripple. Su Qing's new light wings unfolded a holy barrier, and runes with the same origin as the divine seal appeared on the edge of the wings. She pointed to the constantly jumping coordinates on the navigation screen. The entrance to the parallel universe is detected to be unstable, and the disorder of the space law is as high as 379%. The mechanical eyes of the mechanical Zerg Queen projected a three-dimensional model, and silver-black arcs flickered at the joints of the new prosthesis. According to the analysis of the Divine Seal, this parallel universe is numbered Alpha 7, and its physical laws are mirror-inverted from our universe. Gravity is repulsion, the law of conservation of energy is invalid, and even, the flow of time is reversed. Before she finished speaking, the hull was suddenly pulled by an invisible force, and the stars outside the porthole began to rotate in reverse, as if playing a backwards image. Activate Chaos Stabilization. Lin Yang injected the power of the Divine Seal into the console, and a spiral silver-black force field formed around the Dawnbreaker. When the force field came into contact with the reverse time flow, the clock hands inside the ship began to swing left and right, showing a violent conflict in the time dimension. The dragon scales of the Dragon Clan leader showed a strange metallic luster, and he forcibly suppressed the reverse flow of blood in his body. The laws here are rejecting all foreign existences. We are like ink that breaks into an oil painting. Suddenly, a dark purple light passed through the ship, leaving corrosion marks on the armor. Lin Yang's all-seeing eye captured an astonishing picture. The light was composed of countless broken mirrors, each of which reflected the destruction scene of the Alpha 7 universe. The burning stars reversed and reorganized into dust, and the evolved life degenerated back to a single cell form. At the center of all this, the origin of the Heart of Void was turning into a huge dark purple vortex, devouring the cornerstone of the laws of the universe. It's the echo of the Heart of the Void. The Divine Seal on Lin Yang's brow burst into colorful light, and the Hongmeng creation order in the Divine Seal automatically parsed out key information. It exists in this parallel universe as a law devourer, and is consolidating its origin through the reverse flow of time. He suddenly felt the fluctuation of the black-robed man's consciousness fragment coming from the depths of the Divine Seal, and a fragment of memory flashed through the fragment. Parallel universe, law turbulence, the second Heart of the Void. The Dawnbreaker struggled forward in the reverse time flow, and a spiral galaxy composed of reverse stars appeared in front of it. In the center of the galaxy, an inverted pyramid was suspended in the dark purple mist, and the top of the pyramid pierced a star that was collapsing in the reverse direction. Lin Yang waved the Divine Seal, and the colorful light penetrated the mist, revealing the strange patterns on the surface of the pyramid. Those patterns were actually made up of countless distorted Lin Yang faces, each with a different expression of despair. This is the nest that the Heart of Void built based on my subconscious. Lin Yang felt a sharp pain in his body of original law. He saw the horrible truth in the Divine Seal. In order to fight against the collapse of the law, the indigenous people of the Alpha 7 universe collectively sacrificed their consciousness to summon the power of Void, but were instead assimilated by the Heart of Void and became its tool to devour the law. The pyramid suddenly erupted with a harsh resonance, and countless dark purple tentacles shot out from the top of the tower, wrapping around the Dawnbreaker. Su Qing's light wing barrier quickly disintegrated under the tentacles, and her body began to show signs of reverse growth. Her long hair shortened to a child's appearance, and the determination on her face was replaced by ignorance. Not good.
The tentacles have the property of time reversal. Lin Yang hurriedly injected the power of order into Su Qing's body, temporarily stabilizing her biological clock. The queen of the mechanical Zerg transformed all the nanorobots into time anchors, trying to fix the position of the ship, but it triggered an even more terrifying chain reaction. The roar of mechanical operation came from inside the pyramid, and 12 Law Guardians composed of reverse star fragments broke out of the ground. Their bodies were engraved with destruction runes that were completely opposite to the Chaos Codex, and every punch could cause the reverse collapse of space. Chief, use the dragon language spell to interfere with their energy frequency. Lin Yang divided the power of the Divine Seal into 3, one to maintain the chaotic position, one to purify the reverse time in Su Qing's body, and the last one merged with the dragon breath of the Dragon Chief to form a colorful light spear that pierced the Law Guard. The moment the light spear penetrated the guard's body, it actually triggered a conflict of laws in his body, and the guard's body began to disintegrate into reverse star fragments. But the counterattack of the Heart of Void became more and more fierce. The top of the pyramid opened its huge mouth, spewing out not physical attacks, but whispers of void containing the reverse law. Negative emotions madly poured into Lin Yang's sea of consciousness, the desire for power, the fear of failure, the despair of loneliness. The fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness burned violently in the Divine Seal, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the low area of void, buying him precious time to wake up. So that's how it is. The black-robed man has been helping me in secret. Lin Yang's origin mark burst into an unprecedented light, and he finally understood the true meaning of isomers. It was another epitome of himself struggling in the power of the erosion. When he accepted this darkness, the colorful light in the seal suddenly merged with the dark purple energy to form a new chaos light. Wherever the chaotic light passed, the reverse time flow was neutralized, and the dark purple tentacles collapsed. The Law Guardian screamed in pain in the chaotic light, and his body was transformed into pure star energy, which merged into Lin Yang's Divine Seal. The inverted lines of the pyramid began to rotate forward, revealing the core inside the embodiment of the origin of the Heart of Void in this parallel universe, a dark purple heart beating in reverse. Su Qing. Use the web of order to block the time reversal in the heart. Lin Yang completely merged the power of the 3 light tracing relics with the Chaos Code in the Hongmeng creation order, and the Divine Seal turned into a huge 7-colored Divine Sword. When the Divine Sword slashed at the heart of the void, the laws of the entire Alpha 7 universe began to vibrate violently, the stars that were running in reverse gradually returned to their normal trajectory, and the assimilated aboriginal consciousness escaped from the void mist. The heart roared deafeningly, and countless tiny cracks appeared on its surface. But at the last moment, it split into 7 dark purple fragments, each merging into 7 reverse stars. Lin Yang's all-seeing eye captured the whereabouts of the fragments, and the warning from the Light People came from the Divine Seal. The original fragments of the Heart of the Void have infiltrated 7 key parallel universes, and each fragment is breeding new crises. When the Dawn left the Alpha 7 universe, the hull was already covered with scars. Lin Yang looked at the dimming Divine Seal between his brows and knew that this was just the beginning of a long journey. After the Godly Sign-In System was upgraded to the Creation Godly System, 7 flashing parallel universe coordinates appeared on the interface, each of which marked a different law anomaly. 1. Beta 12 Universe, the law of life is out of control, all living things evolve infinitely. 2. Gamma 37 Universe, the laws of space collapse, and black holes shuttle in disorder. 3. Delta 9 Universe, the law of causality is disordered, and the future and the past are intertwined. We need to build a multiverse defense line. Lin Yang's voice was steady and powerful. Su Qing, you are responsible for integrating the order forces of each universe patriarch, lead the Dragon Clan to build a space-time anchor point. Queen, use mechanical insect swarms to establish a law monitoring network. He raised his hand and waved, and the Divine Seal emitted 7 streams of light, transforming into 7 brand new law battleships, each of which was composed of different cosmic laws. At the same time, in the cracks of the multiverse, a figure interwoven with dark purple mist and colorful light was condensing. The fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness and the origin of the Heart of Void produced a strange fusion, and his eyes flashed with the light of chaos and order. Lin Yang, we will meet again. When the fragments of the laws of the 7 parallel universes are gathered, the real game will begin. The figure dissipated in the turbulence, leaving only a string of laughter across dimensions. The Dawn returned to the headquarters of the New Order Court of this universe, which has been expanded into the hub center of the multiverse. Lin Yang stood in front of the holographic star map, watching the light points of countless civilizations shuttle between various universes, and his heart was filled with a sense of mission. The Creation Godhouse system issued a new prompt sound, new mainline task, Parallel Universe Law Guardian Plan, repair the 7-fold law turbulence. He took a deep breath and pressed the button to accept the task.
From the first sign-in in the university dormitory to becoming the guardian of the laws of the multiverse, Lin Yang's life has long surpassed the ordinary track. There may be countless crises of parallel universes and countless battles with the heart of void ahead, but his eyes have never been so firm. Because he knows that as long as he holds on to the belief and counterattack that he had since college, no matter what kind of darkness he faces, he can find his own way to becoming a super rich man in the starry sky of the multiverse. And the legend of Lin Yang has just entered a magnificent new chapter. Chapter 49: Beta Frenzy. The paradoxical maze of the runaway law of life and infinite evolution. The dawn cut through the stars of this universe, and the coordinates of the 7 parallel universes on the interface of the Creator God system were lighting up one by one. Lin Yang locked his eyes on the first target, Beta 12 universe, whose star map mark flashed a strange green light, and shocking warnings kept popping up in the data stream. Life law index breaks threshold, biological evolution rate out of control, ecosystem collapse countdown, 47 standard universe time. According to the analysis of the Divine Seal, the core of Beta 12's life law has been tampered with by the void fragments, and all creatures have entered a state of infinite evolution. The mechanical Zerg Queen's mechanical prosthetic eyes projected a 3-dimensional model, and the energy hub on the new prosthetic shoulder flashed with silver-black light. The most cutting-edge detection shows that the main star of the universe has been covered by a single super life form, and its cell division speed exceeds the speed of light. Before she finished speaking, the hull suddenly trembled violently, and the space outside the porthole began to ripple with green, as if it had been infiltrated by some biological tissue. Su Qing's wings of light unfolded a new holy ring of order, and the golden runes on the edge of the wings resonated with the divine seal. High-energy bioelectric interference has been detected, and a mental barrier is being constructed. Her voice suddenly rose. Not good. These waves carry forced evolution instructions and are rewriting the crew's DNA sequence. Lin Yang looked suddenly at the control console and found that the skin of several crew members was showing strange scales, and sharp claws were extending from their fingertips. Activate Chaos Purification Stand. The colorful divine seal on Lin Yang's forehead burst into a soft light, and the Hongmeng creation order in the divine seal automatically parsed the underlying code of the law of life. When the light swept across the crew's body, those abnormal evolutionary features quickly faded, but everyone was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat in the Beta 12 universe. Even outsiders are not immune to the influence of the law's rampage. The moment Dawnbreaker broke through the green ripples, the scene in front of us was horrifying. The main star Gaia 7 was no longer a solid planet, but a constantly wriggling green giant egg, with a blood vessel-like energy network on its surface. Countless mutant creatures emerged from the cracks. Some had hundreds of compound eyes, some had transparent bodies but were wrapped in complex neural networks, and some even showed a superposition of energy and matter states. The evolution of these creatures is illogical and completely violates the law of increasing entropy. When the dragon breath of the dragon chief came into contact with the green giant egg, it was quickly assimilated, and strange green lines appeared on the dragon scales. They are absorbing all the energy and performing meaningless morphological divisions. Lin Yang waved the divine seal, and the colorful light cut out a purifying crack, but new biological tissues quickly grew at the edge of the crack, and the speed of division far exceeded the frequency of attacks. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the center of the green dome, and an eye that blocked out the sun slowly opened. Dark purple erosion lines flowed on the surface of the eyeball, and the pupil reflected the blue scene of the Beta 12 universe. Outsiders, bring new evolutionary materials. A consciousness wave composed of countless voices hit everyone's sea of consciousness. Join us, become a part of infinite evolution. It is a super life form fused with the fragments of the void. When Lin Yang's all-seeing eye analyzed this wave of consciousness, overlapping warnings popped up on his retina. It has devoured 99.9% of the original life in the universe, and now it wants to transform us into evolutionary energy. The fragment of the black-robed man's consciousness in the divine seal suddenly burned violently, turning into a stream of light that poured into Lin Yang's sea of consciousness, bringing a key memory, the core of the law of life. The evolution altered deep in the dome. There is a concrete form of the fragment of the void hidden. The Dawnbreaker advanced with difficulty amidst the encirclement of biological tissues. Su Qing's order ring continued to decompose the mutant creatures that attacked, but the light wings turned bloody due to overuse. The queen of the mechanical Zerg transformed the nano-robots into gene suppressors, but they were quickly assimilated by the cells of the super life form and transformed into more powerful mutant weapons. The Dragon Clan leader burned the dragon essence to activate the law reverse scale, which actually triggered a chain evolution on the surface of the dome, giving birth to energy state creatures that are immune to physical attacks. This is not a solution. Lin Yang suddenly activated the new function of the creation god system, multi-civilization sign-in.
The system interface instantly expanded, showing the last remaining civilization base in the Beta 12 universe, Deep Sea Survivors Atlantis Remnants, whose coordinates are located in the mantle crack in the core of the dome. When Lin Yang chose to sign in, a golden beam of light fell from the sky and injected his divine seal, instantly obtaining the life law suppression technology of that civilization.
Queen. Use suppression technology to reconstruct nanorobots.
Lin Yang transmitted the technical map to the mothership's core, Suqing, cooperate with the suppression field to build an evolutionary isolation zone. Clan leader, prepare the dragon language forbidden spell entropy flood. 3 orders were issued at the same time, and the battlefield situation was reversed in an instant. The modified nanorobots poured into biological tissues like a silver tide, and wherever they passed, the crazy cell division was forcibly terminated. The order isolation zone trapped the mutant organisms in a specific area to prevent them from spreading further. The dragon clan's entropy flood accelerated the decay of biological tissues. The green giant egg roared in pain, and the giant eye in the center burst into a dark purple light. Countless erosion tentacles emerged from the eyeball, entangled the Dawnbreaker, and tried to drag it into the core of the giant egg. Lin Yang's body of the original law trembled violently under the tentacles, and he suddenly remembered the life law paradox recorded in the God Seal. When evolution breaks through the critical point, the organism will collapse because it cannot carry its own energy.
Everyone listen up. Concentrate all your energy to attack the giant eye.
Lin Yang merged the power of the divine seal with the suppression technology obtained by signing in with multiple civilizations to form a silver paradox warhead. When the warhead hit the giant eye, the dark purple erosion pattern and the green evolutionary energy collided violently, triggering the internal paradox of the super life form. The surface of the dome began to disintegrate on a large scale, and countless mutant creatures turned into light dust in the paradox effect. Lin Yang took the opportunity to lead the team into the core of the dome and finally saw the evolution alter. It was a circular platform built by countless vertebrae, with the 7th erosion fragment suspended in the center, and the surface of the fragment was engraved with twisted evolution runes.
Do it!
Lin Yang waved the divine seal, and the colorful light and the suppression force field acted on the fragments at the same time. The fragments of the erosion made a piercing scream and tried to merge into Lin Yang's divine seal, but the fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness suddenly exploded and fought fiercely with the fragments. On the battlefield of consciousness, Lin Yang saw the tragic origin of the Beta 12 universe. A civilization that longed for immortality took the initiative to contact the power of erosion, which eventually led to the law of life of the entire universe going berserk.
In the name of order, end this out-of-control evolution.
Suqing's web of order entangled the fragments, the dragon chief's dragon breath purified the erosion patterns on the fragments, and the nanorobots of the mechanical Zerg Queen constructed a suppression force field on the surface of the fragments. Lin Yang fully activated the Hongmeng creation order in the divine seal, and when the colorful light completely covered the fragments, the erosion fragments finally disintegrated into pure life law energy and merged into the divine seal. The green frenzy of the Beta 12 universe gradually receded, and the dome began to reorganize into a solid planet. The remains of the mutant creatures turned into nutrients to nourish the Earth.
On the surface of the planet, the remaining deep-sea survivors walked out of the mantle cracks.
Their bodies still retained traces of evolution, but the light of hope rekindled in their eyes. Lin Yang injected the condensed energy of the law of life into the core of the planet, and the divine seal emitted a soft light, repairing the damaged ecosystem. The creation godhouse system issued a prompt sound. Beta 12 Universe Law Repair completed. Reward, Life Law Origin Fragment 1, New Mission, go to Gamma 37 Universe to repair the collapse of the space law.
The dawn set sail again.
Lin Yang looked out the porthole at the Beta 12 main star, which was gradually returning to its blue color, and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. He knew that the threat of the Heart of the Void was far from over, and there were more severe law crises waiting to be resolved in the remaining 5 parallel universes. After the fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness merged with the fragments of the void, they had formed a special chaos core in the divine seal, and vague images and information were transmitted from time to time, hinting at a greater conspiracy.
Next stop, Gamma 37 Universe. Lin Yang's voice was steady and powerful.
The laws of space there have collapsed, and black holes are moving around in disorder. We must find traces of the void fragments before the universe is torn apart. Suqing, the Dragon Clan chief, and the mechanical Zerg Queen nodded at the same time, with a determined light in their eyes. After experiencing the life frenzy of Beta 12, they had a deeper understanding of the crisis of the multiverse and had more trust in Lin Yang's leadership. On the interface of the creation godhouse system, the coordinates of the Gamma 37 universe were flashing, and terrifying predictions about the collapse of the laws of space kept popping up in the data stream.
Lin Yang took a deep breath and pressed the jump button. The Dawnbreaker turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the depths of the galaxy. The road to counterattack that began in college has now extended to the battlefield of laws in the multiverse. Lin Yang knew that the challenges ahead would be even more arduous, but his heart was full of courage and determination. Because he is not only the host of the godly rich system, but also the guardian of the laws of the multiverse. No matter what crisis he faces, he will stick to his beliefs and fight to protect the light of all universes. And the legend of Lin Yang is playing a more magnificent chapter on the stage of the multiverse. Chapter 50: Gamma Collapse. The laws of the space strangling field reconstruct the antimatter of the battle dawn. The engine pulled out 3 ion tails in the green mist of the Beta 12 universe. The interface of the creation god system at Lin Yang's fingertips suddenly exploded with black cracks. The coordinates of the Gamma 37 universe were collapsing at a frequency of 120 frames per second. The originally silver-white star map was eroded by dark purple, like a circuit board splashed with strong acid. The collapse index of space law is 98%. The system alarm sounded with the noise of electricity. The colorful divine seal on Lin Yang's forehead suddenly burst into silver-black blood beads. The space runes that made up the divine seal were rotating in the opposite direction. The space structure of the universe has entered the stage of superluminal collapse. All physical constants are becoming invalid. The moment Su Qing spread her wings, 12-dimensional stability rings lit up on the edge of the wings, but the moment they came into contact with the gravitational field of the Gamma 37 universe, a sound of glass shattering was heard. Ripples of spatial dislocation appeared on her white wrist, and a stream of data flowed as her translucent fingers passed through the console. The spatial curvature has exceeded the critical point of 1,200%, and all jump channels have collapsed into black hole throats. A 3-dimensional hologram suddenly popped up from the prosthetic eye of the mechanical Zerg Queen. 17 black dots flashing with the gravitational lens effect were performing irregular Brownian motion. Their gravitational fields cut into each other, plowing deep purple energy marks on the star map. This is a man-made space meat grinder. Each micro-black hole drags a tentacle made of erosion energy. They are actively devouring space itself. Before he finished speaking, the alloy armor of the dawn suddenly groaned under the heavy load. Outside the porthole, the stars that were originally arranged linearly were twisting into spirals at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the green light spots representing the safe zone in the navigation system went out one after another like a crushed light bulb. Lin Yang pressed the divine seal in the center of the console, and the silver-black chaotic field wrapped around the hull like a soap bubble, but fine cracks appeared under the tearing of the black hole's gravity. A space rift appeared on the port side. Su Qing's exclamation was interrupted by the sudden weightlessness. Lin Yang's omniscient eyes penetrated the dark blue rift and saw the wreckage of countless civilizations floating inside. The titanium alloy battleship was twisted into a pretzel. The wreckage of the ecological planet showed a strange Klein bottle structure, and the most shocking thing was a mechanical corpse. His upper body still maintained a human form, but his lower body turned into a 2-dimensional block of color. In the divine seal, the fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness suddenly burned violently, and a broken memory was forcibly poured into Lin Yang's mind. Gamma 37, the core of the space law, was transformed by the erosion into a black hole incubator. They are sowing the seeds of collapse. These black holes are mass-produced. Lin Yang's body of the origin of the law felt a tearing pain, and he finally saw the truth. The fragments of the erosion were parasitic in the core of the law of the universe, continuously compressing the space energy into black hole singularities, just like planting blood clots in the blood vessels of the universe. The Death Nebula in front suddenly boiled, and the 17 black holes accelerated their rotation synchronously. Their gravitational fields intertwined into a black vortex with a diameter of 3 light-years. The Dawnbreaker was rolled into the void like a dead leaf. Use dragon language spells to build anchor points. Lin Yang split the power of the seal into 2 halves, injecting one half into the chaotic force field to maintain defense, and the other half merged with the golden dragon breath sprayed by the Dragon Clan leader, turning into 7 light chains that penetrated time and space, nailing them firmly to the relatively stable space nodes around them. Su Qing's dimensional stabilization ring suddenly burst into a dazzling light, but her body began to experience terrifying spatial dislocations. The 5 fingers of the right hand grew out of her left elbow, and half of the console panel was embedded in the feathers of the light wings behind her. As soon as the nanorobots of the mechanical Zerg Queen came into contact with the space turbulence, they triggered an even more terrifying chain reaction. The silver-gray micromachines suddenly collapsed collectively into black hole dust, and the dark purple tentacles in the Death Nebula suddenly increased 100 times, wrapping around the engine of the Dawnbreaker like a venomous snake. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of Lin Yang's divine seal, and at this moment, a new function prompt suddenly popped up on the system interface: Time and Space Dimension Shuttle. Consume 1 billion godly points to perform a forced cross-dimensional jump. Everyone, inject the original energy.
Lin Yang's roar shattered the soundwave barrier of the bridge, and the colorful light burst out from the divine seal wrapped the entire warship into a light cocoon. When the light cocoon passed through the black hole vortex, time lost its meaning inside the ship. Lin Yang saw himself signing in at the university dormitory 10 years ago. Su Qing's light wings flashed the pure white of the past and the dark gold of the future at the same time, and all the life stages from young dragons to ancient dragons emerged on the dragon scales of the Dragon Clan leader. When the light cocoon broke, they fell into a starry sea made of space debris. Tens of thousands of irregular space fragments were suspended in the void, and each fragment contained a different slice of time and space. Some were playing the birth of a civilization, and some were freezing the moment of a planetary explosion. In the center of this starry sea stood a giant altar made of dark matter. On top of the broken black stone pillar, the seventh erosion fragment was beating like a heart, and every contraction caused the black holes in the distance to roar synchronously. That is the polluted core of the space law. Lin Yang swung out the divine seal and slashed out a colorful blade of light, but it was bounced back the moment it touched the altar. A barrier composed of space turbulence was rotating at high speed, with a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second, and any matter that touched it would be twisted into elementary particles. What's more terrifying is that the space fragments around the altar suddenly activated and reorganized into 12-dimensional devourers. They have no fixed form, sometimes turning into a giant mouth with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and sometimes collapsing into a needle-sized singularity. Su Qing used the power of order to build a dimensional framework. Lin Yang's voice was trembling with the vibration of the original law. He merged the divine seal with the space stability matrix obtained by signing in at the Atlantis civilization, and condensed a silver dimensional anchor point in his palm. Chief, chant the time travel forbidden spell. Queen, let the nanorobots carry antimatter energy. The moment the three commands were issued, Su Qing's wings of light unfolded into a 12-layer barrier of order, and the golden rune smoothed the distorted space like longitude and latitude. The dragon language spell of the dragon chief made the attack trajectory of the devourer appear to retreat strangely, and the space rifts they had just torn healed automatically. The nanorobots released by the mechanical Zerg Queen turned into a dark purple torrent, producing large-scale annihilation. Flashes when colliding with the space turbulence. The black stone pillar suddenly emitted a harsh resonance, and the dark purple energy gushing out from the erosion fragments formed a giant vortex, sucking the 12 devourers into it. When they rushed out again, each devourer merged with the gravitational field of the black hole, and even the light was twisted into a twist wherever they passed. Lin Yang's body of the origin of the law oozed golden blood under the tearing of multiple forces, and he suddenly remembered the ultimate paradox recorded in the divine seal. When space collapses to the critical point, a momentary law vacuum will be generated, and at this moment any energy can rewrite the laws of physics. Concentrate all your strength and bombard the area 3 meters below the erosion fragment. Lin Yang raised the seal above his head, and the law of chaos and the space stabilization technology collided violently in his palm, and finally condensed into a rotating colorful warhead that was a law bomb made of space paradox. When the warhead touched the target, the dark purple erosion energy and the collapse force produced an annihilation reaction, and a law vacuum belt with a diameter of 1 kilometer suddenly cracked under the altar, and all physical rules were temporarily invalid there. Now, Lin Yang led the team into the vacuum zone. The Hongmeng creation order in the divine seal automatically unfolded and turned into countless golden threads that pierced into the black stone pillars. The polluted energy of the space law flowed upstream under the traction of the power of creation. The fragments of the erosion made a shrill scream, and the wailing of countless civilizations emerged on the surface that was the space memory devoured by it. Lin Yang injected all the trillions of energy accumulated by the divine house system into the divine seal, and the colorful light flooded the entire altar like a tide. When the light faded, the black frenzy of the Gamma 37 universe was receding. Those micro-black holes began to expand in reverse, turning into nebulae and stars again. The shredded space fragments automatically spliced together, revealing the complete star map behind them. Even the remains of civilization floating in the cracks were gradually restored to their original state under the nourishment of the creation energy. In the center of the universe, a star emitting soft white light was being born, and its core was flowing with pure space law energy that was the origin that Lin Yang had purified with the virtual fragments. System prompt. Gamma 37 space law repair completed. Reward, origin of space law purity 100%. Unlock a new form of divine seal, Dimension Weaver. Trigger the main quest, go to Delta 9 universe and correct the disorder of causality. The engine of the Dawnbreaker restarted, and Lin Yang stood in front of the porthole, watching the newborn star illuminate the dark starfield. In the Divine Seal, the fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness merged with the origin of space into a stable chaos core, and a picture about the law of causality flashed in it. People in the future are murdering their past selves, and dead civilizations are still sending signals to the universe.
The timeline is entangled like a tangled knot. Next stop, Delta 9.
Lin Yang's fingertips slid across the newly flashing coordinates on the system interface, where the data flow was jumping with chaotic logic. It is said that cause and effect are dancing the waltz there. Su Qing's wings of light rested lightly on his shoulders, and the dimensional stabilization rings on the edges of the wings had evolved into more complex runes. No matter how the timeline is twisted, we can straighten it out. The dragon chieftain let out a low dragon roar, and the mechanical Zerg queen's prosthetic eyes flashed with the red light of battle.
The three voices intertwined into a firm echo on the bridge. On the interface of the creation god system, the coordinates representing Delta 9 are constantly splitting into phantoms of parallel time and space.
Lin Yang pressed the jump button, and the Dawnbreaker turned into a stream of light and pierced the nebula of Gamma 37, leaving the repaired universe behind. The road to counterattack that started from the university dormitory has long deviated from the original track. Now he is holding the thread of the laws of the multiverse, leaving his own order on the edge of collapse.
Dimension Weaver
completed the reconstruction of space law for the first time, and the authority of the Divine Seal increased to 70%.
Unlock cross-universe law anchoring technology, which can establish a stable base in any time and space.
Obtain the title of Law Merchant, which allows you to trade source energy with high-level civilizations. Trigger the Golden Light Rain special effect on all platforms, unlock the exclusive title logo and cross-universe communication permissions.
Chapter 51, Delta's Mystery. The Time Prisoner and the Law's Counterattack in the Causal Closed Loop.
When the quantum engine of the dawn extinguished its last blue light in the nebula remnant of Gamma 37, the Genesis God system on Lin Yang's wrist suddenly exploded with golden garbled code. The coordinates of the Delta 9 universe were twisting into AM, bias ring with a liquid metal texture, and the red number of the causality stability value on the silver-white interface dived wildly. It took only 0.3 seconds to fall from 67% to below 12%, and finally stopped at the dazzling 3%. The pollution of laws has exceeded the critical threshold. The system alarm sounded with the noise of gear jamming. The colorful divine seal on Lin Yang's forehead suddenly burst into crystal-like blood beads. The ancient runes engraved with the words cause and effect were rotating in the opposite direction, as if trying to break free from the flesh. The timeline of this universe has formed a self-devouring closed loop, and all physical rules are being reconstructed according to the paradox logic. The moment Su Qing spread her wings of light, 3 of the 12 causal anchor rings shattered. She looked at the wound on her palm that was constantly healing and tearing. The petals of immortality on her fingertips went through the complete life cycle of blooming, withering, and carbonization in 30 seconds. Her voice was filled with an uncontrollable tremor. My healing ability is producing causal backlash. The scabs now are reproducing the moment of injury 3 days ago. The left side of the wing is still the white of its birth, but the right wing is already modeled like ancient jade that has gone through thousands of years. The two halves of the wing cast misaligned shadows in the gray light outside the porthole, like a parchment scroll gnawed by time. The mechanical Zerg Queen's time compass completely stopped, and the dial glass cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. On the three-dimensional star map she projected, the Blue Gaia was simultaneously staging 3 disasters of time and space dislocation. The magma splashed by the impact of the Cretaceous meteorite intertwined with the explosion of the antimatter engine of the interstellar immigrant ship. The gray snow of the nuclear winter fell on the dinosaur skeleton, and the holographic billboard next to the skeleton was still playing Interstellar Travel Special Offer in a loop. The most bizarre thing was that above the equator, the primitive tribe's fire-making by drilling wood and the quantum bonfire of the future civilization burned in the same air, forming a half-bright and half-dark chaotic fireball. All 37 time anchor points are invalid. The Queen's mechanical knuckles turned white, and the projected star map suddenly shook violently. The void fragments have transformed the core of the law of causality into a Mobius prison. Every step taken by those who enter will become the reason for their imprisonment. Before he finished speaking, university campus graffiti suddenly appeared on the alloy bulkhead of the dawn. The moment Lin Yang reached out to touch it, he felt the touch of chalk dust on his fingertips. It was the cartoon of skipping classes he drew on the wall of the teaching building in his freshman year, and the edge of the ink still had traces of tears from when he was scolded by the dean. What was even more terrifying was that the figures of the crew members began to flash back at different ages. The Dragon Clan leader sometimes turned into a young dragon with immature scales, roaring in a childish voice. Sometimes he turned back into an ancient dragon on the verge of death, coughing out dragon breath with the smell of rust. The armor of the mechanical soldiers jumped between rusty scrap iron and brand new alloy, but the expressions on their faces were always frozen in the fear before death. Activate Chaos Stand.
Lin Yang pressed the seal in the center of the console, and the silver-black force field wrapped around the ship like plastic wrap. Through the force field, he saw countless selves floating outside the porthole, a boy in school uniform eating bread, a soldier in armor and blood, an afterimage that turned into light dust and dissipated. Each figure was repeating the same action, reaching out to touch the spacetime barrier of Delta 9, like a group of puppets controlled by fate. These are you in parallel timelines. The fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness burned violently in the divine seal, and his ash-like voice was full of mockery. The fragments of the void are harvesting possibilities. Every time you make a choice, a self trapped in a closed loop will be born. Once enough regrets are collected, it will be able to completely control the law of cause and effect. When the Dawnbreaker broke into the reincarnation maze, Lin Yang finally saw the structure of the prison. Countless diamond-shaped time fragments were suspended in a honeycomb shape, and each fragment locked a civilization's causal knot. He randomly intercepted a fragment, in which a scientist was using a time machine to save his lover who was killed by the virus he invented, but accidentally became the original carrier of the virus in the process. In another fragment, the king executed a baby to prevent the predicted rebellion, but it was this massacre that made the baby's mother raise the banner of rebellion. The most ironic thing is the largest fragment in the center. The ancestors of Gaia Star worshipped the erosion fragments as a sacred object in order to gain the power to control time, and the altar where they held sacrifices was exactly the same as the building that imprisoned them at this moment. They built their own prison. Su Qing's causal anchor ring suddenly lit up red, and the runes on the wings began to flow in reverse. The erosion fragments on the top of the altar are absorbing the regret energy. The more each civilization wants to correct its mistakes, the more it will strengthen the closed loop. When the 12 causal devourers broke free from the fragments, Lin Yang discovered that their cores were all distorted human faces. These monsters, formed by unfinished regrets, attacked in a strangely logical way. Su Qing had just built a barrier with the power of order, and the barrier suddenly turned into an energy cage that trapped her 3 days ago. The Dragon Chief's dragon breath ignited the nest he had guarded 300 years ago. The nanoclusters launched by the Mechanical Queen actually began to dismantle the engine of the Dawnbreaker, just like the enemy warships they had dismantled before. They are calling on our past causes to attack the present results. Lin Yang's all-seeing eyes penetrated the Devourer's energy body, and suddenly remembered the ultimate solution recorded in the Divine Seal. We must create a paradox bomb, use an error that cannot be corrected to blow through the closed loop. He split the power of the Divine Seal into 3 streams. One stream was injected into Su Qing's anchoring ring, forcing a pause on all ongoing consequences, allowing the healing wounds to remain in a scabby state and the withered petals to be frozen at the half-withered moment. One stream merged with the dragon language spell of the Dragon Clan leader to construct a past that cannot be retraced, and engraved indelible dragon pattern coordinates in the void. The last stream rushed into the nano cluster of the Mechanical Queen and programmed a self-contradictory execution instruction, letting the robot execute the forward and backward commands at the same time, creating a crack in the law and the logical conflict. When the 3 forces collided at the top of the altar, a gap of absolute nothingness suddenly appeared around the void fragment. There was no time there, and naturally no cause and effect. The moment Lin Yang rushed into the gap, he saw the complete face of the black-robed man emerging from the void fragment. That face was 70% similar to his own, and he was smiling and showing the ultimate truth of the closed loop. You think you are saving the world? In fact, every time you repair a universe, you are collecting the origin of the law for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the void fragment suddenly trembled violently. Because the black-robed man's behavior of revealing the truth precisely allowed Lin Yang to find the key to breaking the closed loop. When the identity of the manipulator is exposed, the manipulated causal chain will have a fatal loophole. The Hongmeng creation order in the Divine Seal automatically unfolded, and the golden rune peeled off the pollution in the void fragment like a scalpel, and the imprisoned timeline began to flow backwards. The scientist's time machine destroyed itself before the virus broke out. The king's butcher knife stopped in mid-air and turned into a dove of peace, and the ancestors of Gaia Star sealed the void fragment into a volcano. All regrets returned to the node that could be corrected. When the last time fragment returned to its place, the starry sky of the Delta 9 universe lit up with unprecedented aurora. The creation god system popped up a prompt: repair of the law of causality completed, obtained, causality origin core 1, unlocked divine seal skill, paradox immunity. The eternal clock star slowly rotated in the center of the universe, and the new law engraved by all civilizations emerged on the dial. The past cannot be changed, but the future can always be chosen. As the dawn left, Lin Yang looked back at the time lighthouse. The causal origin integrated into the divine seal was emitting a warm light, telling him more clearly than any system reward. From the first time he signed in at the university dormitory, the real power has never been a privilege granted by the system, but the courage to make choices at every fork in the road. The next stop is Epsilon 47. He called up the system interface, where the entropy increasing data stream was jumping disorderly at a frequency of millions of times per second.
It is said that the coffee there will turn into ashes within 10 minutes, and the lifespan of the stars is shorter than that of mayflies. Su Qing's wings have been restored to their original state, and she is gently wiping the blood from his fingertips. No matter how chaotic the entropy is, there are always threads that can be sorted out.
Lin Yang smiled. The causal origin in his palms was slightly hot, as if responding to this promise.
His law war had just entered the most critical round.
Cause and effect breaker.
The time loop was broken for the first time, and the compatibility of the Divine Seal law was increased to 82%. Unlock the Fork in the Road of Destiny feature. You can observe 3 parallel timelines at key points.
Obtain the certification of the Inter-Universe Civilization Alliance, Causal Mediator Authority.
Trigger the Time Hourglass special effect on all platforms, unlock the exclusive Paradox Hunter title card, and become immune to low-level causal traps after equipping.
Chapter 52, Epsilon Entropy.
The Law of Entropy increase runaway and the final battle of heat death.
The universe collapses. Entropy increases and turbulence tears apart space and time.
The alarm on the Bridge of the Dawn was deafening, and the Epsilon 47 cosmic star map on the main screen was graying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yang clenched his fists fiercely, and the colorful divine seal on his palm suddenly burst into a burning sensation. The entropy runes on the surface of the divine seal cracked like a spider web, and the dark turbulence that seeped out actually condensed into a solid in the air, turning into twisted entropy tentacles that twisted wildly.
Warning! The entropy of the universe has exceeded the Planck limit.
The mechanical eyes of the mechanical Zerg Queen glowed red, and a series of electric arcs suddenly burst out from the entropy reduction engine on her back.
All matter is undergoing superluminal disorder.
The burning rate of stars has increased 100 times, and the crust of the planets has instantly weathered into elementary particles. Before she finished speaking, a dashboard suddenly disintegrated into gray powder, floating in the weightless bridge. Su Qing spread out the light wings behind her, and 12 golden entropy reduction rings circled around her body, but when they came into contact with the gray turbulence outside the porthole, a crisp sound like shattering glass was heard. She gritted her teeth and urged her divine power, but the feathers of the light wings aged and fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then grew again in the energy of the law. Every cycle made her lips overflow with golden blood. Lin Yang, the spatial structure is peeling like a film. The core of our antimatter engine is decaying. Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at the energy readings. The fuel reserve bar of the spacecraft was returning to zero at a millisecond speed, and the harsh friction sound of metal fatigue came from the engine compartment.
Start the chaos entropy reduction field.
He pressed the divine seal on the control console, and a silver-black force field bubble burst out around the Dawnbreaker, barely forming a barrier. But the next second, a dark gray crack passed through the hull, and the armor plate was instantly corroded into fine gray powder, revealing the red molten metal underneath.
Entropy Tomb Nebula.
The heat death conspiracy of the void fragments. The moment the all-seeing eye unfolded, Lin Yang captured a picture that was enough to subvert his cognition. The debris of countless civilizations floated inside the entropy-increasing rift, the collapsed skeleton of an interstellar city, biological tissues decomposed into molecular chains, and even neutron stars were torn into energy turbulence. The fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness in the divine seal suddenly burned violently, and a broken memory flooded into his mind.
Epsilon 47.
The core of the law of entropy increase has been infected by the fragments of the void, and is being transformed into a heat death accelerator.
It's indeed the void fragment.
Lin Yang punched the console, causing sparks to fly from the panel. They have tampered with the law of entropy increase and turned the entire universe into an entropy furnace that destroys everything. At this time, the Dawnbreaker broke through the last turbulence, and an entropy tomb nebula with a diameter of several light-years appeared in front of it. All the stars burned out into dead white dwarfs, and the planets weathered into cosmic dust. Only a gray entropy energy altar in the center was slowly rotating. On top of the altar, the seventh void fragment was pulsating wildly, and every flash caused the stars at the edge of the nebula to further disintegrate.
Chief, prepare the dragon language spell.
Lin Yang split the power of the divine seal into two, one to maintain the chaotic stance, and the other to entangle with the golden dragon breath of the dragon chief, forming a colorful light chain anchored at a relatively stable energy node. At the same time, Su Qing's entropy reduction stabilization ring unfolded into a 100-meter light shield, but was impacted by the turbulent flow and burst into a series of golden sparks. The speed at which her light wing feathers fell off suddenly accelerated, and painful blood-red lines appeared behind her.
The Devourer arrives. 12 entropic monsters.
The mechanical Zerg Queen transformed the nanocluster into an entropy suppression unit in an attempt to repair the engine decay, but it triggered an even more terrifying chain reaction. The decaying star in the entropy grave nebula suddenly burst into gray light, and 12 twisted figures condensed from it. Their bodies were made of pure disordered energy, sometimes disintegrating into liquid metal streams, and sometimes reorganizing into multi-limbed monsters. Every time they moved, they left a corrosion track in space. They were the legendary entropy devourers. Be careful. They can accelerate the entropy increase of all matter they touch. Before Lin Yang finished speaking, a devourer slammed into the chaos force field, and the force field instantly showed spiderweb-like cracks. He immediately mobilized the entropy increase stabilization technology obtained by signing into multiple civilizations in the Divine Seal, and merged it with the power of his own laws to form a silver rune array on the surface of the force field. But the devourer let out a piercing scream, and its body suddenly disintegrated into billions of entropy energy particles, penetrating the force field and pouring into the bridge. Su Qing. The power of order. Queen. Nanobarrier. Lin Yang issued 3 commands at the same time, and he turned into a stream of light and shuttled through the particle flow. The Divine Seal burst out the light of the Hongmeng creation order, and every wave of his hand recondensed the entropy particles. Su Qing gritted her teeth and unfolded the order field. Countless golden chains emerged from the void and forcibly bound the disordered particles. The nanoclusters of the mechanical Zerg Queen turned into silver light films, colliding with the entropy particles to produce dazzling lightning. Paradox Warhead. Opportunity to reverse the negative entropy singularity. The gray entropy altar suddenly resonated with a high frequency, and the erosion fragments burst into dark purple light. Hundreds of entropy cracks opened up around the altar in an instant, and violent disordered energy flows swept in like a tsunami. Lin Yang's body of the origin law was torn apart by multiple forces, and a record suddenly flashed in the Divine Seal. When entropy increases to the extreme, the universe will give birth to a negative entropy singularity, and its energy is enough to reverse the process of disorder. Everyone, concentrate your energy to attack the entropy node directly below the altar. Lin Yang completely integrated the power of the Divine Seal, the entropy stabilization technology, and the law of chaos, and condensed a warhead burning with colorful flames in his palm. Under the force stabilization of Su Qing's order field, the brief stagnation of the Dragon Clan leader's dragon language forbidden spell entropy reversal, and the annihilation cover of the mechanical Zerg anti-entropy force field, he suddenly fired the warhead. Boom! The dark purple erosion energy collided with the extreme entropy increased turbulence, and the space under the altar suddenly collapsed, and a singularity emitting pure white light exploded. The gray frenzy of the entire Epsilon 47 universe suddenly subsided. The decomposed galaxies began to recondense, the burnt-out star cores glowed red, and even the weathered planetary surfaces began to reconstruct the crust. Lin Yang seized the opportunity and led the team to break through the turbulence. The Hongmeng creation order in the Divine Seal automatically unfolded, releasing pure entropy increase law energy, repairing the order of the universe like a tide. The law returns to its place. The rebirth of stars with reduced entropy. Under the dual impact of the negative entropy singularity and the energy of creation, the erosion fragments finally disintegrated into countless light particles and merged into Lin Yang's Divine Seal. The timeline of the Epsilon 47 universe returned to normal flow, and the remains of civilization destroyed by entropy increase were reborn in the energy of creation. The broken interstellar city rose again, the exhausted ecological planet regained its greenness, and even the long-extinct intelligent races were given the opportunity to be reborn in the restoration of the laws. In the center of the universe, a star composed of pure entropy-reducing energy slowly rose up, and the soft white light swept across every star field. Wherever it passed, the disordered grayness completely disappeared. Lin Yang injected the condensed source of the law of entropy increase into the core of the star, and the Divine Seal emitted a warm light, repairing the last space crack. Ding! System prompt for the God of Creation. Epsilon 47 Cosmic Law Repair completed. Rewards, Entropy Increase Law Origin 1, Chaos Energy Crystal 10. New mission released, go to Zeta 61 Universe to repair the spiritual law runaway crisis. The mechanical Zerg Queen suddenly pulled up the star map. The coordinates of the Zeta 61 universe were flashing at a strange frequency. Horrifying predictions kept popping up in the data stream. It has been detected that the mental laws are out of control. All life consciousness in this universe is merging into a single collective, and intelligent civilization is losing its individuality. Lin Yang looked out the window at the revitalized Epsilon 47 and clenched the Divine Seal in his palm. The chaos core formed by the fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness deep in the Divine Seal suddenly sent out a wave of fluctuations, and countless distorted streams of consciousness emerged. Those were the intelligent lifeforms of the Zeta 61 universe. Their minds were being forcibly integrated by an invisible force, and consciousness aggregates that had lost their self-awareness could be seen everywhere in the city.
Next stop, Zeta 61. Lin Yang's voice was cold and firm.
The conspiracy of the Heart of Void is still going on, and we are the only ones who can break it. Su Qing wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, and her wings glowed brightly again. No matter what happens, I will keep up with you. The Dragon Clan leader roared loudly, and the golden dragon scales cast a majestic shadow on the bridge. My clan will fight to protect the order of the universe. The mechanical eyes of the mechanical Zerg Queen flashed with data. The nanocluster is ready for battle and can jump at any time. The engine of the Dawnbreaker roared again, and it turned into a stream of light and rushed into the interstellar rift. The road to counterattack that started from the University Sign-In has long been upgraded to a battle of laws to protect the multiverse. Lin Yang knew that what was waiting for them ahead would be a spiritual storm that was more bizarre than the entropy frenzy, but there was no fear in his eyes because he was not only the host of the godly rich system, but also the guardian of the universe holding the law of creation. The legend of Lin Yang has just entered its most magnificent chapter.
Chapter 53, Zeta's Heart Tide.
The collective cage of the runaway spiritual law and the fusion of the sea of consciousness. The Dawnbreaker tore through the gray entropy flow of the Epsilon 47 universe, and the Zeta 61 universe coordinates on the Genesis God system interface burst into a strange pink light. The seven-colored divine seal on Lin Yang's forehead trembled violently, and the spiritual runes on the surface of the divine seal spread like a spider web, oozing out strands of transparent light bands. The spiritual law runaway index has been detected to have exceeded the threshold.
The consciousness sea of this universe is undergoing forced fusion.
Su Qing's light wings unfolded a mental barrier ring, and the golden runes on the edge of the wings resonated with the divine seal, but ripples appeared when they came into contact with Zeta 61's turbulent consciousness. The mental force field strength exceeds 10 to the power of 12 Tesla. All independent consciousnesses are being forcibly pulled into the collective consciousness sea, and we are entering a mind cage without self. The mechanical Zerg Queen's mechanical prosthetic eyes projected a three-dimensional model, and the neural processor in the new prosthetic brain burst out bright sparks. It is detected that the main star Gaia consciousness has devoured 99% of the original civilization consciousness, and its thinking mode is assimilated to the origin of the erosion. Before he finished speaking, the communication system of the Dawnbreaker was suddenly overwhelmed by a massive stream of thoughts. Countless overlapping sounds rang out in the bridge: babies crying, old men sighing, soldiers roaring, poets chanting, all of which intertwined into a chaotic torrent of consciousness, impacting everyone's mental defenses. Lin Yang suddenly knelt down with his head in his hands, and countless unfamiliar memory fragments flashed through his mind: the glorious history of a certain civilization, the moment of extinction of another race, and even the first thought fluctuations at the birth of the universe.
Activate the Chaos Spirit Stand.
Lin Yang injected the power of the divine seal into the console with difficulty, and a silver-black force field bubble formed around the Dawnbreaker, barely isolating the impact of the external sea of consciousness. Suddenly, pink ripples appeared in the space outside the porthole, revealing the outlines of huge human faces, each of which was made up of countless small faces, with eyes that were rotating vortices of consciousness, and mouths that opened and closed that spit out not sounds, but materialized thought bands of light. That is, the concrete form of the collective consciousness. Lin Yang's body of origin law felt a tearing pain, and the fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness in the divine seal burned violently, and a broken memory came: Zeta 61. The core of the spiritual law was transformed into a consciousness fusion furnace. All life will lose itself. The truth exploded in the sea of consciousness like thunder. After the void fragment was integrated into the core of the spiritual law, it was forcibly merging the independent consciousness of the entire universe into a single Gaia consciousness, trying to destroy the creativity and diversity of civilization by depriving individuality. The Dawnbreaker moved forward with difficulty in the turbulent flow of consciousness. In front of it appeared a heart-tied nebula composed of thought light bands. Each light band was connected to the consciousness network of different planets. In the center of the nebula, an altar constructed of pink spiritual energy was slowly rotating. On the top of the altar, the seventh void fragment was frantically absorbing the independent consciousness of all life. Every pulse made the light of the heart-tied nebula more dazzling. Chief, use the dragon language spell to build a spiritual anchor point. Lin Yang divided the power of the divine seal into two, one to maintain the chaotic position, and the other to merge with the spiritual power of the dragon chief to form a colorful light chain anchored at a relatively stable consciousness node. Su Qing's spiritual barrier ring unfolded into a dome, but was impacted by the thought light band and rippled. Her eyes began to become scattered, and the runes on the light wings were gradually covered by the pink stream of consciousness. The mechanical Zerg Queen transformed the nanorobots into consciousness isolation units in an attempt to protect the cruise mines, but it triggered an even more terrifying chain reaction. The thought light bands in the Heart-Tide Nebula suddenly activated and turned into 12 mind devourers. Their bodies were composed of pure consciousness energy, and their forms kept changing into the most feared images of everyone: Lin Yang's mirror image of a black-robed man, Su Qing's fallen dark-winged form, the dying skeleton of the Dragon Clan leader, and the Queen's broken mechanical prosthesis. Every time they approached, they could disintegrate the target's mental defenses. Su Qing. Concentrate the power of order to build a firewall for thinking. Lin Yang merged the power of the Divine Seal with the mental stabilization technology obtained by signing in with multiple civilizations to form a silver anchor point of consciousness. Chief, activate the Dragon Language Forbidden Spell Mental Storm. Queen, use nanorobots to build an anti-mental stance. 3 orders were issued at the same time, and the situation on the battlefield was reversed in an instant. The power of order forcibly sorted out the chaotic flow of thoughts, the mental storm spell blew away the concrete form of the devourer, and the anti-mental stance produced an energy hedge with the turbulent flow of consciousness. The pink spiritual altar gave off a harsh resonance, the erosion fragments burst out with dark purple light, and countless thought light bands condensed around the altar, forming a huge vortex of consciousness. Lin Yang's body of origin law was on the verge of collapse under the mental shock, and he suddenly remembered the spiritual law paradox recorded in the Divine Seal: when all consciousness merged into one, a short-lived consciousness singularity would be generated, and its energy was enough to destroy all mental barriers. Everyone, concentrate your mental power and attack the consciousness node directly below the erosion fragment. Lin Yang completely integrated the power of the Divine Seal with the mental stabilization technology and the law of chaos to form a colorful consciousness paradox warhead. When the warhead hit the target, the dark purple erosion energy and the consciousness turbulence collided violently, triggering the consciousness singularity below the altar to explode. The turbulent flow of consciousness in the entire Zeta 61 universe suddenly subsided, and the out-of-control spiritual fusion process began to reverse. The assimilated independent consciousness surged out of the collective consciousness sea like a tide. Lin Yang took the opportunity to lead the team into the core of the altar. The Hongmeng creation order in the Divine Seal automatically unfolded, releasing pure spiritual law energy and repairing the damaged consciousness network. Under the dual effects of the paradox effect and the creation energy, the erosion fragments finally disintegrated into the pure spiritual law origin and merged into the Divine Seal. The pink frenzy of the Zeta 61 universe gradually receded, and the sea of consciousness that was forced to merge re-differentiated into independent thinking individuals. Those civilizations that lost themselves regained the concept of I under the nourishment of the energy of creation. In the center of the universe, a spiritual star symbolizing freedom of thought rose slowly, illuminating the star field that was once shrouded in collective consciousness. Lin Yang injected the condensed spiritual law energy into the core of the star, and the Divine Seal emitted a soft light, repairing the damaged consciousness structure. The Creation God system issued a prompt sound: Zeta 61 Universe Law Repair completed, receive reward, Spiritual Law Origin Fragment 1, new mission, go to Omega Zero Universe and face the ultimate origin of the Heart of Void. The dawn set sail again. Lin Yang looked out the window at the Zeta 61 universe, which was gradually recovering its multi-dimensional thinking, but he felt unprecedented solemnity in his heart. The fragment of the black-robed man's consciousness in the Divine Seal suddenly vibrated violently, resonating with the chaos core, and the scene of the Omega Zero universe emerged. It was a chaotic realm beyond dimensions. The origin of the Heart of Void was suspended in the center, and the surface was wrapped with the light of 7 holy laws. It was the law energy that was reversely absorbed by the Heart of Void after Lin Yang repaired the universe. A cold voice sounded in the sea of consciousness, and it was unclear whether it was the whisper of the black-robed man or the Heart of Void. Finally, the prey walked into the trap. Next stop, the Omega Zero universe. Lin Yang's voice was low and firm. That's where everything started, and it will also be the place of the final battle. The origin of the Heart of the Void is there, and we must put an end to this disaster once and for all. Su Qing's wings glowed with holy gold again. She clenched the sword of order in her hand. No matter what lies ahead, we will be with you. The dragon scales of the dragon chief flashed with the light of battle, and he roared deafeningly, for the freedom of the multiverse. The mechanical eyes of the mechanical Zerg Queen projected a decisive battle plan, and every joint of the new prosthesis was full of strength. The main brain has integrated all the data and is ready to go into battle at any time. On the interface of the Creation God system, the coordinates of the Omega Zero universe flashed with a light of destruction and hope. There was no longer any specific prediction in the data stream, only a line of scarlet warning: the final battle is about to begin, be prepared to sacrifice everything. Lin Yang took a deep breath and pressed the jump button. The Dawnbreaker turned into a streak of resolute light and disappeared beyond the boundaries of the known universe. From signing in for the first time in a university dormitory to becoming the guardian of the laws of the multiverse, Lin Yang has walked an unimaginable road of counterattack. Now, he is about to face the ultimate enemy, the origin of the Heart of the Void, and the mirror image of him. Victory or destruction? Light or eternal darkness? The answer will be revealed in the Omega Zero universe. And the legend of Lin Yang will also write the most glorious or tragic chapter in this final battle. Chapter 54, The End of Omega. The fateful battle between the origin of the Void and the Chaos Core. The dawn broke through the pink stream of consciousness of the Zeta 61 universe, and the interface of the creation god system was suddenly swallowed by pure chaotic colors. The seven-colored divine seal between Lin Yang's eyebrows burst into unprecedented light, and the Hongmeng runes on the surface of the divine seal rotated at a high speed, transforming the dark purple mist surging outside the porthole into a flowing light band. We have arrived at the Omega Zero universe. This is a chaotic realm beyond dimensions, and the origin of the Heart of Void is just ahead. Su Qing's light wings spread out 12 layers of order holy rings. The golden runes on the edge of the wings resonated with the divine seal, but the moment they touched the chaotic field, a harsh metal friction sound was emitted. Space, time, law, all concepts have lost their meaning here. We are entering the chaotic state before the birth of the universe. The mechanical Zerg Queen's mechanical prosthetic eyes suddenly burst out countless data streams, and the core processor of the new prosthetic body emitted blue-white arcs. The main brain analysis failed. An unquantifiable original energy field was detected, and its structure is the same as the Chaos Code, the Light Tracing Relic, and even the host's original mark. Before he finished speaking, the hull of the Dawnbreaker suddenly decomposed into particles and reassembled in an instant. Lin Yang's all-seeing eye captured a shocking scene. In the dark purple erosion mist, a heart covered with 7 law light bands was beating wildly, and every pulse caused a violent tremor in the chaotic field. Around the heart, the figure of a man in black robes was looming. His body had merged with the origin of the erosion, and his eyes flashed with a strange light of chaos and order. Lin Yang, we finally meet. The voice of the man in black robes echoed in the chaos, with countless overlapping timbre. From the first sign-in the university dormitory to the current guardian of the multiverse, your life is really a wonderful counterattack. He raised his hand and waved it, and the Heart of Void burst out with a dark purple light. 7 law light bands rushed out like living snakes, transforming into 7 contaminated holy objects: twisted scepters, carbonized rings, dim necklaces, each of which exuded a breath of destruction. You have been using me. Lin Yang's body of origin law trembled violently, and the chaos core in the divine seal resonated with the origin of the void. From the mirror abyss to the entropy silence, from the parallel universe to the restoration of the law. You asked me to collect the holy objects just to use their power to hatch the heart of the void. Smart, but not entirely right. The black-robed man sneered, and the heart of the erosion beat faster. I do need the power of the holy relics, but what I need more is you. He suddenly opened his arms, and all the scenes that Lin Yang had experienced emerged in the chaotic field: the sign-in reminder in the university classroom, the rise of the business empire, the fighting on the cosmic battlefield, the game of laws in the parallel universe. Each scene was stained with dark purple mist. Do you think you are protecting the light? No, you have been clearing obstacles for the heart of the erosion, and even, personally delivered the power of the laws of the 7 holy relics to it. Su Qing's holy ring of order was corroded by the void mist, and her wings of light began to disintegrate. Lin Yang, don't listen to him. The belief we have held along the way is real. The dragon chieftain burned the source of life, and the dragon's breath opened up a short passage in the chaos. No matter what the truth is, the heart of void must be destroyed now. The mechanical Zerg Queen fused all the nanorobots into the Chaos Blade, but the blade quickly melted when it came into contact with the source of void. Lin Yang looked at the Chaos Core in the Divine Seal and suddenly understood the real purpose of the man in black robes. They were originally isomers. The man in black robes represented the darkness and despair in his heart, and the heart of void was a combination of this darkness and the dark side of the chaos in the universe. Only when Lin Yang gathered all the laws of the holy objects, the heart of void could completely absorb these bright forces and complete the transformation from destruction to Lord of Chaos. So that's it. This is the ultimate trap. Lin Yang's eyes suddenly became calm. He completely integrated the 7 sacred objects in the Divine Seal, the source of the law, the power of the Chaos Code, the energy of the Hongmeng creation order, and his own origin mark. But you forgot one thing: I am not only a collector of sacred objects, but also a guardian of the law. The power of fusion exploded in Lin Yang's body, and the surface of his body alternately appeared 7 colored holy patterns, silver-black chaos runes, and golden creation runes, and finally turned into a stream of light that transcended dimensions. When the light stream rushed towards the heart of the void, the black-robed man controlled 7 law light bands to wrap around it, trying to assimilate it.
But Lin Yang suddenly activated the final hidden skill of the godly rich system. All laws return to one anti-entropy. Time flows backwards in the chaotic realm. The power of the law absorbed by the heart of erosion is forcibly stripped away and recondensed into the pure origin of the holy object, flying back to Lin Yang's divine seal. The black-robed man roared in shock, "Impossible! How can you master the power of anti-entropy?" Lin Yang's voice echoed in the chaos, carrying the faith of hundreds of millions of lives, "Because I believe that even in the dark, I must protect the light in my heart. This belief is the strongest law." The heart of the void shrank violently under the anti-entropy force, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. Lin Yang took the opportunity to compress all the power in the divine seal into a point, forming a final singularity containing chaos and light. When the singularity hit the heart of the void, the entire chaotic realm began to collapse, and the dark purple mist retreated, revealing the original sea of light when the universe was born. The black-robed man's body gradually became transparent in the sea of light. He looked at Lin Yang, and for the first time, a complex emotion appeared in his eyes. "So, is this the end?" Lin Yang stretched out his hand, and the chaos core in the divine seal resonated with the black-robed man's fragmented consciousness, and the two homologous forces finally merged into one. In the depths of his consciousness, he saw the black-robed man's memory that was another life of himself struggling in countless parallel universes and being tempted by the power of erosion. "We could have fought side by side." Lin Yang's voice was filled with a sigh. The black-robed man smiled slightly, and his body turned into a point of light and merged into the divine seal. "Now, it's not too late." The heart of the void completely disintegrated under the impact of the final singularity, turning into pure chaotic energy, and once again became the cornerstone of the universe. Lin Yang injected the origin of the laws of the seven sacred objects into the chaotic energy, and the divine seal emitted a light-like creation, repairing all the universes destroyed by the heart of the void. The creation god system issued a deafening reminder sound. The final battle was won. The origin of the heart of void has been purified. Congratulations to the host Lin Yang for completing the mission of protecting the multiverse. The ultimate reward is being distributed. The light faded, and Lin Yang found himself back in his familiar university dormitory. The sun shone through the window onto the desk, the phone screen was on, and the interface of the Xinhao Sign-In System remained at its original state. "Today's sign-in has been completed, and you have received a reward, campus card balance plus 100 yuan. Everything seemed like one long dream. But the seven-colored divine seal that was faintly visible on his wrist and the memory of the multiverse in his mind were telling the truth of everything. The figures of Su Qing, the Dragon Clan chief, and the mechanical Zerg Queen flashed in his consciousness. They returned to their respective universes and became the new guardians of the laws. Lin Yang picked up his phone and looked at the sign-in system on the screen, a smile on his face. The counterattack that started in college eventually led to the journey of protecting the multiverse. Now, everything has returned to the starting point, but he is no longer the ignorant boy. He opened the door and walked into the sunshine of the campus. There are countless possibilities and countless sign-ins waiting for him in the future. And this time, he will continue to write his own life of a rich man with a more mature mentality and stronger strength. Because he knows that no matter which universe he is in, no matter what challenges he faces, the light and faith in his heart will always be the most powerful sign and reward. The legend of Lin Yang has just entered a new chapter. Chapter 55, A New Era. The daily restart of the super-rich system and the law of pluralism. Lin Yang stood in front of the window of the university dormitory, his fingertips unconsciously brushing the faintly visible seven-colored divine seal on his wrist. Outside the window was the familiar campus tree-lined avenue. The sycamore leaves glowed golden in the early autumn sun, and the noisy shouts of teenagers came from the basketball court. Everything was just like the countless ordinary mornings in his memory. But the residual chaotic energy in his palm and the image of the shattered stars in the multiverse flashing in his mind reminded him that the ultimate battle across dimensions was not a dream. Bite. The phone screen suddenly lit up, and the long-lost mechanical prompt sound was particularly clear in the quiet dormitory. Lin Yang looked down and saw that the interface of the Xinhao Sign-In System was unfolding in a brand new form. The background was no longer monotonous black, but a flowing colorful nebula, and the edge of the interface was surrounded by a miniature universe model, and each planet represented the civilization he had protected. The Genesis God system has been initialized. Host, Lin Yang. Current world, Earth Blue Planet Main Universe Origin Plane. The sign-in function has been upgraded to multi-rule sign-in. New functions are enabled: daily rules materialization, civilization link channel, chaos mall authority level, creation level. Daily rules materialized? Lin Yang muttered to himself, and tried to silently say, "Sign in."
The next second, a cup of steaming coffee appeared out of thin air on the desk in the dormitory, with a circle of barely perceptible silver-black runes inlaid on the edge of the cup. He picked up the coffee cup, and the moment his fingertips touched it, a gentle energy of order flowed into his body, and the slight fatigue left by the fusion of laws last night instantly dissipated.
Interesting.
Lin Yang raised his eyebrows and opened the Chaos Mall. The interface listed countless bizarre products: the Star Whisperer's flute that can temporarily communicate with the consciousness of stars, the Chaos Star Plate that can reorganize the structure of galaxies, and even the Erosion Heart Purification Core marked as sold out. His eyes finally fell on an inconspicuous product: Memory Anchor Point University Time, which was sold for only 10 Chaos Points.
Points?
When Lin Yang was puzzled, the system interface automatically popped up a description: Chaos Points are converted from the law resonance energy generated when the host guards the multiverse, and can be used to exchange mall items or strengthen one's own law adaptability. He then discovered that the upper right corner of the interface displayed Chaos Points 999999999, a string of numbers that would drive any super rich crazy.
Lin Yang, hurry up. We're going to be late for the first class.
The dormitory door was flung open, and Zhao Yu, a close friend, poked his head in with a familiar anxious expression on his face.
Did you stay up late playing games again yesterday?
Look at the dark circles under your eyes, as if you were beaten up. Lin Yang looked at Zhao Yu's lively face, and an indescribable warmth surged in his heart. In the final battle of the Omega Zero universe, he had witnessed countless civilizations turned into ashes under the power of the void, but the ordinary daily life before him seemed so precious at this moment.
Here it comes.
Lin Yang grabbed his school bag and drank the coffee on the table. The moment the energy of order merged into his body, he keenly sensed the weak life energy flowing in Zhao Yu's body that was the pure life force unique to mortals in the main universe and not contaminated by any law.
Walking on campus, Lin Yang tried to activate the Civilization Link Channel function.
The scene in front of him was instantly superimposed with a layer of transparent data flow. Every student who passed by had a tiny civilization logo floating above his head. Some showed Blue Star native civilization carbon-based life, and some were marked Interstellar Wanderer silicon-based exile disguise. He even saw an old man who looked like a professor, with a green life rune belonging to the Beta 12 universe faintly visible on his cuffs.
It seems that the existence of the multiverse is much closer to life than I thought.
Lin Yang thought to himself, and his eyes were suddenly attracted by the crowd in front of the bulletin board. A poster of the campus entrepreneurship competition was rustling in the wind, with a familiar sponsor logo printed on it. It was the New Order technology he founded in the early days of his counterattack.
Lin Yang, what are you looking at? Zhao Yu followed his gaze and said, entrepreneurship competition?
With our mediocre skills, we'd better not embarrass ourselves. Lin Yang seemed to be thinking about something. In the battles in the multiverse, he had seen countless technologies and laws beyond imagination. Now that he had returned to the main universe, if this knowledge could be used reasonably, it might bring unprecedented development opportunities to the Blue Star civilization.
No, let's give it a try.
Lin Yang's eyes flickered. I have an idea that may change a lot of things. He opened the Chaos Mall and searched for basic law application technology, and soon found a product called Original Energy Civilian Module.
The product description showed that the module could convert the chaos law into safe and controllable clean energy, enough to support the energy needs of a medium-sized display.
Use this. Lin Yang clicked to buy, consuming 100 chaos points. The next second, a silver chip the size of a fingernail appeared in his palm, with a miniature universe star map flowing on the surface of the chip. The scene of the entrepreneurship competition was extremely popular, and the projects of each team were varied, ranging from artificial intelligence to biotechnology. When it was Lin Yang and Zhao Yu's turn to go on stage, there was a whisper from the audience. No one expected that these two seemingly ordinary college students would come up with a plan that could subvert the world's energy structure. Our project is very simple. Lin Yang stood on the stage, holding the silver chip in his hand, using the inexhaustible energy of the universe to solve the energy crisis on Earth. He did not explain the law of chaos in detail, but simply demonstrated that after the chip was connected to an ordinary generator, it instantly generated clean electricity that far exceeded traditional energy. The judges were skeptical at first, but when the value of the energy detector broke through the sky, the entire venue fell into silence.
How is this possible?
A senior professor stood up suddenly. This energy density is totally inconsistent with the existing laws of physics. Lin Yang smiled slightly, and quietly injected a trace of order power into his fingertips to stabilize the energy output of the chip. The boundaries of science are meant to be broken through.
In the end, Lin Yang's project won the championship without any suspense.
But his real purpose has just begun. He used the bonus and the resources of New Order technology to set up a laboratory called Star Dome Energy and began to gradually transform the knowledge of the laws of the multiverse into a force that promotes social progress in a way that the Blue Star civilization can understand. At the same time, the colorful divine seal on his wrist would occasionally emit a faint light. That was the message from the guardians of the laws in other universes. Some were reporting the birth of a certain star field, some were requesting advice on the balance of the laws, and some were just sharing a peaceful daily life. One weekend, Lin Yang stood in front of the French window of the laboratory, looking at the new aircraft composed of orderly energy floating above the city. Suddenly, his mobile phone received a text message from an unfamiliar number. The content was only 2 words, "Thank you." He knew that this was a silent thank you from a saved civilization in some parallel universe. The reminder sound of the Xinhao sign-in system sounded again, no longer a crisis alarm, but a gentle daily sign-in reminder. Lin Yang took a deep breath and clicked sign in. Today's sign-in completed. Rewards: Law Affinity Improvement X1, Chaos Mall Discount Coupon X1. New mission released: explore unknown civilizations in the deep sea of the Earth and maintain the balance of the main laws of the universe. Lin Yang looked at the task prompt and raised a relaxed smile. The counterattack life that started in college has now entered a new stage. He no longer needs to face cosmic crises all the time, but the mission of protection and exploration has long been integrated into his life. He picked up his coat and said to Zhao Yu, who was debugging the equipment, "Come on, I'll take you to see a different underwater world." The sunlight shines through the glass of the laboratory onto Lin Yang's young and determined face. After experiencing the ups and downs of the multiverse, his life as a super-rich man finally returns to his daily life, but in his daily life, he opens a new era with a broader scope. This time, he will bring all his memories and strength to protect the blue planet that gave birth to him, as well as the countless lives that share the same ray of sunlight with him in the vast sea of stars. Chapter 56, Echoes from the Deep Sea. A secret game of balance between unknown civilizations and laws. The morning sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the laboratory, reflecting a colorful halo on the silver chip in Lin Yang's hand. The new task prompt of the sign-in system of the rich man quietly floats on the retina. Next to the words "explore the unknown civilization in the deep sea of the Earth," there is a frightening warning icon: detection of abnormal fluctuations in the laws of the main universe. The concentration of chaotic energy in the deep sea area exceeds the standard. Earth's deep sea? Zhao Yu leaned in front of the holographic star map, his finger running across the deep blue area in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. What kind of unknown civilization could be there? Could it be that the legend of Atlantis has come true? His tone was joking, but he did not notice that Lin Yang's eyes staring at the star map were gradually becoming solemn in the area marked by humans as the Mariana Trench. The chaotic energy readings marked by the system were somewhat similar to the chaotic field of the Omega Zero universe. Get ready. We need a probe boat that can withstand ultra-high pressure. Lin Yang opened the Chaos Mall and searched for deep-sea exploration vehicle. He quickly locked onto a miniature submarine called Abyss Walker. The product description showed that its shell was compressed by collapsing matter and could withstand pressure equivalent to that of the surface of a white dwarf star. The propulsion system used spacefolding technology to achieve short-distance jumps in a liquid environment. That's it. Lin Yang clicked to buy, consuming 500 chaos points. The next second, a sci-fi silver-black submarine appeared out of thin air in the center of the laboratory. The hull was covered with flowing runes, and a transparent observation crystal like ice was embedded in the front. Zhao Yu was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. "Lin Yang, where did you get this toy from? It's more exaggerated than any sci-fi movie I've ever seen." 3 hours later, the Abyss Walker dived into the water in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. As the depth increased, the light outside the window was gradually swallowed by the darkness, and only the quantum searchlight at the front of the submarine opened up a beam of light in the dark seawater. Lin Yang activated the civilization link channel, and a superimposed data stream instantly appeared in front of him near the deep-sea hydrothermal vents. Countless microorganisms actually contained weak fluctuations in the laws of space, and deeper, a powerful mental force field was pulsating at a regular frequency. Intelligent life signals detected. The voice of the mechanical Zerg Queen suddenly came from the submarine communication system. Lin Yang then remembered that after the final battle, he had backed up the Queen's core program and the Divine Seal so that he could obtain information support from the multiverse at any time. The signal source is located in the crater area at the bottom of the trench. Its thinking mode is similar to the spiritual law of the Zeta-61 universe before it went out of control, but it is more primitive and pure. The submarine passed through a light curtain composed of glowing jellyfish, and a giant building made of black crystal appeared in front of it. The surface of the building was engraved with unrecognizable runes, and each line was absorbing the chaotic energy in the seawater and spreading outward in the form of mental waves. Lin Yang's all-seeing eye was activated, and a shocking message popped up on the retina. The deep-sea civilization Yuanlan clan has mastered the primary chaotic energy application technology. Due to excessive absorption of chaotic energy from the Earth's core, the balance of the main universe law has shifted. So that's it. It's the abnormal laws caused by the overdevelopment of the local civilization. Lin Yang controlled the submarine to approach the building and tried to establish communication with the Abyssal Blue tribe. However, when the detection beam of the Abyss Walker swept across the crystal building, countless tentacles condensed by seawater suddenly emerged from the seabed and entangled the submarine's hull. Attack! Zhao Yu screamed. Lin Yang noticed that the attack mode of these tentacles was not fatal, but more like a warning to expel them. He tried to inject a trace of order power into the tentacles, and the tentacles quickly retracted like frightened creatures. The door of the building slowly opened, revealing a faint blue light. Can they sense the energy of the law? Lin Yang's heart moved, he shut down the attack system, and walked out of the submarine alone. The ultra-high pressure on the seabed was nothing compared to the protective suit made of collapsed star matter. He walked steadily into the crystal building. Inside was a huge circular hall with a beating blue heart suspended in the center. The surface of the heart was wrapped with dark purple chaotic energy. It was the homologous body of the Heart of Void, but the energy level was several dimensions lower. Outside, the controller of the law. A voice composed of the sound of countless bubbles bursting echoed in the hall. Lin Yang looked up and saw a huge face made of water emerging on the dome. We, the Yuanlan tribe, guarded the chaos of the Earth's core, but were attacked by the chaos. The truth gradually became clear. The Yuanlan tribe was a deep-sea civilization born in the early stages of the Earth's evolution. They survived by absorbing the chaotic energy released by the Earth's core, but they overexpended it over a long period of time, causing abnormal eruptions of chaotic energy in the Earth's core, which in turn affected the balance of the laws of the main universe. The blue heart was their creation that tried to control the chaotic energy, but it was eroded by the dark purple chaotic dark side, forming a miniature erosion heart. You must stop over-absorbing chaotic energy. The seven-colored divine seal between Lin Yang's eyebrows lit up, and the Hongmeng creation order in the divine seal automatically analyzed the law of balance. The chaotic energy of the Earth's core is an important part of the Earth's ecology. Overexploitation will lead to abnormal plate movement, drastic climate changes, and eventually destroy the entire planet. Stop, it means our demise. Shui Lu's face showed a painful expression. Chaos is the source of our life. At this moment, the blue heart suddenly beat violently, dark purple energy surged out like a tide, and the water in the hall began to spin wildly, forming a huge vortex. Lin Yang's body of the origin law sent a warning. This miniature erosion heart accelerated the collapse process because of his arrival. Zhao Yu, start the submarine space folding engine and prepare to evacuate. Lin Yang sent instructions to the submarine while injecting the power of order in the divine seal into the blue heart, trying to stabilize its energy fluctuations. However, the erosion of the dark purple energy was far beyond expectations, and countless cracks appeared on the surface of the heart, and it was about to explode. At the critical moment, Lin Yang suddenly remembered a product in the Chaos Mall Law Balance Anchor Point. He immediately spent 1,000 Chaos Points to exchange it, and a golden disc engraved with a yin-yang fish pattern appeared in his palm. When the disc touched the blue heart, a miracle happened. The dark purple energy was quickly purified and transformed into pure chaos energy, and the blue heart resumed its stable beating frequency, and the colorful patterns on the surface emerged from the same source as the divine seal. This is the power of the law of balance. The waterflow face exclaimed, the Yuanlan clan is willing to accept a new way of survival. Lin Yang embedded the law balance anchor point into the energy channel between the Earth's core and the deep-sea civilization, and established an automatically regulated chaotic energy supply system. After doing all this, he turned and walked towards the submarine. The crystal building behind him began to glow with a healthy blue light. The spiritual waves of the Abyssal Blue clan were filled with gratitude and the joy of a new life. Back in the lab, Zhao Yu was still in shock from what he had just experienced. Lin Yang, who are those underwater people from? Lin Yang looked at the deep-sea area on the star map that had returned to normal and smiled slightly. It's just a group of neighbors who accidentally went astray. His cell phone rang, and the godly rich sign-in system prompt sounded. Deep-sea law balance mission completed. Rewards, Chaos Energy Affinity plus 10%, Abyssal Blue Civilization Favorability Max. New mission released, investigate the abnormal magnetic field in the Arctic Circle, suspected remains of alien civilization. Lin Yan put away his phone and looked out the window at the blue sky. From signing in at the university dormitory to maintaining the balance of the laws of the main universe, his life has long been closely linked to the fate of the entire universe.
Next stop, the North Pole.
Lin Yang said to Zhao Yu, his eyes gleaming with the light of exploring the unknown. It seems that our daily life is destined to be extraordinary. The sun shines again, illuminating the Abyss Walker quietly suspended in the laboratory, and also illuminating Lin Yang's road to becoming a super rich man full of infinite possibilities.
His legend continues to write a new chapter in the process of protection and exploration. Chapter 57, North Star Track. Dimensional resonance of alien relics and spacetime rifts.
In the Arctic Ocean shrouded in polar night, the Abyss Walker broke through the waves of the dark blue sea, and the ice crystals condensed on the hull refracted tiny rays of light under the searchlight. Lin Yan looked at the distant aurora through the observation crystal. The green light bands surged on the sky, but irregular geometric patterns were faintly visible. That was the abnormal magnetic field area marked by the godly Sign-In System, and the intensity was enough to distort radar waves.
Space anchor fluctuations detected.
The voice of the mechanical Zerg Queen came from the communicator. The space-time curvature in the core area of the magnetic field is abnormal. It is homologous to the black hole turbulence in the Gamma 37 universe, but the energy level is lower.
It seems like some kind of artificial dimensional rift?
Zhao Yu lay in front of the console, his fingers tapping the keyboard quickly. The radar shows that there is a giant metal structure under the ice layer.
The structure is beyond the cognition of known civilizations, and the surface is covered with patterns similar to star maps?
The submarine dived into the crack of the ice layer, and the scene below made the pupils of the two people shrink. Suddenly, a circular building with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers was buried deep under the ice, and the outer wall was made of dark silver metal, engraved with flowing Star Trek patterns. 12 energy pillars stood on the top of the building, each of which was connected to the colorful light band that was faintly visible in the void, and the other end of the light band extended to an unknown dimension. Lin Yang activated the Eye of All-Seeing, and a scarlet warning popped up on his retina. The remains of an alien civilization, the Star Trek hub, is using the magnetic field of the North Pole to stabilize the cross-dimensional channel. The energy source is suspected to be the residual fluctuations of the Heart of Void.
The residual fluctuations of the Heart of the Void?
Lin Yang's fingertips touched the hull of the boat, and he could clearly feel the familiar dark purple energy emanating from the metal object. The chaos core in the divine seal suddenly trembled violently, and the remaining fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness emerged with a broken picture. Star Trek hub.
A transit station for multiverse smugglers. The Void believers used this to transport the law pollution.
The circular building suddenly hummed, and 12 energy columns burst into strong light at the same time.
The aurora above the ice layer instantly twisted into a hexagram.
The Abyss Walker was pulled by an invisible force and passed through the energy barrier on the outer wall of the building and entered the empty cavity inside.
Countless metal cubes floated in the cavity, each of which was engraved with symbols of different civilizations.
In the center was suspended a crystal ball emitting a faint blue light, and the North Star map flowed on the surface of the sphere.
Is this a star map navigator?
Zhao Yu pointed at the crystal ball. These cubes are like coordinate storage units? Lin Yang's eyebrow seal lit up, and colorful light poured into the crystal ball, instantly analyzing a huge flow of information. The Star Trek hub was built by a declining interstellar civilization to mark traversable dimensional channels, and the Void believers had tampered with its coordinate system and marked several heavily polluted parallel universes as safe zones. Suddenly, the crystal ball burst into a dazzling red light, and all the metal cubes began to vibrate violently. The Star Trek pattern on the outer wall of the building lit up with dark purple lines, and the 12 energy columns no longer emitted colorful light bands, but violent space turbulence. Lin Yang's body of the origin law felt torn. Not good.
Someone is remotely activating the self-destruction program of the hub, trying to cause dimensional collapse.
He immediately mobilized the power of order in the divine seal and built an energy barrier around the crystal ball. But the dark purple energy poured in like a tide, and the space turbulence began to cut the cavity structure. Zhao Yu suddenly pointed at a metal cube flashing red light. Lin Yang.
The energy fluctuations of this cube are the same as our universe.
Lin Yang looked closely and saw the star map coordinates of the blue star engraved on the surface of the cube, and there was a line of tiny Hongmeng runes in the corner that was the mark of the law left when he repaired the multiverse.
The Void believers want to mark our universe as a polluted area.
Lin Yang instantly understood the other party's intention. Once the hub self-destructs, the dimensional collapse will anchor the abnormal energy here at the Earth's coordinates, triggering a chain reaction. He suddenly connected the divine seal with the cube, and the power of faith of trillions of believers poured in like a torrent. The dark purple lines on the surface of the cube were covered with colorful light, and the pure universe coordinates reappeared. At this time, the energy column on the top of the building began to disintegrate, and the vortex formed by the space turbulence had swallowed up most of the cavity. Lin Yang made a prompt decision and exchanged all the chaos points for dimensional stability anchors. 12 golden anchor points flew out and were embedded in the base of the energy column. A miracle happened. The violent space turbulence was forcibly combed, the dark purple energy quickly dissipated, the 12 energy columns re-emitted soft-colored light bands, and the Star Trek pattern on the outer wall of the building resumed normal operation.
The dimensional channel has stabilized. The mechanical Zerg Queen's voice was filled with a hint of amazement. The control of the Star Trek hub is being transferred to the Divine Seal?
Lin Yang watched as the Divine Seal between his eyebrows established a link with the crystal ball. Countless dimensional coordinate information streams poured into his sea of consciousness. One of the coordinates was particularly clear. It was a stable channel connecting the main universe and the Alpha 7 parallel universe.
It seems that we have accidentally obtained an interdimensional transit station.
Lin Yang stroked the crystal ball, and a three-dimensional model of the blue planet emerged on the surface of the sphere.
Zhao Yu, record this coordinate.
It may become a springboard for us to explore the universe in the future.
He turned and looked at the cavity that was gradually calming down.
The metal cubes engraved with symbols of different civilizations were being rearranged, emitting a harmonious resonance. As we left the Star Trek hub, the polar night of the Arctic Ocean gradually faded away, and the first rays of sunlight penetrated the ice, illuminating the Star Trek pattern on the building's exterior wall.
North Star Trek mission completed.
Rewards: Dimensional Coordinate Analysis Rights, Star Trek Hub Control. New mission released: Investigate the abnormal energy reaction in the Sahara Desert, suspected residual fluctuations of the light-tracing holy artifact. Lin Yang looked at the screen of his mobile phone with a smile on his face. The road to counterattack that started from signing in at university has now extended to the exploration of the mysteries of the cosmic dimension. He knows that the residual influence of the Heart of Void is still lurking in various parts of the universe, but as long as the light in his heart is not extinguished, every sign-in and every exploration will become a force to protect this starry sky.
Next stop, Sahara.
Lin Yang activated the Abyss Walker, and the submarine cut through the surface of the Arctic Ocean like a silver arrow.
I wonder what kind of surprise we will encounter this time.
The sun shines on his young face, reflecting the longing and determination for the unknown in his eyes. Lin Yang's life of a super-rich man continues to write his legendary chapter on his journey across the stars and dimensions.
Chapter 58, Sahara Blaze. The remnant of the sacred relic and the ancient watcher under the desert.
At noon in the Sahara Desert, the sun was like molten metal splashing on the endless sand, and the air was twisted into hot ripples. Lin Yang drove the Sandstorm Walker off-road vehicle that had been transformed by chaos energy and carried Zhao Yu through the sand dunes. The God Seal detector on the roof was flashing red light at a frequency visible to the naked eye, and the pointer was pointing madly into the depths of the desert. The remnant of the energy of the light-tracing relic is detected. The voice of the mechanical Zerg Queen came from the vehicle terminal. Although the signal strength is weak, the frequency of the fluctuation is highly consistent with the fourth relic, the Ice Crystal Ring, and mixed with a trace of the law of the Hongmeng creation order.
Zhao Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and stared at the expanding red area on the navigation screen. What kind of remnant of the relic can there be in this damn place? Could it be that some ancient civilization buried the treasure in the sand?
The off-road vehicle rolled over a huge sand dune, and the scene in front of them made the two of them hold their breath for a moment. In a circular area with a diameter of nearly 10 kilometers, the gravel showed a strange crystal shape, and in the center stood an obelisk made of pure white crystals. The body of the obelisk was engraved with runes similar to the holy relics of light tracing, but it also revealed the vicissitudes of ancient atmosphere. A transparent crystal fragment was suspended on the top of the obelisk, rotating slowly, and every rotation spread a circle of light blue energy ripples, which resonated faintly with Lin Yang's eyebrow heart seal.
Is this a fragment of the light tracing relic?
Lin Yang pushed open the car door, and hot air mixed with tiny energy particles rushed towards him. He approached the obelisk, and the moment the all-seeing eye was activated, a large amount of incomplete information popped up on his retina. Ancient Watcher Relic's holy monument, used to seal the fragments of the light-tracing relic, the builder, is unknown, and the energy source is the same as the Hongmeng creation order. Suddenly, the runes on the surface of the obelisk lit up with a blood-red light, and countless giant snakes condensed from sand emerged from the crystallized gravel on the ground. The snake pupils flashed with dark purple light, and opened their huge mouths to spew out a highly corrosive sandstorm.
Zhao Yu screamed and hid behind the car. Have these sands become spirits?
Lin Yang waved the divine seal, and the colorful light formed a barrier to block the sandstorm, but found that the giant snakes were quickly disintegrated after being hit by the light, and then recondensed in the crystallized gravel. Their real bodies are underground. Lin Yang injected the power of order into the ground. The crystalline sand and gravel solidified instantly, revealing the intricate energy veins underground. These veins were like huge roots, deeply rooted in the bottom of the obelisk. At the core of the root system, the shadow of a broken ice crystal ring could be vaguely seen. It was the fragment of the fourth holy relic of light. So that's how it is. The fragments of the light-tracing relic resonated with the earth veins and formed this energy field. Lin Yang suddenly realized, and these sand snakes are the defense mechanism of the ruins. They became aggressive after being contaminated by the power of void. He tried to purify the sand snakes with the Chaos Codex, but found that the dark purple energy was like a maggot attached to the bones, which quickly gathered again after being dispersed. The Chaos Core in the Divine Seal suddenly vibrated violently, and the remaining fragments of consciousness of the man in black robe revealed a memory, the Holy Relics Monument, built by ancient civilization to suppress the out-of-control fragments of holy relics. The believers of the void erosion once tried to use the unstable energy of the fragments to create chaos. Lin Yang's heart moved, and he stopped attacking the sand snake. Instead, he placed the divine seal close to the obelisk and injected a trace of the energy of the Hongmeng creation order. A miracle happened. The blood-red runes on the obelisk gradually faded, revealing pure white again. The energy veins underground began to shrink, and the dark purple energy on the sand snake quickly dissipated and turned into ordinary gravel. The crystal fragments suspended at the top made a crisp sound, turned into a stream of light and merged into Lin Yang's divine seal, instantly replenishing a large amount of law energy. Lin Yang! Look, the runes on the obelisk are lighting up. Zhao Yu pointed at the obelisk and saw that the originally blurry runes became clearly visible, forming a huge star map. In the center of the star map was marked a familiar coordinate, the Earth. And on the edge of the star map, there was a line of tiny Hongmeng characters engraved: "The Watcher has fallen asleep, waiting for the Son of Light to restart." Son of Light? Lin Yang muttered to himself. The Hongmeng creation order in the divine seal suddenly resonated, and the star map on the monument began to rotate, projecting a beam of light that pointed deeper into the desert. The mechanical Zerg Queen's voice was full of surprise. Deep underground where the beam is pointing, there is a confined space with extremely strong energy reactions. The structure is similar to a hibernation capsule? The two drove the off-road vehicle and followed the beam of light. Under the sand dunes several kilometers away, they found a metal hatch covered with quicksand. The hatch was engraved with the same runes as the obelisk. Lin Yang pressed the divine seal on the door, and the hatch slid open silently, revealing an alloy passage extending downward. The inner wall of the passage emitted a soft white light, and the wall was inlaid with countless crystals, each of which recorded different star maps and civilization information. At the end of the passage was a huge circular cabin, with an egg-shaped hibernation cabin emitting colorful light suspended in the center. A humanoid creature was sleeping in the cabin. He was wearing simple silver armor, with a fragment of the light-tracing relic inlaid between his brows. A light band composed of law energy surrounded his body. He was an ancient guardian of the law. Is this the Watcher? Lin Yang approached the hibernation chamber, and the divine seal resonated strongly with the fragment of the holy object between the other party's eyebrows. The energy shield of the hibernation chamber was automatically lifted, and the Watcher slowly opened his eyes, with star-like light flashing in his eyes. Son of Light. I finally waited for you. The voice of the Watcher was like an echo spanning billions of years, gently vibrating in the cabin. He told Lin Yang that in ancient times, there were many law guardians like him in the universe, who were responsible for guarding the light-tracing holy relics scattered on the stars to prevent them from falling into the hands of evil forces. And he was the Watcher sent to Earth to guard the fragments of the holy relics. After sealing the out-of-control fragments, he fell into a deep sleep, waiting for the arrival of the Son of Light with the divine seal. The shadow of the heart of the void has never left this universe. The Watcher's eyes were deep. Even in a remote galaxy like Earth, there are its minions operating in secret. Son of Light, the burden on your shoulders is far heavier than you think. He raised his hand and waved, and the crystals on the walls of the cabin lit up one after another, showing the various traces left by the void believers on Earth from the sinking of Atlantis to the disappearance of Mayan civilization. There is the shadow of the power of the void behind them. Before leaving, the Watcher merged the fragment of the light-tracing relic between his eyebrows into Lin Yang's divine seal, and at the same time taught him an ancient piece of knowledge about the origin of the light-tracing relic. Sahara Relics mission completed. Rewards: Ancient Watcher's Legacy, Light-Tracing Relic Fragment X1, Void Follower Activity Information.
New mission released: investigate the abnormal spatial fluctuations in the Bermuda Triangle, suspected secret base of the Void Believers. After leaving the hibernation chamber, Lin Yang looked back and saw the Watcher close his eyes again. The energy shield of the hibernation chamber slowly closed, and the crystal light in the passage gradually dimmed. Zhao Yu looked at the newly added holy relic fragments in Lin Yang's eyebrow seal and couldn't help asking, "Lin Yang, how many of these ancient guardians are there?" Lin Yang looked at the boundless Sahara Desert. The sun was still blazing, but his heart was already filled with turbulent waves. He knew that the threat of the Heart of Void was far from over. There were still countless secrets waiting to be revealed on Earth and even in the wider universe. Let's go, next stop is Bermuda. Lin Yang started the sandstorm walker and the off-road vehicle sped through the sand dunes again. Our world is more complicated than we imagined. The setting sun stretched the shadow of the SUV very long. Lin Yang held the steering wheel with a determined light in his eyes. The road to counterattack that started from signing in at the university is now closely linked to the ancient watch and the fate of the universe. He knows that every step in the future is full of challenges, but as long as the light in his heart is not extinguished, it will surely dispel all the darkness. Lin Yang's life as a super-rich man continues to write more magnificent chapters as he uncovers ancient secrets and fights against hidden threats. Chapter 59, Bermuda Trek. Space Vortex in the deep-sea stronghold of the Void Believers. The Atlantic Ocean was raining heavily, and the Abyss Walker 2 submarine was sneaking in the black waves of the Bermuda Triangle. Lin Yang stared at the magnetic field ripples that were constantly twisting on the sonar screen, and the red light of the God Seal detector was about to flash. The magnetic field strength is more than 3 times that of the North Star orbit hub, and the space turbulence forms a natural dimensional barrier. There is indeed a problem here. Zhao Yu huddled in his seat, holding his thermos cup. The planes and ships that disappeared in Bermuda were said to be caused by this group of Void Believers, right? The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen lit up on the console, and the metallic voice sounded alert. A strong energy field has been detected in the deep sea, which is interfering with the submarine's spatial positioning system. According to spectral analysis, the core of the energy field contains a large number of dark purple void particles. The submarine broke through a transparent barrier visible to the naked eye, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was not the dark deep sea, but a sky with glowing jellyfish floating in it. Below was a huge building complex made of black crystals, and countless strangely shaped spaceships shuttled between the buildings, with the same dark purple hexagram logo engraved on the hull. Lin Yang's all-seeing eye was activated, and a scarlet warning popped up on his retina. The secret base of the Void Believers, Abyss Fortress, has mastered the space-folding technology and is using the Bermuda magnetic field to stabilize the interdimensional channel. Not good. They are building a second Star Trek hub. Lin Yang controlled the submarine to hide behind a giant coral reef. He saw a 100-meter-high energy tower standing in the center of the fortress. The top of the tower was connected to a constantly rotating black vortex. Countless dark purple energy flows flowed out of the vortex and poured into the law furnace at the bottom of the tower. The chaos core in the divine seal vibrated violently, and the remaining fragments of the black-robed man's consciousness emerged with a memory picture: Abyss Fortress. The Earth headquarters of the Void Believers, attempting to use the energy of the Earth's core to hatch the secondary Void Heart. Suddenly, a patrol ship spotted the submarine, and its searchlight swept over like a sharp sword. Lin Yang immediately activated the Chaos Invisibility Field, and silver-black ripples appeared on the surface of the submarine, successfully avoiding the scan. But he noticed that in the cockpit of the patrol ship, the pilot was a humanoid creature wearing a human suit, but there was a dark purple crystal inlaid between his eyebrows. These Void Believers have infiltrated human society. Queen, analyze the loopholes in the fortress's defense system. Lin Yang opened the Chaos Maul and searched for anti-erosion weapons. He quickly locked onto a holy light purification bomb. The description showed that it could use the energy of the light tracing relic to neutralize the erosion particles. He spent 2,000 chaos points to exchange it, and the submarine launch bay was instantly filled with 12 missiles emitting colorful light. At this moment, the energy tower suddenly burst into a piercing buzzing sound. The black vortex expanded several times, a violent space turbulence poured down, the seawater around the fortress was instantly evaporated, revealing a huge law array diagram on the seabed. Lin Yang's body of the origin of the law sent a strong warning: they are forcibly opening the dimensional channel to transmit the secondary heart of the erosion. He no longer hid, and controlled the submarine to rush out of the coral reef. The holy light purification bombs were fired one after another, accurately hitting the 12 supporting pillars of the energy tower. The moment the purification bombs exploded, the colorful light spread like a tide, the dark purple energy flow was quickly neutralized, and the void runes on the supporting pillars collapsed one after another.
The spaceships of the Void Believers swarmed in, and the dark purple beams they fired hit the submarine's hull, but were bounced off one by the chaos force field.
Lin Yang.
The core of the energy tower is self-destructing. Zhao Yu pointed at the screen, and saw that the law furnace at the bottom of the tower began to vibrate violently, and the dark purple energy ran wildly out of control. Lin Yang remembered the lesson in the Omega Zero universe, and immediately mobilized the power of order in the Divine Seal to build a multi-layer energy barrier around the furnace. However, the explosive power of the erosion energy was far beyond expectations, and the barrier was broken layer by layer, and it seemed that it was about to affect the entire fortress. At the critical moment, Lin Yang suddenly remembered the inheritance of the ancient Watcher light tracing resonance. He gathered the energy of all the light tracing relics in the Divine Seal, forming a brilliant beam of light that shot towards the furnace.
A miracle happened. The violet erosion energy was quickly purified in the beam of light and transformed into pure chaotic energy.
The core of the furnace actually stabilized again and turned into an energy crystal that emitted a soft light. This is the purifying power of the light tracing relic. The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flashed. The conspiracy of the Void Believers has been thwarted. The Void Believers in the fortress fell into chaos, some spaceships began to evacuate, and others launched a crazy suicide attack on the submarine. Lin Yang controlled the submarine to go deep into the core of the fortress and discovered the shocking truth. In a secret room, dozens of humans were imprisoned in the center of the secret room, and dark purple crystals were implanted in their brows, and they were forced to undergo the law energy conversion experiment.
These are kidnapped scientists.
Zhao Yu looked at the experimental records on the monitoring screen, his face pale. The Void Believers have been using human wisdom to study the law technology.
Lin Yang immediately used chaos energy to destroy the crystals and released all the imprisoned scientists.
When the last scientist woke up, the wall of the secret room suddenly cracked, revealing a huge database behind it, with countless crystal columns storing the secrets of the Void Believers neatly arranged. Lin Yang linked the seal to the database, and a huge amount of information poured into his sea of consciousness. The organizational structure of the followers of the Void, all their bases on Earth, and even their connections with evil forces in other parallel universes were analyzed one by one. The reminder sound of the godly sign-in system sounded at the right time.
Bermuda Abyss mission completed. Rewards: complete information on the Void Believer, space law stabilization technology, light tracing resonance proficiency plus 20%.
New mission released: clear the strongholds of the Void Believers on the surface of the Earth and restore the balance of the main universe law. When we left Bermuda, the rainstorm had stopped and the sun rose from the sea level, dyeing the sea water golden. Lin Yang stood in front of the submarine's observation window, looking at the Abyss Fortress gradually receding, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. From the ordinary sign-in the university dormitory to now exposing and defeating the huge conspiracy of the Void Believers, his life has long surpassed the ordinary.
Zhao Yu, Lin Yang suddenly said, "Do you believe it? We just saved the Earth."
Zhao Yu looked at the light in Lin Yang's eyes and nodded vigorously. "I believe it.
After going through so much with you, what is impossible?"
Back on land, Lin Yang used the intelligence obtained from the Abyss Fortress and united secret organizations from various countries to start a comprehensive crackdown on the followers of the Void. With the help of the Divine Seal and Chaos technology, the Void strongholds hidden around the world were removed one by one, the polluted law energy was purified, and the balance of the laws of the Earth was gradually restored. After everything was settled, Lin Yang stood on the top floor of the New Order Technology headquarters, overlooking the bustling city. The interface of the godly sign-in system lit up again. This time there was no urgent task, only a line of warm reminder. The balance of the main universe law has been restored. Congratulations to the host Lin Yang for completing the phased protection mission.
Daily sign-in has been updated. Do you want to sign in today? Lin Yang smiled and clicked sign in. Today's sign-in completed. Rewards: Peace of Mind X1, Friend Bond Zhao Yu Intimacy plus 10.
The sun shines on his face, warm and calm. The boy who once fought back has now become the guardian of the laws that protect the world. But he knows that this is not the end, but a new beginning. The mysteries of the universe are endless, and the shadow of the heart of the Void may still be lurking in a corner, waiting for the opportunity to rise again.
But Lin Yang is no longer confused or alone.
He has a trustworthy partner, increasingly powerful strength, and a heart that protects the light. His cell phone rang. It was Zhao Yu asking him to play basketball. Lin Yang smiled and replied, "I'll be there soon," and turned away from the window. Lin Yang's life as a super rich man has finally returned to his daily peace after experiencing cosmic adventures and challenges.
But under this peace is a more firm belief and infinite longing for the future.
No matter how many unknown challenges there are in the future, he will continue on the road to super rich with the original intention he started in college, and write his own legend.
Chapter 60 Daily Restart. Campus Sign-In and Multiverse Coffee Time.
The morning sun shone through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on Lin Yang's desk. The phone screen lit up on time, and the reminder tone of the Xinhao Sign-In System sounded softly, no longer an emergency alarm, but a daily greeting like a morning alarm clock.
Today's sign-in has been opened. Host, do you want to sign in?
Lin Yang rubbed his eyes and raised a familiar smile. After experiencing the ups and downs of the multiverse, returning to the daily life of the campus seemed particularly precious. He clicked the screen, and the familiar mechanical voice sounded again.
Sign in successfully.
Rewards: Special Blue Mountain Coffee Beans x 1 pound, Increased Classroom Concentration x 1 day. A delicate vacuum-packed coffee bean appeared out of thin air on the desk, exuding a rich aroma. Lin Yang stood up and walked to the kitchen, skillfully operating the interstellar coffee machine exchanged with chaos points. When the mellow aroma of coffee spread, Zhao Yu pushed the door open with a messy hair, waving a flyer in his hand.
Lin Yang. Look.
The school is going to hold a cosmic culture festival and they have invited an interstellar communication envoy to give a speech.
Zhao Yu said excitedly, the name sounds sci-fi. Could it be that some sci-fi writer is trying to create a hype?
Lin Yang took the flyer and his eyes fell on the photo of the interstellar communication envoy. The smile on his lips paused slightly. The envoy in the photo was the diplomat of the silicon-based civilization he had saved in the Zeta 61 universe. At this moment, he was wearing a human suit and a pair of sunglasses to hide his compound eyes. The divine seal on his forehead was slightly hot, and an encrypted mental wave came. The main universe cultural infiltration plan has been launched, requesting the host to cooperate in maintaining the envoy identity.
It's quite interesting. Let's go and take a look. Lin Yang handed the brewed coffee to Zhao Yu. Maybe we can really hear some cosmic insights. The Cosmic Culture Festival was packed with people.
The silicon-based diplomat stood on the stage, speaking in a gentle voice processed by a translator about the social structure of alien civilizations. Lin Yang sat in the audience, using chaos energy to fine-tune the frequency of the translator to ensure that no legal terms would be leaked. At the same time, he noticed a few figures in the crowd with dark purple light flashing between their brows. They were the remnants of the Void Believers, trying to disrupt the speech.
Zhao Yu, look at those people. Are there any signs of something wrong? Lin Yang gestured calmly.
Zhao Yu followed his gaze and scratched his head. Nothing, they just listened very carefully. Lin Yang said no more, and quietly gathered a trace of order power at his fingertips, which turned into a barely perceptible light thread and floated towards the few people. The moment the light thread touched their brows, the dark purple light quickly faded, and the few people showed confused expressions, as if they had just woken up from a dream.
The silicon-based diplomat looked at Lin Yang gratefully, and the speech ended successfully.
After the cultural festival, the silicon-based diplomat found Lin Yang backstage and handed him a crystal that was flashing blue light. This is the mind-sharing crystal from Zeta 61.
It records the results of our civilization's integration of art and science.
I hope it can inspire the development of the main universe.
Lin Yang took the crystal, and the divine seal automatically analyzed the knowledge in it. Countless information about dimensional art and energy aesthetics poured into his mind. He suddenly remembered the civilization tree cultivation plan in the Chaos Mall.
Perhaps this knowledge could be integrated into it to promote the diversified development of Earth civilization. In the evening, Lin Yang received a communication request from the mechanical Zerg Queen. The projection lit up, and the Queen's mechanical body appeared in the center of the dormitory, with the background being the Alpha 7 cosmic star map being rebuilt. Host, the ecological reconstruction of Alpha 7 has been completed by 87%.
The Queen's voice was a little happy.
According to your suggestion, we have set up a law education base around the newborn star and invite young civilizations from all parallel universes to visit and learn. Well done, Lin Yang nodded. Remember, the application of the laws must be based on respect for life.
He thought of the decisive battle in the Omega Zero universe. It was the belief in life that allowed him to finally defeat the heart of the void. After hanging up the call, Lin Yang walked to the window and looked at the students coming and going on campus.
They might not know that just now, a cross-dimensional civilization exchange had just ended, and the balance of the laws of the Earth was delicately maintained again. The phone rang again. This time it was Su Qing's video request. The image of the light-winged girl appeared on the screen, with the golden dome of the Court of Order behind her. Lin Yang, the seminar on the laws of the multiverse is about to begin.
Are you sure you don't want to host it in person?
The chief of the Dragon Clan has prepared a jar of 1,000-year-old dragon blood wine. Lin Yang smiled and shook his head. I am just an ordinary college student now, so it is more appropriate for you professional law guardians to preside over it.
Please give my regards to everyone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yang took a deep breath.
The multiverse that was once out of reach has now become a part of his daily life. The sign-in system for the rich no longer just provides material rewards, but is more like a bridge connecting him to this vast universe. He sat back at his desk, opened the Chaos Mall, and began to browse the newly listed products. A product called Memory Crystal College Time caught his attention, and the price was only 1 point. Lin Yang clicked to buy, and a memory crystal that recorded all his time since signing in on the first day of college appeared in his palm. In the crystal, the boy who was surprised by the screen of his mobile phone and the university dormitory and himself who can maintain the balance of the laws of the universe while chatting and laughing overlap in light and shadow. Lin Yang smiled slightly and put the crystal away properly. The sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the warm street lights on the campus lit up.
Lin Yang picked up his school bag and prepared to go to the evening self-study.
When passing by the basketball court, Xiaoyu called him, Lin Yang.
Want a game?
Okay.
Lin Yang put down his school bag and took the basketball.
The basketball spun on his fingertips, with a familiar touch. He dribbled, jumped, and shot.
The basketball drew a perfect arc in the air and went into the net.
The students watching cheered. Lin Yang smiled and high-fived Xiaoyu, sweat running down his forehead, carrying the breath of youth. At this moment, he was not a guardian of the law, but just an ordinary college student enjoying the simplest happiness. Back in the dormitory, Lin Yang turned on his laptop and began to organize the knowledge he had gained from the silicon-based civilization during the day. The interface of the godly sign-in system lit up again, and a new daily task popped up. Daily tasks: help classmates solve learning problems.
Task reward: knowledge integration x1, classmate favorability +5. Lin Yang smiled and clicked to accept the task.
After experiencing a cosmic adventure, his life as a super rich man finally returned to his daily life on campus. But beneath this daily life is a broader cosmic vision and a more determined heart to protect. He knows that no matter what he encounters in the future, the original intention of signing in since college will always guide him to write his own extraordinary legend in his ordinary daily life. And this may be the most precious gift given to him by the sign-in system of the rich.
Chapter 61, Star Trek Express. Chaos Mall and the wonderful daily life of interdimensional takeaway.
The morning sun shone through the glass windows of the library, casting a spot of light on Lin Yang's open quantum physics textbook. His fingertips slid across the pages, and the divine seal flickered imperceptibly between his eyebrows, instantly transforming the obscure theoretical knowledge into a clear law model.
Suddenly, the phone vibrated on the corner of the table, and an urgent reminder popped up on the godly rich sign-in system interface. Warning! Chaos Mall logistics system detected abnormal fluctuations in the dimensional channel. Detected that an unknown civilization accidentally triggered the cross-universe takeaway function.
The order has been generated and needs to be handled by the host personally. Lin Yang raised his eyebrows, remembering that not long ago, in order to facilitate communication between the guardians of the laws of the universe, he opened the interdimensional logistics test function in the Chaos Mall backstage, but he didn't expect that someone would really operate it by mistake. He quickly packed up his things and left the library. In an empty corner, he activated the Star Trek Hub Link function.
Ripples appeared in the space in front of him, and a courier box emitting a rainbow halo appeared out of thin air.
The box was printed with crooked alien words, urgent. Please quickly deliver anti-entropy ice cream to the Beta 12 universe.
Anti-entropy ice cream? Lin Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened the express box and found a melting purple cone inside. A weak entropy reduction force field surrounded the cone.
He immediately mobilized the power of order in the divine seal to stabilize the force field. At the same time, he checked the sender's information through the logistics system. It showed that it was from the Evolution Playground in the Beta 12 universe, an interdimensional entertainment venue run by mutant creatures. When Lin Yang was teleported to Beta 12 through the Star Trek hub, he was shocked by the scene before him. On the huge green lawn, a winged lion and a crystal-textured rabbit were chasing each other, and in the center of the amusement park, there was a long line in front of an ice cream truck made of jelly-like creatures, and every customer was holding up a mobile phone, a communicator adapted for the dimension, and taking pictures frantically. Oh my god of laws! You are finally here! A jelly creature with a creamy hairstyle rushed over. Our anti-entropy ice cream machine suddenly broke down, and all the ice cream is melting quickly.
If this continues, the customers will riot.
Lin Yang approached the ice cream truck and found that the core of the machine was blocked by a ball of dark purple energy. It was the entropy turbulence left over from the heart of erosion. He took out the fragment of the law of entropy increase from the divine seal and injected pure order energy into it. The dark purple energy was quickly purified. The ice cream machine started running again, and the purple cones sprayed out were surrounded by a stable entropy reduction aura. The jelly boss was grateful and gave Lin Yang a lifetime free coupon. In the future, when you come to consume, you can eat all the anti-entropy desserts as much as you want. After resolving the courier crisis, Lin Yang just returned to the main universe when he received a call from Zhao Yu. With an anxious tone, Lin Yang, come to the school gate quickly, someone is selling alien pets, they look so pitiful. Lin Yang rushed to the scene, only to see a hooded vendor with several glass jars in front of him. There were strange creatures in the jars: a bird with 6 eyes, and a hamster with an energy core beating in its transparent body. The divine seal suddenly sounded a warning, and Lin Yang's all-seeing eye was activated, and he found that these creatures were implanted with dark purple control chips, which were the biological probes used by the void believers to infiltrate the universe. He walked to the vendor calmly, and his fingertips passed over the glass jar, and the chaotic energy instantly destroyed the chip. The creatures regained their vitality, jumped out of the jar and flew into the sky. One of the transparent hamsters even rubbed Lin Yang's shoulder and left an energy crystal as a thank you gift. The vendor's face changed drastically, and he turned around to escape, but Lin Yang used the power of order to freeze him in place. He lifted his hood, revealing the dark purple crystal between his eyebrows. You are the guardian of the law? Lin Yang confiscated all the biological probes on him, and contacted the mechanical Zerg Queen through the Star Trek hub. Send these probes to the Purification Center and find out their source. After dealing with the little tricks of the void believers, Lin Yang was about to return to the dormitory when the divine seal received an urgent communication from the silicon-based diplomat. In the projection, the diplomat's metal face was a little flustered. Lin Yang, we encountered trouble at the cultural exchange exhibition on Earth. The dimensional cube we brought was swallowed by a human child by mistake. Lin Yang rushed to the exhibition hall and saw a little boy crying, with a strange space-folding sound coming from his stomach. He comforted the child, took out the space foreign matter extractor from the Chaos Mall, and carefully removed the Rubik's Cube stuck in the boy's esophagus. As soon as the Rubik's Cube left the human body, it burst into colorful light, projecting a miniature multiverse model on the ground, attracting bursts of amazement from the onlookers. The silicon-based diplomat wiped the non-existent sweat. Thank you so much. If this dimensional space were to unfold inside a child's body, the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Yang resealed the Rubik's Cube and watched the boy burst into laughter. He suddenly felt that these seemingly troublesome daily routines were the true meaning of protecting the universe. In the evening, Lin Yang received a Star Trek Express from the Alpha 7 universe. It was a 1,000-year-old dragon blood wine sent by the Dragon Clan leader, and attached a holographic invitation, multiverse barbecue party invitation. You and your friends are sincerely invited to attend. He smiled and called Zhao Yu. Are you free tonight? I'll take you to a special place for barbecue. When Zhao Yu followed Lin Yang through the Star Trek hub, he was speechless when he saw the barbecue grill suspended in the nebula and the dragon warriors flipping giant space squids. Su Qing handed him a string of grilled light crystals. Try it, this is the specialty of the Gamma 37 universe. The mechanical Zerg Queen brought a plate of interstellar salad seasoned with nanorobots. Lin Yang held up the dragon blood wine, watching his friends chatting and laughing under the starry sky. His heart was filled with warmth. The reminder sound of the godly sign-in system sounded softly. Today's special sign-in completed. Rewards: Interdimensional Friendship X1, Cosmic Grill Master Title. Daily Task Update: enjoy the ordinary campus life and discover the little happiness around you. He looked up at the bright stars. The universe that was once out of reach has now become a part of his life. But no matter which dimension he is in, the most precious things are still the people around him and the land under his feet. Lin Yang, this squid is so delicious. Zhao Yu's voice brought him back to reality. Can you come again next time? Lin Yang smiled and nodded. Of course, as long as you want. The barbecue party continued in the starry sky, and the laughter crossed dimensions and echoed in the vast universe. Lin Yang knew that there would be new challenges and unknowns in the future, but as long as he kept his original intention, even troubles such as interdimensional express delivery and alien pets could become wonderful scenery in life. And this is his unique daily life as a wealthy man. Chapter 62, Classroom Adventures. Loopholes in the rules and the hidden identities of the professors. The autumn sun shines through the windows of the lecture hall, casting mottled shadows on the blackboard. Lin Yang sits in the front row of the classroom, tapping the table unconsciously with his fingertips, and the divine seal between his eyebrows operates imperceptibly, automatically transforming the professor's advanced mathematics knowledge into law formulas. Suddenly, he notices that when the old professor on the podium is deriving differential equations, the trajectory of the chalk across the blackboard actually implies the law pattern of spacefolding. So this Lagrange mean value theorem is essentially a description of the derivative relationship in continuous space. The professor pushed his glasses and glanced at Lin Yang vaguely. However, in some special cases, there may be exceptions to the theorem. Just like the seemingly universal laws in the universe, there may also be hidden loopholes. Lin Yang's mind moved, and the divine seal instantly began to scan the old professor's body. Was covered with a weak energy field, which concealed the real law fluctuations tightly, but when he explained mathematical theorems, a trace of silver-black chaotic energy would unconsciously overflow from his fingertips.
This is not an ordinary university professor. Lin Yang thought of the dimensional camouflage technology of the Chaos Mall. Could it be that there are other guardians of the law hidden in the school?
After class, Lin Yang deliberately stayed in the classroom to organize his notes.
When the old professor was packing up the teaching aids, he suddenly said, "Lin Yang, you seem to be very interested in the exceptional things?"
When he turned around, the light reflected by his lenses faded, revealing a pair of eyes full of stars.
"Come to the physics lab on Friday night.
I want to talk to you about some extracurricular knowledge." Back in the dormitory, Lin Yang immediately retrieved the information of the school professor. The analysis results of the mechanical Zerg Queen soon came. The target person, Chen Mo, a professor of mathematics, has a normal resume on the surface, but a deep scan shows that his cells are over 300 years old, and his body contains stable space law energy, which is the same as the builder of the Star Trek hub. On Friday night, Lin Yang arrived at the physics laboratory on time. Professor Chen Mo was debugging a seemingly ordinary spectrometer, but the core of the instrument was inlaid with a miniature space crystal, the same material as the North Star orbit hub. "Have a seat," the professor handed him a cup of coffee with blue sparks. "This is brewed with antimatter annihilation energy, try it." The moment he drank the coffee, Lin Yang felt a pure space energy surge into his body. The divine seal resonated with the crystal, and a three-dimensional model of the Star Trek hub suddenly appeared on the wall of the laboratory. "It seems that your divine seal has integrated a lot of law energy," Professor Chen Mo smiled. "In fact, it's not just me, there are other old antiques in this university. For example, Professor Li, who teaches ancient Chinese. She was a clerk in Atlantis. Teacher Wang, who teaches physical education. Her body is a descendant of the Dragon Clan." At this moment, the alarm light in the laboratory suddenly lit up. Professor Chen Mo's face changed, and he pointed to the display screen of the spectrometer. "An unknown energy is infiltrating the school's law barrier.
The source is the computer department's computer room."
When the two arrived at the computer room, they saw countless data streams twisted into dark purple tentacles in the air, attacking the server cluster. A young man who looked like a student stood in the center, with the light of the virtual erosion crystal flashing between his eyebrows, and his hands frantically tapped the keyboard. "As long as we crack the school's network firewall, we can open a virtual channel to the Star Trek hub."
Another void believer.
Lin Yang waved his hand to unfold the barrier of order. The colorful light collided with the dark purple tentacles, stirring up data streams all over the sky. Professor Chen Mo took out a space crystal and pressed it on the server core. "This is the school's law firewall, which was built by several of us old guys.
I didn't expect it to be targeted."
Seeing that the situation was not good, the void believer suddenly detonated the law bomb he carried with him. Lin Yang was quick to wrap the bomb with the divine seal and teleported it to the abandoned dimension of the Star Trek hub. In the aftermath of the explosion, he noticed that the believer's dropped mobile phone screen displayed an unsent message. "The coordinates of the Law Guardian have been confirmed, requesting support from the Abyss Fortress.
They have known about our existence for a long time."
Professor Chen Mo picked up the phone, a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. "It seems that the infiltration of the void believers is deeper than we thought." Lin Yang activated the tracking function of the divine seal, but found that the signal source was broken at the moment of the explosion, leaving only a vague coordinate pointing to the observatory on the back mountain of the school.
The two came to the observatory. The telescope on the dome was pointed at Bermuda, and a dark purple light flashed inside the tube.
Lin Yang's all-seeing eye was activated, and he saw that the lens of the telescope had been transformed into a miniature dimensional communicator.
The void believers used it to communicate with the Abyss Fortress.
"Fortunately, we found it in time." Professor Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. If they were allowed to complete the coordinate calibration, the consequences would be disastrous. After handling the crisis, Professor Chen Mo looked at Lin Yang with relief in his eyes. "It seems that the future of the main universe depends on you young people.
We old guys should retire from the identity of professor." He handed Lin Yang an ancient wooden box. "This is the core key of the school's law barrier, and I will give it to you in the future." Lin Yang took the wooden box and felt the huge order energy contained in it. The reminder sound of the godly sign-in system sounded at the right time. Campus Law Guardian mission completed. Awards: Guardian of Colleges and Universities title, Dimensional Communication Analysis Technology, Trust of Professors. New mission released: participate in the Global College Student Science and Technology Competition to prevent the technological infiltration of the Void believers. When leaving the observatory, the night sky was full of twinkling stars. Lin Yang looked back and saw several familiar figures nodding to him in the windows of the teaching building. They were Professor Li, Teacher Wang, and many more special faculty members hidden on campus. It turns out that under the ordinary campus life, there has been an undercurrent. And he is not only the host of the godly rich system, but also the key to connecting these ancient guardians. Lin Yang. Zhao Yu's voice came from the playground. "Come and play basketball, we're waiting for you." Lin Yang smiled and ran towards the court. The wooden box in his hand turned into a stream of light and merged into the divine seal. The basketball spun at his fingertips, and he jumped to shoot. The basketball drew a perfect arc in the air and went into the net. At this moment, he is a powerful guardian of the laws, and also an ordinary college student enjoying his youth. His life of a super rich man continues to write incredible chapters in the gaps between classes and crises on campus. And those ancient souls hidden under the identity of professors will also guard this seemingly ordinary land and the vast universe behind it with him. Chapter 63: Dominate the World. Technological penetration and the secret war of attack and defense in the global network. The finals of the Global College Student Science and Technology Competition were full of brilliance, with top teams from more than 80 countries gathering at the International Convention and Exhibition Center in Manhattan, New York. Lin Yang, wearing a custom-made silver gray suit, stood side by side with Zhao Yu in front of the New Order team booth. In the transparent display cabinet in the center of the booth, a walnut-sized crystal was emitting a soft blue light. This was their entry quantum entropy reduction processor, the core technology of which was derived from the secondary universe entropy energy stabilization module exchanged by Lin Yang from the Chaos Mall. After 3 months of Earth-based improvements, it has been able to achieve efficient energy conversion without violating the basic physical laws of the main universe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of the 37th Global University Student Science and Technology Competition. The host's voice spread throughout the venue through the surround sound system. Today, we will witness the birth of future technology and how young minds will change the world. Lin Yang's divine seal was operating imperceptibly between his eyebrows, and his all-seeing eye was quietly scanning the venue. He noticed that among the judges, 3 of them had unusually stable biomagnetic fields, with weak but pure order energy hidden in their bodies. They were obviously specially trained law-sensitive people, and were likely members of a secret organization in a certain country. In the VIP area of the auditorium, several middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes looked ordinary on the surface, but the electronic devices they carried were flowing with dark purple energy fluctuations, which was the communication frequency commonly used by the followers of the Void. Next, let's invite the New Order team from China to show us their work. Lin Yang took a deep breath and walked up to the podium. When he raised his hand to signal the display cabinet to open, a trace of order quietly flowed into his palm, activating the processor's demonstration mode. The crystal instantly burst into brilliant light, and the energy detector next to it soared to an astonishing 1.2 terawatts per cubic centimeter, but there was no sign of heating. This processor utilizes the zero-point energy effect of space and realizes the lossless conversion of energy through quantum entanglement. Lin Yang's explanation was clear and professional, but his eyes were always on the abnormal energy sources in the venue. Suddenly, the main lights in the venue went out, and the emergency lights lit up with a dark red glow. The screens of all electronic devices flashed at the same time, revealing a dark purple hexagram pattern, and a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. A coordinated attack on the global network has been detected. The voice of the mechanical Zerg Queen exploded in Lin Yang's divine seal. The source of the attack comes from at least 72 different dimensional nodes, and the core code contains contamination from the law of void. Almost at the same time, dozens of robots on display in the venue suddenly lost control, and the mechanical arms rushed towards the audience waving sharp parts. The crowd screamed in fear, and the scene fell into chaos. Lin Yang jumped up suddenly, and the divine seal burst into colorful light, forming an energy barrier to protect the audience in the front row. Zhao Yu quickly hid behind the display stand and activated the electromagnetic jammer he had prepared in advance. Lin Yang. The network center in the northwest is being implanted with the law virus. Professor Chen Mo's voice came through the emergency communicator. "We are on our way,
but the other party's technology is far beyond our expectations.
Lin Yang's eyes shone, and his consciousness instantly sank into the network system of the venue.
In his conscious vision, the network of the entire exhibition center was like a huge spider web, and countless dark purple data streams spread like poison ivy, and normal data links collapsed wherever they passed. He immediately mobilized the energy of the Chaos Core and built a multi-layer firewall at the consciousness level, but the dark purple data streams seemed to have life, constantly changing their forms to try to break through the defense.
Want to invade my consciousness? Too naive.
Lin Yang snorted coldly, and the Hongmeng creation order in the divine seal automatically unfolded, releasing pure law energy. The golden energy flow rushed through the network, and wherever it went, the dark purple data flow melted quickly like ice and snow meeting the sun.
Found the main attack node.
It's in the server room on the 3rd floor underground of the venue. The mechanical Zerg Queen reminded. Lin Yang no longer hesitated and shouted to Zhao Yu, "Protect yourself." After that, he flashed and used the spacefolding technology to instantly appear at the door of the computer room. A young man dressed in competition volunteer clothes was frantically tapping a modified server, with a dim purple light flashing between his eyebrows, which was the symbol of the Void Believer.
Stop!
Lin Yang shouted sternly, and a whip of order light shot out from his fingertips and rolled towards the opponent's wrist. The Void Believer reacted very quickly, dodging the whip of light by leaning sideways. At the same time, he took out a dark purple crystal from his arms and smashed it hard at the server. It's too late.
The global energy network has been controlled by us.
Next is the financial system, military satellites, ha. The moment the crystal touched the server, a violent erosion energy burst out, distorting the space of the entire computer room. Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately deployed a chaotic force field to confine the bursting energy in a small independent space. But he could feel that the erosion energy was trying to break through the constraints of the position and spread to a wider network.
You think you can stop us?
The Void Believer showed a crazy smile on his face. We have people all over the world, this competition is just the beginning. At this moment, the door of the computer room was suddenly opened, and Professor Chen Mo, Professor Li, and Teacher Wang arrived at the same time. The space crystal in Professor Chen Mo's hand burst out with strong light, instantly freezing the flow of time around him. Professor Li waved a brush containing the power of order and wrote a huge Shin character, pressing heavily on the energy of the void. Teacher Wang turned into a half-dragon form, and breathed a breath of dragon on the void believers, purifying the evil energy in his body. Lin Yang, quickly deal with the virus on the internet.
Leave it to us. Professor Chen Mo shouted.
Lin Yang nodded, and his consciousness sank into the network again. This time, he no longer passively defended, but mobilized all the energy of the light-tracing holy fragments in the divine seal, condensing it into a golden lightsaber. The lightsaber galloped across the network, and wherever it passed, the dark purple viruses were purified, revealing the original pure data light.
Deep in the network, a huge head composed of countless dark purple codes appeared.
It was the mastermind of this network attack.
Who are you? Why can you purify my law virus?
The mastermind's voice was full of shock and anger. I am the guardian of the law. Lin Yang's consciousness turned into a stream of light, piercing the core of the main brain, and you are just a defective product of the heart of void. The moment the lightsaber collided with the main brain, the entire cyberspace erupted with violent energy fluctuations. Lin Yang could feel that the power of the main brain was far beyond his expectations. It was obviously a masterpiece cultivated by the followers of the void with huge resources. He took a deep breath and completely merged the power of the Chaos Code, the Hongmeng Creation Order, and the Light Tracing Relic to form a new energy Chaos Holy Light.
Wherever the Chaos Holy Light passed, the dark purple code quickly disintegrated as if it had encountered its nemesis.
The main brain let out a shrill roar, and the huge data body began to collapse. Lin Yang did not stop at all, and pursued the victory, completely clearing all the remaining virtual erosion viruses in the network. When Lin Yang regained consciousness, the lights in the venue had returned to normal, and the out-of-control robot had stopped moving. Professor Chen Mo and others had already subdued the void believers and were cleaning up the scene. Zhao Yu ran over and said with a look of fear, Lin Yang, that was too thrilling just now.
Are you okay?
Lin Yang shook his head, a tired but relieved smile on his face. It's okay.
However, this incident shows that the infiltration of the void believers is deeper than we thought.
At this time, the chief judge of the competition, Professor James Watson, a Nobel Prize winner in physics, walked up to Lin Yang and solemnly shook his hand. Lin Yang, thank you for saving this competition and saving our network. Your technology and courage give us hope for the future. The reminder sound of the super-rich sign-in system sounded at the right time.
Global cyber defense war completed.
Rewards: Title of Controller of Network Laws, Chaos Firewall Technology, Global Research Reputation plus 10,000, Erosion Code Analysis Library complete. New mission released: Investigate the abnormal energy reaction under the Antarctic ice, suspected to be an ancient erosion altar. Mission difficulty: SS level. Lin Yang looked at the system prompt and knew that this was just the beginning. The threat of the Void Believers had already infiltrated all levels of the world, and the next battle would be even more difficult. Zhao, Lin Yang turned to his friend and said, "Get ready, our next stop is Antarctica." Zhao was stunned for a moment, then nodded firmly, "Okay. No matter where you go, I will follow you." Lin Yang smiled slightly and looked out the window. The sky in New York was already turning pale, and a new day was about to begin. But he knew that for him, this war without gunpowder had just entered its white-hot stage. His life as a super-rich man will face even more severe challenges after experiencing the global network's secret war. As a guardian of the law, he will continue to fight through all the obstacles and move forward bravely on this road to counterattack. Because he firmly believes that as long as the light in his heart is not extinguished, he will be able to dispel all the darkness and protect the world he loves. Chapter 64: The Secret of Antarctica. The first encounter with the ancient void altar under the ice. When Lin Yang and Zhao arrived at the Antarctic Research Station, it was polar day, and the sun was hanging high above the white ice, emitting a cool light. The scientists at the station had already been notified and were curious about their arrival, especially when they learned that the two young people would participate in investigating the abnormal energy reaction under the ice. "Lin Yang, this place is so cold." Zhao was wrapped in thick winter clothing, and the white air he exhaled instantly dissipated in the cold wind. "I never thought that there is such a big secret hidden under Antarctica." Lin Yang did not answer. His divine seal was slightly hot between his eyebrows. He was connected to the monitoring equipment of the scientific research station and reading the latest data. On the screen, the energy fluctuation diagram under the ice layer showed a strange purple halo, which was highly consistent with the energy frequency used by the Void Believers. The data shows that the abnormal energy source is located 3,800 meters below the ice. Lin Yang pointed to the screen and said to the station chief, "We need a detection device that can penetrate the ice." The station master nodded and led them to the warehouse, where a giant quantum penetration radar was standing quietly. This was the most advanced equipment at the research station, specially used to detect the geological structure under the Antarctic ice. Lin Yang took the operation manual and tapped on the control panel with his fingertips. The power of the divine seal was quietly injected, increasing the detection accuracy of the radar several times. "Start." Following Lin Yang's command, the radar emitted a low hum, and a beam of quantum waves invisible to the naked eye shot into the depths of the ice. A few seconds later, a blurry image appeared on the screen, a huge pyramid-shaped building with strange runes engraved on its surface. It was the ancient void altar. How is this possible?" The station master stared at the screen in shock. How could there be such a building under the Antarctic ice? Lin Yang's face turned solemn. "This is the ancient stronghold of the Void Believers. They try to use the special magnetic field of Antarctica to awaken the dormant void power." He thought of the task description issued by the godly Sign-In System, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. At this moment, the divine seal suddenly issued a strong warning. Lin Yang looked up suddenly and saw several dark purple meteors appearing in the sky, falling rapidly towards the research station. "Not good. It's an attack by the Void Believers." He shouted, and instantly unfolded a chaotic force field, covering the research station. The meteor hit the station, causing a violent energy fluctuation and stirring up ice and snow. Zhao hid in the research station and looked at the scene outside in horror. "Lin Yang, how did they find us?" "It was the energy fluctuations of the altar that exposed our position." Lin Yang gritted his teeth. "They don't want us to ruin their plans." He controlled the divine seal, transforming the chaotic force field into an attack form. A colorful energy beam shot into the sky, shooting down a meteor. But more meteors followed, and the figures of the Void Eclipse Believers were also looming among them. They were wearing black protective clothing, and the weapons in their hands were flashing dark purple light, which was obviously strengthened by the Void Eclipse law. "Lin Yang, we can't hold on any longer." The station master's voice was filled with despair, and the chaos stand began to crack under the attack of the meteor. Lin Yang took a deep breath, mobilized all the power in the divine seal, and prepared for the final counterattack. At this moment, a golden light fell from the sky, instantly evaporating all the meteors. Lin Yang looked up and saw Su Cheng wearing a light wing armor, floating in the sky, and the light wings behind her emitted a warm light. "Su Cheng!" Lin Yang shouted in surprise.
Lin Yang, I'm here to support you. Su Qing landed on the ground. The Council of Multiverse Laws has noticed the unusual movements of the Void Believers and sent me to assist you. With Su Qing's joining, the situation was reversed instantly.
The two of them joined forces to release a powerful force of order, dispelling the attacks of the Void Believers one by one. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Void Believers retreated one after another and disappeared at the end of the ice field. We finally managed to repel them temporarily. Zhao Yu ran out of the scientific research station and said with lingering fear. Lin Yang did not let down his guard. He knew that this was just a tentative attack by the Void Believers, and the real crisis was still to come. We must find a way to enter the altar as soon as possible and destroy it before they launch another attack. With the help of the Divine Seal, Lin Yang quickly cracked the energy shield around the altar and found a passage leading under the ice. The three of them put on special ice-breaking suits and slowly descended along the passage. As the depth increased, the surrounding temperature became lower and lower, and a strange atmosphere filled the air. Be careful, there is a trap ahead. Lin Yang suddenly shouted, and a force of order shot out, knocking away a dark purple crystal hidden in the ice. The crystal exploded, releasing a piercing cold poison, which was instantly purified by the chaotic force field. Continuing forward, they finally arrived at the entrance of the altar. The huge stone door was tightly closed, engraved with erosion runes, emitting a disturbing atmosphere. Lin Yang pasted the divine seal on the stone door, trying to interpret the meaning of the runes and find a way to open the stone door. Just as he was concentrating, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Lin Yang and Su Qing turned around immediately, and saw a group of Void followers who had caught up with them and surrounded them. The leader was a tall man in a black robe, with a dark purple mask on his face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Lin Yang, I didn't expect you to find this place, the black-robed man said in a cold and hoarse voice, but this is where you will be buried. As he finished speaking, the followers of the Void raised their weapons and launched an attack. Lin Yang and Su Qing immediately met the enemy. The power of order and the energy of the Void collided violently in the narrow passage, sparks flying everywhere. Zhao Yu hid in the corner, watching the battle nervously. He knew he could not help, but he was unwilling to watch his friend fall into danger. Suddenly, he saw a groove on the altar stone door, the shape of which was very similar to Lin Yang's divine seal. Lin Yang, is this groove related to your divine seal? Zhao Yu shouted. Lin Yang's heart moved when he heard this. While resisting the attacks of the Void Believers, he took the seal from his forehead and threw it towards the groove. The seal was accurately embedded in the groove, and the runes on the stone door lit up instantly, and a powerful force shook everyone away. When Lin Yang opened his eyes again, the stone door had slowly opened, and an ancient and evil aura rushed towards him. Seeing this, the black-robed man ignored the battle with Lin Yang and led the Void followers to rush into the altar. No, we can't let them succeed. Lin Yang and Su Qing chased after them immediately. Entering the altar, they saw a huge circular space with a black stone pillar in the center, on which was inlaid a crystal emitting dark purple light. It was the fragment of the ancient Void Heart. The black-robed man had come to the stone pillar and placed his hands on the crystal, trying to awaken its power. Stop him! Lin Yang shouted, and attacked at the same time as Su Qing. The man in black robe sensed the danger, turned around immediately, and released a powerful erosion energy wave, knocking the two back. You are too late, the black-robed man laughed crazily. The heart of the Void is about to awaken, and the entire universe will fall into darkness. As he spoke, the fragments of the heart of Void began to vibrate violently, and a violent Void energy spread rapidly with it as the center. Lin Yang knew that if this continued, not only would Antarctica be destroyed, but the entire Earth and even the universe would face a catastrophe. He took a deep breath and mobilized all the power in the Divine Seal, including the energy of the Chaos Code, the Hongmeng Creation Order and the Light Tracing Relic, and merged them into a new power Chaos Holy Light. Su Qing, let's go together! Lin Yang shouted, and rushed towards the black-robed man in the heart of Void with Su Qing. The Chaos Holy Light and the Void energy collided violently, and the light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. In the fierce energy confrontation, Lin Yang felt that his strength was gradually exhausted, but he did not give up. He remembered every sign-in and every growth since college, the friends who trusted and supported him, and his mission to protect the universe. I will never let you succeed. Lin Yang roared and injected all his last strength into the holy light of chaos. A dazzling light instantly submerged the heart of Void in the man in black. When the light dissipated, the fragments of the heart of Void had turned into powder, and the black-robed man disappeared, leaving only a messy altar. Lin Yang and Su Qing collapsed to the ground, exhausted, but they showed relieved smiles on their faces.
Did we succeed? Zhao Yu walked in cautiously and asked as he looked at the scene in front of him. Lin Yang nodded, with a tired smile on his face. Yes, we succeeded. The reminder sound of the super-rich sign-in system sounded at the right time. Antarctic Ancient Void Altar mission completed. Rewards: Chaos Purification Feather X1, Immunity to the Law of Void, Friendship of the Antarctic Research Station. New mission released: Participate in the Global University Student Science and Technology Exchange Summit, demonstrate the quantum entropy reduction processor, and enhance China's influence in the global science and technology field. Lin Yang looked at the system prompt and knew that this was just another setback in the conspiracy of the Void Believers. There would be more challenges waiting for him in the future. But he was no longer afraid, because he knew that as long as his faith was not extinguished, nothing could stop him from protecting the universe. Let's go, we should go back. Lin Yang stood up and said to Su Qing and Zhao Yu, there are new tasks waiting for us. The three of them walked out of the altar, and the sun shone on the ice field, reflecting a golden glow. Lin Yang took a deep breath of the cold air, feeling the joy of victory and the hope for the future. His life of a super-rich man, after experiencing a life and death struggle under the Antarctic ice, will continue to shine more brightly on the road of protecting the universe. And he will move forward bravely with this responsibility and mission, and never retreat. Chapter 65, Technology Summit. The processor shocked the world and the mysterious forces coveted it. The Global University Student Science and Technology Exchange Summit kicked off in the capital of China. This is another grand event that brings together the world's top young talents after the Global Science and Technology Competition. As the core developer of the quantum entropy reduction processor, Lin Yang was invited to give a keynote speech at the main venue. When he walked onto the podium, flashlights kept flashing in the audience, and the cameras of media from all over the world were all focused on this overly young Chinese face. Hello everyone, I am Lin Yang from Huaxia University. His voice was broadcast live around the world. Today, I want to show you a technology that may change the energy landscape: the quantum entropy reduction processor. Following his gesture, a holographic projection in the center of the stage lit up, and a walnut-sized crystal was suspended in the air, with a soft blue light flowing on its surface. Lin Yang tapped his fingertips, and the energy detector next to it instantly soared to 1.5 terawatts per cubic centimeter, while the supporting cooling system always maintained a normal temperature. This is impossible. Professor Johnson, an authority on physics, stood up suddenly. It violates the law of conservation of energy. Unless it's connected. His words stopped abruptly, and horror flashed in his eyes. This energy intensity can only be achieved by the legendary cosmic level energy. At this moment, an explosion suddenly sounded from the back of the venue, and dozens of masked men in black combat uniforms broke in through the window. The weapons in their hands sprayed out dark purple beams, heading straight for Lin Yang. Protect Mr. Lin Yang. The security guards responded instantly, but ordinary bullets hit the masked man like a drop in the ocean. Lin Yang's eyes shone, and the divine seal burst into colorful light at the center of his brows. A barrier of order was instantly deployed, repelling all attacks. Void Believers. Su Qing's voice rang out from the communicator. She led the advanced troops of the Dragon Clan Chief and the Mechanical Zerg Queen to break through the roof. Their target is the processor core. Lin Yang understood clearly that although this processor had been improved, the core still had the imprint of chaos energy, which was like a beacon in the dark night for the followers of Void. He controlled the barrier with his left hand to resist the attack, and took out the processor core with his right hand, injected chaos energy and activated the self-destruction program. He must not let the core fall into the hands of the enemy. Want to destroy it? Too late. The masked man in the lead sneered and threw a dark purple crystal. The moment the crystal touched the ground, the space in the entire venue was distorted violently. Lin Yang only felt a strong suction force coming, and the processor core actually escaped from his control and flew towards the crystal. Oh no! It's space-plundering technology. The Dragon Clan leader exhaled dragon breath to try to stop it, but was torn to pieces by the space turbulence. The nanorobots of the Mechanical Zerg Queen formed a light net to cover it, but were also corroded by the dark purple light emitted by the crystal. At the critical moment, Lin Yang remembered the ultimate item in the Chaos Mall, Hongmeng Hand. He consumed 100,000 chaos points without hesitation, and a giant hand made of pure Hongmeng energy appeared out of thin air and grabbed the processor core that was being sucked into the crystal. What? The masked man looked up in shock. The pressure of the Hongmeng energy almost made him breathless. Lin Yang took this opportunity to resonate the divine seal with the Hongmeng hand and forcibly took back the core. But the Void Believers were obviously prepared. The space cracks formed by the crystal explosion quickly expanded and swallowed all the masked men, leaving only a cold warning: Lin Yang, your treasure, we will get it sooner or later. The venue was in a mess, and the cameras of the media from all over the world recorded this incredible scene. Lin Yang held the core that he had lost and found again, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. The technology of the Void Believers had improved so quickly that they could even temporarily restrain the Hongmeng energy. Lin Yang, the core energy fluctuations are abnormal. The mechanical Zerg Queen suddenly warned. The moment the Void Crystal came into contact, an unknown code was implanted into the core. Lin Yang immediately connected the core to the Divine Seal for testing, and indeed found a dark purple quantum code lurking deep in the core, as difficult to remove as a maggot attached to the bone. He tried to purify it with the power of order, but the code split into countless fragments and began to tamper with the core's energy operation mode. This is the self-replication program of the Void Law. Su Qing's face turned pale. They want to pollute the entire Earth's energy network through the core. At this moment, the Xinhao Sign-In System suddenly sounded a piercing alarm. Warning! Detected eclipse code activation countdown, 10 hours. Urgent task: completely remove the erosion pollution before the code is activated. Task reward: Hongmeng Purification Authority, Law Immunity Field. Failure penalty: Earth energy network collapses, main universe law pollution risk plus 70%. Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly. 10 minutes. He immediately mobilized the energy of all the light-tracing holy objects in the Divine Seal and constructed a miniature light-tracing field. When the field covered the core, the dark purple code made a sizzling sound and began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the code had a strong self-repairability, and it was regenerating rapidly while melting. We can't go on like this. The Dragon Clan leader spewed out his original dragon breath to boost the light-tracing energy. We must find the core node of the code. Lin Yang gritted his teeth, deeply connected the Divine Seal with the core, and sank his consciousness into the quantum world. In the virtual space composed of 0 and 1, the dark purple erosion code wandered like a living thing, and a twisted hexagram pattern at the core was frantically replicating. He suddenly remembered the rune he saw at the Antarctic altar. This was the core mark of the erosion heart. Found it! Lin Yang roared, compressing the energy of the Hongmeng hand into a needle shape and piercing it into the core of the hexagram. In an instant, the entire quantum space vibrated violently, the dark purple code receded like a tide, and the core finally restored its pure blue light. When Lin Yang regained consciousness, the countdown had just ended. He collapsed on the chair, his body soaked in sweat, and his Divine Seal had dimmed due to overuse. Success! Zhao Yu rushed up to support him, his voice trembling with excitement. The venue was silent, and then thunderous applause broke out. Representatives from various countries looked at Lin Yang with awe. This young man not only demonstrated technology that subverted the world, but also repelled the attack of mysterious forces in full view of the public and saved the energy network of the entire Earth. After the summit, the top leaders of Huaxia secretly summoned Lin Yang. A white-haired old man held his hand tightly and said, "Comrade Lin Yang, you have made great contributions to the country and the world. If you need anything, the country will fully support you." Lin Yang nodded solemnly. He knew that the followers of the Void would never give up. The new task of the Godly Sign-In System has been released. New mission: establish the Law Guardian Alliance and recruit superpowers from all over the world to fight against the Void forces. Mission rewards: Cosmic Level Base Construction Authority, Multi-Civilization Communication Network. Standing in front of the French window of the summit venue, Lin Yang looked at the lights of the city, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. Since signing in at the university dormitory, his life has been closely linked to the fate of the whole world. Lin Yang, Su Qing walked to his side, her wings fluttering gently behind her. The Council of Multiverse Laws has agreed to establish an alliance, and the first group of members are on their way. Lin Yang turned around, his eyes gleaming with determination. Very good. Since the followers of the Void dare to attack us, we must let them know that I am not the only one protecting this world. As the night deepened, Lin Yang's phone rang. It was a message from Zhao Yu. "Boss, are you still going to play basketball tomorrow?" Lin Yang smiled and replied, "Play. After playing, we have more important things to do." His life as a super rich man, after experiencing the dual battles of technology and law, is about to open a new chapter. This time, he is no longer fighting alone, but must unite all the forces that can be united to jointly resist the invasion of the forces of erosion and protect the hard-won light. And this is the ultimate mission given to him by the super-rich Sign-In System, from counterattacking life to protecting the universe. Chapter 66, The Alliance is first established.
The global superpowers gather and the bloody provocation of the mysterious organization. Deep in the northwest desert of China, in an invisible base built of chaotic energy, Lin Yang stood in front of the holographic star map with his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping across dozens of energy light balls suspended in the air. These light balls represent superpowers from all over the world. There are African American strongmen who tear steel with their bare hands on the streets of New York, British girls who can control the water of the Thames to form vortices, and Eastern monks from the Kunlun Mountains who fly with swords. The divine seal is flowing with colorful light between his eyebrows, analyzing everyone's energy spectrum at a frequency of 100,000 times per second, and classifying it into the combat database of the Law Guardian Alliance. Everyone, Lin Yang's voice spread throughout the global branch venues through the interdimensional communication array. The Void Force has extended its tentacles to every corner of the Earth. 3 days ago, the energy riot in Ginza, Tokyo, the space rift at the ruins of the Berlin Wall, and the law storm in the Sahara Desert were all their tentative attacks. Before she finished speaking, the alarm light in the center of the base suddenly lit up, and the red halo projected a ferocious hexagram pattern on the ground. The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flashed a dazzling red light, and the metallic voice was unprecedentedly urgent. 17 cities around the world have been detected to have launched simultaneous attacks. The target is directly aimed at the Alliance members and their direct descendants. The signal of the Los Angeles branch venue is interrupted. The energy reading of the Moscow branch venue has returned to 0. Assholes. Olaf, a Nordic lightning-powered user, punched the alloy wall, and lightning spread along the fist mark. How did they know our coordinates? Lin Yang's eyes shone, and the divine seal instantly launched a full area scan, but found that all the attack signals were encrypted through 17 dimensions, and the source pointed to an energy singularity in the Amazon basin in South America. He took a deep breath, and the Hongmeng blood quietly circulated in his body. His fingertips crossed the star map, and a golden track extended from China to South America. Queen, locate the core coordinates of the attacker. Su Qing, activate the light tracing teleportation array. The first batch of commandos follow me. Instantly, a 100-meter diameter light vortex appeared in the center of the base, and Lin Yang led 20 core members into it. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in the deepest black swamp of the Amazon. The air was filled with the stench of humus and erosion energy. 100 meters ahead, on an altar made of living human bones, dozens of black-robed people were chanting ancient spells, and the dark purple crystal column in the center of the altar was madly absorbing 13 bodies bound by iron chains. They were the relatives of the Alliance members in New York. Stop! Lin Yang's voice exploded with the power of Hongmeng, and the sound waves shook the surrounding towering ancient trees. He moved his body and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the altar. The divine seal resonated with the Hongmeng bloodline, and a rotating chaotic singularity condensed in the palm of his hand. You've come just in time, Lin Yang. An old man in a black robe with gold trim walked out from the shadows behind the altar. He wore a mask made of void crystal and a beating six-pointed star gem inlaid in his right eye. I am Mephisto, the great elder of the Void Cross. I specially prepared this blood sacrifice for you. Mephisto snapped his fingers, and a large amount of dark purple gas suddenly gushed out of the altar, forming an energy barrier that isolated Lin Yang and others. Bloody runes appeared on the bodies of the 13 people who were tied up at the same time, and their life energy was sucked into the crystal column like a tide, and hideous eroded faces began to appear on the surface of the column. No! Dad! Lena, an African girl with the ability of liquid metal, cried miserably. Her body liquefied uncontrollably and she tried to penetrate the barrier but was burned into smoke by the energy. Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, and the taboo knowledge about life sacrifice and the divine seal instantly flooded into his mind. This is the most vicious secret technique of the Void Force. By sacrificing the lives of the target's relatives, the Void Seed is planted in the target's body, causing it to collapse from the inside. He raised his hand suddenly, and the power of Hongmeng turned into 12 light chains that penetrated the barrier, accurately wrapped around the bodies of 13 people, and forcibly blocked the energy extraction. But the next second, the dark purple void energy rushed back along the light chain, leaving inch-by-inch charred marks on his arm. Lin Yang! Su Qing exclaimed, and the 12 holy rings of order unfolded at the same time. The golden wings of light cut through the void and blocked Lin Yang in front of him, but they were corroded by the void energy and made a sizzling sound. The light feathers withered like fallen leaves. Ha 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 ha! Feel the power of this life sacrifice. Mephisto laughed wildly and pressed his hands on the crystal column. When the 13 life flames are extinguished, your soul will also collapse. Just as Lin Yang's consciousness was about to be devoured by the erosion energy, the alarm of the godly rich Sign-In System exploded like thunder. The host's vital signs have been detected to have fallen below the critical value.
Emergency activation of the final awakening program of Hongmeng bloodline. Awakening progress, 10%, 45%, 78%, 100%.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the authority of the dual laws of Hongmeng creation and chaos immortality. An indescribable energy burst out from Lin Yang's dantian, and the colorful primordial light tore through the erosion barrier like the creation of the world. He slowly raised his head, and the reincarnation of the universe emerged in his eyes. Every blink of an eye was accompanied by the birth and death of galaxies. The arm that was scorched by the erosion energy instantly recovered as before, and even overflowed with wisps of primordial purple air. Wherever it passed, the poisonous fog in the swamp turned into sweet rain, and the dead trees sprouted new buds. Mephisto, Lin Yang's voice carried the majesty of a creator god, your performance is over. He took a step forward, and the space under his feet collapsed and reorganized, and he instantly appeared in front of Mephisto. Hongmeng's hand gently reached out, seemingly slowly but containing the laws of heaven and earth, directly penetrating the old man's defense and pressing on the beating hexagram gem.
No! This is impossible.
How could the power of the heart avoid? Mephisto's voice was filled with fear. The void energy in his body melted quickly like ice and snow meeting the sun. The crystal mask cracked inch by inch, revealing an old and distorted face. The altar collapsed under the impact of the power of Hongmeng. The dark purple crystal column let out its final wail, transforming into a stream of light that tried to penetrate Mephisto's heart. Lin Yang's eyes turned cold, and the divine seal resonated with the Hongmeng bloodline, forming a miniature Hongmeng domain that imprisoned the stream of light. The stream of light struggled frantically in the domain, and was eventually decomposed and assimilated, condensing into a crystal that exuded pure Hongmeng energy.
Cough, cough.
Mephisto coughed up a mouthful of black blood and his body quickly decayed.
The Void Cross will not let you go.
They have already. Before he finished speaking, his body turned into ashes, leaving only the Hongmeng crystal vibrating gently in Lin Yang's palm. The crisis was resolved, and the 13 people who were rescued woke up in a daze, completely unaware that they had just experienced a life and death disaster. Lina fell into the arms of an Asian old man and cried bitterly, while Lin Yang clenched the crystal in his hand. The power of the Hongmeng bloodline surged in his body, allowing him to clearly sense that a larger evil force was approaching. The base's communicator suddenly rang, and Zhao Yu's voice, with tears and fear, came from the direction of Huaxia University, Lin Yang.
It's bad.
The school has been surrounded by a group of people in black suits. They are driving flying cars and holding guns that can emit purple lightning. The leader said, he wants you to come out and die in person. Lin Yang's eyes instantly turned cold, and the primordial purple energy swirled around him, forming a miniature nebula vortex. He put the primordial crystal into the divine seal and said to the alliance members behind him in a deep voice, everyone, get ready to follow me back to school. Su Qing spread her wings of light, and the holy light dispelled the haze of the Amazon. They are challenging the dignity of the entire alliance.
Olaf raised his lightning glow hammer and said, let them taste the wrath of Thunder God. Lin Yang nodded and looked towards the other end of the teleportation array.
That was where his counterattack began, but now it has become the stage for the enemy's provocation. The reminder sound of the godly Sign-In System sounded at the right time. Hongmeng Bloodline Awakening Mission completed.
Obtain the ultimate reward, Hongmeng Realm Creation, Chaos Law Immortality. Emergency mission, defeat the Void Cross Chinese headquarters and crush the Bloody Dawn Plan. Task time limit, 24 hours. Quest reward, Multiverse Coordinate Map, Divine Seal Complete Form.
He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power of Hongmeng in his body, and a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Void Cross, the battlefield you chose will become your grave. And I, Lin Yang, will use the Hongmeng figure to let you know who is the true guardian of this universe. The teleportation array shone brightly, and 20 figures disappeared into the depths of the Amazon jungle, leaving only the gradually revitalized black swamp, witnessing the first collision between law and evil. Lin Yang's life of a wealthy man is about to usher in the most magnificent bloody chapter after the awakening of the Hongmeng bloodline.
Chapter 67, Bloodshed on Campus.
The power of Hongmeng domain and the shocking secrets of the Cross headquarters. The air at the south gate of Huaxia University seemed to freeze. Hundreds of hovercrafts blocked the streets like black beetles, and the dark purple hexagrams painted on the bodies glowed with cold metallic light in the sun. Hundreds of armed men in black held energy rifles, and the purple light from the muzzles made the 4 gilded characters Huaxia University look like inscriptions in hell.
The silver-haired old man in the lead was leaning on a scepter inlaid with eroded crystals, his scarlet pupils swept over the students watching, and the voice from the loudspeaker was bloody. Lin Yang, I give you 1 minute to get out and die. Otherwise, this garbage dump that buried your humble past will be buried with you. Before he finished speaking, a stream of light broke through the air from the top of the teaching building. Lin Yang was surrounded by colorful primordial purple air, and every step he took in the air condensed a fleeting rune of creation, as if he was walking on the galaxy. He looked up at the old man, and the divine seal had already analyzed the other party's details. Ao Song, the chairman of the Chinese branch of the Void Cross, Blood Hand, who practiced evil skills by absorbing the essence and blood of 3,000 boys and girls in the late Qing dynasty. The concentration of void energy in his body has reached the Lord level, and there is even a bloody smell from 100 years ago under the calluses on his palms. Ao Song, Lin Yang's voice was calm but carried the majesty of the universe at its inception. If anyone disbands you within 3 seconds, I will allow you to be annihilated gracefully in the primordial chaos. How dare you, a brat who was still wet behind the ears, be so presumptuous? Ao Song shouted, and slammed his staff to the ground. In an instant, hundreds of dark purple energy beams intertwined into a ferocious giant mouth, rushing towards Lin Yang with a scream that tore through space. The students watching screamed in fear, but when the giant energy mouth came into contact with the 3-foot range around Lin Yang, it suddenly collapsed like ice and snow meeting the sun, turning into dots of fluorescent light and merging into the primordial purple air on his body. Is this the power of Hongmeng? Ao Song's pupils shrank suddenly, and the eroded crystal on the staff actually cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. The armed men behind him howled miserably, and the eroded energy in their bodies was forcibly stripped away, turning into light rain and flowing into Lin Yang's domain. In just 10 seconds, half of them turned into mummies and fell to the ground. Now, it's my turn. Lin Yang's figure flashed, and the hand of Hongmeng penetrated the space confinement, and his 5 fingers strangled Ao Song's neck like an iron clamp. The old man was shocked, and the evil skills he had practiced for 100 years collapsed like paper under the power of Hongmeng. The core of the erosion in his body was forcibly peeled off, and a dazzling purple light burst out. Tell me, where is the Chinese headquarters of the Void Cross? What exactly is the Bloody Dawn plan? Lin Yang's voice was wrapped in the pressure of creation, and the power of Hongmeng poured into Ao Song's body like a tide, destroying his soul defense line. Ha ha ha. Ao Song coughed up black blood, but a strange smile appeared on his face. Want to know? Then let's go to hell together. He bit his tongue fiercely, and the spurted blood dyed the void crystal red. The crystal instantly expanded into a miniature black hole. It was actually a secret technique of self-destruction that would result in mutual destruction. A trifle. Lin Yang's eyes were cold, and the Hongmeng realm suddenly shrank into an absolute vacuum dimensional gap, imprisoning the black hole. The crystal without a host lost its energy support and turned into a blood-red crystal that fell into his palm. The divine seal automatically analyzed, and a broken memory flooded into his mind like a tide. In the picture, tens of thousands of glass culture chambers were neatly arranged in an underground palace deep in the Kunlun Mountains. Young men and women with beautiful faces were sleeping in the chambers. Their brows were inlaid with dark purple crystals, but their chests rose and fell without any self-consciousness. In the center of the palace, the huge projection of the heart of the void was slowly rotating, and 7 figures in black robes with gold edges stood solemnly around them. Each of them had a gem of different colors inlaid on their brows. They were the 7-pointed Star Council, the highest authority of the Void Cross. The 3rd phase of the Bloody Dawn plan has been launched. Implant the genetic fragments of those who have awakened the Hongmeng bloodline into these containers. When the power of the Heart of the Void reaches its peak on the night of the lunar eclipse, the entire young generation of China will become our puppets. The red-robed man in the lead had a hoarse voice, and the scepter in his hand picked up a ray of Hongmeng energy. It was a genetic sample stolen from Lin Yang's past battles. Kunlun Mountains, Underground Palace. Lin Yang's eyes were icy cold, and the primordial purple energy around him suddenly surged, shattering all the hovercrafts within 100 meters. He turned to the alliance members who had just rushed out of the teleportation array and said in a deep voice, Su Qing, you lead the Lightwing Squad to block the Kunlun airspace and prevent any energy fluctuations from leaking out. Olaf, you lead the Lightning-type mutants to destroy the outer energy towers. Lena, use liquid metal to infiltrate the underground defense system, and be sure to rescue all the containers before the lunar eclipse. Before he finished speaking, dozens of figures soared into the sky. The 12 wings of light behind Su Qing shone with holy light, like a small sun breaking through the sky. Olaf raised his thunderhammer, causing the thunderclouds in the sky to turn into a mad dragon and dive. Lena's body turned into a silver torrent,
seeping into the depths of the mountains through the cracks in the rocks. Lin Yang opened the Chaos Maul, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. This time he had to use his trump card. System. Consume 1 million Chaos points to exchange for the Hongmeng Creation Shuttle. A stream of light flew out from the system space and turned into a shuttle-shaped aircraft floating in front of Lin Yang. The shuttle was covered with flowing creation runes, which resonated strongly with his Hongmeng bloodline, and even faintly outlined the shadow of Pangu opening the sky. He jumped into the cockpit, connected his consciousness with the shuttle, instantly tore through the space barrier, and flew towards the Kunlun Mountains at a high speed. At the same time, deep in the Kunlun Mountains, a mountain covered by glaciers for thousands of years suddenly cracked. Lin Yang drove the Genesis shuttle straight in, and the scene in front of him made his blood boil. In the underground palace of tens of thousands of square meters, the densely packed cultivation cabins were arranged like a honeycomb, and each channel was marked with the name of a different city: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, even his alma mater Huaxia University. The young men and women in each cabin wore the same school uniform, and under the school badge on their chests, the dark purple crystals were pulsating with a certain frequency. Found it! Lin Yang pressed the attack button fiercely, and the front end of the Genesis shuttle ejected the Hongmeng impact cannon, instantly destroying the energy generator on the top of the palace. The nutrient solution in the culture chamber began to become turbid, and the dark purple crystals lost their energy support and shattered. The young people in the chamber opened their eyes blankly, but they were paralyzed due to being controlled for a long time. Lin Yang! Be careful! Su Qing's exclamation suddenly exploded from the communicator. The projection of the heart of the void in the center of the palace suddenly burst into a dazzling purple light, and 7 people in black robes with gold edges slowly walked out of the shadows. The gems on their foreheads showed 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Every step made ripples in the space. It was the core combat power of the Void Cross, the 7-pointed Star Council. The awakener of the Hongmeng bloodline is indeed quite capable. The red robe leader raised the scepter inlaid with blood-red gems, and the sound was like nails scraping against glass. But do you think that if you destroy these containers, the Bloody Dawn will fail? Too naive. We have already buried millions of void seeds on the land beneath your feet. Lin Yang's eyes were stern, and the divine seal was running frantically, but he was shocked to find that the energy fluctuations of these 7 people were far beyond his expectations. Everyone had reached the realm level, and the energy resonance between each other actually formed a small virtual erosion domain, covering the entire palace. He took a deep breath, and the power of the Hongmeng bloodline was running to the extreme. A vague shadow of the god of creation appeared behind him, and the blood-colored crystal in his hand burst into a brilliant light. No matter what conspiracy you have, today, the Void Cross must disappear from the earth. The alarm of the sign-in system of the rich man sounded sharply. Detected the gathering of the highest combat power of the Void Cross. Energy level of the 7-pointed Star Council, domain level 7. Emergency mission: destroy the 7-pointed Star Council and completely end the Bloody Dawn plan. Mission rewards: Divine Seal Hongmeng form, control over the laws of the multiverse, Earth Civilization Guardian Medal. Mission time limit: 60 minutes. The lunar eclipse will begin in 58 minutes, and the power of the Heart of the Void will reach its peak. Lin Yang clenched his fists, and the primordial purple energy formed a huge vortex around him. Every pulsation made the glacier on the top of the palace groan under the heavy load. He looked at the real-time images sent by Su Qing and others on the communicator. The outer defense line was struggling to hold on, the rescue progress of the incubator was only 30%, and the shadow of the lunar eclipse had begun to quietly climb to the top of the Kunlun Mountains. Come on! Lin Yang's voice echoed in the palace, with a determination to burn his boats. Let me show you the true power of Hongmeng Force. Under his control, the creation shuttle burst into a 1,000-foot-high light, forming a triangular resonance with the Hongmeng bloodline in his body and the divine seal on his forehead. The ultimate battle that will determine the fate of the earth is about to break out in the underground palace deep in Kunlun. And he, as Hongmeng, will fight to the last drop of blood to protect the billions of lives on this land. Chapter 68, Kunlun Final Battle. The fall of the 7-pointed star and the ultimate form of the Hongmeng divine seal. In the underground palace of Kunlun Mountains, the 7 elders of the 7-pointed Star Council lined up in the shape of the Big Dipper, and the colorful gems on their brows intertwined to form a dark purple erosion field, twisting the entire space into a chaotic vortex. The red-robed elder swung the blood-red scepter in his hand violently, and 7 erosion energies of different attributes pounced on Lin Yang like a mad dragon. The air was instantly filled with the violent aura of multiple laws such as corrosion, freezing, and burning. A trifle. Lin Yang's eyes were cold. The Hongmeng creation shuttle burst into golden light, forming a Trinity defense matrix with the divine seal and the Hongmeng bloodline. The erosion energy hit the matrix like a drop in the ocean, and was instantly decomposed into the most fundamental Hongmeng particles. He controlled the creation shuttle to accelerate violently, turning into a stream of light to break through the energy network, and the Hongmeng impact cannon accurately bombarded the gemstone between the purple-robed elder's eyebrows. Humph! The purple-robed elder snorted coldly, and the purple gem between his eyebrows burst into space ripples, transferring the energy of the impact cannon to the rock wall 100 meters away, and the hard granite was instantly crushed into powder.
Lin Yang, do you think you can fight against our seven-pointed star council on your own?
The orange-robed elder held the flaming scepter, and the dark purple erosion fire ignited around his body. Let me show you the true power of the law of erosion. Before he finished speaking, the seven elders chanted an ancient spell at the same time, and a huge seven-pointed star array emerged from the ground of the underground palace.
Countless dark purple tentacles emerged from the array and rushed towards Lin Yang like a tide.
He immediately unfolded the Hongmeng domain, and the colorful rays of light descended like a sky curtain, purifying all the tentacles. However, the energy of the seven-pointed star array was endless, and the tentacles regenerated crazily while purifying, gradually compressing the scope of the Hongmeng domain.
Lin Yang.
The rescue progress of the incubator is only 55%. Su Qing's voice came from the communicator. With anxiety, the lunar eclipse will begin in 20 minutes.
Lin Yang's heart tightened, knowing that he couldn't waste time with them any longer.
He took a deep breath, and the power of the Hongmeng bloodline was circulated to the extreme. The shadow of the creator god behind him became more and more solid, and the blood-colored crystal in his hand burst out with unprecedented light.
Hongmeng light of creation.
A colorful beam of light that penetrated the heavens and the earth shot out from the front of the creation shuttle, containing the power of the creation of the world, and instantly penetrated the core of the seven-pointed star array. The purple-robed elder's space barrier, the red-robed elder's blood-colored defense, and the orange-robed elder's erosion fire were as vulnerable as paper in front of the light of creation.
No!
The seven elders screamed in horror at the same time. Their bodies began to disintegrate bit by bit under the light of creation, and the gemstones between their brows also showed dense cracks. But at this moment, the red-robed elder suddenly laughed wildly. Lin Yang, you fell into the trap. He suddenly inserted the blood-colored scepter in his hand into the center of the seven-pointed star array. The bodies of the seven elders instantly turned into streams of light and poured into the scepter. The scepter burst out with destructive energy and formed a small void heart.
Ha ha ha, let this void heart devour your Hongmeng power. Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly.
He didn't expect that they had prepared such a plan to die together. The energy fluctuations emitted by the Heart of Void far exceeded those of the previous seven-pointed star council, and even had a tendency to surpass the void heart of the Omega Zero universe. He immediately mobilized all the power of Hongmeng and condensed a huge Hongmeng shield in front of him.
Boom!
The Heart of Void collided violently with the Hongmeng shield, and the energy storm generated swept the entire underground palace. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming force surge, the Hongmeng shield cracked inch by inch, and the creation shuttle also sounded an alarm that it was overwhelmed. He gritted his teeth and injected all the energy in the Divine Seal, the Chaos Code, the Hongmeng Creation Order, and the power of the Light Tracing Relic into the shield, barely withstanding the impact of the Heart of Void.
Lin Yang.
Su Cheng and others broke through the blockade of the erosion energy and rushed to his side. We are here to help you.
No need.
Lin Yang said with difficulty, take everyone away from here.
Leave this to me.
Su Qing looked at Lin Yang's resolute eyes and knew that he had made up his mind. She gritted her teeth and led the alliance members to evacuate quickly, while activating the preset space blockade to prevent the energy storm from affecting the outside world. In the underground palace, only Lin Yang and the ever-expanding Void Heart were left. He took a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely calm. The notification sound of the godly sign-in system rang in his mind. The host is detected to be facing a life or death crisis, activating the final hidden mission. Mission: fuse the Hongmeng bloodline and the Divine Seal, awaken the ultimate form of the Divine Seal.
Task reward: Hongmeng Divine Seal, control over the universe-level laws. Failure penalty: consciousness dissipates, Hongmeng bloodline is severed.
Lin Yang smiled slightly. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He no longer resisted the impact of the Heart of Void, but instead released all the power of the Hongmeng bloodline and the Divine Seal, and took the initiative to face the Heart of Void.
Come on.
Let me see, is your power of erosion stronger, or is my power of primordial darkness stronger? The Hongmeng purple energy and the dark purple erosion energy collided and merged crazily in the underground palace, forming a huge energy vortex. Lin Yang's body was looming in the energy vortex, and the divine seal flew out from his forehead, suspended in the center of the vortex, constantly absorbing the Hongmeng purple energy and erosion energy. After an unknown amount of time, the energy vortex suddenly stopped spinning and burst into a dazzling light.
When the light faded, a divine seal suspended in mid-air appeared in front of Lin Yang.
The divine seal was colorful and engraved with runes of the birth and death of the universe. In the center was a dark purple crystal, which was the heart of void, but at this moment it was emitting pure primordial energy.
This is Hongmeng seal?
Lin Yang muttered to himself, reaching out his hand to hold the seal.
In an instant, countless information poured into his mind.
He felt the laws of the entire universe and understood the true relationship between Hongmeng and Xushi. They were not opposites, but two original energies at the birth of the universe. Only by merging them could the true realm of creation be achieved. The reminder sound of the super-rich sign-in system sounded again.
The final hidden mission is completed.
Congratulations to the host for awakening the Hongmeng Divine Seal and becoming the creator of the Hongmeng universe. All sign-in rewards are doubled, and Chaos Mall permissions are upgraded to Genesis level. Final mission released: protect the Hongmeng universe and maintain the balance of laws. Lin Yang clenched the Hongmeng Divine Seal, feeling the surging power in his body, his eyes flashing with the light of the Creator God. He took a step forward and instantly appeared on the top of the Kunlun Mountains. At this time, the lunar eclipse had just ended, and a bright moon hung high in the sky, shedding a soft light.
Lin Yang.
Su Qing and others surrounded him immediately when they saw him, their eyes full of surprise and awe.
Lin Yang smiled slightly and looked into the distance.
He knew that the threat of the void force had not been completely eliminated, and there were still countless unknown challenges waiting for him in the universe. But now, he was no longer the young man who needed to rely on the sign-in system, but had become a true Hongmeng god, shouldering the mission of protecting the entire universe.
Let's go, Lin Yang said to everyone, our journey has just begun.
The interface of the sign-in system for the rich man lit up again. This time, there was no emergency task alert, only a line of warm reminder.
Today's sign-in has been opened, host, do you want to sign in? Lin Yang smiled and clicked sign in. Sign in successfully. Rewards: Hongmeng Creation Shuttle Ultimate Form, Multiverse Sightseeing Ticket.
Looking at the system prompt, Lin Yang's heart was full of expectations. After experiencing countless challenges and hardships, his life as a super-rich man finally reached an unprecedented height. And he, with the power of the Hongmeng Divine Seal, will continue to write his own legend in this vast universe.
Chapter 69, Hongmeng Creation. System Upgrade and the New Journey of the Multiverse.
Lin Yang sat cross-legged at the desk in the dormitory of Huaxia University, his fingertips lightly touching his forehead, and the upgraded version of the Hongmeng Creation System interface unfolded on his retina like a flowing galaxy.
The original sign-in turntable has turned into a 3-inch diameter miniature Hongmeng universe.
99 law source stars are suspended in the chaotic airflow, and each source star is wrapped with a law light band of different colors: gold space, green life, red destruction, blue water, purple time. The system prompt sound is no longer a cold mechanical synthesized sound, but a vast bell ringing at the beginning of the universe.
Hongmeng Genesis System 1.0 has been activated, host Lin Yang as current authority, Genesis Apprentice.
It is detected that the host has performed the universe level sign-in for the first time.
Do you want to consume 100,000 Hongmeng energy to start? Start. As soon as Lin Yang's thoughts fell, the chaos green lotus in the center of the microcosm suddenly blossomed, and each of the 36 lotus leaves showed different ancient runes.
A golden light shot out from the lotus heart and sank into his sea of consciousness. The complete knowledge about the law of spacefolding poured in like a flood. He could clearly see the movement trajectory of every dust particle within 3 kilometers outside the dormitory wall, which was accurately marked by 3-dimensional coordinates.
He could even sense the location of Zhao Yu in the next dormitory, who was secretly playing with his mobile phone. Lin Yang. Come and see.
Zhao Yu rushed into the room holding his cell phone. On the screen, the Secretary General of the United Nations was broadcasting live to the world. Behind him was the newly formed colorful canyon in the Kunlun Mountains. The official said it was a rare geological movement, but my dad secretly told me that the military picked up glowing stones there. He suddenly lowered his voice. Su Qing just called and said that a flying ship appeared at the New Order Technology headquarters, and asked us to hurry over. When the two arrived at the headquarters building, they saw Su Qing standing next to the light tracing arc 100 meters in the air. This streamlined spacecraft is made of liquid light metal, and the bow is inlaid with 7 diamond crystals, the 7 colors law crystals of the 7-pointed Star Council's void gem purified by the power of Hongmeng, each of which emits different law fluctuations. The Dragon Clan leader swung his tail covered with golden scales and threw a token engraved with Hongmeng tadpole characters to Lin Yang. The token felt warm in his hand and projected a miniature star map in his palm. This is the Hongmeng Order of the Multiverse Council. With it, you can freely enter and exit the 3,000-dimensional space, and even the coordinates of the Star Trek hub are unlocked for you. Suddenly, the energy screen on the side of the Ark flashed red, and the projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen emerged with the noise of electricity. Warning. A supernova-level energy explosion occurred in the direction of Proxima Centauri. Spectral analysis shows that it is the same energy as the Heart of the Void. The coordinates have been locked on the Hongmeng battlefield near the M78 Nebula. Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, and the divine seal resonated with the Hongmeng system. The spatial coordinates burning with purple-black flames appeared out of thin air in his palm. The pattern of the flame was exactly the same as the projection of the Heart of the Void he had seen in the Star Trek hub. It seems the trouble is not over yet. Lin Yang jumped onto the light tracing arc and inserted the spacefolding law source star into the console. The spaceship instantly turned into a stream of light and pierced through the clouds. The Earth outside the porthole quickly shrank into a blue marble and was then swallowed by the distorted spacetime turbulence. When the vision was restored, everyone saw a scene that suffocated them. In the center of the liquid energy nebula with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, a dilapidated metal giant was suspended. The annihilation runes engraved on its surface were oozing dark purple mist. Each rune was 100 meters deep, obviously the traces left by some supergiant weapon. This is the Hongmeng Mongolian battlefield. Su Qing's light wings vibrated violently, and a holographic projection of the light tracing relic appeared behind her. According to records, a great war of laws that destroyed 10 galaxies broke out here, and even the space was permanently distorted. Lin Yang controlled the arc to approach, and the all-seeing eye scanned the core of the megastructure. A dark purple crystal the size of a basketball was pulsating irregularly, and in the cracks on the surface of the crystal, countless distorted faces were screaming wildly. That was the concrete form of the sealed void energy, and the crystal itself was actually a fragment of the origin of the Heart of Void. Not good. It's about to break the seal. Zhao Yu pointed at the energy screen, and saw that the metal giant structure around the crystal was crumbling. Lin Yang stood up suddenly, and the Hongmeng system interface unfolded behind him. Among the 99 law source stars, the 2 source stars representing space and destruction burst into dazzling light. He put his palms together and outlined the ancient destruction rune in the void. Each stroke of the rune was composed of pure Hongmeng energy. As the last stroke fell, the rune became a 1,000-foot light seal, smashing into the fragments of the Heart of Void with the power of creating the world. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the fragments of the Heart of Erosion disintegrated along with the surrounding metal giants. The dark purple mist melted like ice and snow under the Hongmeng light seal, turning into dots of fluorescence that were absorbed by the light tracing arc and saw. The system prompt sounded like a huge bell in the sea of consciousness. Main quest: complete the purification of the Hongmeng battlefield. Rewards: analysis of the origin of void erosion 10%, basic inheritance of Hongmeng warriors, 3000 dimension star map incomplete. Unlocked functions: law source star fusion, Hongmeng energy manifestation. New mainline mission released: explore the law library deep in the M78 Nebula and search for the lost source star of the law of life creation. Mission difficulty: SSS level. Task time limit: none. The light tracing arc cut through the liquid nebula and sped towards a more distant galaxy. Lin Yang stood in front of the porthole, looking at the gorgeous galaxy that was rapidly receding outside the window, and an unprecedented sense of pride surged in his heart. From a boy in a university dormitory who was surprised by his mobile phone, to a creation apprentice who now controls the Hongmeng law and faces a cosmic crisis, his life has long been closely tied to the fate of the multiverse. Lin Yang, look! Zhao Yu suddenly pointed to the front, and saw a planet surrounded by colorful light bands slowly rotating. On its surface stood tens of thousands of crystal towers, and each tower emitted law fluctuations of different attributes. The golden tower was flowing with space ripples, the green tower was growing the everlasting law flowers, and the purple tower had flowing timescales emerging on its surface. Is this the law library? Su Qing's voice was filled with awe. When the ark landed, an old man in a star robe appeared at the hatch. His body was made of pure law energy. In his hand was an ancient book emitting primordial purple energy. On the cover was a distorted word life. The successor of Hongmeng Law, the old man's voice resonated like thousands of stars. We have been waiting here for 100,000 years. When Lin Yang took the ancient book, countless information flooded into his mind like a tide. The heart of the void was not born evil, but a law deviation generated when Hongmeng created the world, just like light must be accompanied by shadows. Only by collecting the 12 core law source stars can this deviation be corrected at the origin level of the universe, and the crisis of the void can be completely resolved. The ancient book in his hand is the source star map that records the law of life creation. The Hongmeng Genesis system interface refreshed instantly, and the original sign-in button changed to Law Source Star Collection, with a clear display next to it. Ultimate mainline mission: gather all 12 core Law Source stars and reshape the order of the multiverse. Current progress: 112 space-folding Law Source star has been obtained. Remaining source stars: life creation, time reversal, chaos destruction, light purification, dark breeding, law analysis, dimension anchoring, cause and effect correction, fate weaving, soul cohesion. Hongmeng returned to 1. Lin Yang looked up at the vast universe outside the porthole, his eyes flashing with determination. A new journey has begun. This time, he will no longer be limited to the earth, but will continue to fight back in the boundless starry sky and fight to protect the light of all civilizations. Zhaoyu, Su Qing, Lin Yang's voice was filled with unquestionable power. Fasten your seatbelts, our next stop is the real sea of stars. The engine of the light tracing arc made a low roar and turned into a stream of light that rushed into the depths of the M78 nebula. Lin Yang's extraordinary life was writing a new and more magnificent legend in the vast chapter of the creation of Hongmeng. Chapter 70, The Library of Laws. The mystery of the inheritance of the life source star and the Hongmeng warriors. The anti-gravity engine of the light tracing arc hummed slightly, and slowly landed on the crystal square of the law library. The ground was made up of countless diamond-shaped law crystals. Every time Lin Yang took a step, cyan gold life ripples appeared under his feet, which produced a wonderful resonance with the Hongmeng blood in his body. The guardian Norn, who was composed of pure law energy, stood in the center of the square. The ancient book in his hand suddenly burst out with thousands of light threads, outlining a three-dimensional star map across the entire galaxy in mid-air. Hongmeng Air, the 12 core law source stars are scattered in the 3,000-dimensional universe, and the source star of the law of life creation is sealed in the pillar of creation deep in the library. Lin Yang's consciousness surged out like a tide, sweeping across the 100-meter-high crystal pillar in the center of the square. Inside the pillar was a giant python of law that was coiled into a cocoon. The snake's body was covered with tens of thousands of transparent scales, each of which was engraved with the life map of different cosmic civilizations, from single-celled organisms on Earth to energy bodies in the Andromeda galaxy, densely packed and endless. Norn's skinny fingers crossed the star map and pointed to 3 dark purple spots. This is the death curse left by the followers of the void eclipse 100,000 years ago. Only by gathering the 3 original life energies of the heart of the light spirit tree in the M31 galaxy, the tears of the star whale in the Sagittarius spiral arm, and the Hongmeng Mongolian algae in the deep sea of the earth can the seal be broken. There are also some on Earth? Lin Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, and the divine seal instantly connected to the global deep sea exploration database. At a depth of 11,034 meters in the Mariana Trench, a giant algae emitting blue-green fluorescence was indeed detected. Its life wave frequency resonated weakly with the Hongmeng law. He made a prompt decision. Su Qing, you stay in the library and try to analyze the energy structure of the curse seal. Zhaoyu, come back to Earth with me. The light tracing arc was like a silver lightning, cutting through the darkness of the universe, and in the blink of an eye it appeared in the 10,000-meter abyss of the Mariana Trench. The specially designed searchlight pierced through the thick darkness, illuminating a shocking scene. Hundreds of giant algae were floating near the seafloor crater, each of which was the size of an adult blue whale, with emerald-like fluorescence flowing on the edges of the leaves, which were the legendary Hongmeng Mongolian algae. Lin Yang controlled the robotic arm to collect samples, and suddenly, a shadow that covered the sky and the sun enveloped the arc, and a piercing alarm sounded on the detection screen. Warning! High-intensity life reaction detected. Energy attribute, void contamination. The voice of the mechanical Zerg Queen was filled with electric noise. Lin Yang looked up and saw a giant octopus with an energy sail on its back floating above. Each of its 10 tentacles was as thick as a destroyer, and the tip was flashing with dark purple void energy. It's a deep-sea weapon transformed by void believers. Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, and the Hongmeng system responded. A chaos halberd composed of pure Hongmeng energy appeared in his hand. The energy condensed at the tip of the halberd cut through the seawater and accurately slashed at a tentacle. Swish! The tentacle was cut in half, but it regenerated quickly at the break, and dark purple energy surged like a tide. Zhaoyu was sweating profusely, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Lin Yang, try the light tracing sound wave.
He quickly adjusted the arc's sound wave transmitter to a specific frequency, and the melodious and life-rhythmic waves spread out. A miracle happened. The giant octopus's huge body shook violently, and the tentacles curled up into balls, and twisted lines similar to human pain appeared on the surface. Its life source is repelling the erosion energy. Lin Yang immediately understood that the life wave of the ancient algae resonated with the light-tracing sound waves, suppressing the erosion pollution in the octopus. He seized the opportunity, manipulated the mechanical arm to accurately collect the core sample of the ancient algae, and at the same time guided a ray of Hongmeng energy into the octopus, instantly purifying the erosion factor in its body. Shockingly, after losing the erosion energy, the giant octopus slowly shrank and revealed its original appearance. It was a giant squid that had long been considered extinct on Earth. When returning to the law library, Su Qing had already analyzed the energy nodes of the destruction curse seal. Lin Yang melted the Hongmeng Mongolian algae sample containing the original life energy of the Earth into the crystal column, and the first dark purple seal shattered with a crisp sound of glass breaking. In the next 3 months, the light tracing arc spanned tens of thousands of light years and embarked on a magnificent cosmic adventure. In the forest of life of the M31 galaxy, they encountered the elves who were guarding the light spirit tree. These life forms composed of pure light energy were facing the erosion of the void vine, and the entire forest was about to wither. Lin Yang fought side by side with the patriarch of the elves, used the power of Hongmeng to construct the life field, healed the tree roots polluted by the void, and finally obtained the heart of the light spirit tree that condensed the original life energy of the galaxy. In the Sagittarius Nebula, a star whale over 100 kilometers long was writhing in pain, with countless dark purple erosion spores parasitizing its huge body. Lin Yang controlled the light tracing arc to release high-frequency purification sound waves, and cooperated with Su Qing's order light sword to remove the spores in the star whale's body bit by bit. As a thank you, the star whale dropped a crystal-clear star whale tear, which contained the original energy of interstellar life and emitted a heart-pounding life wave. When the 3 kinds of original life energy were injected into the pillar of creation at the same time, the 9 dark purple life-destroying curses shattered with a bang, and the energy shockwave that erupted swept across the entire library, but was resolved by Norn's barrier of laws with a wave of his hand. The law python in the crystal column suddenly opened its eyes, which were made up of countless life points, full of ancient and vast wisdom. The giant python opened its mouth and sucked, and Lin Yang felt an irresistible suction coming, and was instantly swallowed into its belly. Lin Yang was suspended in an ocean of pure life laws, surrounded by countless light balls, each of which represented the life blueprint of a cosmic civilization. He saw the evolution of life on Earth, the birth of the energy body of the Andromeda galaxy, and the reproduction of silicon-based life in more distant galaxies. In the deepest part of this ocean of life, a law source star emitting emerald green light was quietly suspended, with life energy flowing on its surface like a living thing. Core law source star detected, law of life creation. Do you want to merge this law source star? Merge. Lin Yang gave the order without hesitation. The emerald green source star instantly sank into his divine seal. In an instant, countless knowledge about the creation of life flooded into his sea of consciousness like a flood. How to use energy to condense the core of life, how to repair the damaged source of life, how to reverse the fate of species extinction, and even how to create the most basic life form in nothingness. At this moment, the ocean of life shook violently, and a giant phantom made of primordial energy slowly emerged. The phantom held a spear engraved with the cosmic star map, and wore armor woven with starlight. The majestic aura made the whole space tremble. I am Pangu, a primordial warrior. This inheritance has been waiting for the destined person for 100,000 years. The phantom of Pangu inserted the spear in his hand into Lin Yang's brow, and a vast stream of information poured into his consciousness. It was about the supreme skills of law battle, how to draw the power of the stars for one's own use, how to build a solid law field, and even how to sacrifice oneself to open up a new universe. Obtain the inheritance of the Hongmeng warrior, Hongmeng combat skills open heaven style. Obtain the law realm, Garden of Life. Main quest progress, 212. New mission released, urgent. Investigate the erosion rift of the Orion cantilever and prevent the invasion of alien creatures. When Lin Yang woke up from the ocean of life, he found himself back in the crystal square. Norn handed him a simple blank ancient book with 3 large characters engraved on the cover with Hongmeng Energy, Hongmeng Chronicle. This is the holy book that records the deeds of all Hongmeng warriors. Now, it's up to you to write a new chapter. Lin Yang opened the ancient book, and his name and experience automatically appeared on the first page. The font was composed of flowing Hongmeng energy, emitting an eternal and immortal light. The light tracing arc set sail again, and its destination was the Orion arm, which was fraught with danger. Zhao Yu looked at the expanding black crack on the star map and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Lin Yang, What kind of monster are we facing this time?
Lin Yang clenched the Chaos Battle halberd in his hand, and the pattern of Pangdu's phantom appeared on the surface of the halberd. His eyes flashed with confidence and determination. No matter what kind of creatures from other planes dare to invade through the virtual cracks, I will use this Hongmeng battle skill to send them back to their hometown. Outside the porthole, in the direction of the Orion cantilever, a huge black crack was slowly expanding like a wound in the universe, and countless hideous and unfamiliar roars came from it. Lin Yang took a deep breath, and the Hongmeng system interface unfolded behind him. Among the 99 law source stars, the 2 source stars representing life and destruction burst out with dazzling light at the same time, illuminating his resolute face. His life of a super rich man, after collecting the 2nd core law source star and obtaining the inheritance of the Hongmeng warrior Pangu, is about to usher in a more thrilling cosmic battle. And this time, he is no longer just a guardian of the law, but also the inheritor of the Hongmeng fighting skills. He will use the Chaos Battle halberd in his hand to carve out a road of counterattack for himself in the boundless universe and write the most glorious chapter in the Hongmeng Chronicle.
Chapter 71, Orion Crisis.
Void Rift and the violent invasion of the Zerg from other planes. When the light tracing arc tore through the space barrier and reached the edge of the Orion cantilever, the main control screen suddenly burst into a dazzling red light. Lin Yang took a step forward, his pupils suddenly contracted in shock. What he saw was not the imagined nebula vortex, but a black crack spanning at least 30 light-years, like a huge wound torn open on the skin of the universe. The surface of the crack was surging with sticky dark purple energy, and every fluctuation was accompanied by the distortion of the space structure. Countless creatures with bone wings on their backs and hideous shapes were swarming out of it. Their number was so large that it blocked the starlight behind them.
Warning! High-intensity biological energy reaction detected.
The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flashed in the center of the bridge, and the metallic voice was unprecedentedly urgent. The vital signs are far beyond the known species in the universe, and the gene sequence has no match with the database.
It is confirmed to be an invading creature from another dimension.
Zhao Yu pressed himself against the observation window, pointing at one of the creatures with a pale face. Lin Yang, look. The shell of that thing is reflecting light, like some kind of alloy. A creature the size of a small planet opened its huge mouth full of fangs. The green mucus dripping from its mouthparts touched the meteorite next to it, and instantly corroded it into a bottomless hole, causing ripples in the space. Lin Yang's divine seal was fully deployed, like a large net covering the entire rift area. The scan results made him feel depressed. Behind the rift there was a giant fleet consisting of countless insect nests, connected to each other through energy pipes, forming a living war machine. And the intensity of the erosion energy emitted from the core of the fleet, calculated by the divine seal, was equivalent to the total energy of 10 supernovas exploding at the same time.
Su Qing.
Immediately activate the highest level light tracing barrier. Lin Yang's voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. Zhao Yu, lock the rift energy node for me and prepare for space stabilization interference. Before he finished speaking, the first batch of Zerg pioneers had already arrived 100 meters away from the light tracing Arkansas. The vibration frequency of the bone wings of these creatures was astonishingly high, forming a series of sonic boom shockwaves visible to the naked eye, which hit the light tracing barrier fiercely, shaking the barrier that was originally as clear as crystal and causing ripples. A Zerg creature that was slightly smaller but extremely fast suddenly crashed into the barrier, and the keratin spikes on its head actually left a tiny crack on the barrier.
Not good.
Their attacks can penetrate the energy barrier. Su Qing's face changed slightly, and the 12 layers of light wings behind her bloomed at the same time, injecting their own energy into the barrier system. The physiological structure of these guys seems to be specially designed for the energy field.
Lin Yang's eyes condensed, and he clenched his right fist. The Hongmeng system responded, and a chaos halberd made of pure Hongmeng energy appeared in his palm.
The surface of the halberd was flowing with colorful light, and each line contained the law of birth and death of the universe. He took a deep breath, and the source star of the space law and the law of life in his body resonated at the same time, injecting double energy into the halberd.
Hongmeng combat technique, Kaitian style.
Lin Yang leaped up, and his figure instantly penetrated the energy barrier of the light tracing arc and appeared in the void. The chaos halberd pierced through the silent universe, bringing up a golden blade of light with the power of creating the world. Its length was tens of thousands of kilometers, like a lightning bolt that tore through the universe, and it struck directly at the queen insect that was as huge as the moon. The queen seemed to feel threatened, and let out a deafening roar, opening her huge mouth, trying to swallow Lin Yang and the light blade. However, when the golden light blade touched the queen's body, time seemed to stand still wherever the light blade passed. The space broke into pieces, the queen's hard shell was easily cut open like paper, half of her head and her huge mouth were instantly shattered, and dark green blood gushed out like a waterfall, but evaporated the moment it came into contact with the primordial energy, leaving no trace.
Too awesome. Zhao Yu was stunned as he watched from the bridge and couldn't help but clench his fists. But Lin Yang's expression did not relax, but became more solemn.
Because at the moment when the queen was killed, more zergs poured out from the cracks and filled its place. The shells of these zergs seemed to be able to absorb the energy of the erosion, and they could quickly repair themselves after being injured, and even grow harder and sharper bone spurs at the wound.
This is not a solution. There are too many of them.
Su Qing's wings of light were already covered with tiny cracks. She gritted her teeth and activated the Holy Ring of Order, constructing a 12-fold law matrix in front of the cracks, trying to slow down the zerg's attack speed. The vitality and reproductive capacity of these bugs are too terrifying.
It's like a plague.
Lin Yang suddenly remembered the secret art of life resonance inherited from the Hongmeng warriors. He immediately mobilized the energy of the source star of the law of life creation and injected it into the chaos halberd. In an instant, the tip of the halberd burst into a rich emerald green light, and each swung light blade was no longer just destructive, but also had the attribute of life annihilation. When the emerald green blade touched the zerg creatures, a miracle happened. These tenacious extra-dimensional creatures no longer repaired their wounds quickly, but instead began to disintegrate from the inside. Their bodies were like puppets with their souls taken away, quickly turning into ashes and dissipating into the universe.
It works!
Lin Yang's eyes flashed, and he seized the opportunity to kill those zerg leaders with larger bodies and stronger energy. As the leaders fell, the zerg army below was in a brief chaos. At this moment, Lin Yang suddenly sensed an extremely powerful energy fluctuation coming from the depths of the rift. He looked up and saw that the erosion energy in the core of the rift was surging violently, forming a huge vortex.
Not good. They are about to launch a stronger attack.
Lin Yang immediately made a judgment. Su Qing, prepare for full defense.
Zhao Yu, give me maximum power output and lock the rift energy node.
He took a deep breath, and combined the power of the Space Law Source Star, Life Law Source Star, and Chaos Halberd in his body into one, condensing a miniature Hongmeng singularity in his palm. The singularity rotated, emitting a terrifying attraction, and the surrounding light was distorted.
Noren! Please lend me the power of the Library of Laws.
Lin Yang sent out a divine thought, and the Library of Laws, which was millions of light years away, suddenly burst into brilliant light. A golden beam of light crossed the interstellar distance and was accurately injected into the Hongmeng singularity in Lin Yang's palm.
Explode for me!
Lin Yang used all his strength to throw the Hongmeng singularity, which condensed a huge amount of energy, towards the core of the void rift. In an instant, the Hongmeng energy and the Shu-Shi energy had a violent annihilation reaction.
With the singularity as the center, an unimaginable energy shockwave spread out in all directions.
The Black Rift was like a lake with a supernuclear bomb thrown into it, setting off a monstrous energy tsunami. The Zerg fleet around the rift collapsed inch by inch under the impact of this energy, and even the huge Zerg nest core was swallowed and disintegrated by the power generated by the Hongmeng singularity. Seeing that the void fissure was about to close, Lin Yang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, when suddenly, a more majestic and terrifying roar came from the depths of the rift. Then, a giant creature that was much larger than all the previous Zerg creatures broke out of the nest and appeared in front of everyone. This creature was covered with a dark golden carapace, each piece of which was engraved with complex void runes, emitting a frightening pressure. Its head was similar to a human shape, but more hideous, with a pair of huge compound eyes flashing dark red light, and between its eyebrows, there was actually a broken void heart embedded. "You humble Hongmeng reptiles," the voice of the Insect King rang directly in the minds of Lin Yang and the others, with endless contempt and anger. "How dare you destroy our Lord's plan?
Your existence itself is a blasphemy against the law of void erosion."
The Insect King swung his huge front claws, seemingly slowly, but instantly tore the surrounding space apart, forming countless tiny cracks. Countless micro-insects poured out from these cracks, so many that they rushed towards the light-tracing arc and Lin Yang like a swarm of locusts. Lin Yang took a deep breath, and the shadow of the Hongmeng warrior Pango slowly emerged behind him.
Pango's shadow held the heaven-shaking halberd in Warstar armor.
His majestic aura dimmed the starlight of the entire Orion cantilever. Lin Yang held the Chaos Halberd tightly with both hands, and the Hongmeng purple air surged wildly around him, forming a huge field with a diameter of several light years. "Let us try." Lin Yang's voice sounded like it came from the sky, carrying the majesty of the Hongmeng law. "Is your power of erosion stronger, or is my Hongmeng law harder?" At the same time, the notification sound of the sign-in system of the super-rich exploded in Lin Yang's sea of consciousness, with an unprecedented sense of urgency. Ultimate side quest: kill the Insect King and purify the Orion Void Rift. Mission objective: defeat the leader of the Zerg from another dimension, the Erosion King, thoroughly purify the Erosion Rift in the Orion Cantilever, and prevent further invasion of creatures from another dimension. Task reward: Hongmeng Combat Skill World Destruction Style. The highest form of Hongmeng Combat Skill, containing the dual laws of destruction and rebirth. Complete analysis of the Heart of Void. Unlock all the secrets and weaknesses of the Heart of Void. Zerg Gene Library contains the complete gene sequence of the Zerg in the different planes, which can be used for life creation and law research. Failure penalty: the Orion arm is completely destroyed and becomes the forward base for the Zerg from another dimension. The Zerg army will use Orion as a springboard to launch an expedition to the solar system, and the Earth is facing a catastrophe. Lin Yang's eyes became fierce, and the primordial energy in his body burst out without reservation. Panga's Phantom made a synchronous move, holding the war halberd tightly with both hands, aiming at the Void Insect King, ready to launch a fatal attack. The Void Bug King also felt threatened, and the Void Heart between its eyebrows burst into dazzling light, driving the Void energy in its body to circulate wildly. It opened its huge mouth, and a black beam of light condensed with a huge amount of Void energy sprayed out, heading straight for Lin Yang. The Hongmeng War Halberd and the Erosion Light Column collided in the universe, bursting out with dazzling light. The aftermath of the energy swept across the entire Orion arm, causing the orbits of countless stars to shift. The final battle that will determine the fate of multiple galaxies has begun. Lin Yang knows that this battle is crucial, not only related to the survival of the Orion arm, but also to the future of the Earth. He must go all out to kill the Insect King and purify the Void Rift. The secrets hidden under the carapace of the Insect King, the connection between the Heart of Void and the Zerg of the other plane, and the greater conspiracy behind the Void forces will all be revealed one by the light of the Hongmeng Halberd in this earth-shaking battle. Lin Yang clenched the Chaos Halberd in his hand with a firm look in his eyes. He knew that he could not retreat, and would not retreat. In order to protect the Earth and the light of this universe, he must win this battle. Chapter 72: The Battle of Destruction. The power of Hongmeng's combat skills and the shocking secret of the Insect King. The dark golden carapace around the Void Insect King made a squeaking sound under the pressure of the Hongmeng domain, and dark purple void energy seeped out from every line. The fragment of the Void Heart embedded in its forehead suddenly burst into a dazzling red light, and an invisible suction force erupted from the Insect King's body, instantly pulling 3 nearby asteroids in motion to the front. The fragment opened a huge mouth made of energy, swallowed the asteroid whole, and turned it into pure void energy and injected it into the Insect King's body, causing its already huge body to expand by nearly 1/3. Lin Yang, be careful. It is absorbing the energy of the star system to strengthen itself. Su Qing's light wings instantly unfolded the 12-fold holy ring of order, and the holy golden light bands shot towards the fragments of the Heart of Void like chains, trying to interfere with its energy flow. However, the Insect King suddenly swung his hand back, and his front claws tore through the space to form several dark cracks, like a blade of space slashing towards Su Qing, cutting off most of the light feathers behind her, forcing her to retreat again and again. This defense is too outrageous. Zhao Yu was sweating profusely in the main control room of the light tracing Arkansas. He pressed the main gun firing button hard, fire. The Hongmeng particle cannon at the front of the arc started up with a bang. A golden beam of light as thick as a bowl shot towards the Insect King, but was bounced back the moment it touched its dark golden shell, leaving only a faint white mark on the surface of the shell, without even a scratch. Physical attacks and conventional energy attacks are ineffective. Lin Yang's eyes condensed, and he immediately made a judgment: we must find its energy core and strike with precision. The Phantom of Pango behind him made synchronous movements, holding the Chaos Battle Halberd tightly in both hands, mobilizing the power of the source stars of the laws of space and the laws of destruction in his body, and slashed towards the Insect King with a blade of light that penetrated several light years. The Insect King let out a deafening roar and raised its front paws covered with thick shells to block. All the void runes on the dark golden shell lit up, forming an energy shield. With a loud bang, the sky-opening lightblade collided with the shield, bursting with dazzling light, but ultimately failed to break through the defense and was shattered by the Insect King. Taking advantage of the moment when the old power of the Insect King had gone and the new power had not yet been generated, Lin Yang flashed and approached the Insect King like a stream of light, and the Chaos Halberd pointed directly at the fragment of the Heart of Erosion between his eyebrows. However, just as the halberd was about to touch the fragment, an invisible energy barrier suddenly appeared and blasted Lin Yang away. He only felt a surge of huge power, and his knuckles were instantly cracked, and blood stained the handle of the halberd red. Ha ha ha! Hongmeng reptile, do you think this little trick can hurt my lord's creation? The compound eyes of the Insect King flashed with crazy red light, full of contempt for Lin Yang,
since you are about to die, then I will tell you a shocking secret. We, the insect race, are the original race formed by the fragments of pure laws when Hongmeng was first created.
Lin Yang was shocked, and while enduring the severe pain in his arm, he immediately mobilized the divine seal to analyze the gene sequence of the insect king. Sure enough, deep inside its cells, the divine seal detected energy fluctuations that were highly similar to those of the Hongmeng law source star, but these fluctuations were distorted and contaminated by an evil force, presenting an abnormal dark purple state.
So that's it. Lin Yang muttered to himself, a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. You are the original race of Hongmeng that has been polluted by the energy of the erosion. He suddenly jumped up, completely merging the power of the source star of the law of life creation and the source star of the law of chaos, and condensed a green light cocoon emitting vitality in his palm. Since you are the polluted creation of Hongmeng, then today, I will purify you.
The emerald green cocoon exploded in Lin Yang's hand, and countless flowers of life composed of primordial energy blossomed.
These flowers quickly took root and sprouted when they touched the dark golden shell of the insect king, growing and spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, and actually bound the huge body of the insect king tightly. The pure primordial energy emitted by the flowers of life continued to penetrate into the body of the insect king, purifying the erosion energy in it. Ugh!
The insect king screamed in pain, and dark green blood oozed out from the cracks in its shell, dripping into the surrounding space, dyeing the empty universe with strange patches of green. The light of the fragment of the void heart between its eyebrows also dimmed, and the speed of absorbing energy slowed down significantly. Lin Yang knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he immediately mobilized all his strength, and the Pango Phantom behind him burst into a 1,000-foot high light. The Phantom held the halberd tightly with both hands, and attracted the power of all the stars in the entire Orion cantilever, converging on the Chaos Halberd, preparing to perform the supreme form of the Hongmeng combat skill, the World Destruction Style. Hongmeng Combat Technique, World Destruction Style. Lin Yang shouted, and Pango's Phantom swung out his halberd synchronously. A golden blade of light containing the dual laws of destruction and rebirth cut through a distance of millions of light years, and its speed was so fast that even time seemed to slow down in front of it. Wherever the blade of light passed, the stars along the way were instantly annihilated and turned into the most basic energy particles, and behind the blade of light, a new space structure was slowly being reconstructed, showing a wonderful cycle of destruction and rebirth.
The Void Insect King felt an unprecedented threat.
The fragment of the void heart between its brows burst out with the last rays of light, condensing a huge void projection behind it. The projection opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the light blade, but it collapsed inch by inch the moment it came into contact. The dark golden carapace of the insect king was like paper in front of the light blade, and it quickly shattered, revealing its complex internal energy structure. The light blade slashed at the fragment of the heart of void accurately, cutting it off from the center of the insect king's brow. Lin Yang stretched out his hand and sucked the fragment into his hand. Almost at the moment of contact with the fragment, the divine seal completed its analysis of it, and a memory that had been sealed for countless thousands of years flooded into Lin Yang's mind. In the picture, a warrior wearing Hongmeng armor and with a breath as vast as the universe is fighting a giant made of pure erosion energy. The battle between the two sides affected the entire galaxy, and the space was shattered and the stars fell. At the last moment of the battle, the Hongmeng warrior knew that he could not completely destroy the Lord of the Void, so he resolutely sealed his own law source together with thousands of Hongmeng native races in a different plane, and used part of his own original power to create the Heart of Void as the key to unlock it in the future, hoping that someone in the future will find a way to balance Hongmeng and Void. So that's it. We were all wrong. Lin Yang looked at the fragment of the Heart of Void in his hand, his eyes flashing with complex light. Void is not inherently evil, and not all the original races of Hongmeng are on the side of light. At this moment, the huge body of the insect king gradually decomposed into tiny specks of light dust under the continuous purification of the primordial energy, and finally completely dissipated in the universe. And where it dissipated, a law core flashing with a faint white light slowly emerged. It was the primordial origin in the insect king's body that had not been completely polluted. The notification sound of the sign-in system of the super rich sounded in Lin Yang's mind at the right time, with the magnificent sound effect of completing a major task. Ultimate side quest: kill the insect king and purify the Orion Void Rift. Task rating: SSS+. Rewards: Hongmeng Combat Skill, World Destruction Style, the highest form of Hongmeng combat skill, containing the dual laws of destruction and rebirth. It can cause devastating blows to the target and reshape the space and energy structure within a certain range. Complete analysis of the Heart of the Void. Unlock all the secrets of the Heart of the Void, including its creation process, energy principles, and its connection with the law of Hongmeng, and gain the ability to actively purify the energy of the Void. Zerg Gene Library Pure version contains the complete gene sequence of the Zerg in the other plane, including its pure form before being contaminated. It can be used for life creation, law research, and targeted development of restraint methods. New mainline mission released, go to the origin of Hongmeng to uncover the ultimate mystery of the birth of the universe. Mission description: according to the memory fragments of the Heart of Void and the inheritance of the Hongmeng warriors, there is a mysterious area in the universe called Hongmeng Origin Land, which may hide the truth of the birth of the universe and the key to the balance of Hongmeng and Void power. Task reward: unknown, related to the revealed mysteries of the universe. The light tracing arc slowly passed through the gradually closing void rift. Lin Yang stood in front of the observation window, playing with the fragment of the void heart in his hand. His eyes were deep, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. Lin Yang, Zhao Yu couldn't help but ask curiously, where did this bug come from? From what it just said, it seems like they are related to us. Su Qing frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, according to the incomplete records of the light tracing relic, there were indeed many native races that were directly condensed by the laws when Hongmeng was first created, but most of them disappeared later. Could it be that the Lord of Void and the Hongmeng warriors were originally of the same origin? Lin Yang took a deep breath, carefully put the fragments of the Heart of Void into the Divine Seal, slowly turned around, and said to Zhao Yu and Su Qing, perhaps, the truth of the universe is far more complicated and grander than we imagined before. Void is not absolutely evil. Light and darkness may just be different manifestations of energy. He paused, his eyes gleaming with determination, and continued, the next stop is the origin of Hongmeng. We are going to see what the place where everything started is like. Perhaps, there, we can find a way to truly balance Hongmeng and Xuxie, and uncover more ultimate mysteries about our universe. The origin of Hongmeng sounds very powerful. Zhao Yu rubbed his hands excitedly. I wonder if there are more powerful treasures there that I can sign in? Lin Yang smiled slightly and patted Zhao Yu on the shoulder. There must be. Moreover, the secret there may be more precious than any treasure. The light tracing arc's engine gave a deep and powerful roar, and it adjusted its direction, speeding towards the deeper parts of the universe. Outside the ship's window, countless stars were rapidly moving backwards, as if seeing them off. Behind them, the Orion Arm, which was once full of dangers, was gradually regaining its former brightness and tranquility, as if the earth-shattering battle of destruction just now was just an illusory dream. But Lin Yang, Zhao Yu, and Su Qing all knew clearly that it was not a dream, it was a battle they had personally experienced, and it was an important step they had taken to protect the peace of the universe. Lin Yang knew that mastering the world-destroying combat skills and knowing the Zerg's shocking secrets were only the first step in uncovering the truth of the universe. The road ahead was still full of unknowns and challenges. Greater mysteries and more powerful enemies were waiting for them to explore and face. His life as a super-rich man, after experiencing this world-destroying war, is about to usher in a new chapter that is even more magnificent and exciting. And he, with his desire for the truth of the universe and his determination to protect the light, will continue to move forward on this road of counterattack. Chapter 73, The Origin of Hongmeng. The Mystery of the Origin of Chaos, Blue Lotus and the Lord of Void. The engine of the light tracing arc made a dull resonance between the 12-dimensional barriers. The starry sky outside the porthole was no longer the familiar dots of light, but was twisted into a flowing colorful band of light, as if the essence of the universe was forcibly deconstructed here. When the spacecraft broke through the last layer of crystal-clear space membrane, everyone was shocked by the scene before them and was speechless. The boundless chaotic air currents surged like boiling magma, presenting a mysterious purple-gold color. In the center of this chaos, a giant green lotus with a diameter of 1 million light-years quietly bloomed, with 36 huge lotus leaves overlapping and interlaced, each of which was flowing with a different law halo. The golden lotus leaves were branded with runes of spacefolding, the green lotus leaves were pregnant with the light of flourishing life, the red lotus leaves were dancing with flames of destruction, and the blue lotus leaves were flowing with eternal water. This is the chaos green lotus recorded in the inherited memory of the Hongmeng warriors, the source of the birth of the universe. Is this the place where Hongmeng originated? Zhao Yu pressed his entire body against the observation window, his nose deformed by the cold glass, but his voice trembled with extreme shock. It's a billion times more spectacular than the simulation I saw in the documentary Mysteries of the Universe. Lin Yang's eyebrows were heated up, and the divine seal and the chaos green lotus had an unprecedented strong resonance. The Hongmeng blood in his body was boiling wildly, as if he had returned to the original source of life. The Hongmeng system interface at his eyebrows was refreshed frantically, and the originally vague coordinates of the source star of the law became clearly visible. Each lotus leaf corresponded to the birthplace of a core source star of the law. Even the vague positions of the source stars of the law, such as time reversal and cause and effect correction that he had not yet obtained, all showed clues at this moment. At this moment, the center of the chaos green lotus suddenly burst out with dazzling primordial purple energy, which was 1,000,000,000 times brighter than the sun and dispelled the chaotic airflow around it. A figure made of pure primordial energy slowly condensed in the light. He was wearing a simple and majestic battle armor, holding a giant axe that seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. It was the complete form of the primordial warrior Pangu, which was more real and vast than the phantom that Lin Yang had seen before. Hongmeng's successor, Pangu's voice was like the first thunder at the beginning of the universe, resounding in the depths of Lin Yang, Jiayu, and Su Qing's souls. I have waited here for 100,000 years, just for this day. Lin Yang was shocked and bowed quickly. Junior Lin Yang, greetings to the senior. Pangu's gaze fell on Lin Yang with relief and expectation. No need to be polite. The fact that you can get here means that you have solved some of the mysteries of Void and Hongmeng. Now, it's time for you to know the whole truth. He raised his hand and waved, and a dark purple lotus seed emerged in the center of the chaos green lotus. The surface of the lotus seed was engraved with the same strange runes as the heart of Void, exuding a cold breath that was completely opposite to the Hongmeng energy. Have you seen this lotus seed? Pangu's voice was filled with a hint of melancholy. This is the lotus seed of the origin of Void Eclipse, and the Lord of Void Eclipse is actually the other half of my origin. What? Lin Yang, Jiayu, and Su Qing exclaimed at the same time. Pangu continued, when chaos first began, I was born, shouldering the responsibility of creating the world. However, the power of chaos was too great. In the process of splitting chaos, my origin split. Half of it became Hongmeng, giving birth to light, in order the other half fell into the depths of chaos, absorbing negative energy and becoming Xuxie, representing darkness and destruction. The Lord of Xuxie is the incarnation of the other half of my split origin. Lin Yang finally understood the truth about the Heart of Void. It was not a purely evil creation, but the fragments left over when Pangu's origin split, and it was the dark side that must have existed when the universe was born. Then, why do the Void believers want to destroy the order of the universe? Su Qing couldn't help but ask. Because they misunderstood the nature of the Void, Pangu sighed, the Void should have coexisted in balance with Hongmeng to maintain the operation of the universe together. But the Lord of the Void, due to the resentment of the origin split, tried to devour Hongmeng and monopolize the universe, which led to endless wars. And this Void origin lotus seed is the core fragment left behind when I split, and it contains the original power of the Void. At this moment, the dark purple lotus seed suddenly vibrated violently, and the runes on the surface emitted a dazzling red light. A large amount of Void energy gushed out from it, and a huge phantom condensed in the chaos. The phantom was similar to Pangu in form, but was composed of pure Void energy. It had a hideous face and exuded an aura of destruction. It was the projection of the Lord of Void. Pangu. The voice of the Lord of Void was filled with endless resentment and madness. Do you think you can sit back and relax by sealing me in another dimension? Heir of Hongmeng, listen to me. The Hongmeng bloodline in your body is a part of me that was split off. Submit to me, and I will grant you the authority to control the entire universe. Lin Yang's eyes were stern, and he looked directly at the projection of the Lord of Void without fear. Lord of Void, your conspiracy will not succeed. Hongmeng and Void should be balanced, not devoured. After saying that, Lin Yang suddenly activated the primordial energy in his body, and the chaos halberd appeared in his hand. At the same time, the shadow of Pangu behind him was no longer a vague outline, but became extremely clear, almost overlapping with him. The chaos halberd and the axe of creation in Pangu's hand resonated strongly, bursting out with a breath of destruction. Hongmeng combat technique, world destruction style. Lin Yang and Pangu's phantom swung their weapons at the same time. A golden blade of light containing the dual laws of destruction and rebirth cut through the chaos and slashed directly at the projection of the Lord of Void. The Lord of Void snorted coldly and condensed a dark purple energy beam to meet the attack. When the light blade collided with the light column, an amazing scene occurred. The 36 lotus leaves of the chaos green lotus lit up at the same time, each releasing the corresponding law energy, forming a 12-layer huge law matrix, covering Lin Yang's world-destroying light blade and the energy light column of the Lord of Void at the same time. The matrix was running, and the terrifying power of purification erupted. The two opposite energies collided violently and neutralized in the matrix, and were finally purified into the purest primordial energy, feeding back to the chaos green lotus. The projection of the Lord of Void let out an unwilling roar, and eventually turned into specks of light and dissipated in the chaos. Pangu's figure gradually became transparent at this moment. He looked at Lin Yang with satisfaction and merged the shadow of the giant axe in his hand into Lin Yang's divine seal,
Hongmeng's successor, my mission is complete.
Go, collect the 12 Law Source stars, and restore the balance between Hongmeng and Xushi in the Chaos Green Lotus.
The future of the universe is in your hands. After saying this, Pangu's figure completely disappeared in the primordial purple air.
Almost at the same time, the notification sound of the super-rich sign-in system sounded in Lin Yang's sea of consciousness with unprecedented grandeur and majesty. Main quest, completed the exploration of the origin of Hongmeng.
Task evaluation, Genesis level.
Rewards. Acts of Creation Original Projection. You can summon the original projection of Pangu's acts of creation at any time to unleash the power of destruction, and it has a special effect on the energy of erosion.
Chaos Blue Lotus Law Resonance. Gain the ability to communicate with the Chaos Blue Lotus.
You can use the power of the Chaos Blue Lotus to exert some creation-level laws at critical moments, and at the same time, you can more clearly perceive the location of the Law Source star. Origin of Void Erosion Complete Analysis. Thoroughly analyze the origin of Void Erosion power, understand its connection and balance with Hongmeng power, and gain the ability to actively reconcile Hongmeng and Void Erosion energy. Ultimate mission released. Gather the 12 core Law Source stars and reshape the order of Hongmeng in the Chaos Blue Lotus. Mission description. The balance between Hongmeng and Xushi has been broken, and the universe is facing an unprecedented crisis.
Only by gathering the 12 core Law Source stars scattered throughout the multiverse and returning to the Chaos Blue Lotus can we reshape the Hongmeng order and completely resolve the threat of the Lord of Xushi.
Task rewards. Title of Hongmeng Controller. Gain the highest recognition of the multiverse and become the orthodox controller of Hongmeng Law. Authority of Multiverse Creation. Obtain the authority of some of the gods of creation, and be able to create and modify the rules of the universe within a certain range. The light tracing arc slowly left the Chaos Green Lotus. Lin Yang stood in front of the observation window, holding a lotus seed that exuded a faint primordial purple aura in his hand. It was a token left by Pangu and the key to the ultimate mission. He looked at the Chaos Green Lotus that was gradually shrinking outside the porthole, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. It turns out that the Lord of Void and the Hongmeng warriors are of the same origin. The birth of the universe was accompanied by the split of light and darkness, and balance is the ultimate law of the universe. Zhao Yu was excitedly flipping through the newly acquired full analysis of the origin of void data, muttering to himself, no wonder void energy is so difficult to deal with, it turns out to be the other half of Pangu's origin.
If we combine these two halves of the origin, can we create a new universe?
Su Qing was debugging the barrier system of the light tracing arc, and at the same time checking the updated Law Source star coordinates on the Hongmeng system interface. Lin Yang, according to the law resonance of the Chaos Green Lotus, the next core Law Source star time reversal law should be in the time ruins of the Andromeda Galaxy, where it is said that there is a guardian of the time law who has been trapped for billions of years.
Lin Yang smiled slightly, his eyes full of determination and expectation. Yes, our next stop is the time ruins of the Andromeda Galaxy.
Zhao Yu, get ready to witness the miracle of time.
No problem. Zhao Yu patted his chest. But boss, when we find the law of time, can you let me go back to yesterday and grab back the limited edition StarCraft figurine I just bought? I slipped and didn't get it yesterday.
Lin Yang and Su Qing were both amused by Zhao Yu's words. Complete the mission first. Lin Yang started the engine of the arc. Once you have collected all 12 Law Source stars, let alone grabbing the figurine, as long as it does not violate the laws of the universe, maybe I can really let you go back to the past to have a look. The light tracing arc turned into a stream of light, rushed into the deep chaos, and sped towards the distant Andromeda Galaxy. Lin Yang's life of a super-rich man, after uncovering the mystery of the origin of Hongmeng and Xushi, officially embarked on an epic journey to collect the 12 core Law Source stars. The road ahead is full of unknowns and challenges, time ruins, space turbulence, causal mazes, countless mysterious areas are waiting for him to explore, and there are also powerful guardians and obstructions from the forces of Xushi that he needs to overcome. But Lin Yang is fearless, because he has known part of the truth of the universe, holding the origin projection of the acts of creation in his hand, and the mission of the Hongmeng warrior in his heart. He will continue to counterattack in the boundless universe, in order to reshape the Hongmeng order, to protect the peace of the multiverse, and write his legend the Hongmeng Controller. And the light of the Chaos Green Lotus will always illuminate his way forward.
Chapter 74, Time Ruins.
Reversing the laws and billions of years of order. The energy matrix of the light tracing arc made a low humming sound during the interstellar voyage spanning 2 million light-years. When the spacecraft entered the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, the star map on the main control screen suddenly rippled strangely. Outside the porthole, the stars that were originally running along the established orbit began to rotate in the opposite direction, and the comet tail dragged a twisted light band, like a clock hand being turned by an invisible hand. Even more shocking was that countless broken bronze clock gears were floating in the void, and each gear crack flowed with a silver-white time halo. The clicking sound of the gears when they turned actually formed a desolate and ancient cosmic hymn.
Warning! High-intensity time law fluctuations detected.
The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flashed violently in the center of the bridge, and the metallic voice was unprecedentedly chaotic. The spatial coordinates are continuously distorted at a speed of 3,000 Australian dollars per second, and the system is being forced into time turbulence. Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately activated Axe of Creation Origin Projection. In an instant, a golden axe shadow that penetrated the bridge shot up into the sky, and the primordial purple air flowing on the axe blade poured down like a waterfall, splitting the layers of time ripples. However, the light tracing arc was still like a boat sailing against the current. The space around the hull kept collapsing and reorganizing, and the time scale on the dashboard jumped wildly. The previous second showed the Earth time of 2025, the next second it jumped to the dinosaur era, and then it quickly slid into the distant future.
Look! Zhao Yu suddenly pointed at the observation window, his face pale. What is that?
A giant hand made of countless time fragments stretched out from the turbulence, and with 5 fingers spread out, it grabbed the hull of the light tracing arc. And Zhao Yu looked at the hair on his arms in horror. The originally dense hair suddenly became shorter under the power of time, and his skin also showed a strange tightness, as if it was being forcibly rejuvenated.
Not good. It's a time reversal attack.
Su Qing shouted, and the 12 wings of light behind her bloomed at the same time. The holy golden feathers formed a huge time anchor. Lin Yang, we must find the source of the law of time as soon as possible, otherwise we will be completely decomposed by the time turbulence. Lin Yang took a deep breath, activated the divine seal and resonated with the chaos green lotus. In an instant, his vision penetrated the turbulence of time and locked onto a figure sealed by an amber time crystal in the core area of the time ruins. It was an old man in a gilded robe, with countless rotating hourglass patterns embroidered on the robe, and an hourglass-shaped crystal emitting silver-white light embedded in his forehead. It was the target of their trip, the source star of the law of time reversal.
Senior!
Lin Yang injected the Hongmeng purple energy into the time amber, trying to communicate with the sealed consciousness, but was rebounded by a powerful time repulsion.
Please lend us a helping hand.
At this moment, a vicissitudes and ancient consciousness came directly into Lin Yang's mind. I am Kronos, the lawful one, and I have been trapped here for billions of years. If you want to obtain the time source star, you must pass the test of the 3 questions of time. If you answer correctly, you can inherit the law. If you answer incorrectly, you will be trapped here with me forever. Lin Yang's eyes flashed, and he signaled Su Qing and Zhao Yu to stabilize the arc, while he himself concentrated on dealing with the test.
The first question rang in my mind, in the long river of time, which is more real, the past or the future?
Lin Yang pondered for a moment, and his mind flashed through the history of the Earth, the birth of the universe, and the countless possibilities that might happen in the future. He responded in a deep voice, the past has solidified into the cornerstone of unchangeable laws, which is the memory of the universe. The future is the flowing primordial energy, which is the possibility that has not yet been written. The two are not opposites, but the breathing of the universe, which together constitute the complete dimension of time. As soon as he finished speaking, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the time amber, and a silvery white time halo seeped out from it, temporarily calming the surrounding time turbulence for a moment.
The second question follows, time is like a sharp blade, can it be completely cut off?
Lin Yang did not answer immediately, but swung the axe of the sky, slashing at the time turbulence around him. However, the seemingly indestructible axe blade was slowly worn down as if it had encountered a strong acid the moment it came into contact with the power of time, and eventually turned into nothingness. He was thoughtful and said slowly, time is not a physical entity, but the flow trajectory of energy, stretching like the long river of the universe. Forcibly cutting it off will only trigger a more violent storm of time and space. Only by guiding it with the laws of Hongmeng and balancing it with the energy of the erosion can the river of time flow forever. Boom! The cracks in the time amber suddenly expanded, and the figure of old man Kronos was looming in the seal, with a hint of approval in his eyes.
The third question sounded with the majesty of final. Why do you pursue the law of time? Is it to reverse regrets, or to control everything? Countless images flashed through Lin Yang's mind, the surprise of signing in for the first time in the university dormitory, the brotherhood with Zhao Yu, Su Qing fighting side by side, the blue outline of the earth, and the faces of countless creatures in the universe. He clenched his fists, his voice firm and warm. I pursue the law of time, not to reverse personal regrets, nor to control all living things. I only want to protect every moment of the people I love, to leave a mark for those who died in the chaos of the erosion, and to restore the balance between Hongmeng and the erosion, so that the river of time can carry the hope of all civilizations and flow forever. Buzz.
Amidst the deafening resonance, the amber of time shattered and turned into time spots all over the sky. The old man Kronos slowly opened his eyes. His body was made of pure time energy, and he held the hourglass-shaped time source star in his hand. The old man smiled slightly and threw the source star lightly. The source star turned into a stream of light and flew into Lin Yang's divine seal. At the same time, the time turbulence of the entire time ruin suddenly subsided, and the floating clock gears were rearranged and combined to form a huge time altar. In the center of the altar, the projection of the Lord of Void condensed again and roared angrily, "Foolish order! You actually handed over the time source star to this Hongmeng reptile. Do you know what a mistake you have made?" The old man Kronos ignored the Lord of Void and turned to Lin Yang. His body gradually decomposed into thousands of time points and merged into his body. "We, the lawful ones, have been waiting for billions of years in the ruins of time, not to protect the laws, but to find someone who can balance the laws. You have passed the test, Lin Yang. Take over the authority of time and complete the final balance between Hongmeng and Void." As the inheritance of the orderly ones merged, Lin Yang's sea of consciousness instantly flooded with a vast amount of knowledge about the laws of time, and the reminder sound of the godly rich sign-in system also sounded. Main quest: completed the acquisition of the source star of the time reversal law. Task evaluation, lawful level. Rewards: time reverse combat skill, can temporarily reverse time within a certain range, repair damage, or change the direction of local events. Cooling time, 1000 universe years. Legacy of the Order, gain the Order's understanding of the laws of time and their application skills, unlocking advanced abilities such as time anchor point and time corridor. Spacetime anchor point coordinates chart, contains 108 stable spacetime anchor points in the multiverse, which can be used as coordinates for interstellar navigation or samples for studying the laws of time. New mainline mission released: go to the cause and effect maze to find the source star of the cause and effect correction law. Mission description: the causal labyrinth is located in the center of the Crab Nebula, and is the area in the universe where the law of causality is the most disordered. Legend has it that those who enter will be trapped in an infinite cycle of causal chains. Only by correcting the core causal paradox can they obtain the source star of the causal correction law. Mission difficulty, Genesis level. Task reward, unknown. The light tracing arc finally got rid of the constraints of time turbulence and stabilized in the normal spacetime dimension again. Lin Yang tried to operate the time law he had just obtained, and his consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness. He actually saw the scene where Xiaoyu failed to buy a limited edition interstellar figurine on Earth because of a difference of 0.01 seconds. It was clearly replayed in front of him. "Boss." Xiaoyu came over excitedly, "that time travel just now was so cool. Use your new ability to help me get back the action figures I didn't get yesterday." Just 1 second, just 1 second. Lin Yang smiled and shook his head, dispersing the time image. "The power of the law of time is not used for this kind of thing. And you see," he called up the universe trading platform, "someone just put up your figure, the price is 30% lower than the original price." Zhao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Boss, you are my lucky star." Su Cheng was concentrating on debugging the newly acquired spacetime anchor point coordinate map. The position of the Crab Nebula on the star map was flashing a strange red light. The causality maze is located in the center of the Crab Nebula. According to the coordinate map, the causal laws there are extremely disordered. Those who enter will be trapped in an infinite cycle of causal chains. Even lawful people dare not easily set foot in it. We must be fully prepared. Lin Yang nodded, holding the looming projection of the axe of creation in his hand, his eyes firm. "No matter how dangerous the causal maze is, we must get the law of causal correction. This is the only way to collect the 12 source stars." The engine of the light tracing arc roared again, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards the Crab Nebula. Outside the porthole, the time ruins gradually shrank into a bright spot and finally disappeared in the vast sea of stars. But Lin Yang knew that the acquisition of the law of time was only a new beginning, and the causal maze ahead would be a greater test of his wisdom and will. At the center of the Crab Nebula, countless tangled causal lines are weaving into a huge network, waiting for new challengers to step into it. Lin Yang took a deep breath and prepared to face the ultimate puzzle of cause and effect. After obtaining the law of time reversal, his super-rich life is continuing to counterattack towards the vaster mysteries of the universe. Chapter 75, The Labyrinth of Cause and Effect. The Paradoxical Cycle and the Choice of Hongmeng Libra. When the light tracing arc broke through the radiation layer outside the Crab Nebula, the main control screen suddenly burst into dazzling snowflake patterns. Outside the porthole, the broken stellar debris was suspended and rotating in a trajectory that violated gravity. a burning meteorite was simultaneously in solid, liquid, and gaseous states. In the farther void, stardust was arranged into a constantly flashing causal chain of words, the circular symbol of life-death, life twisted and extended in space, and each flash was accompanied by the concrete roar of logical paradox.
Warning! High-intensity causal law disorder detected.
The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flickered violently, and the sound wave converter made a harsh electric sound.
All sensors are stuck in a logical dead loop. The navigation system cannot resolve the spatial coordinates. The energy readings show 100% and 0% at the same time. The spacecraft is in a quantum superposition state of existence and non-existence. Lin Yang stood up suddenly, veins popping out on his forehead. 3 shadows appeared on his left arm at the same time. One was covered with battle scars, one was smooth as new, and the other was in the shape of a baby's arm. This was the terrifying embodiment of the causal paradox in the real dimension. Su Qing's light wings split into countless transparent shadows, each corresponding to a parallel spacetime afterimage of a key choice in her life. Xiaoyu was horrified to find that the universe milk tea he had just brewed was in a triple state of boiling, freezing, and never brewed at the same time, and the water droplets condensed on the wall of the cup were constantly repeating the inverse logic process of evaporation and liquefaction. Activate the legacy of the orderly time anchor. Lin Yang shouted in a deep voice, while activating the source star of the time law he had just obtained in the divine seal. An anchor emitting silver-white light appeared at the bow, trying to stabilize the chaotic flow of time and space, but was bounced back by an invisible force, and rust and new modeled patterns appeared on the surface of the anchor at the same time. We can't go on like this.
Su Qing gritted her teeth, and the 12 holy rings of order unfolded at the same time. The holy light emitted by the wings of light formed a shield around the hull, but the edge of the shield kept showing holes and overlapping images of repairs. The law of cause and effect is destroying the foundation of our existence. Lin Yang took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the turbulent flow of cause and effect in his body. He closed his eyes, and the divine seal resonated with the chaos green lotus. The source star of time, the source star of space, and the embryonic form of the law of cause and effect that had just awakened became a trinity in his sea of consciousness. When the energy of the three converged, a Tai Chi-shaped cause and effect balance talisman condensed in his palm, and the golden and black light flows circulated endlessly in the rune, forming a perfect logical closed loop. The moment the talisman was unfolded, the paradoxical scene around the light tracing arc melted like ice and snow. In the void ahead, a giant maze composed of countless causal chains slowly appeared. Each chain was composed of glowing symbols, connecting nodes in different time and space. Some chains were bright and stable, while others were dim and twisted, and even appeared a self-devouring vicious circle. In the core of the maze, a law source star emitting golden and black light was suspended in it. The flowing lines on the surface of the source star were the concrete presentation of the law of cause and effect in the universe. However, in front of the source star, a figure made of pure causal energy stood quietly. He was wearing a robe decorated with star maps, holding a scepter engraved with cause and effect runes in his hand. It was the law of causality Laplace. Han Meng's successor, Laplace's voice seemed to come from the superposition of all timelines. If you want to obtain the source star of the law of causality correction, you must first solve the triple causal paradox. If you cannot find the balance point in the logical maze, you will be trapped here forever and become the nutrient of the causal turbulence. The first paradox, the burning match. Laplace raised his hand, and a burning match appeared in his palm. Strangely, the flame was in 3 states, burning vigorously, about to go out, and never lit. Why did this fire go out? Lin Yang's divine seal was fully activated, but he found that this paradox itself violated basic logic. He stared at the match, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Oxygen was exhausted? The match burned out? Or some external force extinguished it? But none of these answers could explain the coexistence of the 3 states. Wait. Lin Yang suddenly realized that extinguishing is not a single result, but an inevitable cause and effect relative to burning. He said in a deep voice, this fire is extinguished because of the exhaustion of oxygen, because the match material is burned out, and because extinguishing is the inevitable subsequent cause and effect of burning. No matter what the process is, the existence of burning itself determines the result of extinguishing. As soon as he finished speaking, the match in Laplace's palm suddenly turned into ashes, a causal chain connecting the paradox was broken, and ripples appeared on the barrier at the entrance of the maze. The second paradox, the grandfather paradox. A holographic image suddenly appeared on the wall of the maze. A young man went back to the past through a time machine and tried to kill his grandfather. If his grandfather died, the young man would not be born, so how could he go back to the past to kill someone? The image kept looping, forming an unsolvable logical deadlock. If you were this young man, Laplace's voice echoed in the maze, would you take action?
If you did, how would you exist? If you didn't, how would you resolve the paradox?
Lin Yang waved the axe of creation projection, trying to cut off the time machine in the image, but saw that the axe blade completed the process of cutting and healing at the same time at the moment of contact, forming a new paradox. He frowned in thought, and suddenly remembered the revelation about parallel universes in the Chaos Green Lotus. This is not the cause and effect of a single universe. Lin Yang raised his head, his eyes sharp. In the theory of parallel universes, every choice will create a new timeline.
When the young man went back to the past, he entered a parallel universe.
In that universe, he killed his grandfather, causing him in that universe to be unable to be born, but in his original universe, he still exists. The chain of cause and effect is closed in different universes, and there is no contradiction. As he explained, the image on the wall split into two parallel pictures. The knot of the grandfather paradox was suddenly untied, and the maze passage extended forward. The third paradox, correcting past regrets. Laplace pointed to the causal source star at the core of the maze, with a critical look in his eyes. If you gain the power of causal correction, will you use it to correct past regrets? For example, revive your deceased loved ones, or make a new choice? Lin Yang's mind flashed with the warm smiles of his parents and the scene of their unexpected death. The strong emotional impact made it almost impossible for him to breathe, and the causal turbulence surged in his body again. But he took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the impulse. The cause and effect of the past has shaped who I am today. Lin Yang's voice was a little trembling, but very firm. If I forcefully correct it, I may be able to get back the smiles of my loved ones, but I will also lose everything I have now: friends, power, and the mission of protecting the universe. More importantly, arbitrarily modifying the cause and effect chain will trigger an unpredictable butterfly effect, leading to a larger paradox, and may even destroy the cause and effect balance of the entire universe. He paused, his eyes regained clarity. What I pursue is not to rewrite the past, but to protect the causal balance of the future. Let every choice follow the natural laws of the universe, so that all civilizations can thrive on the correct causal line. This is the true meaning of the law of causal correction. Buzz. The golden black source star at the core of the maze vibrated violently, breaking free from the bondage of the causal chain, and turned into a stream of light and flew into Lin Yang's divine seal. At the same time, Laplace's figure slowly dissipated, turning into thousands of causal lines that merged into his body. A huge flow of information poured into the sea of consciousness, bringing a deep understanding of the law of cause and effect. Remember, heir of Hongmeng, Laplace's consciousness echoed in his mind. The true meaning of the law of cause and effect is not control, but balance. Only by respecting cause and effect can we correct cause and effect. At this moment, the projection of the Lord of Void once again tore the chain of cause and effect and appeared in front of Lin Yang. He held a dagger made of twisted cause and effect lines in his hand, grinning and stabbing at the cause and effect source star in Lin Yang's divine seal. Stupid Hongmeng reptile. The imbalance of cause and effect is the essence of the universe. Only by breaking the cause and effect can we gain true freedom. Lin Yang's eyes flashed, and he immediately activated the Hongmeng scale he had just obtained. It was a divine artifact condensed from the origin of the Chaos Blue Lotus, symbolizing the ultimate balance of the universe. He injected the energy of the time source star, the space source star, and the cause and effect source star into both ends of the scale at the same time. When the primordial purple energy and the erosion energy reached a perfect balance on the scale, the paradoxical scene of the entire Crab Nebula suddenly disappeared. The broken stellar debris returned to its normal orbit, the causal chain text in the space turned into dots of light dust, and the light tracing arc stabilized in the normal spacetime dimension again. The reminder tone of the sign-in system of the super-rich sounded in Lin Yang's mind with a solemn echo. Main quest: completed the acquisition of the source star of the law of cause and effect correction. Task evaluation, balance level. Rewards: cause and effect balance combat skill, can forcibly intervene in a specific cause and effect chain, readjust the cause and effect relationship, and achieve a balanced state. Cooling time, 100,000 universe years. Eye of Laplace: after opening, you can see through the cause and effect of things and foresee the future direction brought about by different choices. Can be used 3 times a day, each time lasts 10 minutes. Multiverse causal network, contains the causal network of major civilizations in the multiverse, which can be used to query the causal relationship of specific individuals or events. New main quest released: go to the Loom of Destiny and find the source star of the Law of Destiny weaving. Mission description: the Loom of Destiny is located in the antimatter cloud deep in the Orion spiral arm, and is the core node of the universe's destiny law. Legend has it that the loom is made up of countless destiny lines. If the person who enters cannot weave his own destiny trajectory, he will be assimilated by the loom and become part of the destiny line. Mission difficulty: Genesis level. Task reward: unknown. As the light tracing arc slowly sailed out of the Crab Nebula, Lin Yang tried to activate the Eye of Laplace. In an instant, he saw countless timelines. Jiayu became the comedian of the Interstellar Alliance in one timeline, but became a serious scientist in another. Su Qing fought side by side with him until the end of the universe in one timeline, but became the lonely guardian of the Temple of Time in another timeline. Boss, Xiaoyu came over curiously, help me see if I will be very successful in the future? Will I marry the most beautiful woman in the universe? Lin Yang smiled and shook his head, closing the Eye of Laplace. Fate is not predetermined, Xiaoyu. Every choice you make now is weaving your own destiny. The so-called future is just one of countless possibilities. Su Qing was concentrating on debugging the multiverse causal network. The position of the Orion spiral arm on the star map was flashing a strange red light. The loom of fate is located in the center of the antimatter cloud. According to the description of the causal network, the threads of fate there are interwoven into a huge cocoon. Even the lawful ones who enter may be forcibly woven into fixed fate puppets. We must be fully prepared. Lin Yang held the Hongmeng scale tightly in his hand. The Hongmeng purple air and the erosion energy on both ends of the scale flowed calmly, symbolizing the balance of cause and effect. He looked out the porthole at the deep universe, his eyes sharp and firm. No matter how dangerous the opportunity of fate is, we must get the law of fate weaving. This is the only way to collect the 12 source stars, and it is also a key step to unlock the ultimate mystery of the universe. The engine of the light tracing arc roared again, turning into a stream of light, rushing towards the antimatter cloud deep in the Orion spiral arm. Outside the porthole, the Crab Nebula gradually shrank into a point of light and eventually disappeared in the vast sea of stars. But Lin Yang knew that the acquisition of the law of cause and effect was only a new beginning, and the fate ahead would be a greater test of his will and wisdom. In the antimatter cloud of the Orion spiral arm, countless flickering lines of fate are weaving into a huge network, emitting a low hum, waiting for new challengers to step into it. Lin Yang took a deep breath and prepared to face this ultimate test of fate. After obtaining the law of cause and effect correction, his life of a wealthy man is continuing to counterattack towards the vaster mysteries of the universe. Chapter 76, The Opportunity of Destiny. Cause and effect in the cocoon and the awakening of Hongmeng's fate. When the light tracing arc broke through the stellar wind outside the Orion spiral arm, the main control panel suddenly sounded a piercing alarm. Outside the porthole, the dark green nebula composed of antimatter surged like a boiling fluid, and each ripple extended countless glowing threads. Those threads were as thin as hair, but they carried countless bizarre pictures, the whole process of a planet from birth to destruction, the rise and fall of a civilization from the wilderness to the interstellar, and even the battle scene of Lin Yang and others in the Kunlun decisive battle. Fluctuations in the laws of destiny in a super-dimensional space have been detected. The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flickered violently, and strange cracks appeared on the metal shell. All electronic systems are being forcibly implanted with destiny programs. The core of the motherboard has a self-destruct logic of I am destined to collapse in 10 seconds. Lin Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, an invisible force was trying to control his body. He looked down at his combat uniform, and suddenly golden rune patterns appeared on his shoulders, clearly outlining the fate of will be torn apart in 3 minutes. Almost at the same time, Su Cheng beside him groaned, and the light wings behind her uncontrollably posed in a complex sacrificial posture. She gritted her teeth and transmitted the message through the mental link. My body is executing a certain preset fate script, and I can't resist it. Boss, look at my milk tea. Zhao Yu pointed at the cup in his hand in horror. The fate rune about to be knocked over appeared on the wall of the cup at some point. He subconsciously let go of his hand, but the cup violated the laws of physics and floated in the air, crashing into Lin Yang along a predetermined parabolic trajectory. Lin Yang swung out the axe of creation and accurately cut off the fate line that was pulling the cup. However, new lines instantly grew at the break, weaving a worse ending of being scalded by milk tea for resisting fate. The boiling liquid bypassed the axe blade like a living thing and splashed directly onto his arm. This is the horror of the fate loom. Lin Yang forcibly operated the Hongmeng scale, using the power of cause and effect balance to offset the influence of the law of fate, and the burn marks on his arm miraculously disappeared. It can not only predict fate, but also forcibly weave reality, allowing everything to develop according to the preset trajectory. He immediately unfolded his divine seal, resonating with the Chaos Green Lotus, and constructed an independent observation dimension in his sea of consciousness. Through the Eye of Laplace, Lin Yang finally saw the core of the antimatter cloud. A giant cocoon several light years high stood in the void, interwoven with countless glowing fate lines, each of which connected to a creature or event in the universe. In the center of the cocoon, a law source star emitting colorful streams was entangled by tens of millions of fate lines, like a butterfly trapped in a spider web, constantly flashing unstable light. At this moment, a crack appeared on the surface of the cocoon, and a figure in a radiant robe emerged from it. Her body was made of pure destiny lines, her face was blurred but she had a majestic insight, and in her hand she held a weaving shuttle emitting golden light. It was Clotho, the lawful one of the destiny loom. Hongmeng's successor, Clotho's voice seemed to come from the superposition of all timelines. The destiny weaves the trajectory of all things in the universe, and no one has ever been able to truly escape. If you want to obtain the source star of the destiny weaving law, you must pass 3 tests to prove that you are qualified to control this supreme power. Level 1, Fate Script Killing. Clotho waved the golden shuttle in his hand, and Lin Yang, Su Cheng, and Zhao Yu were instantly drawn into a bizarre fantasy. Lin Yang found himself turned into an unarmed mortal, being chased by the pursuers of the Lord of Void. Su Cheng turned into a holy angel, desperately guarding him, and Zhao Yu was wearing the enemy's clothes, his eyes full of struggle and betrayal. The plot progresses according to the predetermined fate script. Lin Yang is about to be killed by the Void Warrior, Su Cheng is seriously injured to protect him, and Zhao Yu raises his weapon at the critical moment, pointing it at Lin Yang's back. Just when the fate script is about to end, Lin Yang suddenly bites his tongue and writes 4 big words on the void script with blood. My fate is determined by me, not by God. Hongmeng purple energy gushed out along with the blood, instantly igniting the entire illusion. The fate script was shattered by the impact of Hongmeng's power. Clotho's figure appeared at the edge of the illusion, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Interesting, the fate line cannot bind the soul that truly awakens its own will. Level 2, Causal Cocoon. The illusion dissipated, and Lin Yang and the other 2 found themselves in the core of the cocoon. The fate lines around them intertwined into countless bizarre scenes, all of which were keynotes in Lin Yang's life: the first sign-in at the university dormitory, the decisive battle between the Kunlun Mountains and the 7-pointed Star Council, and seeing the Phantom of Pangdu at the origin of Hongmeng. Each note extended countless branches of fate, representing different endings brought about by different choices. Clotho moved the shuttle indifferently, and the fate line began to fluctuate violently. Choose a fate line to follow and accept the predetermined outcome. Otherwise, you will be assimilated into the cocoon and become part of the fate line. Lin Yang stared at the complicated branches of fate in front of him, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. But he did not choose any ready-made route, but stretched out his hands at the same time and grabbed all the lines of fate. Hongmeng purple energy rushed out of his body and injected into each line of fate. My fate should not be bound by a single cause and effect. I want to integrate all possibilities and create my own new cause and effect. A miracle happened. The originally independent fate lines gradually merged under the infiltration of the Hongmeng purple energy. The colorful light faded, and was replaced by the purple representing the origin of Hongmeng. Countless fate lines intertwined together, weaving an unprecedented new fate map, exuding a shocking power. Level 3, Destiny Showdown. Just as the new destiny map was about to take shape, the projection of the Lord of Void suddenly tore through the cocoon and appeared in front of Lin Yang. He held a dagger made of twisted destiny lines in his hand, and grinned as he cut off the destiny line that Lin Yang had just woven. Stupid Hongmeng reptile. Your destiny has long been set by me as a sacrifice to Hongmeng, don't even think about resisting. Lin Yang looked at the broken fate line and suddenly laughed up to the sky. He completely integrated the energy of the 4 Lossor stars of time, space, cause and effect, and fate in his body, and condensed a wheel emitting thousands of lights in his palm. Hongmeng destiny wheel. My destiny? Lin Yang's voice carried the majesty of the Hongmeng law. My destiny is to break all settings and create my own future. The Hongmeng destiny wheel spun at high speed, and the light it emitted enveloped the entire cocoon. All the fate lines were pulled by this force, no longer following the preset trajectory, but rewoven according to a new logic. In the blink of an eye, a causal cage composed of Hongmeng purple energy took shape, trapping the projection of the Lord of Void in it. The Lord of the Void roared angrily, but could not break free from the shackles of the fate line. Seeing this, Clotho smiled and gently pushed the colorful source star of the law of fate weaving, and the source star turned into a stream of light and flew into Lin Yang's divine seal. At the same time, her body gradually decomposed and turned into thousands of fate lines that merged into Lin Yang's body, and a huge torrent of information poured into his sea of consciousness. Remember, heir of Hongmeng, Clotho's consciousness echoed in his mind. True destiny is not the woven trajectory, but the courage to create destiny. Almost at the same time, the notification sound of the sign-in system of the super-rich sounded in Lin Yang's sea of consciousness with the majesty of creation. Main quest, completed the acquisition of the source star of the law of destiny weaving. Task evaluation, destiny level. Rewards. Destiny creation combat skill, can forcibly rewrite the fate of a specific target and create a new cause and effect line. Cooling time, 1 million universe years. Fate Weaving Shuttle, a Hongmeng level artifact that can actively weave or dismantle the line of fate, affecting the development trajectory of things. Omniscient Eye of Destiny. After opening, you can see through the fate of all things and foresee all possibilities up to the end of the universe. Can be opened once a day, lasts for 1 hour. New main quest released. Go to the Soul Crucible and find the source star of the law of soul condensation. Mission description. The soul furnace is located in the void at the edge of the universe, and is composed of the obsessions and soul fragments of billions of creatures. Legend has it that the core of the furnace hides the source star of the soul condensation law, but those who enter must endure the severe pain of soul tempering, otherwise they will be assimilated by the furnace.
Mission difficulty, world destruction level. Task reward, unknown.
The light tracing arc slowly sailed out of the antimatter cloud, and Lin Yang tried to activate the omniscient Eye of Destiny. In an instant, countless bizarre images flooded into his vision, one of which made his pupils shrink suddenly. In the final battle between Hongmeng and Xu Xie, he stood on the Chaos Green Lotus, merging the 12 Law Source stars into one, and the figure of the Lord of Xu Xie actually overlapped with himself, like two sides of a coin.
Boss, can this thing weave a girlfriend?
Zhao Yu excitedly played with the shuttle of destiny he had just obtained, waving it in the air. Lin Yang retracted his gaze and looked at the coordinates marked as Soul Furnace on the star map. His eyes became solemn. The soul furnace is said to be composed of the obsessions of billions of lives. The soul fragments there are enough to tear apart any powerful consciousness.
We must be fully prepared.
He paused and added, moreover, according to the prediction of the all-knowing Eye of Destiny, the soul furnace may contain the ultimate secrets about Hongmeng and Xu Xie, and even the true identities of me and the Lord of Xu Xie. The engine of the light tracing arc roared again, turning into a stream of light, and rushed towards the void at the edge of the universe. Outside the porthole, the light of the Orion spiral arm gradually faded away, and the outline of the Destiny machine also disappeared in the vast sea of stars. But Lin Yang knew that obtaining the law of weaving destiny was just a new beginning, and the soul crucible ahead would be the ultimate test of his soul and will. At the edge of the universe, the terrifying furnace composed of countless soul fragments is flickering in the darkness, waiting for new challengers to step into it. Lin Yang took a deep breath and clenched the shuttle of fate in his hand. His life of a wealthy man, after awakening the destiny of Hongmeng, is on the road to uncovering the ultimate mystery of the universe, and continues to counterattack.
Chapter 77, Soul Furnace. Tempering of 10,000 souls and awakening of the Hongmeng true self.
When the light tracing arc broke through the last layer of space membrane, the scene outside the porthole suddenly changed drastically. The brilliant galaxy disappeared without a trace, replaced by endless nothingness, with only floating translucent soul fragments flickering in the darkness. These fragments had different shapes, some turned into wailing faces, and some gathered into twisted light balls. Each one is entangled with obsessions that have not dispersed for billions of years, like a pot of boiling consciousness soup, forming a terrifying area spanning millions of light-years. Soul furnace.
Warning! Extra-dimensional soul energy impact detected.
The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flickered violently, and fine electric sparks oozed out of the metal shell. The biometric recognition system has been invaded by millions of soul fragments, and the host core is generating the self-denial program. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yang felt his sea of consciousness suddenly shake, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. The emotions that had been pent up in his heart burst out like a flood: the heart-wrenching pain of his parents' death, the life and death struggle in the Kunlun Mountains, the feeling of powerlessness when facing the Lord of the Void. The negative memories that had been deliberately suppressed surged wildly, causing a catastrophe at the soul level. He subconsciously looked at the reflection of his soul, and was shocked to find that the face of the Lord of the Void was looming in it, with a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth.
Lin Yang. Su Qing's voice was trembling.
The light wings behind her were dim, and her body curled up uncontrollably on the ground.
Intermittent mumbling came through the mental link: if I hadn't hesitated at the beginning, the holy ring of order would not have been broken.
Obviously, she was also trapped in the negative illusion woven by the soul fragments. Zhao Yu seemed even more out of control.
He punched the empty wall frantically, and his roar was full of self-denial. Why can't I grab it? I'm a loser. I can't even get a figurine. Wake up!
Lin Yang bit his tongue fiercely, and the severe pain made him break free from his conscious sinking for a short time. He immediately activated the Hongmeng purple chi to build a defensive barrier in his sea of consciousness, but found that the soul fragments were like maggots attached to his bones, constantly infiltrating every gap in his thinking. At the critical moment, his divine seal resonated with the Chaos Green Lotus, mobilizing the energy of the three Lost Source stars of fate, cause and effect, and time, and condensed a dazzling Hongmeng true self core in the center of his sea of consciousness. The core of the true self was like an eternal lamp, emitting a warm and firm light, instantly dispelling some of the negative emotions.
Through the all-knowing eye of destiny, Lin Yang finally saw the scene of the core of the furnace. An altar made of billions of soul fragments stood in the center of nothingness, burning on the altar a faint blue soul fire, and in the center of the flame was suspended a law source star as warm as jade, which was the goal of their trip, soul condensation law. At this moment, the soul fragments around the altar surged violently, gathering into a giant soul body composed of countless painful faces. Its eyes burned with hatred, and its voice was like the chorus of thousands of dead souls. I am Anubis, the Forge Lawful One. If you want to take the Soul Source Star, you must undergo 3 levels of tempering to prove that you are qualified to control this power. First, refining, prison of obsession. Lin Yang felt the scene suddenly change, and he was back in the hospital ward where his parents passed away. The smell of disinfectant, the ticking of instruments, the weak smiles of his parents before they died. The familiar scene brought the familiar pain, and every breath involved his heart, as if to tear his soul apart. Countless voices whispered in his ears, if you had been faster. If you could have awakened your power earlier. Just as he was about to be swallowed by sadness, Lin Yang suddenly remembered his parents' last words, Yang Yang, live well and live a wonderful life. The core of Hongming's true self suddenly burst out with strong light, and he clenched his fists. Obsession is not a shackle, but a mark of protection. In an instant, the sad obsession that was wrapped around his body was like ice and snow meeting the sun, and was refined into wisps of pure protective energy and integrated into the core of his true self. Second, refining, mirror of sin. A huge mirror made of soul fragments suddenly stood in front of Lin Yang, and the mirror clearly reflected all his past mistakes. He ignored the classmates who asked for help because he was focused on signing in at university, the innocent energy bodies he accidentally injured when fighting the void creatures, and the difficult choices he had to make in order to obtain the source star of the law. Each scene was accompanied by Anubis's cold judgment: those who bear sins are not worthy of having a complete soul. Lin Yang stared at the image in the mirror, frowning but not avoiding it. He raised his hand and gently stroked the mirror, and the Hongmeng purple energy was injected into it. My past, whether right or wrong, is the cornerstone of my way. Sin is not eternal, but the scale of growth. I am willing to bear everything, just to protect more futures. As soon as the voice fell, the mirror of sin shattered, and the image in the mirror turned into starlight, blending into the depths of his soul, becoming an inseparable part. The third level, the battle of the true self. The most terrifying trial suddenly came. The soul projection of the Lord of Void was forcibly merged with Lin Yang's soul. A chaotic and powerful consciousness surged in, accompanied by a bewitching whisper, we are of the same origin, why do we have to kill each other? Give up, embrace void, and you will get the real completeness. Lin Yang's soul was shaking violently. 2 completely different memories, emotions, and powers collided in his body, almost tearing him apart. The light of the Hongmeng true self core in the sea of consciousness flickered, as if it would go out at any time. But at this moment, he remembered Zhao Yu's trust, Su Qing's side by side, Pangu's entrustment, and the future of billions of creatures in the universe. Even if we have the same origin, I choose light. Lin Yang roared, mobilizing the energy of the 12 law source stars parts in his body, and condensed a primordial light blade in the depths of his soul. The moment the light blade slashed down, a shocking roar broke out at the soul level. The projection of the Lord of Void screamed and split, and at its core, a primordial origin with the same origin as Lin Yang's true self core was revealed, but it was wrapped in a thick layer of void energy. Seeing this, Anubis' eyes flashed with a hint of relief, and he gently pushed the warm source star of the soul condensation law towards Lin Yang. The true meaning of the soul is not perfection, but the courage to accept imperfection. The moment the source star merged into the divine seal, the figures of the lawful ones turned into thousands of soul light spots, merged into Lin Yang's body, bringing the ultimate understanding of the law of the soul. The notification sound of the super-rich sign-in system rang out like a huge bell. Main quest: completed the acquisition of the soul condensation law source star. Task evaluation: true self level. Rewards: soul reunification combat skill, can condense scattered soul fragments, repair damaged souls, and even temporarily summon the consciousness of the deceased. Cooling time, 100,000 cosmic years. Scale of Anubis, a Hongmeng level artifact that can weigh the soul, understand the essence of all things, and has the power to restrain the energy of the void. Hongmeng true self mark, an eternal mark appears between the eyebrows, making you immune to low-level soul attacks, and you can manifest the Hongmeng true self form, increasing your strength 100-fold. New main quest released: go to the land of the end of the law, collect the remaining law source stars and welcome the final battle. Mission description: the land of the end of laws is located at the origin of the Big Bang, and is the intersection of Hongmeng and void energy. The Lord of Void has gathered all his strength here, and the remaining source stars of laws also resonate here. Go here, complete the final collection and prepare for the decisive battle. Mission difficulty, world destruction level. Mission reward, unknown, related to the ultimate fate of the universe. The light tracing arc slowly sailed away from the soul furnace. Lin Yang subconsciously touched his forehead, where a rotating Hongmeng mark appeared, emitting a warm and powerful light. He tried to activate the scale of Anubis and actually saw the soul essence of the Lord of Void clearly as he felt. It was the Hongmeng origin that was polluted when Pangu split, and it had the same origin as his own soul, but it went to different extremes. Boss, I just dreamed that I turned into a figurine and was robbed. Zhao Yu patted his chest with lingering fear. This place is too weird. Su Qing was concentrating on debugging the newly acquired soul resonance system. The coordinates of the land of the end of laws on the star map flashed with dazzling red and blue light. According to Anubis's inherited memory, the land of the end is the intersection of the birth and destruction of the universe. The law energy is extremely chaotic. The Lord of the Void is likely to complete his final evolution there. We must be fully prepared. Lin Yang clenched the chaos halberd in his hand, and the existing law source stars in his sea of consciousness, space, life, time, cause and effect, fate, soul, etc. began to resonate, emitting increasingly bright light. He looked out the porthole at the gradually emerging afterglow of the Big Bang, where light and darkness intertwined, and the energy was extremely violent. It was the stage for the final battle. Let's go. Lin Yang's voice was calm but powerful. It's time to uncover all the mysteries. The engine of the light tracing arc roared for the last time, turning into a streak of resolute light, rushing towards the place where the laws that determine the fate of the universe end. After refining the true self of Hongmeng, Lin Yang's life of a super-rich finally ushered in the final chapter. He will face the Lord of Void with a complete attitude, and start a shocking ultimate battle for the balance between Hongmeng and Void, and for the future of thousands of lives. Chapter 78, The End of the World. The resonance of the 12 source stars and the awakening of Pangu's true body. The moment the light tracing arc broke through the cosmic microwave background radiation, all physical laws lost their meaning at this moment. Outside the porthole, time was twisted like a long river flowing backwards, and space was folded like a crumpled paper. Countless law turbulences were surging in the void like boiling magma. The Hongmeng purple air and the dark energy of the erosion intertwined into a huge Tai Chi pattern, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations. In the center of this Tai Chi pattern, 12 law altars composed of chaotic energy were suspended, and each altar was inserted with a broken law source star. Only the Hongmeng Gyi law altar in the center was empty, as if waiting for the final puzzle. Warning! A super-dimensional law storm has been detected. The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flickered violently, almost breaking into a data stream. The energy reaction of the Lord of the Void is growing exponentially. He is absorbing the power of all the law source stars. The energy intensity has exceeded the initial value of the Big Bang. Lin Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he saw that in the core of the law turbulence, the figure of the Lord of Void was expanding wildly. The once hideous form no longer existed, replaced by a giant made of pure void energy. The void heart between his eyebrows had now merged with the 11 law source stars on the altar, emitting a breath of destruction. The only thing missing was the 6 source stars contained in Lin Yang's divine seal: space, life, time, cause and effect, fate and soul. Ha ha ha, Hongmeng reptile. The voice of the Lord of Void penetrated the boundaries of time and space, and exploded in the depths of Lin Yang's soul. I am the dark side split from Pangu, the ultimate embodiment of the dark side of the universe. Only by collecting the 12 source stars of law can I return to completeness and reshape the order of the universe. Hand over the source star in your hand quickly, otherwise, I will turn you and this humble universe into nothingness. Lin Yang's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene he saw in the soul furnace. The soul core of the Lord of Void was actually the same as his own Hongmeng origin. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes flashing with wisdom, and threw the 6 law source stars in his hand into the air. You are wrong, Lord of Void. We are not divided at all, but the carriers of the balance of the 2 original forces of Hongmeng and Void. The true meaning of the universe is not the dictatorship of a single force, but the balance of yin and yang, the harmonious coexistence of Hongmeng and Void. The 6 source stars burst into brilliant light in the air, creating a strong resonance with the 6 source stars on the altar. 12 pillars of light from the laws shot up into the sky, piercing the end of the universe, outlining an extremely huge phantom in the turbulent flow of the laws. The phantom held a giant axe of creation and wore primordial armor. It was the true body of the primordial warrior Pangu. Seeing this, the Lord of the Void roared furiously and rushed towards Lin Yang like lightning, trying to snatch the 6 source stars. However, Pangu's phantom raised the giant axe in his hand and swung it lightly. A golden light blade containing the power of creation slashed at the Lord of the Void.
The Lord of the Void hastily condensed a void shield, but it collapsed inch by inch under the light blade, and he let out a painful roar. Taking advantage of the moment when the Lord of Void was blocked, Lin Yang took a deep breath and slapped the Hongmeng True Self mark between his eyebrows, merging it into the empty Hongmeng Return to Oneness Law altar. In an instant, the Law Source stars on the 12 altars burst out with thousands of feet of light at the same time, turning into 12 streams of light, and merging into Lin Yang's body like a young swallow returning to its nest. As the Source star merged, 12 layers of vast law domains unfolded around Lin Yang's body. Space domain, with Lin Yang as the center, the space within billions of kilometers is completely controlled by him. The attack trajectory of the Lord of Void is arbitrarily distorted in the domain, as if he was trapped in an invisible maze. Life domain, rich life energy surges like a tide. Wherever it passes, the turbulent laws polluted by the eroded energy are purified and rejuvenated. Time domain, the long river of time flows backwards in this domain, and the energy state that the Lord of Void had just accumulated is forcibly reversed, causing his strength to plummet instantly. Cause and effect realm, wherever Lin Yang's thoughts went, the evil links between the Lord of Void and the Source Star of Law were cut off one by one, and he could no longer mobilize the power of the Source Star at will. Destiny realm, countless destiny lines are intertwined in the realm. Lin Yang's will turns into the shuttle of destiny, weaving a brand new trajectory, a bright road where Hongmeng and Xushi coexist in balance. Soul realm, the soft soul light spread out and penetrated into the body of the Lord of Void, purifying the void pollution in his body bit by bit, revealing the Hongmeng origin deep inside that was the same as Lin Yang's. This is impossible. The Lord of the Void felt the loss of void energy in his body and the awakening of the origin of Hongmeng, and his huge body began to disintegrate violently. I am the master of darkness, how can I be purified by light? Pango's shadow slowly stretched out his hands, taking the crumbling Lord of Void and Lin Yang into his palms at the same time, and his voice carried the vastness of the universe at its inception. Hongmeng and Void are two sides of the same coin, neither of which can be missing. Lin Yang, you have comprehended the true meaning of the universe. Now, use the Hongmeng unification law in your hands to reshape the order of the universe. Lin Yang nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. He mobilized all the power of the 12 Law Source stars in his body, and slowly condensed a black and white Tai Chi Source star in his palm. This Source star was half of the flourishing Hongmeng purple energy and half of the profound virtual dark energy, but they were perfectly integrated together, emitting harmonious and vast energy fluctuations. As the Tai Chi Source star took shape, the law turbulence of the entire law-ending land gradually subsided, and the Hongmeng purple energy and virtual dark energy began to circulate in a new order. At this moment, the notification sound of the sign-in system of the Super Rich sounded in Lin Yang's sea of consciousness with an unprecedented majesty, as if the origin of the universe was announcing. Ultimate mission: gather all 12 source stars of laws and reshape the order of Hongmeng. Task evaluation, Genesis level. Rewards: Title of Hongmeng Controller, gain the highest recognition of the multiverse and become the only balancer and controller of the laws of Hongmeng and Xushi. Authority of multiverse creation, obtain some of the authority of the God of creation, and be able to formulate basic laws within the multiverse, and create or destroy small universes. Super Rich Sign-In System Final Form, the system has completed its final evolution and can freely travel through the multiverse. You can perform a Genesis level sign-in in any universe once a day. System prompt: you have become the balancer of Hongmeng and Xushi, and are responsible for maintaining the order of the multiverse. From now on, you can freely travel through the multiverse, sign in to obtain creation-level treasures, and create your own Hongmeng era. The light faded, and Lin Yang found himself standing in the familiar dormitory of Huaxia University. The sun shone through the window onto the floor, and the air was filled with the unique smell of adolescent boys' dormitories. Zhao was lying on the bed, grinning at the screen of his mobile phone. Boss, look. I finally got that limited edition Star Wars action figure. Isn't it cool? Su Qing opened the door holding a pile of books. The sunlight shone on her peaceful face, as if it was coated with a layer of gold. Lin Yang, what are you daydreaming about? It's time to go to class. Today is the old professor's class, and the roll call is very strict. Everything seems so real and yet so unreal, as if the cosmic adventure I had experienced before was just a bizarre dream. But Lin Yang knew that it was not a dream. He could clearly feel the warm Tai Chi Source star in his palm, and he could also see the brand new Hongmeng system interface in his mind. In the center of the interface, a line of eye-catching text flashed: next stop check-in location, Andromeda Galaxy Temple of Life. Check-in reward, Creation Throne. Lin Yang smiled slightly, put the Tai Chi Source star into the divine seal, walked to Zhao Yu and patted his shoulder. Not bad, your hand speed has improved.
Let's go to class first, and after school. He paused, his eyes flashing with yearning. Let's go to the universe to see if there are any fun places, and by the way, sign in. Zhao Yu and Su Qing looked at each other, and both saw excitement in each other's eyes. They knew that Lin Yang's life of a super rich man began with the accidental sign-in the university dormitory, and he experienced countless dangerous places such as the origin of Hongmeng, the ruins of time, the maze of cause and effect, the loom of fate, and the furnace of souls, and finally became the creator who controlled the Hongmeng order. But this is by no means the end. This is just a new starting point for Lin Yang as the Hongmeng controller. In the vast multiverse, there are countless super-rich sign-in rewards and countless unknown mysteries waiting for him to open and explore. His road to counterattack has just begun. This time, he will continue to write his own legend on the stage of the multiverse with the mission of creation and protection. Chapter 79 Multiverse Sign-In. The Mystery of the Temple of Life and the Throne of Creation. The lecture hall at Huaxia University was as hot and stuffy as ever. The old professor's boring explanation of quantum physics filled the air, making the students in the back row sleepy like a lullaby. But Lin Yang's sea of consciousness was like a high-speed supercomputer. The Hongmeng system interface appeared clearly in his mind, and the multiverse shuttle function was emitting a soft blue light, as if calling him to start a new journey. Get out of class dismissed. As soon as the old professor's voice fell, Zhao Yu jumped up from his seat like a spring, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Boss. Quickly activate the shuttle function. I can't wait to see what the Andromeda Galaxy looks like. Is it like in science fiction movies, with flying cars and energy shields? Su Qing closed her notebook elegantly, tapped her fingertips on the virtual terminal, and a brilliant star map was projected in front of the three people. She pointed to a nebula covered by a colorful halo, and her voice was full of expectation. According to the system prompt, the Temple of Life is located in the companion star system of Alpha Andromeda. There is the earliest crystallization of the law of life in the universe. It is said that you can feel the vigorous vitality just by getting close to it. Lin Yang nodded slightly, the Tai Chi source star in his palm trembled slightly, and a mysterious energy wave spread out. The next second, the familiar silver-gray figure of Guangsu Fangzhou appeared out of thin air in the secluded corner of the playground behind the teaching building, causing a few passing students to exclaim. The three of them quickly stepped into the Arkansas. The voice of the mechanical Zerg Queen was no longer cold and metallic, but had an evolved softness and wisdom. The multiverse shuttle engine has been started, and the target coordinates are being calibrated. It is expected to arrive at the star field where the Andromeda Galaxy's life temple is located in 10 seconds. With the low roar of the engine, the starry sky outside the porthole instantly twisted into a flowing band of light. In just 10 seconds, the light tracing arc broke through an invisible energy barrier, and the scene before them made everyone hold their breath involuntarily. A huge planet was suspended in the void, and the whole planet was wrapped in a colorful halo of life, like a huge, breathing glass ball. On the surface of the planet, a crystal forest composed of pure life laws stretched endlessly, and each crystal clear leaf was slowly flowing with golden life fluid, like countless miniature rivers of life. At the north pole of the planet, a magnificent temple rose from the ground, and the roof of the temple was inlaid with countless life crystals emitting soft light, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Is this the Temple of Life? Zhao Yu muttered to himself, his eyes full of shock. It's so beautiful, it's like a fairyland in a fairy tale. Lin Yang took a deep breath and pushed open the hatch of the Arkansas. A warm and gentle energy rushed over him, as if he was in the embrace of spring, making every cell in his body feel extremely comfortable. As soon as he walked out of the ark, a female priest made of pure life energy slowly walked over. Her body was shining with soft green light, and her face was blurred, but she had an ancient and loving aura. Master of Hongmeng, the priestess bowed slightly, her voice flowing like a spring in the forest. The law of life has been waiting for you here for billions of years. Welcome to the Temple of Life. Following the priestess into the core of the temple, Lin Yang's eyes suddenly opened up. A throne made of chaos blue lotus petals stood in the center of a huge fountain of life. The throne radiated a warm light, as if it contained all the mysteries of life in the universe. The moment Lin Yang sat on the throne, the 12 law source stars in his body resonated violently at the same time, emitting brilliant light. The throne seemed to be activated, bursting out with thousands of light threads, weaving a vast and boundless multiverse star map behind Lin Yang. Each star represented a universe, and each light band symbolized a dimension. At the same time, the notification sound of the sign-in system of the super-rich sounded in Lin Yang's sea of consciousness with unprecedented solemnity and grandeur. Genesis level sign-in successful. Reward, Creation Throne, a Hongmeng level treasure that can analyze the laws of life in any universe and gain insight into the origin and evolution of life.
The fountain of life under the throne has a heaven-defying gift that can revive extinct intelligent races and reshape the planet's ecology.
Trigger hidden mission, repair the life fault of Titan.
Mission description: Titan was once the hub of the universe's life laws, but was planted with the life-withering curse by the Lord of the Void 100,000 years ago, causing the planet's life energy to rapidly drain and on the verge of death. Please go to Titan and use the power of the Creator Throne to purify the curse and repair the life fault.
Mission reward, unknown, related to the degree of Titan's restoration.
Zhao Yu curiously reached out his hand and gently touched the edge of the throne. The moment his finger touched the throne, a warm life energy surged into his body.
The dark circles under his eyes from years of staying up late playing games disappeared instantly, and he looked energetic. Wow! Boss, this throne is so magical.
I feel like I can climb Mount Everest in one breath now. Su Qing closed her eyes and mobilized the holy ring of order to resonate with the life law of the throne. A new life rune immediately appeared on the wings of light behind her, emitting a more holy and energetic light.
Lin Yang, Su Qing opened her eyes full of shock. The energy level of this throne has surpassed everything we have encountered before, and even surpassed the inheritance of the Hongmeng warriors.
At this moment, the fountain of life suddenly surged violently, and a holographic image emerged on the surface of the spring. In the image, a once beautiful blue planet was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dense forests turned into deserts, rushing rivers dried up, countless cities turned into dead ruins, and only a few survivors were left struggling. The priestess voice sounded with sorrow. That is Titan, once the hub of the law of life, and the birthplace of countless brilliant civilizations. But 100,000 years ago, the Lord of the Void descended here and planted the evil life-withering curse, turning this vibrant planet into what it is today. Lin Yang's eyes shone, and he felt the despair and pleading of countless creatures on Titan. Without any hesitation, he placed his hands on the armrests of the throne and used all his strength to activate the power of the creation throne.
In the name of Hongmeng, life is revived.
With Lin Yang's low shout, a thick green beam of light spurted out from the center of the fountain of life, like a huge and energetic dragon, rushing straight into the sky, instantly crossing the distant interstellar distance and shooting towards Titan. Under the light, the withered land on Titan regained vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tender green shoots grew in the desert, the dry riverbeds were refilled with clear water, and even the ruins of the dead cities began to be covered with green vines. The breath of life swept across the planet like a tide, dispelling the haze of death that enveloped it.
However, just as Titan was about to fully recover, a dark figure suddenly appeared on the multiverse star map.
It was the projection of the Lord of the Void. In his hand, he held a sickle made of pure death law, exuding a suffocating breath of destruction.
Hongmeng reptile.
The voice of the Lord of Void was full of anger and unwillingness. You are destroying my plan again.
Do you think you can stop me like this? In the multiverse, there are more than tens of millions of planets that have been polluted by me.
Lin Yang snorted coldly, and a powerful primordial purple aura burst out from his body, colliding with the death sickle of the Lord of Void. At the moment when the two forces clashed, countless flashing points of light suddenly lit up on the multiverse star map, and each point of light represented a sign and coordinate that was countless planets polluted by Void, waiting for him to purify and unlock new sign and rewards. The voice of the super-rich Sign-In System sounded again, with a new dimension and mission.
Main quest update: purify the erosion pollution in the 3000-dimensional universe.
Mission description: the pollution of the Lord of Void has spread to the 3000-dimensional universe, and countless civilizations are on the verge of destruction.
As the controller of Hongmeng, you are responsible for purifying the void and reshaping order. Task reward: unlock the creation authority of Hongmeng era, and you can freely create a new universe and formulate the laws of the universe. Currently available. Check in locations part.
Beta Sagittarius, Starship Graveyard. Countless interstellar battleships of super-ancient civilizations are buried there. You can obtain the legendary Starry Sky battleship, which has a terrifying capacity to carry the entire population of the galaxy. Large Magellanic Cloud, Soul Corridor, a mysterious area connecting the worlds of life and death. You can obtain the Eye of Samsara to understand the mysteries of soul reincarnation and control the boundary between life and death. Orion Spiral Arm, Library of Laws. It contains all the mysteries of the laws since the birth of the universe, which can complete the ultimate mystery of the 12 source stars and comprehend the highest realm of the Hongmeng law. Lin Yang slowly stood up from the creation throne. The throne turned into a stream of light and merged into the main control system of the light tracing arc, making this already powerful arc exude an even more mysterious and vast aura. He looked at the constantly refreshing check-in coordinates outside the porthole, then looked at the excited Zhao Yu and the determined Su Qing beside him, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Zhao Yu, Lin Yang's voice was full of strength and expectation. Where do you want to go next? Let's do something big this time. Zhao Yu rubbed his hands together with excitement, his eyes sparkling with longing for the future. Boss, of course we should go to the Starship Cemetery first. I have long wanted to try what it feels like to drive a space battleship. Just imagine, flying in the universe in a star battleship, how impressive it would be. Su Qing had already retrieved detailed information about the Starry Sky battleship. As she checked, she said, according to records, the Starry Sky battleship can not only carry the entire galaxy's population, but its weapon and defense systems are also top-notch in the universe. If we can get it, we can build a mobile Hongmeng base to purify polluted planets more efficiently. Okay. Let's go to the Starship Graveyard. Lin Yang made a decision and cast his eyes towards the distant Sagittarius constellation. Let's go. The engine of the light tracing arc let out a low and powerful roar. A colorful halo surrounded the hull, and then turned into a gorgeous rainbow stream of light, rushing into the deep and boundless universe, speeding towards the next check-in location full of unknowns and opportunities. The Hongmeng era belonging to Lin Yang, starting with the awakening of the creation throne, officially kicked off the grand prelude to purifying the multiverse and reshaping thousands of civilizations. In this vast world, countless god-level sign-in rewards and countless shocking cosmic wonders are waiting for this young Hongmeng controller to open and explore one by one. His road to counterattack has just entered the most exciting chapter. Chapter 80, Starship Cemetery. The relics of the super-ancient civilization and the awakening of the starship. When the light tracing arc broke through the radiation belt outside the Beta Sagittarius star, the scene outside the porthole suddenly became shocking. Tens of thousands of metal wreckages covered the sky, and the rusty warship skeletons floated in the void like the bones of ancient monsters. Some warships still had glowing energy crystals in their broken parts, and even solidified explosion aftermath could be seen inside the crystals. More ships were covered with layers of stardust, forming a steel nebula that stretched for several light years, and every crack told of the tragic ancient battles. Warning! High-intensity energy residue and ultra-ancient civilization signals detected. The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flickered violently, and the database interface refreshed frantically. The scan results show that the battleship model is highly consistent with the Starry Sky-class battleship recorded in the pre-Hongmeng era civilization classics. Some of the wreckage is more than 13.7 billion years old. Zhao Yu pressed his entire body against the observation window, his nose deformed by the cold glass, his voice trembling with excitement. Boss! Look at that ship! He pointed at the wreckage of a huge ship that stretched across the nebula. The caliber of its main gun was even thicker than the diameter of the Earth, and the remaining energy patterns inside the barrel were still flickering faintly. If this thing fires one shot, it will probably be able to shatter the entire solar system, right? Lin Yang activated the divine seal, resonating with the throne of creation, and his mental power swept across the entire cemetery like a radar. In the core area of the cemetery, he suddenly discovered a giant battleship wrapped in a thick cocoon of stardust. Its hull was streamlined silver blue, and even though it was covered with thousands of years of dust, it still couldn't hide its vast majesty. The surface of the battleship was engraved with runes of the pre-Hongmeng civilization that had long been lost, and a broken Hongmeng totem could be vaguely seen on the bow. It was the legendary Starry Sky battleship that could carry the entire population of the galaxy. When the light tracing arc approached the stardust cocoon, something strange happened. Countless metal creatures swarmed out from the surrounding debris. They looked like giant octopuses, with scarlet eyes flashing on their metal heads with a diameter of more than 100 meters, and dozens of tentacles wrapped with crackling annihilation beams, which were the automatic defense system guarding the cemetery. Hostile target detected. Defense system activated. Su Qing immediately unfolded the 12-fold holy ring of order, and the light wings intertwined into a golden barrier to protect the front of the Arkansas. However, the power of the mechanical octopus's annihilation beam was far beyond expectations. Every bombardment caused violent ripples in the barrier, and even a brief energy disorder. Lin Yang swung the axe of creation, and the golden axe blade chopped the three mechanical octopuses into pieces. However, his pupils shrank suddenly when the divine seal analyzed the core chip. The surface of the chip was engraved with runes that were the same as the Hongmeng system, but they had become dim due to the erosion of time. Wait! They are the creations of the pre-Hongmeng civilization. Lin Yang immediately stopped attacking and tried to inject the Hongmeng purple energy into the chip. Miraculously, the red eyes of the mechanical octopus turned blue, and the annihilation beams on its tentacles disappeared, instead projecting a holographic map. An ancient electronic voice sounded in the arc, life signal confirmed. Hongmeng energy resonance successful. Welcome back, Hongmeng successor. The Starry Sky battleship origin has been waiting for 100,000 years. Stepping onto the bridge of the Origin, Lin Yang, Zhao Yu, and Su Qing were all shocked by the scene before them. The crystal dome with a diameter of 100 meters was inlaid with a real-time updated multiverse star map, and countless stars were slowly rotating in the dome. A burning stellar core was suspended in the center, and the surging energy was beating like a heart. Thousands of light bands extended from the core to the surrounding control consoles, and each light band was connected to a dormant system module. When Lin Yang inserted the Taiji source star into the main console, the entire warship burst into brilliant golden light. The stardust cocoon covering the hull fell off layer by layer like a cicada, revealing the smooth silver-blue hull underneath, reflecting the starlight of Sagittarius. The Hongmeng totem on the bow slowly lit up, emitting energy fluctuations that originated from Lin Yang's divine seal, as if responding to the arrival of the successor. The notification sound of the super-rich sign-in system sounded with a heavy feeling of traveling through time and space. Genesis level sign-in successful. Reward: Star Battleship Origin, the ultimate war artifact of the pre-Hongmeng civilization, equipped with a stellar curvature engine, a space jump matrix, a 12-law resonance main gun, an ecological circulation system that can accommodate 1 billion people, and a dimensional storage space. Trigger hidden mission: repair the Hongmeng anchor of the Origin. Mission description: the core anchor point of the Origin, the Hongmeng anchor, was damaged in the ancient battle against the Lord of Void, causing the battleship to fall into deep hibernation. Repairing the anchor point can unlock the full power of the battleship, including forbidden functions such as cosmic dimension folding and law materialization. Zhao Yu excitedly rushed to the main driving seat, and suddenly a set of glittering command armor rose under his feet. The surface of the armor was engraved with star patterns, and a miniature source star was inlaid between the eyebrows. It was the captain's exclusive Starry Sky Commander armor. Boss, look. Isn't this armor cool? I feel like I can command thousands of troops when I put it on. Su Qing made a major discovery in the ecological zone. Thousands of hibernation capsules were neatly arranged, and warriors wearing ancient armor were sleeping in the capsules. Their vital signs were weak but continuous. Lin Yang, they are warriors from the pre-Hongmeng civilization. The vital signs are still there, but they are in a deep hibernation state. Can we wake them up? Lin Yang nodded, and mobilized the energy of the fountain of life under the throne of the god of creation, and introduced it into the hibernation capsule through the system of the Origin. As the warm green energy was injected, the bodies of the warriors in the hibernation capsule gradually glowed, and the life readings began to steadily recover. At this moment, the alarm of the Origin suddenly sounded sharply, and the projection of the Lord of Void appeared on the star map, tearing through space. He held a corrosive beam composed of void energy in his hand, and shot it at the Origin with a grim smile. Damn Hongmeng reptile. How dare you wake up the Origin? Destroy it. Want to destroy it? Ask me first. Lin Yang shouted in a deep voice, and started the engine of the Origin for the first time. The silver-blue ship body instantly turned into a stream of light, dodging at a speed faster than the speed of light, leaving a gorgeous wake in the void. At the same time, the law resonance main gun at the bow began to charge, and the energy of the 12 law source stars gathered at the muzzle, forming a rotating Tai Chi light ball. Fire! Following Lin Yang's command, a balanced beam of light that combined the Hongmeng purple energy and the dark energy of the erosion shot out with a bang, and its power far exceeded any previous attack. Wherever the beam of light passed, the projection of the Lord of the Erosion melted like ice and snow, and several nearby polluted meteorites were also purified, revealing the clean star core inside. The notification sound of the sign-in system of the super-rich sounded with the excitement of battle. Main quest progress update: purify the erosion pollution in the 3000-dimensional universe. 127 universes have been purified. Currently available. Check in locations part. Triangulum Galaxy, Altar of Elements, contains the original power of the 4 elements of water, fire, wind, and earth. It can obtain the original scepter that controls the origin of the elements. Sculptor Galaxy Spacetime Tunnel, a mysterious passage connecting countless parallel universes, where you can obtain the dimension key to travel through dimensions. Virgo Supercluster Hongmeng Altar, the highest sacrificial site of pre-Hongmeng civilization, which can unlock the ultimate form of the creation throne. Hongmeng Creation Platform. Lin Yang stroked the main console of the Origin, feeling the resonance between this ancient battleship and his soul. Outside the porthole, the wreckage of the starship graveyard looked particularly small under the light of the Origin, and the check-in coordinates in the distance were flashing an alluring light. Next stop, the Altar of Elements in the Triangulum Galaxy. Lin Yang turned and smiled at Zhao Yu and Su Qing, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let's see if this sign-in reward can take our combat effectiveness to the next level. Zhao Yu had already put on his command armor and was simulating the operation of various buttons in the driver's seat. He shouted excitedly, "Don't worry, boss. With the origin in hand, we can push through the erosion pollution of 30,000 universes, let alone 3,000 universes." Next check-in point, here comes the elemental scepter. Su Qing was concentrating on debugging the space jump system of the origin, and the coordinates of the Triangulum galaxy on the star map were being accurately locked. The silver-blue ship started again, and the engine emitted a low and powerful roar, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the deep universe. The multiverse adventure belonging to the Hongmeng controller, accompanied by the awakening of the Star Dome battleship, is ushering in a more magnificent new chapter. And in the depths of the more distant universe, the conspiracy of the Lord of Void is still brewing, and an ultimate decisive battle concerning the fate of the multiverse is quietly kicking off. Chapter 81, The Altar of Elements. The Origin Scepter and the Secret of the Origin of the Four Elements. The Genesis' stellar engine burst out with brilliant light, like a silver-blue lightning that cuts through the darkness of the universe. In just a few breaths, the battleship crossed a distance of millions of light-years and arrived at the edge of the Triangulum galaxy. Outside the porthole, 4 huge planets came into view. They slowly rotated around the central star, each emitting a completely different halo: red like flames, blue like the deep sea, earthy yellow like thick soil, and emerald green like a forest. They were the original condensation of the 4 elements of water, fire, wind, and earth. Each planet contained terrifying energy that could destroy the galaxy. An abnormally high-intensity elemental energy field has been detected. The mechanical Zerg Queen's voice was accompanied by a subtle fluctuation. The elemental altar is located at the gravitational balance point of the 4 planets. The energy intensity has exceeded the upper limit of the known cosmic constant. It is recommended to approach with caution. Zhao Yu, wearing the Star Commander armor, stood in the center of the bridge, pointing at the swirling colorful energy vortex on the main screen, and exclaimed, "Boss, is that the elemental altar? It looks like a super huge colorful tornado." Lin Yan looked intently, and activated the divine seal to resonate with the throne of creation. Through the violent elemental storm, he clearly saw the scene at the core of the altar: an altar made of red, blue, yellow, and green crystals suspended in the void, with a glittering scepter inserted on the top of the altar. The head of the scepter was inlaid with a fist-sized source crystal, which was regularly absorbing and exhaling the original energy of the 4 elements, and every breath caused violent fluctuations in the surrounding elemental storm. "Get ready to approach the altar," Lin Yang ordered in a deep voice. However, the moment the origin entered a certain range of the altar, violet elemental energy suddenly condensed and transformed into 4 elemental beasts of different shapes: a red fire python burning with annihilation flames, a blue water dragon that set off a tsunami, a khaki giant bear that could shatter space, and an emerald green wood dragon whose vines could corrode all matter. They roared deafeningly and attacked the origin together. "Activate the law shield." Su Qing quickly operated the control console, and a golden barrier composed of the Hongmeng law immediately appeared around the origin. But unexpectedly, the attack of the elemental beast easily penetrated the law barrier, leaving clear energy burn marks on the outer shell of the warship. Not good. The elemental power has a significant inhibitory effect on the law barrier. Lin Yang's eyes shone, and he swung the axe of creation to chop at the red fire python. However, the axe blade containing the power of Hongmeng melted as quickly as ice and snow when it came into contact with the flames, which shocked him. At the critical moment, he suddenly remembered the records in the ancient books of pre-Hongmeng civilization, and immediately threw the Tai Chi Source star in his palm into the air, shouting loudly, "The 4 elements are originally the energy differentiation when Hongmeng was first created. How can they be separated from each other?" The Taiji Source star burst out with a vast purple aura, like a newborn sun. Wherever the light passed, the 4 elemental beasts roared in pain, and their bodies quickly decomposed into the purest elemental particles and dissipated into the void. Almost at the same time, the origin god staff at the core of the altar made a clear sound, automatically broke free from the altar, and turned into a stream of light and flew into Lin Yang's hands. When Lin Yang held the origin staff, a huge stream of information instantly poured into his sea of consciousness, and his consciousness was forcibly pulled into a wonderful space. There was no concept of time and space here, only countless red fire spots, blue water patterns, earthy yellow blocks, and emerald green light spots flowing slowly. The red dots represent the passion of fire, the water patterns symbolize the tolerance of water, the blocks represent the heaviness of earth, and the light spots represent the vitality of wood, which together constitute the origin of the elements of the universe. The notification tone of the sign-in system for the rich man echoed in his mind with the vastness of the original universe. Genesis level sign-in successful. Reward: Original Divine Staff, the most powerful artifact of pre-Hongmeng civilization, which can freely control the original power of the 4 elements of water, fire, wind, and earth, and can release forbidden spells such as Element Annihilation and Creation Torrent.
The source crystal at the top of the staff has unlimited absorption and transformation capabilities, and can transform any form of energy into the power of the four elements.
Trigger hidden mission, reconcile the imbalance of the four elements. Mission description: due to the erosion of the void energy, the elemental balance of the Triangulum galaxy has been destroyed. The fire element is out of control, the water element is on the verge of exhaustion, the earth element is solidified and rigid, and the wood element is corroded and corrupted. Please use the origin scepter to restore the harmonious balance of the four elements.
Wow! Boss, this magic staff looks so powerful. Xiaoyu stretched out his hand curiously, wanting to touch the magic staff, but unexpectedly, his fingers were instantly burned by the flames as soon as they touched it, and were quickly healed by the water flow.
He grimaced in pain. Ouch! This thing also has the special effects of ice and fire?
Su Qing keenly discovered that the origin scepter could produce a wonderful resonance with her order holy ring. As she mobilized the power of the holy ring, complex elemental runes appeared on the light wings, and the energy fluctuations emitted were several times stronger than before. Lin Yang, the energy mode of the scepter and the law main gun of the origin seem to be complementary. The combination of the two may be able to exert a stronger power.
Lin Yang nodded and looked towards the violent fire planet.
He took a deep breath and waved the origin staff. The power of the four elements gathered at the head of the staff, forming a rotating Tai Chi pattern. As his mind moved, a gentle and vast harmonizing energy shot out from the head of the staff, covering the entire fire planet. Miraculously, the violent flames on the surface of the planet quickly subsided and turned into a gentle light mist, nourishing the elemental ecology on the planet. At this moment, the projection of the Lord of Void ripped through space again and appeared in the elemental storm. He held an elemental corrosive in his hand, which exuded a cold aura, and stabbed into the Earth element planet with a grim smile, instantly causing a large area of the planet's surface to crack and rigidify.
Stupid Hongmeng reptile! The imbalance of elements is the essence of the universe. The balance you are trying to maintain is nothing but a mirage. Really? Lin Yang's eyes turned cold, and he said no more.
He activated the origin scepter and the origin's main cannon at the same time. The power of the 12 source stars of the law and the original energy of the four elements merged in an instant, forming a colorful and terrifying light column containing the dual laws of creation and destruction, which shot towards the projection of the Lord of Void. Wherever the beam of light passed, space was distorted and time almost stopped. The projection of the Lord of Void let out a horrified roar, and his body was annihilated inch by inch in the beam of light. Before the projection completely disappeared, Lin Yang used the power of the Divine Seal to accurately capture a trace of remaining spatial coordinates that was the entrance to the spacetime tunnel deep in the Sculptor Galaxy. The notification sound of the sign-in system of the Super Rich sounded with the excitement of exploring the unknown. Main quest progress update: purify the erosion pollution in the 3000-dimensional universe. 204 universes have been purified. Currently available. Check in locations part. Sculptor Galaxy Spacetime Tunnel, a mysterious passage connecting countless parallel universes, containing the ultimate secrets of the laws of space and time, where you can obtain the dimension key for traveling through dimensions. Virgo Supercluster Hongmeng Altar, the highest sacrificial site left over from the pre-Hongmeng civilization, which can unlock the ultimate form of the creation throne, the Hongmeng creation platform.
Coma Cluster Void Core, the core of the original energy of the Lord of Void.
Thoroughly purifying this place can eradicate the source of void pollution. Lin Yang gently stroked the origin staff in his hand, feeling the wonderful feeling of the four elements flowing harmoniously in the staff. He turned to look at Xiaoyu and Su Qing, with a confident smile on his face. Next stop, the spacetime tunnel of the Sculptor Galaxy. Let's go and see how many different us are hidden in it.
Parallel universe?
Xiaoyu suddenly became interested and excitedly switched the navigation mode of the origin in the driver's seat.
Does that mean there are countless of me fighting for action figures in different universes? It's exciting just to think about it.
Su Qing called up the detailed information of the spacetime tunnel, her expression slightly solemn. According to the records of pre-Hongmeng civilization, each node in the spacetime tunnel corresponds to a parallel universe. Entering it may cause unpredictable spacetime paradoxes.
We must be fully prepared.
Don't worry, with us here, any paradox can be solved.
Lin Yang said in a firm tone.
The engine of the origin once again emitted a low and powerful roar, and the silver-blue hull cut through the elemental storm of the Triangulum Galaxy, like a ray of faith, rushing firmly towards the Sculptor Galaxy. In Lin Yang's Sea of Consciousness, the elemental power of the 12 law source stars and the origin scepter is resonating at a deeper level, indicating that the next sign-in will reveal more grand cosmic mysteries and will also face more severe challenges. The legend of the Hongmeng controller is writing a new glorious chapter on the stage of the multiverse.
Chapter 82, Spacetime Tunnel. Parallel Universe and Dimension Key Paradox.
When the origin broke through the outer space barrier of the Sculptor Galaxy, all the instruments and the bridge suddenly burst into a piercing alarm. Outside the porthole, the stars were no longer stable points of light, but torn double images, as if they were forcibly pulled by an invisible force. The numbers on the time display jumped wildly. The previous second was the Cretaceous period when dinosaurs were rampant, and the next second jumped to the interstellar era when humans built Dyson spheres, and then slid into the doomsday scene of the heat death of the universe.
Warning! High-intensity extra-dimensional spacetime rift detected.
The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flickered violently, and pixelated collapse continued to appear on the edges of her body. The superimposed images of 127 parallel universes appeared in the space ahead, and the curvature of spacetime has exceeded the Planck limit. Lin Yang immediately activated the Divine Seal and the Origin Divine Staff. The Hongmeng purple energy and the original power of the four elements merged in his palm to form a stable energy coordinate. Through the chaotic spacetime turbulence, he finally locked onto a relatively stable spacetime ripple. There were countless glowing nodes suspended there, like the intersection of a cosmic spiderweb, which was the entrance to the legendary spacetime tunnel that connected thousands of parallel universes. Prepare to enter the spacetime tunnel. Lin Yang gave the order in a deep voice, and at the same time embedded the Tai Chi Source Star into the main control system of the Origin, covering the warship with a layer of Hongmeng spacetime shield. When the Origin passed through the spacetime ripple, Lin Yang, Zhao Yu, and Su Qing were all shocked by the scene before their eyes and were speechless. The inside of the tunnel was not a dark void, but was composed of billions of crystal-clear spacetime prisms, each of which reflected a completely different parallel universe. In a certain prism, the Earth has never experienced a mass extinction, giant dinosaurs and intelligent lizard people build civilization together, and skyscrapers and primitive jungles coexist miraculously.
In another prism, human civilization was destroyed by nuclear war thousands of years ago. The broken Earth is ruled by mechanical AI, and rusty robots are executing endless instructions in the ruins.
In the prism further away, the flags of the Lord of the Void are planted all over the galaxy.
All civilizations are struggling to survive under the enslavement of dark energy. Huge void crystals float in the sky, absorbing the life energy of the planets. Oh my god!
Zhao Yu pointed at a prism, his mouth wide open enough to fit a fist. Look, boss. I in that universe actually opened a figurine store, with a sign hanging at the door saying the #1 figurine store in the universe.
Lin Yang's eyes were attracted by a prism, and his pupils suddenly shrank.
The him in the picture was wearing a void armor, staring at the remains of the Hongmeng warrior indifferently, and the void mark between his eyebrows flashed a strange red light. That was a universe where he failed, a dark future where the Hongmeng order collapsed. At this moment, the spacetime node in the tunnel suddenly trembled violently, and countless twisted black shadows emerged from the cracks. They were in various shapes, some were humanoid with tentacles, and some were broken light and shadows that were constantly reorganized, emitting disgusting energy fluctuations. The queen of the mechanical insect race screamed, "Abnormal consciousness detected." They are the failed fragments of Lin Yang's consciousness in various parallel universes, condensed into virtual creations due to despair and resentment. Su Qing immediately unfolded the 12-fold holy ring of order, and waved the origin scepter at the same time, and the light wings sprayed out a torrent of water and fire elements, trying to purify these shadows.
However, instead of being destroyed, the shadows absorbed the elemental energy and became even larger and more ferocious. Not good. They can assimilate positive energy.
Lin Yang's heart shuddered, and he suddenly remembered the record in the ancient books of pre-Hongmeng civilization. The failure consciousness of the parallel universe can only be resolved by the possibility of the Hongmeng origin. He suddenly took out the Taiji Source Star and resonated with the embryonic form of the dimension key that had just awakened in the sea of consciousness.
In an instant, the Hongmeng purple air surged out like a tide, turning into thousands of light butterflies, each of which represented an unchosen possibility. Wherever the light butterfly flew, the shadow let out a shrill wail, and its body quickly decomposed into pure spacetime energy, reintegrating into the prism of the tunnel. The chaotic energy in the tunnel gradually subsided, and a key emitting colorful light slowly flew out from the spacetime turbulence. The key handle was engraved with complex spacetime runes, and the keyhole showed a Tai Chi pattern. It was the goal of this trip, the dimension key. The notification sound of the sign-in system for the super-rich sounded in Lin Yang's sea of consciousness with the distant echo of the long river of time and space. Genesis level sign-in successful. Reward, dimension key, the supreme artifact of pre-Hongmeng civilization,
which can freely travel through any parallel universe, unlocking forbidden abilities such as time and space retracing, parallel intervention, and fate correction. The key core can absorb time and space energy, repair the cracks in the universe dimension, and balance the cause and effect lines of parallel worlds.
Trigger hidden task, repair time and space anchor point.
Mission description: the Lord of Void is secretly devouring the spacetime energy of the parallel universe, causing fatal cracks in the timeline of the main universe. Please use the dimensional key to go to each parallel universe to repair the spacetime anchor points scattered between them and prevent the collapse of the timeline.
Task reward, unknown, related to the degree of timeline repair. Great. Boss, can this key allow me to go to the universe with unlimited supply of figures?
I want to bring back all the limited editions. Zhao Yu excitedly took the dimensional key projection and randomly clicked on the virtual interface with his fingers, trying to find the figure paradise universe. Su Qing connected the dimension key to the origin spacetime engine, and a complex network of countless light spots and lines immediately appeared around the battleship. Each light spot represented a parallel universe, and each line was a spacetime path that could be traveled through. Lin Yang, the energy mode of the dimension key can perfectly stabilize our travel between parallel universes, greatly reducing the risk of causing a spacetime paradox.
Lin Yang nodded and looked towards the nearest time and space anchor point deep in the tunnel.
It was a parallel universe where technology and magic coexisted. The planet where the anchor point was located was being eroded by the energy of the void. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the projection of the Lord of the Void could be vaguely seen grinning behind the clouds.
Let's go! Lin Yang waved the dimensional key, and the bow of the origin instantly lit up with the light of time and space leap.
However, just as the warship was about to enter the parallel universe, the projection of the Lord of Void suddenly appeared in the center of the spacetime tunnel. He held a spacetime corruptor made of spacetime fragments in his hand, and grinned as he stabbed into the surrounding spacetime prisms. Suddenly, the boundaries of dozens of parallel universes were torn apart, and the scenes of different universes were chaotically superimposed, creating a terrifying spacetime storm.
Ha ha ha, Hongmeng reptile!
The voice of the Lord of Void echoed in the tunnel. While you are running around in countless parallel universes, the timeline of the main universe is accelerating its collapse.
Your efforts are just delaying time for me.
Lin Yang's eyes turned cold, and he was not shaken by the provocation of the Lord of Void. He took a deep breath and activated the dimension key in the spacetime matrix of the origin at the same time. The Hongmeng purple chi and the spacetime energy in his hands were woven into a huge network, covering thousands of parallel universes. The results of the God Seal scan showed that at the end of the spacetime tunnel, a vast energy was gathering that was the Hongmeng altar of the Virgo Super Display Group, which seemed to contain the key power to fight against the Lord of Void. The notification tone of the sign-in system of the Super Rich sounded with the solemnity on the eve of the decisive battle. Main quest progress update: purify the erosion pollution in the 3000-dimensional universe. 389 universes have been purified. Currently available check in locations part. Virgo Supercluster Hongmeng Altar, the highest holy place left over from the pre-Hongmeng civilization. It contains the ultimate secret of the throne of creation. It can unlock the Hongmeng creation platform and gain the ultimate authority of creation and destruction.
Coma Cluster Void Core, the original energy hub of the Lord of Void.
Thoroughly purifying this place can eradicate the source of void pollution and end this cosmic war. The Great Wall of Orion Cosmic Membrane, the boundary barrier of the known universe. Crossing here, one can get a glimpse of the ultimate mysteries beyond the multiverse, and perhaps find a way to completely resolve the contradiction between Hongmeng and Xushi. Lin Yang tightly grasped the dimension key, feeling the energy of time and space surging in the key. He turned to look at Zhao Yu and Su Qing, his eyes flashing with determination. Next stop, the Hongmeng altar in the Virgo supercluster. When the creation throne awakens to its ultimate form, perhaps we can uncover the true purpose of the Lord of Void and the ultimate truth of this war. Who cares what his purpose is?
Zhao Yu patted the chest of the star armor, his tone full of confidence. With the origin, the dimension key, and you, the controller of Hongmeng, even if the Lord of Void hides at the end of the universe, we can pull him out and beat him up. Su Qing was concentrating on debugging the spacetime network constructed by the dimensional key.
The coordinates of the Virgo supercluster on the star map were being accurately locked. The energy reaction there was beating violently like a heart, as if calling for the arrival of the Hongmeng successor. According to the information from the key, the energy of the Hongmeng altar is increasing rapidly, which is likely related to the actions of the Lord of the Void. We must get there as soon as possible. The engine of the origin roared unprecedentedly, and the silver-blue hull was wrapped in a colorful halo of time and space, like a lightning that cut through the darkness, rushing resolutely into the deep cosmic tunnel and rushing towards the Virgo supercluster. In Lin Yang's sea of consciousness, the 12 source stars of law, the original divine staff and the dimension key produced an unprecedented strong resonance. A vast and majestic force was quietly awakening, indicating that the ultimate form of the creation throne was about to come, and also indicating that the ultimate battle that determined the fate of the multiverse was slowly opening. And what kind of secrets were hidden on the Hongmeng altar? What was the real purpose of the Lord of the Void? All the answers seem to be revealed in the Virgo supercluster. Chapter 83, Hongmeng Altar. The Awakening of the Creation Platform and the Origin of the Lord of Void. When the origin broke through the space barrier of the Virgo supercluster, the crystal dome and the bridge suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. Outside the porthole, a giant Hongmeng totem composed of billions of stars was slowly rotating, and each star accurately corresponded to the energy node when Hongmeng was first created. At the core of the altar, a 3-story platform made of layers of chaotic blue lotus petals was suspended in the void, and each layer of the platform wall was engraved with dynamic holographic images from the birth of the singularity of the Big Bang, to the evolution of galaxies, the origin of life, to the rise and fall of civilizations, and the evolution of laws. The birth and death of countless universes are interwoven here into a magnificent epic picture. Genesis-level primordial energy detected. The projection of the mechanical Zerg Queen flickered violently due to energy overload, and data streams overflowed from her body like a waterfall. The altar core and Pango's true body have a deep resonance, and the energy intensity has exceeded the upper limit of the multiverse constant. Lin Yang's mind was shaken, and he immediately activated the divine seal and the dimension key, tearing open a stable spacetime channel in front of the altar. The moment he stepped onto the top floor of the altar, the 12 Lawsource stars in his body suddenly broke away from the divine seal and floated around the central creation platform, automatically arranging into a perfect Tai Chi pattern according to the laws of time and space, cause and effect, fate, and soul. Each source star exuded the same primordial purple air as the altar. This is the resonance of the source star. Su Qing exclaimed, and the light wings behind her vibrated violently as they sensed the energy of creation. Lin Yang no longer hesitated, and inserted the Tai Chi source star in his palm, the original divine staff in his hand, and the dimension key he had just obtained into the creation platform at the same time. In an instant, the entire Hongmeng altar began to vibrate violently, and the petals of the chaos blue lotus bloomed layer by layer, like a cosmic flower that was awakening. In the center of the petals, a mysterious platform emitting thousands of Dao lights slowly rose up. It was the ultimate artifact Hongmeng creation platform recorded by the pre-Hongmeng civilization. Liquid Hongmeng purple air flowed on the platform, and each ripple contained the dual laws of creation and destruction, as if as long as the mind moved, the order of the entire universe could be reshaped. However, just as the creation platform was about to fully awaken, space suddenly tore apart, and the projection of the Lord of Void swarmed in with the void creations that covered the sky and the sun. At this moment, he was no longer a single dark form, but a terrifying existence that merged the energy of countless parallel universes. The void heart between his eyebrows had evolved into the void anchor, and the anchor was wrapped with billions of twisted causal lines, each of which connected to a polluted universe. Hongmeng reptile, you are finally here. The voice of the Lord of Void was like the roar of thousands of resentful souls. He suddenly stabbed the anchor of void into the core of the altar. I have waited for billions of years, just for this moment to seize the creation platform, completely integrate the power of Hongmeng and void, and let the universe return to its most primitive chaos. Lin Yang was about to activate the creation platform to fight back, but he caught a broken memory in the consciousness fluctuations of the Lord of Void after Pango created the world. His original power could not withstand the impact of creation and split into two. The light side became the Hongmeng order, and the dark side actively fell into the abyss of void, trying to force the two to merge again through extreme destruction. It turned out that the Lord of Void was not pure evil, but the origin that chose another path when Pango split, and his purpose was to end the eternal opposition between Hongmeng and void through forced fusion. You are wrong. Lin Yang's eyes flashed with enlightenment. He did not choose to fight, but tried his best to stimulate the resonance of the 12 source stars of the law. The primordial purple chi erupting from the creation platform and the dark energy of the void anchor collided violently in the void, outlining a complete holographic image of Pangu opening the sky. When Pango split the acts of creation into two in the image, giving them to primordial and erosion respectively, Lin Yang finally understood that primordial and erosion were the twin forces of creation, like the two poles of yin and yang. Only by controlling them with a balanced heart can one become a true creator god, rather than distorting the essence of the universe through destruction and forced fusion. The notification sound of the super-rich sign-in system sounded in the sea of consciousness like the Big Bang of the universe, with the majesty of the creation of the world.
Genesis level sign-in successful. Reward: Hongmeng Creation Platform, the ultimate form of Hongmeng's origin. Those who master this platform can create or destroy any dimensional universe. Create, modify, or erase the fundamental laws of the universe. Nurture a new Hongmeng life system at the core of the pedestal. Open the multiverse parliament to unify the order of all civilizations. The main mission, purifying the void pollution of the 3000-dimensional universe, is completed. The final battle begins. Go to the Coma Cluster, the core of the void, and have a final showdown with the Lord of the Void to completely resolve the balance issue between Hongmeng and the Void. Boss, can this thing create a planet of action figures? For example, one with all limited editions? Zhao Yu looked at the glittering creation platform, his eyes full of unrealistic fantasies. Su Qing closed her eyes and mobilized the holy ring of order to resonate with the creation platform. The next second, the light wings behind her underwent an incredible evolution. The 12 layers of light wings merged with the chaotic energy and transformed into a chaotic form that flowed with the primordial purple energy and the dark energy of the erosion. Every flap could cause ripples in the laws of space. Lin Yang, the energy level of the creation platform, has surpassed the category of creator, and is more like the embodiment of the origin of the universe. Lin Yang nodded without saying anything extra. He placed his hands on the edge of the creation platform and slowly integrated it into the core system of the origin. In an instant, the silver-blue warship burst into 1,000-foot highlight, and the pattern of chaos green lotus appeared on the surface of the ship. The Hongmeng totem on the bow turned into the phantom of Pangu's true body, holding the axe of creation and pointing directly in the direction of the Coma Berenice's galaxy cluster. The warship officially evolved into the Hongmeng creation ship, becoming the unique mobile creation core in the multiverse. The voice of the Lord of the Void came from the depths of the Coma galaxy cluster, with a long-suppressed enthusiasm. Come on, Hongmeng controller. Bring your creation platform to the core of the void. Let us complete the unfinished fusion of Pangu and determine the ultimate fate of this universe. Lin Yang took a deep breath, feeling the delicate balance of Hongmeng and Shuxi energy in his body under the coordination of the creation platform. He looked at Zhao Yu and Su Qing beside him, both of whom had a resolute light in their eyes. Let's go. Lin Yang's voice was calm but contained tremendous power. The engine of the Hongmeng creation ship roared through the multiverse, and the ship turned into a stream of chaotic light, tearing through space, and rushed towards the final battlefield that determines the fate of the universe, the core of the eclipse of the Coma cluster. In a sea of consciousness, the 12 source stars of law on the creation platform produced an unprecedented resonance, foreshadowing that the ultimate battle between Hongmeng and eclipse, creation and destruction, order and chaos, is about to begin. And Lin Yang's life of a rich man will also usher in the most glorious peak or the most tragic end in this decisive battle. But no matter what the result is, he will fight to the last moment for the balance of the multiverse as the controller of Hongmeng. Chapter 84, The Core of the Void. The balance between the end of Hongmeng and the rebirth of creation. When the Hongmeng Genesis ship broke through the dark matter cloud of the Coma cluster, the scene outside the porthole fell into absolute nothingness. There were no stars, no space, and even time was in a superposition of reverse flow and stagnation. The sensor array of the mechanical Zerg Queen was frequently overloaded, and the data stream was distorted into unreadable garbled code on the screen. The source of the super-dimensional erosion was detected. The energy pattern in the core area is the same as the dark side when Pangu split. A universe collapse model of nothingness is being generated. Lin Yang stood in the center of the bridge of the creation ship. The Hongmeng creation platform on his palm radiated a soft light, which formed a sharp contrast with the dark purple erosion energy that filled the void. He fully opened his divine seal and locked the energy source deep in the core through the chaotic mist. It was a black sphere with a diameter of about 1 million light-years, and the surface was covered with countless twisted runes. Each rune was devouring the surrounding law energy, which was the origin core of the Lord of the Void. Prepare to enter the core of the void. Lin Yang's voice was steady and firm. He waved the origin staff, and the original power of the 4 elements gathered at the bow, forming a colorful energy barrier, forcibly opening up a channel in the ocean of void energy. Zhao Yu tightly gripped the joystick of the Star Dome armor, looked at the black sphere approaching on the screen, and swallowed his saliva. Boss, this thing looks more evil than all the bosses I encountered before. Su Qing was concentrating on debugging the spacetime stability field constructed by the Dimension Key. Her chaos light wings flapped gently, dispelling the surrounding void energy every time. The energy intensity of the void core is far beyond our expectations.
We must find the main body of the Void Lord as soon as possible, otherwise the Genesis ship's energy shield will not last long. Just as the creation ship was about to enter the black sphere, the entire Void core suddenly vibrated violently, and countless dark purple energy columns shot up into the sky, interweaving into a huge network in the void, trapping the creation ship firmly. The figure of the Lord of Void slowly rose from the depths of the core. At this moment, he was no longer a projection, but a physical form that condensed all the void energy. His body was composed of pure dark purple energy, and the law of destruction flowed on the surface. The void anchor between his eyebrows exuded a terrifying aura that swallowed everything. Behind him were 12 twisted law source stars, which were the power he plundered from various parallel universes. Master of Hongmeng, you are finally here. The voice of the Lord of Void was no longer a roar, but a calm madness. After going through so much, you should have understood that Hongmeng and Void should be combined into one. Only in this way can the universe get rid of the endless cycle and return to the most original chaos and balance. Lin Yang stared at the Lord of Void. His eyes were not filled with anger, only a kind of calmness that saw through the origin. You are wrong, Lord of Void. Hongmeng and Void are indeed the twin forces of creation, but balance does not mean fusion and destruction, but coexistence and harmony. Just like the two poles of yin and yang, only by restraining each other can the order and vitality of the universe be maintained. Coexistence? Harmony? The Lord of Void laughed. You are too naive, Lin Yang. From the moment Pango created the world, the war between Hongmeng and Void was doomed. Countless universes have been born and destroyed, countless civilizations have risen and fallen. All this pain and struggle, isn't it enough to prove that this opposition is wrong? Only through integration can this endless cycle end. No, you only see the appearance of war, but ignore the beauty of coexistence. Lin Yang raised the Hongmeng creation platform, and the Hongmeng purple air on the platform slowly flowed. Look at this creation platform. It can create the universe, and it can also destroy the universe, but the real power does not lie in creation or destruction, but in maintaining balance. Just like our universe, there is birth and death, there is light and darkness, and it is this balance that allows life to reproduce and civilization to develop. Enough! The Lord of Void waved his hand violently, and 12 twisted law source stars burst out with powerful energy and attacked the creation ship. Your preaching is meaningless. Only strength can prove who is right and who is wrong. Lin Yang's eyes were stern, and he said no more. He mobilized all the power of the 12 law source stars, the original divine staff, the dimension key, and the Hongmeng creation platform to form an indestructible Hongmeng barrier in front of the creation ship. Boom! The energy of the 12 twisted source stars hit the barrier, causing a thunderous explosion. The Genesis ship vibrated violently, and the strength of the energy shield dropped by 30% instantly. This is not a solution, Su Cheng frowned. The Lord of the Void has 12 twisted source stars in his control. His power is too strong. We must find his weakness. Lin Yang nodded, opened his all-knowing eyes, and tried to see through the origin of the Lord of Void. However, the Lord of Void's body was wrapped in dense void energy, and it was impossible to see the internal structure. Just as he was thinking hard, the image of Pangu opening the sky that he saw at the Hongmeng altar suddenly flashed in his mind. Pangu split the axe of opening the sky into two, giving each to Hongmeng and Void. I understand. Lin Yang's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. The origin of the Lord of Void is the same as mine, and his weakness is the balance point between Hongmeng and Void. Lin Yang immediately mobilized the power of the Hongmeng creation platform and condensed a black and white Tai Chi source star in his palm. This source star was half Hongmeng purple energy and half virtual dark energy, but they were perfectly integrated together, emitting harmonious and vast energy fluctuations. This is... When the Lord of Void Eclipse saw the Taiji source star, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. How could you be able to combine the power of Hongmeng and Void Eclipse so perfectly? Because I know that the real balance is not to destroy each other, but to accept and integrate. Lin Yang said, throwing the Tai Chi source star into the air. Now, let me show you what the real balance between Hongmeng and Xushi is. The Taiji source star burst into a 1,000-foot-high light in the air. Wherever the light passed, the erosion energy was no longer a symbol of destruction, but was transformed into a gentle dark energy, blending with the Hongmeng purple chi to form a new energy form. At the same time, Lin Yang activated the 12 law source stars, releasing the power of space, time, cause and effect, fate, etc., which echoed with the energy of the Taiji source star and wove a huge balance network in the void. The Lord of the Void looked at the balance net, and fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. He could feel that the net was not trying to destroy him, but to rebalance the void energy in his body with the origin of primordial gnosis, so that he could return to the state before Pangu split. No! I can't accept it.
The Lord of Void roared madly, mobilizing all his strength to try to break through the balance network. I have waited for billions of years just to merge Hongmeng and Void. How could I fail at the last moment? The body of the Lord of Void began to swell violently, and dark purple energy surged out like a tide, trying to submerge the entire balance network. The energy shield of the Genesis ship was crumbling under the impact of the Void energy, and alarms sounded one after another.
Lin Yang, hold on.
Su Qing used all her strength to activate the Chaos Light Wings, releasing the power of order in life, trying to stabilize the web of balance.
Zhao Yu was not to be outdone.
He drove the Genesis ship flexibly through the ocean of void energy, looking for the flaws of the Lord of Void. Lin Yang took a deep breath and completely immersed his consciousness in the Hongmeng creation platform. In the core of the creation platform, he saw the origin of the universe, the birth of Hongmeng and Xushi, and Pango's feat of creating the world. He finally understood that Pango split Hongmeng and Xushi not to make them fight each other, but to let them find a balance in the opposition and jointly maintain the existence of the universe.
In the name of Hongmeng, guided by the void eclipse, all things in heaven and earth will return to balance.
Lin Yang suddenly opened his eyes, with the light of the god of creation flashing in his eyes. He placed his hands on the Hongmeng creation platform and injected his consciousness, the power of the 12 Law Source stars, the elemental power of the Origin God Staff, the space-time energy of the Dimension Key, and the creation power of the Hongmeng creation platform into the balance network. The balance net instantly burst out with unprecedented light. In the light, the Hongmeng purple energy and the dark energy of the erosion were perfectly integrated, forming an ultimate power that transcends creation and destruction, the Hongmeng erosion balance power. This power was like a torrent, sweeping across the entire erosion core. Wherever it passed, the erosion energy was no longer violent, but became gentle and orderly, and the distorted Law Source star also restored its original brilliance. Under the impact of the balance of Hongmeng's erosion, the Lord of Void began to tremble violently. The erosion energy in his body was gradually purified, revealing the Hongmeng origin deep inside him that was the same as Lin Yang's. His consciousness began to blur, and countless fragments of memory flashed in his mind: Pango's feat of creating the world, the pain of the split, billions of years of loneliness and struggle, and the desire for fusion.
So, that's how it is?
The Lord of Void's voice became calm and relieved. I was wrong.
The real balance is not fusion, but coexistence.
As the last ray of void energy was purified, the body of the Lord of Void turned into a soft dark purple light and merged into the web of balance. At the same time, the 12 distorted Law Source stars also restored their original appearance, turned into 12 streams of light, and flew back to Lin Yang's divine seal. The black sphere at the core of the eclipse began to slowly dissipate, replaced by a Tai Chi pattern interwoven with primordial purple energy and eclipse dark energy, emitting harmonious and vast energy fluctuations.
The eclipse pollution of the entire Coma cluster was completely purified, countless destroyed planets regained vitality, and countless endangered civilizations were able to continue.
The notification sound of the sign-in system for the super rich sounded in Lin Yang's sea of consciousness with the joy and solemnity of creation, as if the entire multiverse was cheering for it.
The final battle is won.
The origin of the Lord of Void has been purified, and the balance between Hongmeng and Void has been restored.
The main mission, purifying the void pollution of the 3000-dimensional universe, was completed perfectly. Get the ultimate reward.
Title of Balancer of Hongmeng and Xushi. Become the ultimate balancer of Hongmeng and Xushi, recognized by the multiverse, and possess the supreme authority of creation and protection. Multiverse Creation Core can freely create, manage, and protect the multiverse, formulate cosmic laws, and breed new life and civilization. Super Rich Sign-In System Eternal Form. The system has completed its final evolution, and you can sign in at any time and any place in the multiverse to receive eternal rewards beyond your imagination. System Prompt: you have become the guardian of the multiverse, shouldering the mission of maintaining the balance between Hongmeng and Xushi and protecting thousands of civilizations. From now on, you can freely travel through the multiverse, explore the unknown, create miracles, and write your own eternal legend. When the light faded, Lin Yang found himself standing on the bridge of the Hongmeng Genesis ship. Zhao Yu and Su Qing stood beside him, their faces showing joy and excitement of surviving the catastrophe. Outside the porthole, the core of the erosion had disappeared, replaced by a brand new and vibrant galaxy cluster, with countless beautiful planets flashing in the void, exuding vigorous vitality.
Boss, we won?
Zhao Yu still couldn't believe what he saw.
Lin Yang nodded, with a relaxed smile on his face. Yes, we won.
The balance between Hongmeng and Xushi has been restored, and the multiverse will usher in a new era.
Su Qing looked at Lin Yang, her eyes sparkling with admiration and love. Lin Yang, you did it, you really did it.
You not only saved our universe, but also saved all parallel universes. Lin Yang smiled slightly, walked to the porthole, and looked at the hopeful universe in front of him. He remembered that he was an ordinary student at Huaxia University, accidentally activated the sign-in system of the rich, and went through countless adventures and challenges along the way, and finally became the guardian of the multiverse. All this seemed like a long and wonderful dream. All this is thanks to you. Lin Yang turned around and looked at Zhao Yu and Su Cheng. Without your company and support, I would not be able to get to where I am today. Hey, boss, why are you being so polite to us? Zhao Yu scratched his head and said with a smile, by the way, boss, now that we are the guardians of the multiverse, can we go to various universes to have a look and sign in? I'm still waiting to use the eternal level rewards to build a figurine planet. Lin Yang and Su Qing were both amused by Zhao Yu's words. Of course, Lin Yang said, opening the eternal form interface of the Xinhao sign-in system. Countless sign-in coordinates flashed on the interface, and each coordinate represented a universe full of unknowns and opportunities. From today, we will embark on a new journey to explore a wider multiverse and create more miracles. He paused, looking up at the endless starry sky, his voice filled with longing and determination for the future. Zhao Yu, Su Qing, are you ready for our next sign-in? This time, our target is the entire multiverse. Zhao Yu clenched his fists excitedly. I'm ready, boss. Let's go. Su Cheng also smiled and nodded. Well, let's go. The engine of the Hongmeng Genesis ship roared deeply and powerfully, and the ship turned into a stream of light, rushing into the vast multiverse, and rushing towards the next check-in location full of unknowns and surprises. The eternal legend of Lin Yang, Zhao Yu, and Su Qing has just begun. On the broader multiverse stage, they will continue to write their own super-rich lives and create miracles that shock the universe one after another.